Chapter 421. The dining area was instantly lively. It can only be said that some people are happy and some are sad. After sending the children to school, teachers Yiwen and Su Weiwei did not leave work on time as usual. Instead, they stayed in the kindergarten with other teachers, decorate the space of the kindergarten. After all, New Year's Day is coming, and they have to prepare in advance to create a New Year's atmosphere, so as not to be busy on New Year's Day. In order to reflect the festive and auspicious atmosphere of the festival, they used red to render the festive atmosphere of the festival, making lace, colored rings, colored balls, lanterns, window flowers, paper flowers, folk small ornaments, etc. to decorate the entire activity room. A New Year's wish tree was arranged in the center of the hall, and some colored lights were decorated in advance, so that children and parents can hang wish cards on the wish tree together. On a large wall in the hall, a whole wall of signatures was made by themselves, fixed on the wall with colored lines, and each class of children can sign. Pictures related to New Year customs were also pasted on both sides of the corridor. As for the roof of the corridor, the teachers also hung New Year ornaments. After a busy day, it was dark outside the window. Everyone felt a little hungry, so they hurriedly finished their work and thought about continuing tomorrow. Then, they went back to their offices to pack up, locked the office door, and went downstairs. They walked to the school gate and greeted the security guard and then came out. I originally wanted to go to Jinhao restaurant for dinner, but then I thought, at this time, let alone the new dish of meat fish and fragrant eel shreds, even the braised pork rice may not be able to be ordered. Hey! Who made the food in Jinchi restaurant so popular? It has reached the point where it is hard to get a meal if you go there a little later. Thinking of this, Yiwen and Su Weiwei didn't want to bother anymore, lest it be in vain. As long as we can't bear to think about it. Helpless Su Weiwei had to paralyze herself and said, if you don't think about it, you won't be greedy. Yiwen also sighed helplessly, hey! Just think of it as losing weight. However, since they can't eat it, let's take a look at those customers and netizens who bought the meat fish eel shreds, share the dishes, and express their true feelings. After all, seeing is equal to eating. They clicked on Weibo. They really saw a lot of shares. But like most people, they are used to looking at the photos first and then the copy. Huh? Why are all the photos of these netizens drinking the same drink tonight? Why does it look a bit like mung bean paste? Yiwen scrolled all the way down, first glanced at the food photos, and couldn't help but wonder in her heart. Su Weiwei, who was walking side by side, was also browsing. She said with envy and regret, oh, what a pity. I missed 10 billion tonight. Xuanxuan's father's store is holding an event tonight. If you buy meat and fish eel shreds, you will get green bean paste milk for free. It looks so good. I am greedy even through the screen. This kind of pain that you can see but can't get. Only those who have experienced it will understand. If she had known that the store was holding an event to give away green bean paste milk, she would have gone to line up early even if she pretended to be sick and asked for leave. It's a pity that there is no if. What? Green bean paste milk? Yiwen's beautiful eyes unconsciously widened, with a look of disbelief on her face. I quickly looked down at the Weibo copy that I hadn't had time to read just now. Oh my, tonight's happiness is given by the restaurant. The green bean paste milk made by Mr. Huang is really delicious. The ice smoothie is dense. The green beans are soft and sweet, and the milk tastes very mellow. In the warm air-conditioned room in winter, it is really comfortable to have such a cup of ice-cold green bean paste milk. I have to say that Mr. Huang's craftsmanship is really amazing. Picture JPG. I am a fairy. The diet party simply loves this cup of green bean paste milk sent by Zhang's. As soon as you drink it, you will know that it is pure natural, without any added sugar. The green beans are boiled, and the milk is also very fragrant. The ice smoothie is absolutely delicious. Roan mama, your daughter is in our class, hee hee. Tonight Zenhachi is selling meat and fish eel shreds, and giving away green bean paste milk. Hey, I've already had it. It tastes amazing. Pure green bean paste with milk. The smoothie is really good. Low in sugar and calories. Super healthy. I really lost a lot this time. I really want to try the taste of this green bean paste milk. It looks 10,000 times better than the milk tea we usually order. Oh, I don't know if I will buy meat and fish eel shreds tomorrow and give it away. Yiwen sighed helplessly. She clicked on the official account of Zenhachi to see if there was any news. There are many people who have the same idea as her. Not being able to grab meat and fish eel shreds is already sad enough to make people want to cry. Now, they also miss the green bean paste milk. They are naturally regretful. Ahem. It's not that they haven't seen the world. In fact, those milk tea shops on the market also sell green bean paste milk. But can the mung bean milk produced by those milk tea shops compare with the mung bean milk produced by Zhenhaoqi? The color of this mung bean milk alone is already better than those milk tea shops. In addition, some customers and netizens said that this mung bean milk has no added sugar or anything. It is just the taste of pure mung bean and milk. The diet party is even more envious. So, they ran to the official account of Zhenhaoqi one by one and wailed in various ways. It's a pity. There was no official reply at all. Huang Tao, the official person in charge of Weibo, has left the stove at this moment. But he is still busy with purchasing matters. There is no time to go on Weibo at all. He contacted Lao Jiantu, the fellow villager who bought sesame seeds before, on WeChat to ask if there are any mung beans grown by himself. It should be the same quality as the mung beans he gave him last time. If there are, he wants to purchase 300 kilograms. Very soon. Lao Jiantu was a little surprised when he saw the message sent by Huang Tao. He gave Huang Tao the 20 kilograms of mung beans because he wanted Huang Tao to try them. He thought that if Huang Tao thought his mung beans were of good quality and could be used, he might ask them to buy more. Unexpectedly, his expectation came true. Lao Jiantu quickly replied that he had some and could deliver them to him tomorrow if he needed them. He also gave Huang Tao the lowest price. After all, this is a win-win situation. After calculating the price, Huang Tao readily transferred the money on WeChat and asked Lao Jiantu to deliver it around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lao Jiantu naturally said that it was no problem. Huang Tao smiled and was about to put away his phone when a pair of small hands quietly reached out from behind him and gently covered his eyes. A sweet and sticky voice immediately rang in his ears. "Daddy, guess who I am?" My goodness. Your daddy has completely exposed me. When Huang Tao heard Xuanxuan's voice, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The diners who were still dining in the restaurant watched this scene and listened to Xuanxuan's words, and they couldn't help laughing out loud. Xian pouted her lips and said hush, signaling them not to make a sound. The diners saw it and nodded. At the end, she didn't forget to make a zipper lock gesture with her hand at her mouth. And she didn't say a word obediently. Huang Tao tried hard to guess. Are you Sister Suqing? No. Is that Peppa Pig? No. It's still not right. Oh, I know. Huang Tao pretended to be enlightened. And then said with certainty, it must be my lazy Mimi. After that, he turned around and hugged the cute little person behind him, and kissed her red little face wildly. Sure enough. Hee. Xian couldn't help but let out a string of silver bell-like laughter, turned her head to dodge, and protested, I'm not lazy Mimi. The happy laughter echoed in this small restaurant for a long time, merging into a happy melody, making the originally quiet dining area lively in an instant. Chapter 422 New Year's Wishes. After playing for a while, Huang Tao finally put Xian down. The weather is getting colder and colder, and it is so heartwarming to have such a lovely little cotton-padded jacket around. With her company, no matter how hard the work is, I will not feel tired, and life will always be full of happiness and joy. But next, Huang Tao will be busy with Xuanxuan's homework again. Oh, by the way, Daddy. Xuanxuan's eyes lit up, and she suddenly thought, this afternoon, Teacher Yi gave each child a wish card, asking us to write our wishes on the wish card with our parents after we go home. Really? Huang Tao was a little surprised. He had just done handicrafts yesterday, but he didn't expect that the kindergarten would assign new tasks today. It seems that there will be more and more homework like this in the future. This reminded him of the many helpless sighs of parents on the internet when facing various homework in kindergarten. It is really too difficult to be a parent nowadays. The purpose of sending children to kindergarten is to have someone help take care of the children and share some of the pressure. The result is, the pressure is even greater. It is also said that many kindergarten homeworks are not assigned to children, but mostly to parents. Some parents work until the early morning to help their children complete their homework. But not every parent can fully handle the various weird homeworks assigned by kindergarten teachers. So, many parents said that they have been tortured to tears by kindergarten homework several times. For this reason, some netizens joked with parents, it's too good to be true. You only need to pay one tuition fee, and the whole family can go to kindergarten together. I have to say that the netizens of this session are quite talented. The summary is very insightful. Of course, Huang Tao actually likes to complete the homework assigned by the kindergarten with Xian. First of all, these homework assigned by the kindergarten can, to a certain extent, cultivate children's curiosity, sense of responsibility, sense of satisfaction, and children's hands-on and thinking abilities. Even if the children are completed under the guidance of their parents, they are also involved. While participating, children can also acquire certain knowledge, hands-on and thinking abilities. Also let the children know the problems they will encounter in the process of completing the homework, and find solutions to the problems. Also let the children understand that if they want to complete a task, they cannot do without hands-on and brain-based work. Of course, more importantly, let the children know that completing the homework is their responsibility. After completing the homework, the children will also get a certain sense of satisfaction from it. This is the homework they have completed with their parents, and they will be more motivated to do their homework. Secondly, it can enhance parent-child relationships. After all, when parents help their children complete kindergarten homework, they must communicate and interact. Although many parents are usually busy with work and have little time to accompany their children. But, in the hearts of children, they must still hope that their parents can spend more time with them. And the homework assigned by kindergarten teachers is definitely not something that children can complete independently. Parents' participation. They can communicate and interact more with their children. Then the relationship between parents and children can be enhanced, which will be more helpful for the growth of children. Therefore, Huang Tao is very happy to complete the homework assigned by the kindergarten with Xian. After all, time cannot be reversed, and growth cannot be repeated. He has only one childhood, so of course he must cherish it. He smiled and stood up and said, "Then Dad will write with you." Okay. Xian took her father's hand and jumped to her own exclusive dining chair. She playfully stretched out her hand and made a gesture of invitation for her father to sit down. Wait for Huang Tao to sit down. Xian took out a red card wrapped in plastic film from her small school bag and put it on the dining table. Huang Tao helped her open the plastic film and took out the card, hanging rope and tassel inside. He smiled and handed them to Xian, and asked softly, "Xian, let's hang this tassel and hanging rope on this card first." Okay. Xian agreed happily, but looking at the objects in her hand, she didn't know how to operate it for a while. That's right. She was in trouble. Her beautiful eyes looked at her father beside her, with a look of begging in her eyes. "Dad, how do I hang this?" Xian doesn't know how to do it. "It's just like stringing beads," Huang Tao said while pointing. "Look, there are small holes on the top and bottom of this card. You put the hanging rope into the small hole on the top of the card, and the hanging tassel into the small hole on the bottom of the card. After passing through the hole in the card, stretch the end of the rope into a circle, and then pass the other end through the circle, and then pull it. Tie a knot and it's done." "Dad, I know how to string beads." Xian, who was smart, understood it immediately, and she was eager to try. "Dad, I'll try. Okay. Huang Tao let her do it. Xian held the card in her left hand, and one end of the hanging rope in her right hand, aimed it at the hole of the card, and slowly passed it through. Then she tied a knot on the hanging rope according to the method her father said. Now, the card and the hanging rope are beautifully combined into one. She held the card with the hanging rope and showed her results to her father happily. "Dad, look, I put it on and tied the knot." Huang Tao reached out and touched her little head, praising, "My Xian is really smart and skillful. Really helpful." Hee. Xian continued to use the same method to put on the hanging tassel with a smile on her face. This time she was much more skilled and put it on in a moment. "Great," Huang Tao praised again, and then asked softly, "Xian, what New Year's wish do you want to write on the card?" Xian nodded like Shaoji pecking at rice. "I've thought of it." Huang Tao asked curiously, "What is it? Can you tell Dad about it?" "Sure." Xian blinked her eyes and looked at her father with a serious face. "Dad, my New Year's wish is, I want to grow up quickly, so that I can protect Dad, and Dad doesn't have to work so hard." Instantly, a warm current flowed through Huang Tao's blood all over his body, to his heart. "But baby, Dad tells you that Dad is Patrick, the big star sent by God to protect you. Dad hopes you grow up slowly. Grow up slowly. All the good things are related to you. But all the good things are not as cute as your appearance. Baby. Actually, you don't need to be in such a hurry to grow up. Really don't be in a hurry. You grow up slowly. Give Dad more time. Let Dad do his best to love you, protect you, and take care of you. Wang Tao looked at the smiling little face in front of him. His eyes suddenly felt a little hot. Dad, I can't write. Can you help me write? Xian supported her little cheeks, pouted her little mouth, and was a little embarrassed. Wang Tao naturally didn't want to reject Xian's wish. He asked gently, then Dad will hold your hand and teach you to write. Okay? Okay. Xian nodded like pounding garlic, and took the initiative to put her little hand holding the pen into her father's big hand. Wang Tao held Xian's little hand, led her to move the pen, and wrote Xian's wish on the wish card. A moment. The wish card was ready. Okay. Wang Tao gently rubbed Xuan's little head, who was sitting at the exclusive dining table, and said softly, put it in your school bag and give it to Teacher Yi tomorrow. Daddy, Teacher Yi said you don't have to give it to me. Just take it to school on New Year's Day and hang it on the wish tree. Then Daddy will keep it for you. Yeah. Xian nodded obediently and yawned. Wang Tao was sensitive. Are you tired? Then Daddy will take you home. Xian nodded, turned around and put herself in Wang Tao's arms, with her little face against Wang Tao's chest. Dad's warm embrace and strong heartbeat made her feel tired. Chapter 423 Ingredients, Only Raw Milk. Once upon a time, there was an old lady who could no longer walk. So she sat on a chair and knitted every day. She was accompanied by a kitten. The old lady had many balls of wool in various colors, and she kept knitting beautiful clothes for her loved ones. The kitten loved watching the old lady knitting the most, and he would often practice secretly when the old lady dozed off. At night, after returning home to watch Xian, Wang Tao still coaxed Xian to sleep by reading a new picture book story. He read it so vividly that Xian couldn't help holding her breath. Her watery eyes stared at her father and listened to the story attentively. Wang Tao continued to read the following story. One day, the old lady was sick and was admitted to the hospital. So the kitten started knitting at home. He knitted a big bow for his kitten sister. He knitted a long scarf for the rabbit. He knitted a round hat for his puppy brother. He knitted from one side of the hat to the top of the hat. Knitted a round ball and knitted to the other side. Finally, he knitted the brim of the hat. He also knitted a pair of gloves for his mother. It took him almost 3 days to knit these 5 fingers. Several days passed, and the old lady never came back. The kitten missed the old lady, and he started knitting with the remaining wool. No one knew what he was knitting. From day to night, and from night to day. I don't know how long it took. A big shawl was quietly placed on the chair. The kitten was too tired. The kitten opened his eyes, and saw the old lady wearing the big shawl and smiling at him. Finally, the ending of the story was very beautiful. Xian was also happy for the kitten and the old lady. When she smiled, she also thought of Mimi, who was also a kitten. Dad, do you think Mimi can knit wool? Although Xian was very tired, she still hugged the group Peppa doll tightly and looked at her father with eager expectation. That's right. She also hoped to have a kitten that could knit wool. Wang Tao naturally saw through her little thoughts at a glance, and he couldn't help laughing. My silly daughter. In reality, there are no cats that can knit. Some cats can only play with balls of yarn. Besides, our lazy Mimi probably doesn't even want to play with balls of yarn, let alone knit. Even if it wants to knit, it will only be tangled in yarn. He smiled and shook his head, and told the truth helplessly. Xian. In reality, there should be no cats that can knit, including our Mimi. Hearing her father's answer, the desire in Xuan's eyes turned into disappointment. Yeah, that's right. Mimi is so lazy. She definitely can't knit. But, if you can't do it, you can learn it. Just like Xian also has many things that she can't do. But after learning, she can do it. Her eyes lit up. Daddy, if Mimi can't do it, we can let Mimi learn. Daddy, doesn't Grandma know how to knit sweaters? Let Grandma teach Mimi to knit. Ah? Let Grandma teach Mimi to knit. Wang Tao was speechless. If Song Xian heard what her precious granddaughter said, she would probably be speechless too. She might even shout, Xian, please spare Grandma and stop torturing her old bones. Wang Tao was really scratching his head about his daughter's request. His mother definitely didn't want to stop her from doing this. even if he and his mother couldn't stand Xuan's pleading and agreed to teach her. Will Mimi dare to learn? Even if she tried to learn, she would only have a pile of wool. Huang Tao was overwhelmed by the thought. So he had to say truthfully, Xian, Grandma is old and has poor eyesight. She can no longer knit wool, and can't teach Mimi. Is that so? Forget it. Xian thought about what she had said before. That she would take good care of Grandma. But she couldn't let her eyes get worse. So she gave up her idea. Huang Tao reached out and rubbed her little head. Okay. It's getting late. Go to bed. Xian put down the Peppa Pig doll, stretched out her little hand and said, Daddy, I want you to hug me. Okay. Daddy will hug me. Huang Tao reached out and hugged the little guy in his arms. In her father's arms, holding her father's big hand, Xian felt very comfortable and at ease. Gradually, her breathing became stable, and she fell asleep deeply. Huang Tao waited for Xian to fall asleep before taking her Peppa Pig doll and slowly replacing his hand. Then he picked up Xian and let her sleep back in her original position. Sleep more comfortably. Just when Huang Tao loosened his hand and was about to cover the quilt again, Xian twisted. Huang Tao stopped his action immediately. Xian shrank her hands and hugged the Peppa Pig doll tightly. Her long eyelashes pressed tightly against her face. She mumbled vaguely, Daddy. Xian, don't knit anymore. As long as Grandma's eyes are fine. Oh my! The little guy is actually worried. Don't worry. Grandma's eyes will be fine. He lowered his head, kissed Xuan's forehead gently, and said softly, Xian, don't worry. As if she heard her father's words in her dream. Xian gradually relaxed her slightly frowned brows. After coaxing Xian to sleep, Huang Tao checked Weibo. Weibo was bustling. Oh! Hey! Tonight's happiness is given by the restaurant. The green bean milk made by Mr. Huang is really delicious. The ice smoothie is dense. The green beans are soft and sweet. And the milk tastes mellow. In the warm air-conditioned room in winter, it is really comfortable to have such a cup of ice-cold green bean milk. I have to say that Mr. Huang's craftsmanship is really amazing. Picture JPG. I am a fairy. The diet party simply loves this cup of green bean milk sent by Zhang's. As soon as you drink it, you will know that it is pure and natural, without any added sugar. The green beans are boiled, and the milk is also very fragrant. The ice smoothie is absolutely delicious. Roan Mama, your daughter is in our class, hee. Tonight's Zenchichi restaurant is selling meat and fish eel shreds with green bean paste milk. I have already drunk it. It tastes amazing. Pure green bean paste with milk. The smoothie is very good. It is low in sugar and calories and super healthy. You can only become a queen by relying on yourself. Today I was lucky enough to get a portion of green bean paste milk from Zenchichi restaurant. It is really delicious. The milk flavor is very fragrant and strong. I want to buy this quality milk for my 2 children at home. I just don't know which brand of milk Mr. Huang uses. I would like to ask Mr. Huang. Can you tell me what brand of milk is used in the green bean paste milk? If it is not convenient to tell, just pretend I didn't ask. Many people responded to this comment. Some were equally curious. Some said that the other party was not very clear and the question involved commercial secrets. In short, it was very lively. Huang Tao saw it and responded. Super delicious and delicious restaurant. It is sick hun. The ingredients are only raw milk. And the taste is very mellow and fragrant. In the era of self-media, as long as you know how to surf the internet, you can find many tutorials on mung bean paste milk by searching on the internet. Besides, high-quality raw materials such as mung beans and milk are not difficult to find. The reason why the mung bean paste milk in the store is delicious is mainly because of the dense ice. The ice made by the fully automatic shaved ice machine is naturally extraordinary. At least in terms of taste. It is absolutely amazing. Many people know that he bought Sikhun milk in Jianghui's store. Besides, the mung bean paste milk in the store will be open in the future and will not be hidden from customers. These netizens and customers will know sooner or later. It would be better if he said it now, so that they don't have to spend a lot of brain cells guessing. Besides, why are the cold drink shops outside so profitable? In essence, it's because customers are lazy and don't want to do it themselves. Few people would personally try to buy happiness with a dozen yuan. After all, even if they try, there is no guarantee that they won't fail. The chat in the forum is very lively now. The bloggers' comments will be pinned to the top. Whether you are watching after replying or just coming in to reply, you will see Huang Tao's comments. Soon, many people replied. Song of Solitude, damn, can I really watch this without spending money? Leg hair 1.80, if you want to be generous, you have to look at our boss Huang. He actually told us the brand of the main raw material without any hesitation. Kaka hi. Baby, I laughed to death. We want to know the raw materials of green bean paste milk. Do we make it ourselves? No. No. We want the craftsmanship of boss Huang. The 1999th disappearing sincerity. Oh my god. It's actually sick, hun. In my impression, this is a small domestic brand. But if the ingredient is only raw milk, the nutritional value is quite high. After I get off work tomorrow, I will go to the supermarket to see if it is sold. If so, I will buy a box and try it. The fan who first asked Huang Tao about the milk brand was stunned when he saw that Huang Tao actually replied to him. Then, he was excited. Replied to the message immediately. You can become a queen only by relying on yourself. Wow! A living boss Huang. My god. Boss Huang can read Weibo in addition to cooking. And he also replied to me, which really made me flattered. Tag Sikhun quickly placed an order online to buy a box and bring it back to try for the children at home. The reactions of other customers and netizens were similar to hers. She was stunned for a moment at first. She never expected Huang Tao to be so generous and direct to say that the milk used in the store is Sichuan's brand. Of course, they also cannot deny that they have been attracted by Huang Tao's words the ingredients are only raw milk. If the ingredients are only raw milk, it means that the milk cannot be pure. No wonder the milk flavor in the green bean milk in the store is so fragrant and mellow. So, these netizens, with curiosity and expectation, discussed this issue under the official account. Those netizens who trusted Huang Tao very much or those who were impulsive opened Taobao without saying a word and placed orders in Sichuan's flagship store. Some netizens with strong action ability rushed to the convenience store downstairs and bought a few boxes to take home. Lying on the sofa, drinking while watching TV. Then, these netizens who had already drunk it gradually fed back their feelings after drinking it on Weibo. Drowning in your heart, Zeta. It is worthy of being the milk recommended by Mr. Huang. It is very mellow and fragrant. The ingredients are written on the list, which is no different from what Mr. Huang said. It is indeed only raw milk. The taste is also exactly the same as the milk flavor in the green bean milk in Mr. Huang's store. Mr. Huang is not lying to me. Smiling girl agree, with the idea of giving it a try. I quickly ran to the convenience store downstairs and bought a few boxes of Sikhun pure milk. I was amazed by its taste as soon as I drank it. I didn't expect that I could drink such mellow and nutritious pure milk in China. If it weren't for Mr. Huang's generous sharing, I would definitely miss Sikhun in this life. Fortunately, I know it now, but I still feel a little regretful when I think about missing Sikhun for so many years. Non-Chinyan, I love Mr. Huang's recommendation. With my 8,000 yuan property as a guarantee, Sichuan's milk tastes really good. Just go for it blindly. If you don't go for it, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. Good guy. This wave of feedback is undoubtedly a reassurance to netizens who are still in the wait-and-see stage. Then they couldn't sit still. They opened major shopping apps one after another. Searched for Sikhun. Finally, they placed an order without hesitation. Anyway, the price of a box is not expensive. Only about 40 yuan. Plus the discount coupon. It is only 38 yuan. This price, even if it doesn't taste good, it's worth the loss. Even many people placed orders enthusiastically. But they were bored and excited and couldn't sleep. So they went to comment on the deserted Sikhun Weibo official account. Chapter 424 Reasons for the Sudden Surge in Sales. The dawn light removed the veil of night, spit out the brilliant morning light, and ushered in a new day. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, the employees of the Sikhun Weibo official account operation team also started working mode. They also checked their own Weibo official account as usual. You don't know until you see it. You can immediately see that there are a lot of new comments under the latest Weibo marketing. Basically, they are don't mention it. The taste of Sikhun milk is really fragrant and mellow. Damn. I was shocked when I drank your Sikhun milk. There are few milks that are so fresh, fragrant and healthy. I didn't expect that there are such delicious, clean and nutritious pure milk in China. Isn't it better than the expensive pure milk abroad? Looking forward to receiving your milk as soon as possible. I miss Sikhun for many years. Waiting for trial. I hope you won't let me down, and other comments. Looking at these comments that exude rainbow farts and expectations, the employees of the operation team were all confused. And big question marks immediately appeared in their minds. Huh? What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many people leaving comments under the Weibo? If I remember correctly, they recently seem to have not bought any Water Army at all. Oh, that's not right. Even if they bought Water Army to flood the screen recently, it's impossible to just flood the comments with such a small amount. After thinking about it, the employees of the operation team couldn't figure out what was going on. After all, there were only a few dozen comments, and the comments did not contain any radical or bad remarks, and had no impact on the company's reputation. Finally, they had to attribute it to the fact that some netizens were amazed by the taste of their milk after drinking it, and fell in love with it and became interested in it. Then they excitedly went to their official Weibo account to leave a message to commemorate their love for their milk. So, they didn't take it seriously. They didn't spend time and energy to care about it. One by one, they were busy with their own things. This matter was turned over and forgotten in their hearts for the time being. On the other hand, Ding Lingyun, the person in charge of Taobao operations, arrived at the office in the morning, just put down his handbag, and his butt didn't have time to have an intimate contact with the chair. He habitually reached out to open his computer first, and checked the number of orders in the background. This time, I was really shocked by the sudden appearance of more than 500 orders. Speaking of which, although Sikhun is a domestic brand, the milk quality is also quite good in all aspects. Not worse than those foreign milk brands. But such a domestic brand with high quality and low price is not very famous in the public's vision. The sales volume on weekdays is also average. The daily order volume is basically maintained at about 300 orders. And this morning, more than 500 orders were sold at once, which really surprised him. Ding Lingyun hurriedly moved the mouse, clicked on the order increment curve table, and looked at it. He suddenly realized this situation has been increasing since 9:30 last night. In the early hours of the morning, people were still placing orders. Hey, it's really strange. Why do people buy at this time? Ding Lingyun scratched his head and couldn't figure out why the sales suddenly increased in such a short time. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. After all, the store didn't do any promotions at this time last night. Besides, the official year-end promotion of Taobao hasn't started yet. Could it be that it just happened that everyone was short of milk at home last night, and then they all ran to the flagship store to place orders, which led to a sudden increase in sales in the store? Then again, this is not impossible. Ding Lingyun thought about it, and only this explanation made sense. He muttered to himself, maybe it's just that there were more people buying last night. After thinking about it, he didn't think about it anymore. In addition, he had to deal with today's operations, so he didn't have the time and energy to investigate the reasons behind it. The delivery speed of Sikhun factory was very fast. In addition, there were warehouses in provincial capitals across the country. The delivery would be allocated according to the delivery address of the order. The orders placed last night were also packed and collected by the courier at the first time. Most of the people who placed orders last night were from Wenling City, which is the capital of a province. If nothing unexpected happens, they can basically receive the goods the next day. It will be received at noon or this afternoon. Many customers who bought Sikhun milk in Wenling City also logged on to Taobao's shopping website early in the morning to check the logistics information of their orders. After seeing the logistics information showing that it had been received by the courier in Wenling City, they all hoped that the courier could deliver it earlier, and they could receive it earlier. Of course, if you are impatient, you can't eat hot tofu, so you have to wait for the delivery to your door. The car drove out of the old street in the west of the city and onto the straight road. The tall trees on both sides of the road were blown by the cold winter wind, and the yellow leaves fell one after another. Xuanxuan's childish voice echoed in the car. There is a little frog in the happy pond. It dances like a prince. Its cool eyes are more beautiful than any other frog. One day, it will be awakened by the princess. Law leap. Frog. Law leap. Frog. Don't mention it. She sings very well, adding to her clear and pleasant voice. It is just like the singing of an oriole, and every sound is moving and full of fun. Huang Tao smiled slightly, and couldn't help but hum along softly. After a while, the father and daughter came to the parking area next to the gate of the Golden Sun Kindergarten. Xuanxuan's pleasant singing also stopped abruptly. because she saw the kindergarten outside the car window. And she suddenly realized that she was about to separate from her father. Her pink little face showed a hint of reluctance. And she pouted her lips and said, "Daddy, your little cutie is leaving again. Although there are many other children in the kindergarten to play with, she still hopes to stick to her father all the time." Huang Tao smiled. "Tomorrow is New Year's Day. When the New Year's Day activities are over tomorrow, you can have a few days off. And then you can stay in the store with your dad all day." Xian remembered. "Oh, yes. Teacher Yi said that there will be 3 days off for New Year's Day. That's great. Xian likes holidays the most." You. Huang Tao doted on her and hooked her nose. Then picked her up from the exclusive child's seat. "Mwah." Xian hugged Huang Tao's neck and kissed his cheek. Huang Tao felt sweet in his heart. He kissed Xuan's little face. Then gently put her down. Put on his school bag and small water bottle. And said softly, "Go. Daddy will watch you go in." "Yeah. Daddy. I'll go in then." Xian nodded obediently. Made a hard shape to him. And said in a sweet and tender voice, "Daddy. Xian loves you very much. Baby. Daddy loves you very much too. Love you very much." Chapter 425. Cold drinks in winter are bad for the stomach. It's almost noon. The kitchen of Jinchi restaurant is in a busy state. The employees are also very active and busy with their own work. Especially Su Hao. Ever since Huang Tao asked him to make as many braised food, honey-glazed fire squares, and dongpa pork as possible, he has been working hard. In fact, making braised food is to stew it in the pot at the end, while honey-glazed fire squares and dongpa pork are the early processing and steaming in the steamer. For him, it is not a difficult task. It's just more troublesome and laborious. He arrived at the store a little earlier in the morning, and first devoted himself to the cooking of honey-glazed fire squares. Then, after the morning market ended, he directly devoted himself to the cooking of various braised food and dongpa pork without rest. The amount of various braised rice, honey-glazed fire squares, and dongpa pork has increased. Su Hao himself is also very happy to meet the expectations of customers. This bonus, naturally, it is also indispensable. And the boss also said that if a branch is opened in the future, he will be in charge of the branch and become the store manager. He believes that with the boss's ability, he will definitely be able to support this branch in the near future. So, he has to work hard to grow up quickly to be worthy of the boss's trust and expectations, and to give his girlfriend Shinchiomo a better future. It has to be said that the responsibility is heavy, while the 3 capable people are busy. Huang Tao, the boss, temporarily became a hands-off boss after finishing his own preliminary preparations. He doesn't want to be lazy. He just plans to take advantage of this gap to teach Ding Suqin how to make green bean milk so that she can take over the work of beverage production in the future. This decision was naturally made with his own considerations. The beverage is simple to make, and the essence lies in the fully automatic shaved ice machine. He can completely let Ding Suqin do it, so that he can relax and have time to make other dishes. So, he directly called Ding Suqin to come over to help. "Sister Suqin, follow me to see how to make this mung bean milk. You will have to work hard during this period. I plan to let you take charge of the cold drink work. When I recruit someone, let him take charge of your original work of washing ingredients and cleaning up. Then you can focus on the packaging, cashiering and beverage making work in the store, which will be a little easier." When Ding Suqin heard that her boss asked her to take charge of the cold drink work and teach her how to make mung bean milk, she was naturally happy. She had been responsible for washing ingredients and cashiering and packaging before. Now the boss is willing to teach her how to make mung bean milk, which is enough to show the boss's trust in her. Even if she continues to take on the original work alone, she has no complaints. What's more, the boss is so kind that he wants to hire someone to share her work. She sighed in her heart. "I am so lucky to have such a boss in my previous life." She nodded repeatedly. "Boss, don't worry. I will learn well." "Okay." Huang Tao smiled and nodded. And then together with Ding Suqin, he moved the kitchen's fully automatic shaved ice machine, the mung beans he had cooked, and Sikhan milk to a small counter next to the counter at the entrance of the store. He planned to use this small counter specifically for beverage production and beverage sales. This is to facilitate some customers who only buy drinks but not food, so that they can come here to line up to buy drinks directly, without having to squeeze in line with customers who buy food. Wait until everything is done and wash your hands. The two of them started the teaching mode of mung bean milk. Huang Tao said while demonstrating, Sister Suqin, pour water that covers the horizontal line into this transparent container. Cover it with a lid. And press the start button. Ding Suqin followed Huang Tao's instructions skillfully. When she knew that it was so easy to use this fully automatic shaved ice machine, she exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! This is too smart." She didn't think much about it. After all, there was a fully automatic baking machine. Huang Tao picked up a cup of mung bean milk made by Ding Suqin, inserted a straw and took a sip. The dense shaved ice and 1 or 2 mung beans were mixed together. The taste of mung beans and milk was particularly strong, and it was just right for icy sweetness. The overall taste was good. It was similar to what he made. In addition to Ding Suqin strictly following his requirements, it was more due to this fully automatic shaved ice machine. Of course, his contribution was also indispensable. The temperature of the mung bean stew was well controlled. Then, he took out his mobile phone, clicked on Weibo, logged into the official account of Zenhachi Restaurant, edited and published a new Weibo. Super delicious Zenhachi Restaurant, he is here. He is here. He is here with the mung bean milk that you are looking forward to. 18 yuan per cup. Real ingredients. Low sugar calories. Worth your possession picture JPG. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Zenhachi Restaurant also opened the lunch market as scheduled. The store is open for business. The eel shreds with meat and fish flavor are still the most popular dish. And basically all the customers in front will order one. It was sold out very quickly. The quantity of other dishes is also gradually decreasing. The green bean paste milk is unlimited. After the 100 portions prepared in advance are sold out, Ding Suqin has been switching from the counter to the small counter and making it in front of the fully automatic shaved ice machine. Even so, the speed at which she uses the fully automatic shaved ice machine can't keep up with the speed at which customers buy. These customers who have paid the bills don't rush. Just go to the store to find a seat and wait for the waiter to serve it with the food. As the saying goes, the higher the expectations, the easier it is to fail. Fortunately, the green bean paste milk produced by Zenhachi Restaurant did not disappoint these long-awaited customers and fans. This can be seen from the various sharing and praises on Weibo. Drowning in your heart Zeta, this wave of delicious mung bean milk. The smoothie is so smooth that it fills your mouth. And the sweetness of mung beans and milk are all in it, which is really refreshing. Laughing girl degree. The new mung bean milk produced by the really delicious store is simply the gospel of those who are losing weight. This mung bean milk is very authentic, without adding too much sugar and condensed milk. It is all the taste of mung beans and milk, especially pure. The mung bean flavor is really strong. The milk is really fragrant, and it is also low in sugar and calories. It is so happy to drink it. Even if you drink it continuously, there will be no psychological burden. Non-dust face. This smoothie is too amazing. Better than a living god. Mung beans and milk are so fragrant and sweet. So happy. Leg hair 180. I have to say, the mung bean milk produced by the restaurant is really delicious. It is popular among men, women, young and old. I like to drink it. And even my boyfriend who never touches sweet things like it. When we were drinking it just now, my mother saw us and started to nag us, saying that eating cold drinks in winter is not good for the stomach. But, after my soft and hard persuasion, my mother stopped nagging after tasting it, and told me to remember to bring her a cup when I buy it next time. Ha ha ha. Even my mother, who has always paid attention to health care, has fallen under the charm of mung bean milk. This mung bean milk is healthy and delicious in the eyes of many customers and fans. And it is made of real ingredients. In an air-conditioned room. Take a sip. Don't mention how comfortable it is. And the price is not expensive, compared with those milk teas that cost 20 or 30. The cost performance is not too high. You can just go for it without any second thought. So, when all other dishes in the Zenhachi Restaurant were sold out, there were still people queuing up to buy green bean paste milk. Huang Tao made a lot of money from this green bean paste milk. Even if good milk and green beans are used, the profit margin is still huge. Chapter 426, Tricked by the Guy. The afternoon sun was warm and bright. In the dormitory building of Linjiang University, people came out one after another, talking and laughing as they walked towards the school gate again. If you get closer, you can hear words like the Sikhun milk I ordered has arrived, and the courier notified me to pick it up at the school gate. Coincidentally, mine has also arrived. I'm really going to pick it up. Then let's go together. Kai Jiajia and Su Meichi were the same. They hurried to the school gate to pick up the parcels. Just arrived at the school gate. They happened to see a courier boy sorting the goods at the school gate. Like other classmates, the two of them came over, introduced themselves to the courier boy, and asked for the package. After getting the package, they all took a quick look, seeing that it was wrapped in a corrugated cardboard box outside. It was not only very thick, but also had no signs of damage. So they were ready to take it back to the dormitory directly. However, they were stopped by the courier boy. He said with concern, "You all should open it and check it." "No need. The outside is not damaged. There should be no problem." Kai Jiajia and the others shook their hands. The courier continued, "It is better to check it. If there is a problem, you can still let me return it on the spot." Right? This makes sense and makes people unable to refute it. Finally, after the courier's repeated requests, they were also moved by his professionalism. So they opened the package and inspected the goods on the spot. After a round of inspection, it was intact. At this time, the courier said to them happily, "Then you can't take these cartons away. Just leave them for me. If someone sends milk next time, I can save some money." Instantly, Kai Jiajia and the others felt there was no trust between people. They also felt that their feelings of gratitude were in vain. Although the corrugated cardboard box would definitely end up in the trash can, the courier suddenly asked for it. They seriously suspected that they were tricked by the courier, but they had no evidence. They could only smile awkwardly but politely, nodded in agreement, and then each of them carried Sikhun milk and went back to their dormitories. Back to the dormitory, Kai Jiajia and Su Meichi, like other students who received the goods, were looking forward to it. They quickly opened a box and looked at the ingredient list first. "Hi! It really is only raw milk. It's very nutritious. Boss Huang is really honest. The ingredients list is the same as what Boss Huang said. Only raw milk." Su Meichi admired Huang Tao from the bottom of her heart. And she also sighed in her heart, as long as every merchant is as honest as Boss Huang, the world will become a beautiful world. After saying that, she put a straw into the box of milk in her hand and prepared to try the taste of the milk. Try the taste. It's very fresh, very fragrant, and very strong. It leaves a lingering fragrance in your mouth. It tastes good. Su Meichi's eyes lit up. It's indeed more fragrant than the pure milk I drank before. And this taste is quite similar to the milk taste in the green bean paste milk produced by Zenchichi restaurant. Kai Jiajia also took a sip and felt that the taste was very pure and fragrant. She nodded in agreement. Yes, this Sikhun milk is good. Then she sighed. If it weren't for Mr. Huang's generous sharing, I would have missed Sikhun for so many years. Su Meichi had a regretful expression on her face, as if she had missed a million. Yes. Such delicious milk. Why did we only discover it now? So, she took out her phone to check Weibo. And Sichuan's official Weibo was full of excitement. That's right. Many netizens who received Sikhun milk tasted it as soon as they received it. After tasting it, everyone thought the taste and texture were very good. Like Su Meichi, they all asked a soul-searching question. Why did they only discover such delicious milk now? Then they all went to the official account of Sikhun to comment. Samsung, all Sikhun staff. Do you know that your Sikhun milk is delicious and mellow? Look at your marketing. It's so mediocre. Is it reasonable? If it weren't for the reminder from Mr. Huang of Zenhachi, I would have missed such a mellow and delicious milk in my life. Clown Maski. Finally, I know why your milk is so rare. It's because of marketing. Dating with Xiamai, my daughter has never liked pure milk since she was a child. Asking her to drink pure milk is like asking her to die. But when I got home at noon today, I coaxed her into trying a few sips. Guess what? Not only did my daughter finish it all, she also praised it for being delicious and asked for another box. Thanks to Mr. Huang of Zenhachi for sharing generously, so that I had the opportunity to taste such high-quality domestic pure milk. I will buy milk from your Sikhun in the future. At the same time, I hope you will continue to work hard to produce better milk. Yahan, I was resting at home today. As soon as I received the pure milk sent by Sikhun, I used the wall-breaking machine and mung beans at home to start tinkering with mung bean milk. As for the taste, of course, it can't restore the taste of Zenhachi restaurant, but at least it is 70% of the taste. The remaining 20% is mainly because the smoothie is too weak, and the other 10% is naturally because my cooking skills are not good enough. It seems that if I want to drink mung bean milk in the future, I have to go to Zenhachi restaurant. Sweet and sour strawberry girl Sigma. Poor me. I couldn't go to Zenhachi to taste this new green bean paste milk. I just used Sichuan's pure milk to make myself a latte to satisfy my craving. Not to mention, it tastes pretty good. It's simply better than the lattes in those coffee shops with Sichuan pure milk. My mother no longer has to worry about me not being able to drink a good latte. The constant flow of praise and comments still attracted the attention of the staff of Sichuan's Weibo operation team. They browsed the content of the comments. Finally, they found some very key information. That is, these netizens frequently mentioned a few words. For example, the 3 words Zenhachi, Boss Huang, and green bean paste milk that appear very frequently. Our Sichuan milk has always been tepid. And every time we post a message on Weibo, basically no one is interested. How come there are suddenly so many people commenting on our official Weibo account and praising it for being delicious? Isn't this too strange? Lin Sanyu looked puzzled. And then suddenly remembered, oh, by the way, this phenomenon seems to have started around 10 o'clock last night. Su Wei, who was standing by, did not respond directly, but quickly picked up his phone. He opened Weibo. He searched for the 3 words really delicious. All that popped up were some meals and so on. After scrolling through a few of them in real time, he found something wrong. Many netizens posted on Weibo that after receiving the pure milk sent by Sichuan, they immediately copied the green bean milk sold by Zenhachi at home. The taste is generally good, but there are still some differences. The smoothies made by myself are too bad. Some netizens also said that the Sichuan pure milk shared by Mr. Huang of Zenhachi tastes great and is delicious. He also said that in the future, when buying milk, he will only recognize their Sichuan. By the way, what is the origin of this Zenhachi restaurant? By the way, who is Mr. Huang? With these doubts, Su Wei clicked on the user column. The first one is Super Delicious Zenhachi Restaurant. There are more than 60,000 fans. He clicked in and swiped the screen of his mobile phone and saw a newly posted Weibo content about mung bean paste milk. He thought, this should be the mung bean paste milk drink mentioned by netizens. He had to admit it. The moment he clicked on the beautiful photo of mung bean paste milk, he was tempted by the bean green and white mung bean paste milk. It looks delicious. Wu Qinghao on the opposite side looked at the comments under his official Weibo account and said puzzledly, don't mention it. These comments under our official Weibo account look very natural and enthusiastic. And they are comments from the heart. Unlike the comments written by the water army we bought before, which are all the same and look fake at a glance. I'm telling you, I think I found the source. Come here quickly. Su Wei called them over with a shocked look on his face. He then stopped the mobile page at the homepage of the Zenhachi official account, handed it to them, and said, it seems that a restaurant called Zenhachi in Wanling City launched green bean milk, which is said to be very delicious. So many loyal customers of this restaurant asked on the Zenhachi official account which milk was used. And the boss Huang of this Zenhachi restaurant responded on the official account, saying that it used Sichuan milk. And then these fans were diverted to us. When Su Wei described it, he was still very shocked and helpless. Who would have thought that a restaurant could have such an effect? Such sincere and enthusiastic fans. They have always wanted to have them, but they have never had them. Suddenly, it feels like a big company is not as good as a small restaurant. Lin Sanyu was a little bit unbelievable. It's actually in Wanling City. But the fans of this store are only a little over 60,000. Are there really so many active fans? Look at the new comments under our official account. There are more than 500. Although it is not clear whether the sales of milk in our online and offline stores have increased. Just based on these comments, it is much stronger than the sales effect of those internet celebrities, with 200,000 or 300,000 fans. The traffic of many internet celebrities is very fake, resulting in a very low conversion rate of sales. Of course, some traffic seems small, but the conversion rate is very high. For example, the comments added today. Netizens are very sincere and enthusiastic. Not only have they personally drunk their pure milk, but they have also made drinks such as latte and green bean milk, which are very convincing and attractive at first glance. Lin Sanyu looked at Su Wei and Wu Qinghao and asked, should we report this to the manager? Finally, after discussion, they decided to report it to the manager, which was also their duty to do their best. As for what the manager and the superiors think, it has nothing to do with them. Chapter 427. There is something fishy about this matter. At the same time, Ding Lingyun, the person in charge of the operation of Sikhun Taba, returned to his desk after lunch and checked the order volume curve in the background. You don't know until you see it. You'll be shocked when you see it. This order volume curve keeps rising and is about to grow exponentially. Seeing this, Ding Lingyun suddenly realized that there was something fishy about this matter. Something is wrong. Usually, 300 orders a day is the maximum. But at noon today, there were nearly 3,000 orders. It is still growing continuously. At this pace, conservatively speaking, the order volume today will exceed 5,000 orders, which is more than enough. It is not impossible to exceed 10,000 orders. Even if it exceeds 5,000 orders, it is comparable to Double 11. It is even better than that. During Double 11 this year, the order volume of their Sikhun flagship store in 24 hours is only 5,000 orders. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. Among these 5,000 orders, there are many people who pay to fake orders. Ding Lingyun looked at the sudden increase in sales and fell into a state of confusion. That's right. As the head of operations, he couldn't figure out whether it was a sudden increase in traffic or a competitor deliberately making trouble. After all, the year-end promotion is coming soon. When the staff saw this situation, they were also puzzled and subconsciously thought that these sudden increases in sales and traffic were the result of Ding Lingyun spending money on advertising for the flagship store. Xiao Tan smiled and asked curiously, "Boss, where did you put the ads? The effect is so good that our flagship store has increased sales so much at once." Ding Lingyun? He understood and said with a wry smile, "The ads we put are the original ones." Ah. The pupils of other employees all dilated. Surprised. They knew very well that the traffic brought by the original ads could not support such a huge transaction volume today. That's strange. Where did all this traffic come from? Could it be that the boss paid to hire fake orders? That shouldn't be the case. After all, over the years, only major official events like Double 11 would hire people to fake orders. And this situation would not occur at other times. Besides, if he wanted to hire people to fake orders, the boss would not contact them himself and would delegate these tasks to them. They murmured in confusion, "Boss, what about this traffic? To be honest, I am just as confused as you all." Ding Lingyun told the truth. "I can't tell whether this sudden traffic is traffic support from the platform or a competitor is deliberately making trouble. However, judging from the current signs, the platform's traffic support should be ruled out. As for whether competitors are deliberately making trouble, it is really hard to say. The traffic sources shown in the background are mainly concentrated in Zhejiang province, mainly in Wanling city, and there are some in other provinces and cities, but not many." Xiao Tan asked with a worried look on his face, "Boss, what should we do if competitors are deliberately making trouble?" "Don't worry. This is just my personal speculation," Ding Lingyun comforted, "but there are many doubts about this matter. If it is really a trick by competitors, they will be stupid enough to let people from the same area place orders." "Right. It seems to be true." They are still worried and suggested, "Boss, why don't we report it first, so that the manager can have a bottom line first?" "Well, that's fine. You can organize the data and send it to the manager." Ding Lingyun thought about it and felt that it would be better to report it, so as not to blame them for not reporting it if something goes wrong. Seeing that the boss had spoken, Xiao Tan hurriedly sorted out the data in the background. All the data from last night to now were sent to the manager in the form of emails. Although Sichuan's headquarters is in Beijing. But soon, one by one, the information was submitted to the office of Wenjiarwei, the marketing manager, looking at the order curves of the major online platforms selling their own milk. It suddenly soared. Wenjiarwei was also a little confused. The marketing department hasn't been doing any promotional activities recently. How come the sales of major online platforms have suddenly increased so much? This puzzled him. Just at this moment, the office phone suddenly rang, and the ding-ling-ling ringing sound echoed in the marketing department's office one after another. This call came from the marketing manager's office. Wenjiarwei immediately answered the phone and said with a smile, "Hello, Lao Jiang. It's me." Sikhun Company was established for more than 30 years, and the managers of various departments have been together in the past. And their relationship with each other is also very good. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the voice of Jiang Ji, the manager of the marketing department. From the other end of the phone, "Hello, Lao Wen. I have something to ask you. Since last night, has there been any abnormality in the sales of pure milk on our major e-commerce platforms?" Or has the sales suddenly increased sharply? Hearing this, Wen Jiarwei was a little surprised. He was curious about how Jiangji knew this situation. After all, he just got the sales data of these major platforms. Could it be that this sudden increase in sales is related to the marketing department? He asked deliberately, Lao Jiang. The sales of our major online platforms have indeed increased a lot since last night. What's the matter? Did your marketing department do something good? Lao Wen. This matter can't be explained clearly over the phone for a while. Or I'll go to your office to talk. Jiangji on the other end of the phone suddenly said this. Obviously there was something to tell him in detail. But from Jiangji's tone, he should be happy. This is enough to show that this should be a good thing. Okay. Then I'll wait for you in the office. After Wen Jiarwei nodded in agreement, he hung up the phone and continued to check the data in front of him. A moment. The employees in the marketing department's big office saw the marketing manager Jiangji holding a stack of information in his hand, striding into the office of their marketing manager Wen Jiarwei. Wen Jiarwei smiled and stood up to greet him. Old Jiang. Come. Please sit down. Old Wen. Here. This information. Take a look. Jiangji put the information in his hand in front of Wen Jiarwei's desk, then sat down and continued to keep him in suspense. You will understand after you read it. Wen Jiarwei picked up the information curiously and started to read it. After reading it, he suddenly understood the source of the sudden increase in sales. It turned out that a restaurant in Wanling City sold green bean milk. Because it tasted good, customers asked which milk was used in the green bean milk. The owner of the restaurant replied that it was our milk. So those customers and fans were directed to Sikhun Company. He never thought that a restaurant would have such a magical effect. It must be said that this completely overturned his cognition. He was a little dazed and a little bit unbelievable. The reason why our milk sales increased so much is actually because of the words of the owner of a restaurant in Ling City. If you hadn't shown it to me personally, I really wouldn't believe it. Jiangji smiled and said, when I saw it, I was no less shocked than you. Wen Jiarwei and Jiangji looked at each other and said, should we tell the general manager about this? Our company is so mediocre. Unlike those imported well-known milk companies, which have strong funds and can afford first-line stars to endorse our company's milk. This wave of free tap water looks pretty good. Finally, the two discussed and decided to talk to the general manager. So, the two managers each held a stack of information in their hands, walked out of the marketing manager's office, and headed towards the general manager's office. Chapter 428 Widowed Parenting. In a blink of an eye, it was already 4:10 p.m. In front of the Golden Sun Kindergarten, there was a heavy flow of traffic again. Many private cars drove directly to the main road in front of the kindergarten to wait for their children. Huang Tao parked his car and walked to the waiting area of the kindergarten's small, 4 class to wait in line. Although he was busy with work in the store all day, Huang Tao's thoughts and concerns about his precious daughter never stopped. He was always worried about her. How was the little one doing in the kindergarten today? Did she eat well? Did she take a good nap? In short, all kinds of concerns. Although he was tall and strong, and there was almost no one in front of him who could block his view, Huang Tao still couldn't help but tiptoe and look forward to finding the little figure that he had been dreaming about. However, his quiet arrival still attracted the attention of the parents in line. The eyes of these parents looking at Huang Tao are full of joy and enthusiasm. In just a few months, the new store has become a booming business, which is really enviable. Xuan's father. You are here. Your store is doing so well. And you come to pick up your daughter from school on time every day? Huang Tao smiled. No matter how busy I am, I still have to be on time to pick up my child from school. Ah, they are all busy with business. Why can't their husbands do both work and family? In the final analysis, it's because their husbands are too lazy and irresponsible. Whenever talking about children, the child's father always uses work, tiredness, and no time as an excuse. But they found that even if he had time, he usually played with his mobile phone, surfed the internet, played games, and met with his brothers, and rarely spent time on the family. Became an invisible father. It also made them fall into the widowed parenting mode. Huang Tao's words reminded many female parents of their hands-off husbands, and they couldn't help but complain and condemn their husbands in their hearts. Of course, they looked at Huang Tao with a little bit of admiration. They also lamented why they couldn't have a husband like Huang Tao who was handsome, rich, and responsible for the family. Oh, right. Chi-Chi's mother remembered and suddenly thanked Xuanxuan's father. Thank you for sharing. That Sikhun milk is really fragrant and delicious. Hao Hao's mother echoed, yes. The taste of this Sikhun milk is really great. After I saw it yesterday, I also wanted to give it a try. I ordered a box of Sikhun milk online and received it this afternoon. It tastes pretty good. It is completely comparable to those foreign brands of milk. Shishi's mother also nodded in agreement. I also ordered a box of Sikhun milk online. After receiving the goods in the afternoon, I tried to make my own green bean paste milk at home. The taste is okay, but it's too much trouble. If I want to drink it in the future, it's better to go directly to Xuanxuan's father's store. It tastes good and is easy. Huang Tao didn't expect that these parents were also secretly following the official Weibo account of Jinhao Food Store. So after seeing his sharing, they immediately placed an order online. Speaking of which, since when did his words become so effective? Cece's mother smiled and said, Xuanxuan's father, if you have any good products in the future, remember to recommend them to us mothers. If we buy them from you, we can avoid many bad products and save a lot of money. Let's introduce good products to each other. Huang Tao smiled. After a while, Huang Tao saw Teacher Yi first. He leaned his head and looked closely at the children queuing behind him. Finally, after one child after another, Xuanxuan's little head finally caught his eye. Xian was holding hands with her good friend Cece and walking towards the gate of the garden together. Xian Huang Tao couldn't help but get excited when he saw his daughter. He was no longer calm and raised his hand and waved. He wanted Xian to see him at a glance. Xian heard the voice. Her smart eyes lit up, and she quickly looked in the direction of the voice. She saw her father standing tall in the crowd of waiting parents, waving at her. Daddy, Xian shouted happily, stretched out her little hand in response, and waved to her father. At this moment, she wanted to squeeze out of the crowd immediately, run towards her father, and throw herself into his arms. But the damn teen discipline made her restrain herself and stand in the line obediently. It was not until Teacher Yi called her and waved at her that she twisted her body and ran to the door, jumping on her father. Daddy! Xian! Huang Tao squatted down happily and held his daughter in his arms. The small, soft body, the sweet, and greasy voice of coquettishness made Huang Tao, the father, feel extremely happy. Xian, who had missed her father for a day, clung to her father, hugged his neck tightly, and rubbed against his cheek. Xuanxuan's father, Teacher Yi, looked at this scene, smiling in his eyes, and asked jokingly in a soft voice, after get off work, if I go to your place for dinner, do I have to queue up? She winked playfully. Many female parents were a little envious. Being single is good. You can flirt however you want. Before Huang Tao could say anything, Xian beside him said happily, Teacher Yi, you don't have to queue up. You can sit at the same table with me. Oh, my little cutie. Teacher Yi loves you for real. While Yuan felt warm in her heart, she also felt a little disappointed. It would be even better if Huang Tao answered this. Really? Yuan immediately said helplessly. However, Teacher Yi has to stay to decorate the classroom tonight, so she has no time to go. Xian said obediently. Oh? Then Teacher Yi, you are busy first, and you can come to eat when you are not busy later. Yuan nodded. Okay. Then Teacher Yi, we will leave first. Huang Tao smiled and said to Xian, let's say goodbye to the teacher. Xian waved her hand with curved eyebrows. Goodbye, Teacher Yi. Goodbye, Teacher Su. The two teachers smiled and said, goodbye. Goodbye, Xian's father. Goodbye, Xian. The children also said goodbye to Huang Tao and Xian. Goodbye, children. Huang Tao waved and took Xian away from the Golden Sun Kindergarten, back to his car. After fastening Xuanxuan's seat belt, Huang Tao sat in the driver's seat and started the car. Just a few meters away, Xian, who was sitting in the back seat, suddenly said, Daddy, does Teacher Yi like you? Squeak. The car suddenly braked. But fortunately, the car had just started and was driving very slowly, so nothing went wrong. But Huang Tao felt that there was a big problem in his heart. He turned his head suddenly and asked in surprise, Baby, what were you talking about just now? Huang Tao was really surprised this time. Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked seriously, Isn't it? Well, Huang Tao was speechless. He clearly realized that he had underestimated the sensitivity and intelligence of his precious daughter. After a moment of silence, Huang Tao thought about it and said, it should be. As a person who has experienced it, he can naturally feel that Teacher Ye's feelings for him are extraordinary. But he didn't expect that his little one could actually see something. Xian tilted her little head and asked again, then Dad, do you like Teacher Yi? Huang Tao laughed dumbly. Ask yourself. He has a good impression of Teacher Yi. After all, Teacher Yi is young, beautiful, gentle, considerate and understanding. She is undoubtedly the ideal partner that men dream of. But in terms of liking her, it is still a little bit lacking. In addition, he has not thought about looking for another one for the time being. So he deliberately keeps a distance from Teacher Yi and does not get to know her in depth. As for whether there will be more intersections in the future, it is hard to say. After all, there are many changes in the future, and no one can guarantee. Chapter 429 Cooperation is sincere. Back to the store. Xian hopped to Mimi's exclusive nest, touched its head, and asked with a smile, Mimi, I'm back. Did you miss me? Meow. Mimi raised her eyelids and responded lazily, as if saying, okay, little master, this cat knows. Don't disturb me to rest carefully. But in the ears of the little master, it means miss. I miss you too. Xian picked up Mimi. Mimi was actually a little uncomfortable being held by the little master. But there was no way. She hadn't seen her good friend Mimi for a whole day. So Xian liked to be intimate with it. Huang Tao smiled and said, Xian, are you hungry? What do you want to eat tonight? Dad will make it for you first. Xian hugged her belly with both hands and said, Dad, I want to eat eel shreds with meat and fish, braised prawns, and fried bells. Ah, so much. My baby girl. Can your little belly eat it? Huang Tao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Of course. If the baby girl wants to eat, how can he, as a father, not arrange it? He smiled and pinched the baby girl's nose, and said, Okay, Dad will arrange it for you. But they are all small portions. Otherwise you can't finish it. The little girl smiled sweetly. Dad, you are so nice. He touched her little face and said, Of course, Dad loves Xian the most. These are all the things you like to eat. So Dad will naturally satisfy you. Hearing this, Xuan's beautiful big eyes rolled around like abacus beads. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Dad, can I have a cup of green bean milk? After saying this, she looked at her father expectantly. Huang Tao, he was afraid that his daughter would drink too much cold drink and affect her stomach. So, he had to refuse cruelly. Baby, you just drank it yesterday. Don't drink it today. Drink it in a few days. Okay? Why? Xuan's smiling face suddenly turned into a bitter face. She licked the corner of her mouth and said, I'm so thirsty. Huang Tao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mung bean milk is cold. Drinking too much cold is not good for the stomach. How about Daddy make you some mung bean soup? Xian shook her head and pouted her lips and said, No. No. I just want to drink mung bean milk. He had to reason with her. But drinking too much cold will affect the stomach. Then. Xian blinked her big watery eyes and whispered, Then can I drink a sip? Immediately, Xian hugged Mimi's belly with her left hand with difficulty, freed her right hand to hold her father's hand, and said coquettishly, Can I? Can I? This time, Huang Tao's hardened heart was shattered by Xian's coquettish voice. Huang Tao, who had no resistance, nodded and agreed, Okay. Then drink a sip. Only one sip. Xian nodded happily, Okay. Huang Tao took a cup of mung bean milk made by Ding Suqin from the counter, and put a straw in it. Mimi's round cat eyes stared at the cup of mung bean milk handed over by Huang Tao, and stretched out her fat claws to pull Xian's arm again and again. That bright movement. How could the poop shoveler Huang Tao not understand? It was just greedy and wanted to drink, hinting Xian to give it some. What a pity! Its series of movements were ignored by Huang Tao and his daughter, Mimi, who had no choice but to make a meow sound to remind the big and small poop shovelers. As if saying, Poop shovelers, I want to drink too. I want to drink too. Huang Tao couldn't help but complain in his heart, You still want to drink beverages? First look at how fat you are. And besides, can your small stomach tolerate cold drinks? And Xian, who only had green bean paste and milk in her eyes and heart, didn't feel Mimi's desire at all. Instead, she felt that it was a bit of a hindrance. So she quickly let go of her hand and put it on the ground. Mimi, who was abandoned suddenly, fainted at Xuanxuan's feet. Well, that's impossible. It was seen squatting at Xuanxuan's feet unwillingly, looking up at the cup of green bean milk with its big black eyes. It looked pitiful. Unfortunately, it was still ignored by Xianxian. Xianxian lowered her head and took a big sip of the green bean milk handed over by her father. Wow! It tastes so good. Xianxian squinted her eyes because of the icy and sweet taste, and her face looked more cute with a comfortable look. She couldn't help but take 2 more big sips. Her mouth was full of ice. Her whole body was refreshed, and her mood became more beautiful. Where was the promised sip? Wang Tao saw that she was addicted to drinking and didn't want to let go, and couldn't help but say, Xianxian, you drank more than 1 sip. Oh no! I accidentally forgot the agreement with my father. Xuanxuan's pupils bulged, and she stuck out her tongue shyly. And then she said like a child who had done something wrong, Daddy, I feel that the cup of green bean milk in your hand is telling me that it wants a warm home. So I want to help it. This made Huang Tao a little bit amused. He reached out and scratched Xuanxuan's small nose. Helplessly and dotingly said, You. Drink it. But don't do it again. Thank you, Dad. Xianxian continued to drink happily. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, Huang Tao's mobile phone suddenly rang. He reached out and picked up the phone. Seeing that it was a strange call, he answered it with some puzzlement. Hello? Hello? A strange voice floated from the other end of the phone. Hello? I am Jiang Ji, the marketing manager of Sikhun Company. Are you Mr. Huang of Zenhachi Restaurant? Yes, I am. May I ask what can I do for you? Huang Tao was a little surprised when he heard the other party introduce himself. He recommended Sikhun milk without thinking much. He didn't expect that this group of customers and netizens would be so supportive. It directly increased Sichuan's sales and attracted the attention of their senior management. Sichuan's manager Jiang Ji had a good attitude. He talked to him over the phone for a while, and the cooperation he proposed was very sincere. In the classroom of Jean Taiyan Elementary 4, only Yiwen and Su Weiwei were decorating the classroom. The life teacher was busy with other things. Su Wei smiled and said, Teacher Yi, my friend said that her company has recruited 3 fresh graduates. All of them are handsome. I saw that they all look good in the photos. Do you want me to introduce one to you? Yiwen didn't even think about it, and subconsciously shook her head and refused. No. Teacher Yi, you refuse so straightforwardly. It's not. Su Weiwei pretended to be surprised, and then touched Yiwen's seat, and asked softly, Don't you have a target? Yiwen blushed and denied it unconvincingly. No. Haha. It turns out that I do. Su Weiwei looked straight at Yiwen and asked, Teacher Yi, do you really like Xuanxuan's father? Yiwen didn't blush shyly for Su Weiwei's direct question. She nodded and admitted it, since she was seen through and couldn't hide it anymore. She simply admitted it openly. Seeing this, Su Weiwei was not surprised, but just showed a little expression of as expected. To be honest, Xuanxuan's father is not bad. Young, tall and handsome, making a fortune every day. This was a standard diamond bachelor in the past. Now, he is tall, rich and handsome. Some people would disdainfully say that no matter how rich you are still a chef. But what's wrong with a chef? Chefs make money. Such people are very popular no matter where they are. Of course, in addition to having a child, Huang Tao is really good. But, although Su Weiwei didn't say it clearly, Yiwen completely understood what she meant. Yiwen was silent for a moment, shook her head and said, I don't care. And I like Xianxian very much. She looked at Su Weiwei on the side and continued, You also know that Xianxian is very well behaved. Su Weiwei was naturally very clear about this. In fact, she also liked Xianxian very much. If she didn't know that her family would definitely not agree to her finding a married man with a child, she would also have thoughts about Mr. Huang. She smiled, Yes. Xianxian is indeed very obedient. But will your family agree? This question really hits the nail on the head. Although Yiwen is not from a wealthy family, she is well off, and her parents are both traditional in their thinking, and it is difficult for them to accept her dating a single father. Yiwen also showed a trace of distress. Chapter 433 Big Surprises. When a product has its own advantages, but due to some reasons, it has not been able to find the right customer group, or, to a certain extent, it lacks some popularity. As long as it encounters a suitable opportunity, It will become a blockbuster and soar to the sky. This is the case with Sikhun. The customers of Zinhachi are basically those who love food but pay great attention to quality. They already trust Huang Tao. And they also have a good impression of the mung bean milk in Zinhachi. With the blessing of many conditions, their acceptance of Sikhun pure milk is even higher. Moreover, after receiving the goods and checking the ingredient list, they found that the ingredients of Sikhun pure milk are indeed only raw milk. At the same time, they couldn't help but say in their hearts that Huang Tao was honest and did not deceive them. And their favorability towards Sikhun also increased. Tasting the taste again, it is particularly fragrant. Besides being nutritious and healthy, you can also make various drinks at home, and everyone is very enthusiastic. In addition, the elderly and picky children at home praised it after drinking it, and even fell in love with the taste of Sikhun pure milk. So, as the saying goes, it is better to drink it with others than to drink it alone. They couldn't help but recommend it to their relatives, friends and colleagues. A box of pure milk is 12 boxes, which is only about 40 yuan. It's worth a try. Those who were recommended to it thought it tasted good after drinking it, and continued to recommend it to people around them. It spreads quickly like tap water. The sales of Sikhun milk on major e-commerce platforms have continued to rise in a straight line. At around 7 p.m., the number of orders directly exceeded 10,000. Many customers and netizens left their comments on the official account of Sikhun. Of course, they also habitually went to the official Weibo account of Zinhachi to urge them to release new products. I am the only one who understands the pain. The Sikhun pure milk recommended by Mr. Huang is really good. When I am bored watching TV at night, I can have a box. It is still very good. Of course, during the day, I still want to drink the mung bean paste milk produced by Zinhachi. The icy and sweet taste is really too addictive in addition. I would like to ask Mr. Huang, when will your store release new dishes? Or new drinks are also fine. Only fools would be sincere, after buying Sichuan's pure milk. I immediately made some mung bean paste milk at home. The taste, overall, it's okay. After all, it's made by myself. So I can't dislike it. Even if it doesn't taste good, I have to drink it with tears. Right. To be honest, it was really a hassle to go through all the operations. In the future, I will go to Zinhachi to buy green bean milk. It tastes good and I can also relax. When I think about it, the price is really affordable. I love Zinhachi for 100 years. The distance between the shore and the sea, thanks to Mr. Huang of Zinhachi for letting us discover such high-quality domestic pure milk. Please share more high-quality and low-price products in the future. Pen refill. Just at this time, some netizens who followed Sichuan's official Weibo account suddenly received a reminder of a new Weibo post. Clicked in and took a look. Wow! A company selling milk actually forwarded a Weibo post from a small restaurant. Sikhun Dairy V. Thank you Zinhachi for your recognition of Sikhun pure milk. The boss also said that the green bean paste milk is delicious. Sikhun will give away 500 boxes of pure milk to help Zinhachi make a new drink coconut milk bobo smoothie. Everyone should go for it. In addition, in order to thank everyone for their strong support for Sikhun pure milk, 20,000 10 yuan coupons will be issued in Sichuan's official live broadcast room at 8 p.m. next month. January 3rd. Buying 2 boxes of pure milk only costs 66 yuan. Quick forwarding the super delicious Zinhachi. He is here. He is here. He is here with a green bean paste milk that everyone is looking forward to. 18 yuan a cup. Real ingredients. Low sugar calories. Worth your possession picture JPG. Many new fans who don't know the cause of the incident looked at the new Weibo post by Sichuan's official Weibo account. And they were all confused. And a big question mark also appeared in their minds. What's going on? The milk company and the restaurant are going to cooperate to launch a new drink? The fans of Zinhachi and Sikhun were delighted after reading this Weibo message. This is simply a triple surprise. The two companies are linked in a dream. Zinhachi is about to launch a new coconut milk bobo smoothie. And Sikhun is about to hold a special promotion, giving away 10 yuan coupons in the live broadcast room, which is equivalent to buying 2 boxes of pure milk for 10 yuan cheaper. Ah, such a good opportunity. Such a good benefit. Just go for it. Now, many fans have rushed to the official Weibo accounts of the two companies and left. For a while, the official Weibo accounts of the two companies were very lively. Quietly hear the tears. Ah, I declare that coconut milk bobo smoothie and milk are absolutely the best combination. Besides, The products of Jinhaoqi are worthy of your trust and worth your possession. Kiss till you half asleep. By the way, Sikhun Company's actions are really fast. They have hooked up with Jinhaoqi Restaurant and have agreed on cooperation matters. However, I like this kind of cooperation. The more the better. Click me, and you will get love. January 3rd seems to be the first wave of activities for the year-end promotion. I have to say that this Sikhun Company is really good at making things happen, hee. But I love it so much. Then she'd agree whoever promises whose heaven is desolate. Oh my god. This wave of official announcements almost shocked the dried fish in my hand. By the way, what kind of fairy cooperation is this? Girl's mood. June sky. This wave of activities really came at the right time. I was thinking of sending 2 boxes of Sikhun milk to my daughter, who is studying in another city. Now that I see this news, I have decided to wait for the big promotion on January 3rd. Jinhaoqi Restaurant's official account also posted a Weibo about the new coconut milk bobo smoothie on January 3rd. So, customers and netizens all spontaneously started to check in on the first day of waiting for coconut milk bobo smoothie. Some competitors of Sikhun Company looked at it and were all surprised. What's going on? Why did Sikhun Company suddenly announce on Weibo that it was cooperating with a restaurant with more than 60,000 fans? And why did it launch this old-fashioned marketing campaign of giving away 20,000 coupons? By the way, without traffic and customers, what's the use of giving out 100,000 or 200,000 coupons? They didn't understand what Sikhun Company was doing at all. And they didn't think highly of Sichuan's campaign. Even the employees of Sikhun Company were the same. Except for the 2 major departments of the marketing department and the sales department. The employees of other departments were puzzled and uneasy, and even felt that their company might really go bankrupt. They have fallen to the point of cooperating with a restaurant. The reason for this bad feeling is that the headquarters of their Sikhun Company is in Beijing. The restaurant they are cooperating with this time is in Wenling City. The distance between the north and the south is almost catching up with the distance between the cowherd and the weaver girl. And there has never been such a cooperation before. Many managers from other departments have asked Wen Jiarwei and Jiang Ji about it indirectly. After Jiang Ji hung up the phone, he joked, "Our cooperation with the Jinhaoqi restaurant this time has directly made the old guys in the company anxious." He couldn't remember how many times he had received inquiries from colleagues in other departments. When Jiarwei smiled, "We have the strong support of Mr. Chen this time. So don't worry. And I am confident that the sales of our company will definitely go up during this year-end promotion." As for how much this promotion can reach, he didn't dare to imagine. But he just had a very strong premonition. This feeling is similar to when he first joined Sikhun Company to discuss a big project. Chapter 431, she is quite conservative. Jiang City. Li Yuanfu has been back for a few days. Although these days, the various meals for 3 meals a day are carefully matched and cooked by the chefs hired back at high salaries. It is not much different from what he ate before. But the meals that tasted good before tasted bland these days. Not fragrant anymore. Alas, I can only say that there is no harm without comparison. Once you have eaten the meals made by Mr. Huang of Jinhaoqi Restaurant, even if you don't like chewing wax, the taste of other people's meals is very ordinary. So Li Yuanfu has been missing the meals in Jinhaoqi Restaurant more and more these days. Missing it very much. If you can't eat it, then take a look at the food photos in Jinhaoqi Restaurant, which is also good. So, he who never plays major apps also specially asked his assistant to download Weibo app for him and register a Weibo account. This move also caused the assistant to be a little surprised and puzzled for a while. The assistant didn't dare to ask any more questions, and obediently helped download and register Weibo, and also asked whether he should follow some business leaders and entertainment stars with whom he had a good cooperative relationship. The answer he got was, "It doesn't matter whether you follow it or not, but you must follow the official account of Jinhaoqi Restaurant." Now, the assistant understood instantly. It turned out that his boss registered a Weibo account all for Jinhaoqi Restaurant. At that moment, he understood and felt that it was very reasonable. Actually, after tasting the food of Jinhaoqi Restaurant, he had quietly followed the official Weibo account of Jinhaoqi Restaurant. Whenever he ate, he would take out his mobile phone to check the official Weibo account while eating, looking at those food photos, and eating. After all, seeing is equal to eating. Alas, I can only say that I am so humble. He would also check Weibo to see the real-time entries of Jinhaoqi food. Seeing many netizens complaining that they could not buy or eat the food of Jinhaoqi Restaurant, He felt less uncomfortable. Now his boss also has the same mood and helplessness as him. So he feels more balanced. See? How can you be so rich? You still can't eat the food made by Boss Huang. Although he thought so in his heart. His good assistant cultivation allowed him to follow the official account of Jinhaoqi restaurant in front of his boss without changing his face. And also followed some business leaders with whom he had cooperated and a first-line celebrity spokesperson Lu Feifei. After that, he returned the phone to his boss. Li Yuanfu learned from the official account that Jinhaoqi restaurant recently launched new vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds and meat-flavored eel shreds, both of which he likes to eat. In recent years, he has been suffering from sub-health. He is very careful about what he eats. He absolutely cannot touch sweet and greasy drinks like milk tea, the green bean paste milk. Just by looking at the color. Must be delicious. The key is low sugar. He browsed Weibo last night and found that the fans under the official account of Jinhaoqi were all saying that Sichuan's pure milk was very pure and fragrant. He was so excited that he called his assistant overnight and asked the assistant to follow him to place an order for a box of Sichuan milk on Taobao. If he can't eat the food in Jinhaoqi and drink the green bean paste milk produced by Jinhaoqi, can he still not drink Sichuan pure milk? He asked the nanny to pick up the express at night. When she came back, she smiled and said to him, "Sir, guess who I saw when I went to pick up the express just now?" Mr. Zhang's nanny was also picking up the express. And the package she took was exactly the same as ours. Some brands like to print their name watermarks and advertising slogans on the outer box of the package. And Sichuan is one of them. Li Yuanfu understood it all at once and said with a smile, "I said that no one can resist the charm of Jinhaoqi restaurant." Jiang Zhoming must have secretly followed the official Weibo account of Jinhaoqi restaurant and was also greedy for the mung bean paste milk. After learning that the milk in the mung bean paste milk is pure milk from Sichuan, he couldn't help but buy a box of Sichuan online to try it out. In the future, neither of them should laugh at each other for buying a box of pure milk for 38 yuan. He opened the box of milk, inserted a straw, and drank it. Well, it's good. The milk taste is indeed very strong and mellow. He suddenly turned his head and asked the nanny, "Can you make green bean milk?" "Ah, I can't." The nanny looked confused. "Sir, if you want to drink it, I will go out to buy it for you. Or let Chef Ding come to make it for you tomorrow?" "Forget it. No need." Li Yuanfu didn't want to be bothered. And secondly, he felt that the green bean milk sold outside, and the one made by his own chef were definitely not as good as the one produced by Jinhaoqi. So why spend money to buy something uncomfortable? Why let the chef work in vain? He was drinking milk while browsing Weibo. An idea came to his mind. He liked the comment that Jinhaoqi's official account had previously replied to fans that it was Sichuan milk, and also forwarded the copy of the green bean milk that Huang Tao posted. Beijing. In a 5-star hotel. After finishing filming, first-line star Lu Feifei returned to the hotel, took a hot bath, changed into a set of silk pajamas, and lazily lay on the bed, leaning on her left forearm for support, holding her cheek, thinking about something. The silk pajamas are completely empty inside. Looking in from the loose neckline, you can see the 2 round and plump white breasts at a glance. Under the clamp of the 2 arms, a perfect deep groove is squeezed out that can completely attract men's eyes. The silk pajamas are as thin as satin. They go down along Lu Feifei's slender waist and then rise on her high hips, showing the original charm of the curves without any cover. The most beautiful thing is the pair of small feet that are raised and lightly touch the mattress. They are clean as snow and smooth as jade. It's a pity that there is no bright nail polish. Lu Feifei doesn't like to paint. Otherwise, the visual impact will be even stronger. Of course, no man can appreciate this beauty. Lu Feifei only let herself go lazily when she was alone. Usually, she was quite conservative. Now, she was thinking about the shortcomings of her scene tonight. At this time, her WeChat notification sounded. She reached out and took the phone that was placed beside her. She opened it and saw. It was a voice message from her agent. Sister Tang, Feifei. We will leave for Wenling City early tomorrow morning. You should rest early. Remember to dress up beautifully tomorrow. There will be fans coming to take some photos of the airport pickup in Wenling City and share them on Weibo. Lu Feifei, okay. Got it. Sister Tang, Feifei. I see that Li Yuanfu, the president of Mining Group, has followed your Weibo account. Have you followed him back? If not, remember to follow him back. Lu Feifei. Sister Tang, you are the spokesperson for Min and Group's products. It's okay to follow each other. We have to maintain a good relationship with the sponsor. Right? So that we can continue to endorse each other in the future. Right? Lu Feifei. Okay. I got it. Sister Tang. I'll log into Weibo and follow each other. After that, she exited WeChat, opened Weibo, and logged into her account. As expected, she saw that Mr. Lee from Min and Group followed her. She followed each other casually. Then she glanced at the food picture that the other party forwarded. The bean green and white in the transparent drink cup in the picture are very beautiful. The angle of the shot was random, but the green bean milk was very tempting. She took a quick look and thought there was nothing wrong. So she just liked it. However, she was very curious and puzzled why Mr. Lee, the chairman of Min and Group, who followed so many business leaders, only forwarded this Weibo and only liked the reply content of this Weibo. So, I clicked in and found that there was nothing special about it. It was just an ordinary restaurant. And it didn't seem to be doing well. The blogger's copy was quite ordinary. It was just, I couldn't understand why a restaurant actually cooperated with Sikhan Company. And Mr. Lee liked this restaurant. What is the connection between these three? Before she could figure it out, she was immediately attracted by the food photos of food and drinks posted in the copy. It was pretty good. It looked delicious and drinkable. These food photos must have been edited many times. She muttered as if she was hypnotizing herself. And her fingers couldn't help but obey her heart. Clicking on the pictures one by one and carefully looking at them. Swallowing her saliva slightly. Breaking away from the tempting food photos. She suddenly realized that the official account of this Sinchiho restaurant was quite famous. Other online celebrity restaurants' official accounts basically have hundreds of thousands of fans. They are very good at marketing. The comment area looks very lively. But those comments look fake. Anyone who knows a little can tell at a glance that the comments are made by the internet trolls. There are not many real active fans. Take a look at the official account of this Sinchiho restaurant. The fans are only more than 60,000 or 70,000. But the activity is quite high. Under each Weibo post, many people like it. There are also many comments. Looking at the content of the comments, except for the rainbow fart, most of them are from the heart. She continued to swipe. It was praised that this Sinchiho restaurant was unique. The food was first class. And there were many buildings within the building. And this restaurant was actually located in the old street in the west of Wanling City. By the way, is the address of this store the old street in the west of Wanling City where she is going to go tomorrow? If you are free, why not go and have a look? While she was excited, she subconsciously wanted to return to the search page and click real time. She just slid her fingertips across the screen and exited. But she didn't realize that she accidentally liked the comment of Sikhan Milk and the Weibo post of Zenhachi restaurant. She didn't realize that she had slipped her finger repeatedly. And when she returned to the search page, she immediately clicked real time. A bunch of content was instantly swiped out, all of which were real sharings by passers-by, with pictures and truth. Late at night, Lu Feifei couldn't stand reading these, and her stomach started to growl at the end. She had to put down her phone quickly and go to bed. Chapter 432, Late Night Poisoning. At the same time, countless netizens surfing Weibo will see many Weibo notifications pop up on the top of their phones from time to time. Of course, most of the notifications were ignored by them. There were only 2 messages that caught their attention, and they were very interested. That's right. Those 2 messages were, Lu Feifei V, whom you follow. Follow the Weibo of Li Dongvi of Min and Group. And Lu Feifei V, whom you follow. Like the Weibo of Super Delicious Zhenhaochi Restaurant V. They were all related to Lu Feifei. Although Lu Feifei is a first-line female star, she is different from other stars. She is very low-key and rarely active on Weibo. Even if she posts Weibo, most of them are only related to the crew or commercial cooperation. If fans want to follow her recent situation, sometimes they have to go to the official account of the crew to get a glimpse. Not to mention watching her interactions with others or liking these. Yes, but very few. Many fans and netizens even speculated that Lu Feifei might not use Weibo at all. The Weibo copywriting about the crew or commercial cooperation that was posted on Weibo before was all posted by the agent team. So, when the fans saw their favorite idols go online, they were all as happy as a 200-pound fat man. The comment area was quickly filled with comments. My domineering square root, you deserve it, Fei Bao is actually online. I feel like I am going to faint from happiness. Intoxicated. In the sad melody, damn. I thought I was dazzled and saw it wrong. I didn't expect that my Fei Bao actually went on Weibo and liked people's posts. And more than once? Z show, wow. I've never seen such a thing before. Fei Bao is actually on Weibo. But why did Fei Bao suddenly follow Mr. Li of Min and group? By the way, are they on good terms privately? Also, why did Fei Bao suddenly like a restaurant? And liked a comment? This series of actions is a bit confusing. Meng Mei, Fei Fei is the product spokesperson of Min and group. It's nothing to follow Mr. Li of Min and group out of courtesy. As for why Fei Bao liked a restaurant and liked a comment, I'm also curious. Love should be fed to dogs. Mr. Li of Min and group not only forwarded the latest copy posted by this restaurant, but also liked the reply from the fans of this restaurant. Could it be that our Fei Bao was embarrassed by Mr. Li's face? Like this restaurant? By the way, what is the origin of this restaurant? How could it be liked by Mr. Li and Fei Bao? Everyone was excited about their idol's appearance, and they all turned into homes in a second. Just at this moment, someone suddenly said, I am very happy that Fei Bao is online. But I am not the only one who noticed that the green bean milk in this restaurant liked by Fei Bao looks delicious. Right? Someone immediately replied to this comment, actually, I saw this drink late at night. And it was green bean milk. The bean green and milk white blended together. The color is very beautiful. And it tastes good at first glance. I won't say more. Open the takeaway and order a drink first. The fans who saw the comments were slightly diverted. Everyone wanted to know what the Weibo post that Lu Feifei liked said. When they saw the photos of the delicious food, they all fell silent. Then, they howled again. This cat is simply spreading poison late at night. At the same time, a big question mark rose in the minds of fans. Fei Bao suddenly liked this restaurant. Is it possible that she just liked the green bean milk produced by this restaurant? It's not impossible. They thought that it might be that when their Fei Bao was following Li Dong of Min and group, she happened to see the copy of the green bean milk forwarded by Li Dong, and was immediately attracted by the beautiful photos of the green bean milk, and then curiously clicked in to see what it was. So like them, she was greedy for the various delicacies of this restaurant. And then she liked it casually? The fans were curious at first, wanting to know what kind of restaurant Lu Feifei liked, especially some fans who live in Wenling City. Just thinking about being able to be greedy for the same green bean milk as their idol is enough to make them excited. What's more, they are luckier than their idols, and have already tasted it. For a while, comments flew. Slap your hypocritical heart to death, ladies and gentlemen. The restaurant that Fei Bao is greedy for is called Zenhachi Restaurant, which is located in the old street in the west of Wenling City. The food here is really superb. I have been addicted to it recently and often go there to eat. There is also this green bean paste milk, which is a new drink that was just produced yesterday. The taste is also amazing. I live like a queen without you, I tell you. The green bean paste milk produced by Zhenhao Restaurant is definitely a blessing for those who want to lose weight. There is no added sugar at all. The green beans are boiled to taste good. The milk is also very fragrant. And the smoothie is also amazing. I strongly recommend it. To you, Is this Zenchiho restaurant the one that was trending on the internet because of a valuable chopping board? Elian, yes. Yes. It is this restaurant. I remember that many 18th tier celebrities and internet celebrities went there to take advantage of the popularity, and it was trending on the internet. Meng Mei, so it is this restaurant. Isn't Fei Bao going to shoot in the old street of Qingxi, Wenling City with the crew tomorrow? Is there a possibility that Fei Bao's like is actually a hint that she will taste the green bean milk produced by Zenchiho Restaurant in her spare time? 1,000 gold can't buy my happiness. Oh my gosh, it's really possible. Otherwise, why did Fei Bao like it? Isn't it better to finish watching it quietly and exit quietly? It's a pity that I'm not in Wenling City. Otherwise, I really want to drink the same green bean milk and eat the same. A delicious food. Look up and smile. As bright as a sunflower, the person above. If you don't have time to come to Wenling City to drink green bean paste milk, you can drink Sikhun pure milk. Because the milk in the green bean paste milk is Sikhun pure milk. You're welcome. Just call me Lei Feng. Paranoia, Sikhun pure milk? Isn't it the brand of milk in the comment that Fei Bao liked? I just went to the Weibo of Jinchi Restaurant and saw that many customers were saying that Sichuan's milk is rich and fragrant. And I Ming said that Fei Bao would like it. Does it also mean that he has drunk Sikhun milk and liked it? The one who cooks shit after the envy. I have decided that I can't drink the same green bean paste milk as Feibao. And drinking the same milk as Feibao is also a good choice. It just so happens that my family is short of milk. Sikhun milk. I will make a box to try the taste first. Compared with other comments, these two comments have the most likes. Many fans followed the official account of Zinhachi restaurant with the intention of drinking the same milk as their idol. They immediately opened Taobao app and searched for Sikhun. They entered the flagship store and prepared to place an order. But suddenly they found out. Sikhun flagship store will issue a 10 yuan coupon at 8 p.m. on January 3rd. Now, they resisted the urge to place an order immediately and decided to wait until 8 p.m. on January 3rd to grab the coupon before buying. They also set an alarm for this purpose, so as not to forget. Then, they quickly shared the news. Chapter 433 Tied Up and Trending. After taking a shower, Wang Tao put the clothes he had changed into the washing machine and took them out to dry. All done. He then quietly closed the sliding door of the balcony, glanced at Mimi lying at the door of the bedroom, turned off the light, and quietly pushed open the bedroom door. I saw that my precious daughter had not slept yet, sitting at the head of the bed, reading a picture book with the help of a table lamp. Daddy? Wang Tao's almost imperceptible sound of opening the door still attracted Xian's attention. She quickly raised her head from the picture book and immediately made a sweet and steaky cry. Then she immediately climbed out of the quilt, dropped the picture book, and stretched out her arms to Wang Tao. Ask for a hug. Oh! Don't come out. Wang Tao hurried forward and hugged her. Then he immediately stuffed her back into the quilt, sat her down again, and reminded her with a smile, although the air conditioner is on, you still need to keep warm. Otherwise you will catch a cold easily. Xian smiled with curved eyebrows. Wang Tao reached out and hooked her little nose, and asked lovingly and helplessly, didn't I tell you to go to bed first? Why aren't you sleeping yet? Xian blinked. I can't sleep, I want Daddy to sleep with me. Okay. Daddy will sleep with you. Wang Tao lowered the brightness of the desk lamp, let Xian lie down, and covered her with a quilt. Be good. Close your eyes. Yeah. Xian hugged the Peppa Pig doll, nodded obediently, closed her eyes hard, and tried to let herself fall asleep. Wang Tao couldn't help laughing when he saw her. He lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead, saying softly, Baby, go to sleep. Xian closed her eyes and nodded. She looked very obedient. Wang Tao patted Xian a few times through the quilt, hoping that she could fall asleep quickly. At the same time, he was also thinking about the cooperation with Sikhun Company this time. To be honest, he was still very surprised at the time. However, the result was quite gratifying. In addition to giving him 500 boxes of pure milk, Sikhun Company also paid him a cooperation fee of 200,000 yuan. And these 500 boxes of pure milk were not paid in one lump sum, but in installments. The main reason was that Wang Tao had no place to store it. It was impossible for him to rent a warehouse specifically for these 500 boxes of milk. After learning about this, Manager Jiang of Sikhun Company very considerately proposed a plan to pay 500 boxes of pure milk in installments, as long as the Jinchi restaurant needs it. Just tell the relevant person in charge, and they will send it by express delivery. Such thoughtfulness makes Wang Tao very useful. In addition, the other party is full of sincerity. So Wang Tao agreed to this cooperation. Just at this time, buzz. The mobile phone in the trouser pocket kept vibrating. Wang Tao took out his mobile phone and looked. Weibo messages kept popping up from the top of the mobile phone screen. Before, I always swiped them away. But I hesitated this time because I saw a few familiar words in the consecutive hot searches. Hashtag Lu Feifei mutual follow Min and group Li Dong Weibo hashtag. Hashtag Lu Feifei likes the restaurant Weibo hashtag. Hashtag by the way. Will Lu Feifei secretly buy Sikhun milk because she can't drink green bean milk hashtag. Hashtag how delicious is Lu Feifei's green bean paste milk hashtag. Several hot searches together are not as eye-catching as restaurant and green bean paste milk. Wang Tao subconsciously clicked on the last message that popped up and saw a Weibo copy. Before he had time to read the copy carefully, he was attracted by the picture on the copy. Hi. This picture is clearly his own green bean paste milk. So, his own green bean paste milk inexplicably got 4 hot searches at once. But, speaking of it, who is this Lu Feifei? Is she famous? How come she is on the list of 4 hot searches in a row? Wang Tao looked down curiously. Only then did he know Lu Feifei's identity, and also understood how his restaurant and green bean paste milk were tied to her, and became hot searches. It turned out to be a chain event triggered by a like. It has to be said that first-line stars are different. A little bit of movement can cause heated discussions among netizens, and even rush to the hot search. More than one person is on the hot search. Even the official account of Jinhaoqi has increased rapidly. Everyone left enthusiastic messages, saying that they would come to eat if they had the chance. Faced with their enthusiasm, what else can Wang Tao do? He can only reply to a few comments to express his welcome. These fans were stunned immediately, and they said that they were still open so late, and asked the boss to increase their wages. Wang Tao ignored the comments that kept coming out, stepped out, and glanced at Xian Xian. He saw his precious daughter's eyelids move slightly. While he understood, he suppressed his smile and asked softly, "Baby, are you asleep?" Xuan Xuan's little mouth moved, and she closed her eyes and responded softly, "I'm asleep." Wang Tao deliberately asked with a pause, "Huh? How can you still talk when you're asleep?" "Oh no. It's about to be exposed." Xian Xian tried hard to close her eyes, but her mind was turning quickly, thinking about how to remedy it. "Bingo. Got it," she quickly explained. "I was talking in my sleep. Is this okay?" "Okay." This answer is indeed correct. Wang Tao was completely helpless in the face of his own clever little ghost. "Defeated?" he said helplessly. "Okay. Then you continue to sleep." A few seconds later, Xian Xian secretly opened her eyes and glanced at Wang Tao quickly. The result? It was tragic. She happened to meet Wang Tao's eyes. "Ah!" she screamed, twisted her little butt, and shrunk into the quilt. Finally, like a cute little marmot, she buried her entire upper body and head into the quilt. Wang Tao smiled. He really had no way to deal with her. After a while, she carefully poked her head out again, opened her big and smart eyes, glanced at her father, and saw that her father was still looking at her. So she quickly retracted her head into the quilt. Wang Tao couldn't help but smile bitterly. He smiled and stretched out his hand, patted her little butt through the quilt, and said helplessly and dotingly, "Okay. It's late. Go to bed quickly. Otherwise you won't be able to get up tomorrow." This trick really works. Xian Xian immediately laid down obediently and closed her eyes again. Wang Tao also reached out to turn off the desk lamp and got into the quilt. Xian Xian threw herself into her father's arms and rubbed her face on his pajamas. Wang Tao held her, patted her back gently, and sang a lullaby to her. "Sleep. Sleep. My dear baby. Daddy's hands gently rock you. The cradle rock you to sleep quickly. Sleep. Sleep. The quilt is so warm." Beijing, a 5-star hotel. Lu Feifei was lying on the bed at this time, with a faint blush on her delicate face, and a few strands of hair on her cheeks playfully brushing her face, which made her face look particularly white and added a bit of seductive charm. Lu Feifei was awakened by a sharp mobile phone ring. Her beautiful eyebrows couldn't help but frown slightly, and she subconsciously reached out to touch the phone. At first glance, it was a call from Sister Tang. We told her to have a good rest early." She answered the phone and complained with some dissatisfaction. "Sister Tang, you don't even look at what time it is now. And you're still calling me." Sister Tang understood when she heard the voice. "It seems that you don't know about the hot search." "Hot search? What happened on the hot search?" Lu Feifei was confused by Sister Tang's words. "Feifei, now on the hot search. Nearly half of the hot searches are your hot searches." Sister Tang asked anxiously and puzzled. "Tell me, what are you thinking? Why did you suddenly like a restaurant's Weibo? You are not really greedy for the green bean milk in this store? And how is it related to Sikhun milk?" Fortunately, Lu Feifei is not currently endorsing any milk brand. Otherwise it would be barbecue. Lu Feifei was even more confused by Sister Tang's bombardment. She said with a confused face, "Sister Tang, I understand every word you said, but when you put them together, I really don't understand what you were saying." Sister Tang was speechless. "It's already this time. And you are still joking with me." "Sister Tang, I'm not joking. I don't know what you were talking about at all." Sister Tang, "Okay. Then you take a look at the hot searches first." Hearing this, Lu Feifei quickly opened Weibo and saw that there were indeed many hot searches about herself. Looking at the content again, she was still confused. I don't remember ever giving a thumbs up to this store. I haven't given a thumbs up to the comments of this store. Could it be slip of the hand? When Sister Tang called again to ask what was going on, she thought for a long time and found the reason of slip of the hand. Sister Tang on the other end was silent for a while, not knowing what to say. After all, Lu Feifei had just had a manicure, and she was not used to it, so it was not impossible that her hand slipped. She had no choice but to tell Lu Feifei to control her hands in the future, not to slip her hands again, and not to make random comments on Weibo. Chapter 434. We won't leave until we finish eating. Xian, don't be anxious. Eat slowly. At a table in Jinchi restaurant, Ding Suqin saw Xian taking a big bite of the pan-fried bun before she swallowed it. She couldn't help but remind her worriedly, "You will choke easily if you do this." What a result! Before she finished her words, Xian really choked. This made Ding Suqin doubt for a while whether her mouth had been blessed and possessed by a crow's mouth. "Come on, drink some milk." Huang Tao, who was sitting next to her, quickly picked up the cup of Sikhun pure milk on the table and brought it to Xuan's mouth. He gently pressed his hand on Xuan's back. While feeling distressed, he couldn't help but complain, "It's still early now. You won't be late. Don't be anxious. Understand? Today is January 1st, which is New Year's Day, and it is also the day when Xian will perform the New Year's Day program on stage. In the morning, Xian and her classmates will go on the stage of the kindergarten together to perform the dance I Won't Be Fooled by You. The New Year's Day performance will start on time at 8:30. Teacher Yi has already notified the class group and asked the children to arrive in the classroom at 7:30 at the latest. Uniform makeup. Therefore, Huang Tao came to the store earlier this morning and prepared the fillings for the pan-fried buns and sesame dumplings so that Su Hao and others can do the subsequent production process later. He also prepared breakfast for Xian in advance, just to make Xian not to panic. Only after a full breakfast can you have the energy to perform at school. What happened? Xian was still anxious. She gulped down half a cup of milk before swallowing the pan-fried bun in her mouth. She patted her chest with her chubby little hands to relieve the discomfort. Afterwards, she lowered her head in embarrassment and guilt, muttering, "Dad, I'm afraid of the traffic jam at the school gate. If I'm late, Teacher Yi and the children will definitely be very anxious. I won't have time to put on makeup." Before school was over yesterday evening, Teacher Yi had repeatedly told them in the classroom to try to arrive at school early, so that they could put on makeup early. In addition, the Golden Sun Kindergarten is in the community, and this time period is the morning rush hour. Many private cars in the community have to go in and out, which can easily cause traffic jams. Besides, the third program of the New Year's Day performance was performed by their class. If it was just Xian herself, she wouldn't think too much. But for today's performance, she and her classmates, as well as Teacher Yi, have been rehearsing hard for several days. If her lateness affects the entire class, that would be bad. Hearing this, Huang Tao said with a bit of a smile, Don't worry. Dad has calculated the time, and will never let you be late. Besides, when we get there, the other children may not have arrived yet. You should eat well first. After eating, Dad will pack up and take you away. Oh, by the way, do you want Dad to feed you? Feed? Dad, you underestimate Xian too much? She has been eating by herself since she was 3 years old. Xuan's little head shook like a rattle, firmly rejecting her father's kindness. No. To be honest, Huang Tao didn't really want to feed her. He just said that because he felt a little distressed. Now that the baby refused, he climbed down the ladder, smiled and said softly, Okay, Daddy won't feed you. Then you remember to eat slowly. If you don't finish, then we won't leave. Okay. Xian pouted her little mouth, responded with a little grievance, and continued to pick up the unfinished pan-fried buns. Took a bite, chewed it slowly, and then took another bite after swallowing it. No longer dare to not swallow a bite, and then take a big bite. Huang Tao touched her little head and went to do other things first. It's the beginning of the month again. It's time to pay salaries. Originally, they were supposed to be paid in the afternoon of the 1st. But the store is going to be closed today, so he thought about paying the salaries. As mentioned before, he will give them another bonus of 2,000 yuan. It's a reward for their hard work and diligence during this period. Everyone was beaming with joy when they receive their salaries and bonuses. Especially Ding Suqin. Her daughter has always wanted to take a painting interest class. And with this 2,000 yuan bonus, it's enough for her to take a painting class every weekend. As for the boss's kindness to her, she will use her time to give back, do her best, and do her job better. As for Li Qingzhan and the other 3 rich second generations, they are very happy and feel that it is of great significance. After all, this is what they got through their own labor. That's right. He feels that the work he does is just within the scope of his job, and he doesn't deserve this 2,000 yuan bonus. He held a thick envelope, thought for a while and said, "Boss, I just served dishes and washed vegetables. I didn't make any special contribution at all. This bonus." Lin Qiuyu, who was excited, suddenly felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help scratching his head. Wang Tao laughed. "Why don't you have any special contribution? Without you working so hard to serve dishes and wash vegetables, wouldn't my kitchen and front office be paralyzed? Take it, and continue to work hard in the future." Jiang Chao laughed. "Yes. As long as we work harder and more seriously in the future, we will be worthy of the bonus from the boss." He couldn't help but joked, "Qingzhan, if you think your bonus is too much, then I can work harder and help you share half of it." He. Lin Qiuyu also laughed. He said with a smile, "Yes. I can also help you share some of the burden. Go. Go. Go." Li Qingzhan quickly reached out to cover the envelope, and gave them a look that said, "There are always bitches who want my money. You too. You are dreaming. This money is not enough for me to spend alone." Wang Tao smiled and announced, "After the morning market is over and cleaned up, we will have a holiday directly. Have fun. Come back tomorrow morning." "Oh. Okay. Thank you, boss." The general employee thanked him happily. "Dad, I'm done. Can we leave?" At this time, Xian, who had just finished her meal, ran over. Seeing that everyone was very happy, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you doing?" "Dad is paying them salaries." Wang Tao picked her up and took a tissue to wipe her mouth. "Salary? What is salary?" Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked in a daze, "Dad, does Xian get a salary?" Her innocent and cute look, coupled with the question she asked, was also full of innocent and childish fun, making everyone laugh. "Yes, of course." Li Qingzhan hurriedly took out a few maozadongs from his envelope and stuffed them into Xian. "Come. Uncle Qingzhan will give you one. And Uncle Qiyu's." Lin Qiyu also took out 2 for Xian. Jiang Chao, Su Hao and Lin Zifeng all followed suit. And even Ding Suqin was no exception. Of course, they were not embarrassed or anything else. They just liked Xian from the bottom of their hearts. Xian, who was suddenly stuffed with maozadongs, blinked her big eyes and looked at a loss. Wang Tao also said with a bit of a smile, "What are you doing? Take it back quickly." Li Qingzhan said with a smile, "Boss, this is just a little gift from us to Xian. As a father, you have no right to interfere." "Yeah, that's right." Lin Qiyu nodded in agreement, and smiled gently at Xian. "Xian, this money, it's for your uncle and aunt to buy snacks for you. Just take it well. Okay?" Although Xian is still young, she still has a certain understanding of money. After all, during festivals, she will receive big red envelopes from grandparents and other relatives. But she also knows very well that she can't take other people's money casually, even if it's someone very familiar. She turned her head to look at her father, her eyes full of help, as if to say, "Dad, what should Xian do?" Wang Tao nodded at her. "Since uncle and aunt insist on giving it, then you should thank them. He is not a hypocritical person. Since this is everyone's intention, there is no need to refuse. That would be meaningless." "Right." Seeing her father nod, Xian smiled with curved eyebrows and thanked, "Thank you, Uncle Qingzhan. Thank you, Uncle Qiyu. Thank you, Uncle Hao." She thanked them one by one very seriously. "You're welcome." Everyone waved their hands to express. Wang Tao smiled and said to the employees, "Then I will take Xian away first, and the store will be handed over to you. After the morning market, you can go back." Jiang Chao smiled and said, "Boss, don't worry. We are here." He immediately blinked at Xian. "Come on. Xian, you must perform well today." Xian nodded vigorously, yet while agreeing, he did not forget to urge his father to go quickly. "Can't wait." Chapter 435. A Trick Up His Sleeve. Beijing City. In a room in a high-end apartment. Jiangji did not sleep until noon because of the New Year's Day holiday. Instead, he got up early as usual. After washing up, he opened the window to breathe in and out. With his eyes closed, he emptied himself, threw away all the distracting thoughts in his mind, and let his brain slowly enter an unconscious state. Just as he was completely relaxed, the sun sets in the west, and the red clouds fly. The soldiers return to the camp after shooting. The red flags flying in the wind reflect the colorful clouds, and the happy songs are flying all over the sky. Mi.sa.la.mi.sa.mi.dao.rui. His cell phone rang suddenly, interrupting his moment of peace and pulling his thoughts back. Who called so early in the morning? While he was talking to himself in confusion, he hurriedly closed the window, came to the bedside table, picked up his cell phone and took a look. It was a call from Lao Wei, a good colleague from another department of the company. He swiped the screen of his mobile phone and answered the call. As soon as the call was connected, before he could even speak, a familiar voice with surprise and joy came from the other end. Hey, Lao Jiang. You're so good. It turns out you still have this trick up your sleeve. It's not easy to invite a first-line star like Lu Feifei to cooperate with our marketing. These words fell into Jiangji's ears, making him look confused. That's right. He has never liked to check Weibo. And he hasn't checked Weibo since last night. Naturally, he didn't know what was going on Weibo last night. So when he heard his old colleague's words, he instantly turned into a black question mark face. However, he still captured some key information at once. Lu Feifei cooperated with marketing? He knew these words separately, but when they were put together, he really couldn't understand them. He knew Lu Feifei, a top female star in China. She was something he could only dream of, who made Sikhun Company always tepid and not financially strong. How could they afford to hire a top star as a spokesperson? Wait, he didn't hire one at all. What does this mean by cooperating with marketing? He worked quickly, but still couldn't figure it out, and couldn't help but ask in confusion, what's going on? Hearing such a question, Lao Wei also realized that something was wrong. Could it be that Lao Jiang didn't know about it? Shouldn't it? But from his tone, it seems that he really didn't know about it. Lao Wei asked curiously, Lao Jiang, you really don't know? I know what I know, Jiangji retorted, and then said anxiously, hurry up and tell me. Well, it seems that he really doesn't know. Lao Wei smiled and popularized Jiangji's knowledge blind spot. It was last night. Lu Feifei suddenly liked the official Weibo account of Zinhachi Restaurant, and also liked his comment praising our Sikhun. Then many of her fans saw it, and thought that if they couldn't drink the green bean milk produced by Zinhachi Restaurant, they would drink milk from Sikhun like their idol. So many fans shouted that they would wait in Sichuan's live broadcast room at 8 p.m. on January 3rd to grab a 10 yuan coupon. It turned out that Lu Feifei liked Zinhachi Restaurant. After sorting out the logic, Jiangji was very happy. He said his intuition was right. Zinhachi Restaurant itself has a high level of customer fan activity, with more than 60,000 fans, and a particularly strong conversion rate. Now, with Lu Feifei's likes. In other words, this wave of Sichuan's activities will definitely not be bad. It will definitely be a beautiful turnaround. At this moment, Jiangji seemed to see the dawn of hope and waved to him. He was also glad that he made a wise move and tried his best to persuade his boss to cooperate with Zhenghao Food Restaurant with Wenjiarui. Otherwise, such a good opportunity would be missed. If the sales this time are good, he can consider cooperating with Zinhachi Restaurant in the future and hold on to Zinhachi Restaurant. Let's go! Huang Tao was ready, and he took Xuan's hand and walked out of the store. Xian followed, shouting in a baby voice, Chufa. The neighbors who were waiting in line outside the store to buy breakfast saw him and asked with a smile, Hey, Mr. Huang. Xian, you're out so early. Where are you going? Huang Tao smiled and said, Today is New Year's Day. There is an event in the kindergarten. I want to participate in the event with Xian. We have to go early. Xian nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and added happily and proudly, I'm going to perform on the stage today. And my dad is going to make traditional food. Hee. Wow. Mr. Huang is going to make traditional food. It must be delicious. The neighbors' eyes lit up, and their curiosity was aroused at once, and they all began to crave the traditional food that Huang Tao was about to make. even if they didn't know what this traditional food was. It didn't stop them from being greedy. In their hearts, anything made by Huang Tao must be delicious. That's how trustworthy they are. Lao Qin gently waved his folding fan and asked with a smile, "Boss Huang, will this traditional delicacy be served in the store in the future?" "Oh my god. You've been thinking about this so soon?" "Okay. In fact, they are the same." They all quietly pricked up their ears and waited for Huang Tao's answer. "Yes. It should be served tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." Huang Tao responded politely, and then said, "We are closed at noon and in the evening. Please tell each other. Don't miss it." Originally, when they heard that the traditional food would be served in the store, everyone was as happy as a 200-pound fat man. And now after hearing the second half of his sentence, they all silently shed two wide noodles in their hearts. Suddenly there was a feeling of extreme joy and sorrow. Everyone couldn't help but wail. "No! I rely on the food in the store to survive every day. If I close the store for lunch and dinner, where can I go to eat? I was thinking of closing the store early in the afternoon to buy fish-flavored eel shreds and green bean paste milk. But you told me that you are closed at night. Mr. Huang?" This scene made Huang Tao smile bitterly, and he didn't know how to comfort him for a while. And Xian was not sad because her father's food stole her limelight. Instead, she was happy for her father. She said with a smile, "My grandfathers and uncles. My father will open the store tomorrow, so you should come early." This made the neighbors laugh. Old Qin said belatedly, "Xian is going to perform on stage? Then come on. You must win first place." "Thank you, Grandpa Qin." Xian nodded obediently, waved to them, and got in the car. Huang Tao drove the car and took Xian to the Golden Sun Kindergarten. Along the way, the little girl was a little nervous, and looked like she had a heavy responsibility on her shoulders. After all, she was the center of the performance, because they avoided the crowded road section. Although they took a detour, they arrived near the Golden Sun Kindergarten smoothly. They came early, and there were still some parking spaces. Huang Tao parked the car. He took Xian to the entrance of the kindergarten. At this time, many parents and children came to the entrance of the kindergarten one after another. When they saw the father and daughter, they all smiled and greeted them. Xuan's father. Xuan's good morning. Good morning. Chi-Chi's mother. Chi-Chi. Huang Tao and Xian also smiled and greeted these parents and children. In the crowd, there was a middle-aged man who looked at Huang Tao with a bit of scrutiny in his eyes. Chapter 436. Winning the third consecutive championship. The middle-aged man who was looking at Huang Tao was the father of Lin Jiadong, a student in class 6. His name was Lin Weiliang. He was just 38 years old this year. He was a native of Wenling City and a chef. He had worked as the head chef in a Michelin-certified 3-star Chinese restaurant and was also a Zhejiang cuisine chef. He is currently the head chef of a hotel called Lan Mansion in Lin City. There are generally two modes for the kitchens of large hotels. One mode is that the hotel spends money to recruit. Then, according to the monthly turnover of the hotel, the head chef is given a certain bonus. Another mode is the contracting system. The kitchen is directly contracted by the other party. The kitchen of Lan Mansion belongs to the second mode. Ordinary chefs are naturally not qualified to contract the kitchen. And of course they can't play it. If you want to contract the kitchen, you must be good at cooking. Secondly, you need to have your own team. From the cooks to the side dishes, to the cold dishes room, you need a complete kitchen staff, which can support the normal operation of a hotel. Lin Weiliang has been working in the chef industry for nearly 20 years, with a wide network of contacts, deep accumulation, and superb cooking skills. Originally, because of work, he basically stayed in the neighboring city, and he and his wife Su Yani were also separated. Last night, he rushed back to Wenling City overnight because he had promised his second son that he would come to the kindergarten to watch his New Year's Day performance on New Year's Day. And by the way, as the parent of the senior, 6th class, he would participate in the traditional food activities held in the kindergarten. He also participated in the 2 traditional food activities held in the kindergarten in previous years. The traditional food he made was not only loved by all the children and parents in the school, but also won the highest honor for his son's class. He won the first place. He won the first place for 2 consecutive sessions. He became his son's pride. He became the object of admiration and love of the children in the class. After returning home last night, He and his wife Su Yani lay on the bed and chatted at night. As they chatted, they talked about the traditional food event held by his son's kindergarten on New Year's Day. He smiled and said confidently, "This year, we will definitely continue to create brilliance and win 3 consecutive championships." Who would have thought? His wife disagreed and sighed and said, "It's not certain this year." "Hey, what do you mean by this? Why is it not certain?" Looking at the entire kindergarten. "Is there any parent who can cook better than me?" When he heard this, his temper came up, and he argued with his wife unconvinced. Finally, he learned from his wife that the parent of a child named Xian in the kindergarten small 4 class was also a chef, and his cooking skills were excellent. He opened a restaurant in the old street in the west of the city. The food he cooked tasted very good, and he was also very good at Zhejiang cuisine. The business of the restaurant was very good. At first, his son heard from his classmates that the fried buns in the restaurant were delicious, so he insisted on going there to eat. The wife couldn't persuade her son, so she took him there after school. After tasting it, it tasted really good. It was delicious. Since then, his son has been clamoring to go there every now and then. And the greedy wife thought that the environment of the restaurant was good. The ingredients were fresh, and the food was delicious. So she let her son go and often took him there to eat. Every time. It is delicious, and never fails. After hearing this, he was a little unconvinced, and asked his wife unwillingly, "Yani, do you think my cooking skills are better, or that of Mr. Huang in the really delicious restaurant?" But his wife laughed and said, "Both are good. Ask her whose cooking skills are better." She just refused to give a clear answer, and still perfunctorily said both are good. But after more than 10 years of marriage, he still claimed to know his wife very well. The attitude of his wife is enough to explain. In her heart, his cooking skills are still slightly inferior to that of Mr. Huang. Otherwise, she would definitely say his cooking skills are good without hesitation. Instead of hesitating for a while, refusing to make a choice, and even falling asleep on the grounds that it was late and she should rest early to avoid his question. Therefore, this question made him uneasy, and he didn't sleep well all night. He wanted to see why Mr. Huang made his wife think that his cooking skills were better than his. This is it. After getting up and washing up in the morning, he asked his wife not to make breakfast and prepared to take her and his son to the Zenhachi restaurant to eat shengjianbo. He planned to try the breakfast at the Zenhachi restaurant first, and then find fault with the other party. His wife advised him not to go there at this time. He couldn't eat there even if he went. He didn't listen to the advice and insisted on going to eat. At that time, he was still quite arrogant. Whenever Huang Tao didn't cook well enough, he would find fault with Huang Tao. However, as soon as he arrived near the door of the store, he was dumbfounded. This queue is so long. At that moment, he also understood why his wife said that it would be impossible to eat at this time. It was really hard to get in line. After waiting for a while, let alone shengjianbo, I couldn't even see the dough. It was too hard to get in line. They were snapped up in seconds as soon as the door opened. There were so many people queuing. Would you die if you made more shengjianbo? Even your colleagues would come to pick a fight and suffocate you to death. This made him very helpless. In addition, his son had to go to kindergarten early this morning, so he had to give up the idea of queuing to buy other breakfasts in the store and thought about coming to eat in the evening, just in time to try the Zhejiang cuisine in the store. What a pity. His final wishful thinking still fell through. He learned from the customers in line that Zenhachi restaurant was closed at noon and in the evening. This made him wonder if he had a conflict with Zenhachi restaurant. Otherwise he would have suffered all the good things. Forget it. If he couldn't eat the breakfast made by Mr. Huang's restaurant, he could go to the kindergarten to eat the traditional food made by him, which would be okay, right? So, he just bought some milk, bread and cake for his wife and son as breakfast at Jiang Guo's convenience store, and then hurriedly drove to Jin Taiyang kindergarten. As soon as we arrived at the kindergarten gate, we hadn't parked the car yet. The son, who was lying in front of the car window, pointed outside with joy through the car window glass and shouted, "Mom! Look! Look! It's Xian and her dad." Su Yani looked and said with a smile, "It's true. I didn't expect that Mr. Huang had arrived at the kindergarten before us." Hearing this, Lin Weiyang leaned out of the car window and saw a handsome and tall young man, holding a delicate little girl, walking into the kindergarten while greeting some parents. It has to be said that there is a big gap between the image of Huang Tao in front of him and the image he imagined. Is it him? He doesn't look like a great chef. How old is he? Less than 30 years old? Chapter 437. It's not a good place to stay for long. Just after entering the kindergarten, Xian looked at the tall signature wall and shouted excitedly, "Daddy! I want to sign my name at the highest position." "Okay. Daddy will arrange it for you right away." Infected by the little guy's emotions, Huang Tao laughed, squatted down and said, "Come. Daddy will hold you." "Well, shouldn't it be held?" Xian didn't understand. But she still went around Huang Tao's back and pounced on him. Her hands were very skillful around her father's neck. "Relax." Huang Tao smiled and said, "Don't hold Daddy's neck first." As he said that, he reached back with both hands, grasped Xuan's slender waist, and lifted her up high. Although it was not the first time that she was lifted up by her father. When she felt the feeling of flying in the clouds again, she still screamed a little unrestrainedly, and then immediately understood what her father was going to do. Without waiting for Huang Tao to speak, she immediately stretched her legs forward, just clamped Huang Tao's neck, and rode steadily on his broad and strong shoulders. Huang Tao put down his hands and held Xuan's legs to let her sit more steadily. "Daddy, this way Xian can sign her name at the highest place." Xian giggled happily. This silver bell-like laughter immediately attracted the attention of other children at the autograph place. They immediately cast their eyes on Xian, who was sitting high up, and the envy in their eyes was about to overflow. They also wanted to ride their father's horse. Many parents smiled knowingly when they saw this. Some even took photos with their mobile phones. And Xian completed her signing ceremony under the envious gaze of everyone. Well, to be precise, it should be a name stamping ceremony. The little one can't write his name yet. In order to solve this problem, Teacher Yi and her classmates also carved name stamps for every child in the class to solve their signature problems. After the signing ceremony was completed, Huang Tao carried Xian to the wishing tree. Xian understood and hung the wish card she had written with her father in advance on the top of the wishing tree. Just at this time, Lin Weiliang and his family of 3 walked in hand. In a glimpse, Lin Jiadong saw the tall and strong Huang Tao and Xian smiling sweetly on his neck. Jealous Lin Jiadong pulled his father Lin Weiliang's hand and said, "Dad, I want to ride on Dad's neck like Xian." Lin Weiliang looked at the instigator Huang Tao and his daughter, and then looked at his son's physique. He almost cursed in his heart. He shook his head and said he didn't want to. "Don't make trouble. Go sign quickly." No. I want Dad to ride the horse." Lin Jiadong, who was already in a bad mood because he couldn't eat breakfast at Jinhao restaurant in the morning, felt even more upset after hearing his father's refusal, and kept pestering and clamoring for it. The voice was so loud. Even Huang Tao and his daughter, who were immersed in the joy of hanging wish cards, couldn't help but look over. Just a glance, Huang Tao immediately understood why the boy's father was unwilling. Look at the little boy. He is only about 6 or 7 years old. But he is chubby. He is the kind of person who can replace 2 children. And his father is not only short, but also very fat. In addition, his belly is like a 7 or 8 month pregnant. So it is very difficult for him to squat down. If the little fat boy really climbs up, I am afraid his father can't lift it. Okay. After all, this matter was caused by him. After Xian hung up the wish card, Huang Tao quickly left the scene of the crime, leaving Lin Weiliang to face a son who cried loudly when he was not satisfied. Xian looked back with curiosity, her eyes full of confusion. "Dad? That brother's dad? Why don't you want your brother to hold your neck?" Huang Tao. Without looking back, Huang Tao can feel the resentful eyes behind him. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. It is better to slip away. A moment. The father and daughter came to the staircase of the teaching building. "Daddy?" Xian hugged her father's head with both hands and said sweetly, "Put me down. I can walk by myself." Xian didn't want her father to carry her upstairs, lest he get tired. "Okay." Huang Tao nodded lovingly, stretched out his hand to hold her waist, lifted her up, and put her down. Then he reached out and took her hand, climbed up the stairs, headed to the floor where the small 4 class was located. Along the way, from time to time, bursts of laughter and chatter from other classes came to my ears. Through the glass windows of those classrooms, you can still see that the classrooms are decorated with lights and colorful lights, and there is a festive atmosphere. Many classes invited makeup teachers to change the clothes of the children, who were sitting on the chairs obediently, and let the makeup artists apply makeup on their faces. It was very lively. Xuan, Xuan's father, in a corner of the classroom. Xuan saw her friends who came early. Cici, Chichi and others were all there, as well as Teacher Yi and Teacher Su, and some female parents who came early, who were busy putting makeup on the children. Although there was still some time before their class's performance, they had to put makeup on every child in the class. In terms of time, it was still very tight. The two teachers and several parents were all busy. Look carefully. You can see that the two teachers and parents were dressed very exquisitely today. Teacher Yi smiled gently, with a faint blush on her pretty face. She smiled and greeted Huang Tao, Xuan's father. You are here. I am here. Huang Tao nodded, seeing that everyone was busy. He also wanted to help. He smiled and said, Teacher Yi, how about I braid the children's hair? Teacher Yi thanked with a happy face. Okay. Then thank you. Today, she asked many female parents who knew how to put on makeup to come early to help put on makeup for the children. But there were too many children, so she was still busy. What bothered her again was the hairstyle. Many parents don't know how to do it. Now Huang Tao offered to help, which was naturally the best. Besides, Huang Tao's braiding skills were completely better than the two teachers and parents. She couldn't help but wonder, how could there be such a perfect man in the world? Not only handsome, but also good at cooking, braiding various hairstyles, and strong ability to make money. He is simply the boyfriend of my dreams. When she thought of this, her pretty face flushed. Cici. Xuan took Cici's hand and ran to Huang Tao. Let my daddy braid your hair. Cici has been envious of Huang Tao's hair braiding skills for a long time. Every time she saw Xuan change her hairstyle, she would be envious and even dreamed of having Xuan's father braid her hair one day. I didn't expect it to come true today, she said happily and politely. Thank you, Uncle. Cici. Be good. Huang Tao smiled and touched her little head. Sit down first. Uncle will braid your hair for you. Uncle. Uncle. As soon as he finished speaking, several little girls ran towards him and shouted at the same time, we want to braid our hair too. That's right. Like Cici, they have been craving it for a long time. Now they have the chance to fulfill their wish. Naturally, they can't wait for Uncle Huang to braid a beautiful hairstyle for them. Besides, Huang Tao is very popular in this class. Now these little girls are about to fight for Uncle Huang. If Dad can change, they all wish that their fathers could be replaced by Uncle Huang Tao, who could cook delicious food and braid their hair. Don't be impatient, Huang Tao said quickly. Come one by one. Line up first. Xuan also stood up and acted as an orderly to maintain order. Cici is the first. Chichi, you are the second. Under the maintenance of Xuan, the little orderly, the children cooperated very well. One by one, they lined up obediently to let Huang Tao braid their hair. After the hair was braided, they looked at each other and felt very beautiful, and they all giggled with satisfaction. Chapter 438 saw something extraordinary. Yuan stole a glance. She saw the object she wanted to see. As a result, Huang Tao just turned his head. Their eyes met. Huang Tao smiled at her generously and nodded. The latter's glass-like eyes blinked gently, and a faint blush appeared on her delicate little face. She looked at the face not far away affectionately. That feeling. It seemed that the whole world stopped turning, leaving only the air to circulate quietly. When Jiangling, the father of Cici, who had nothing to do, saw this scene inadvertently, he couldn't help but open his mouth slightly, showing a look of surprise. What's going on? He suspected that he saw something extraordinary. He looked at Huang Tao on the left and Yuan, whose pretty face was slightly red, on the right, and seemed to understand something. Su Weiwei, who was standing aside, saw it and smiled as if she had seen through it but didn't say it. She was worried that Teacher Yi would lose her composure in front of other parents. So she quickly touched Yuan with her elbow. This touch made Yuan, who was a little distracted, come back to her senses. She couldn't help but touch her hot face and asked, Teacher Su, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Su Weiwei whispered in her ear. I'm afraid that if you keep looking, your eyes will grow on Mr. Huang. Yuan retorted coquettishly. No way. Su Weiwei threatened her. I recorded what you did just now. How about I play it back for you? After that, she raised her mobile phone, as if to say, the evidence is solid. Don't try to quibble. Yiwen. Wait. She suddenly realized that it would be great if it was really recorded. After all, such a video of the same type is rare. You can also take screenshots and use them as photos. So, she said, Teacher Sue, then send me the video you took later. Su Weiwei. She just wanted to tease the other party. But she didn't expect that he took it seriously. She had to confess, I didn't take it. I was just teasing you. Yiwen's beautiful eyes dimmed instantly. Teacher Yi. How about this? Su Weiwei's eyes rolled around. And a plan came to her mind. You take Mr. Huang to the traditional food area of our class first. Get familiar with the environment. And help him by the way. As for me, I will take the children down after they change their clothes. That's right. Su Weiwei wanted to create a space for Yiwen to be alone with Huang Tao. Looking at Su Weiwei's eyes that said I can only help here. The rest depends on your own luck. Yiwen suddenly understood and felt that Su Weiwei's idea was good. But he was a little worried and said, Can you do it alone? No problem. Su Weiwei waved his hand and smiled. There are several parents from the parents' committee to help me. Yiwen thought about it and said, Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Teacher Su. You're welcome. Go quickly. Su Weiwei waved his hand and signaled Yiwen to find Huang Tao. Not far away. Cece's father Jiang Ling stood next to Huang Tao stealthily, looking at Yiwen who was whispering not far away, and murmured softly, Teacher Yiwen is really good. Boss Huang. Don't you want to have a teacher-family romance? What is a teacher-family relationship? Huang Tao, who understood Jiang Ling's meaning belatedly, answered with just a few words, Go. Go. Go wherever it's cool. So, Jiang Ling went wherever it's cool. Just at this moment, Yiwen came over, walked in front of Huang Tao, looked up at him, and thanked him with a sparkle in her eyes. Xian's father. Thank you for your hard work. Let Teacher Su and other parents take care of this. I'll take you to see the production site of our class's traditional food. Okay. Huang Tao smiled and nodded. And then said, Teacher Yi. Wait for me. I'll talk to Xian. Immediately, he walked to Xian, who was still putting on makeup. The little girl sat obediently on the chair, slightly closed her eyes, and let her mother Cece put on makeup on her little face. As if she sensed his arrival, Xian opened her eyes immediately, and seeing that it was her father, she shouted with joy, Daddy? Hey! Huang Tao smiled, squatted down beside her, and said softly, Xian, Dad will go downstairs to check out the food area of our class first, and then go to the stage over there to watch your performance. You must perform well, and don't be nervous. I'm not nervous. I really want to perform on stage. Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes, and said, as a matter of course, Okay. Then come on. Come on. Dad believes Xian will perform very well. Huang Tao kissed her little hand lovingly, and said to the other children, Come on everyone. The other children also responded in a baby voice, Come on. He even made a fist to signal. Let's go. Huang Tao smiled, returned to Yiwen and said. Yiwen nodded and followed him out of the classroom. Go down the stairs, facing the wind, passing through the bustling crowd, and heading towards the makeshift food street on the playground. Xian, Daddy. It's just in front. Yiwen, who was walking in front, stopped and turned around while pointing in the direction ahead. Huang Tao looked up at her eyes and nodded. Yeah. Yiwen's pretty face flushed again, and her voice became lighter. The food shop in our class is the third one on the left. I'll take you there. Wait. Huang Tao suddenly interrupted her, and reached out to her. This sudden move made Yiwen, who had no mental preparation at all, stunned, watching Huang Tao's hand reaching out to her own face. Her breathing almost stopped, and her heart was beating like a deer. Speaking of which, what was Huang Tao going to do? Should she refuse? Would she be unhappy if she refused? Thoughts flashed through her mind one after another. She knew that there were many people in the school at the moment, and she should dodge. But at this moment, her body seemed to be petrified, and it was completely stiff and unable to move. Then she saw Huang Tao reaching out and picking off a leaf stuck on her hair, and said with a smile, The leaf fell on your head. It's okay now. Yiwen suddenly realized. She also realized that she had misunderstood. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and even her fair ears were slightly red. So embarrassing. It's just in front. I'll take you there. She said something hurriedly, and turned around and walked forward. Okay. Huang Tao watched Yuan run away like a frightened rabbit. And he couldn't help laughing. Came to the traditional food area. The food stalls of each class were set up on the left and right sides of the playground. They were not big. About the same size as those temporary mobile stalls. In front of each stall, there was a red lantern with a class name written on it. It looked very festive and allowed people to find their own class at a glance. There were many tables and chairs in the middle of the playground as a temporary dining area for children and parents to use. At this time, there were parents busy in the stalls of each class, and many of these parents were old customers of Jinchi restaurant. When they saw Huang Tao, they all smiled and greeted him. Boss Huang, you are here. Of course. Lin Weiliang just looked up at Huang Tao and continued to do his own thing. After all, he was not familiar with Huang Tao. Everyone is busy. Huang Tao smiled and greeted them. Then came to the stall where the small 4 class was. Huang Tao looked around and found that the stall had all the pots, tableware, seasonings and ingredients. It seemed that the 2 teachers had put a lot of thought into it. Xian's father. Can you see if there is anything missing? If there is, I will go get it now. Teacher Yuan smiled gently. There is nothing else to buy. After saying that, he washed his hands and wanted to mix the dough before Xian's performance, so that he could watch his daughter's performance when the dough was rising. Seeing this, Yuan also hurried forward to help. Chapter 439 Crisis Caused by Tension. Thank you, children from Class 6, for bringing us such a wonderful show. On the stage, after the children dressed up in fancy clothes finished their performance, they gathered together, looked at the children and parents below the stage with a smile, and bowed deeply at the same time. The whole audience responded with warm applause. After the curtain call, the children from Class 6 left the stage in an orderly manner at the signal of the teacher. The 2 children from Class 3 and Class 6, who acted as the little hosts and wore beautiful dresses, took the microphone and continued. The second show is the chorus reading Tang poems from the children from Class 5. At this moment, in the waiting area on one side of the stage, Xian, who had already put on her little bunny dance costume, was waiting with the children from Class 4 for the time to go on stage. After the children from Class 5 finished singing, it was the turn of the children from Class 4. Children, don't be nervous. Teacher Su was afraid that the children would be stage fright, so she encouraged them. Remember, you are all the best. Keep going. Teacher is rooting for you. Teacher Su. Don't worry. We are not afraid. Many children bumped into each other and laughed happily. That being said, but when it was almost their turn to go on stage, some children still got stage fright. For example, Cici. She looked at the dense crowd of parents and audiences below the stage, nervously pulled Xuan's hand, lowered her head, and whispered in Xuan's ear, Xian, I'm a little nervous. This was Cici's first time to perform on stage, even though she had rehearsed many times in class. But at the critical moment, she still felt timid. She had no stage experience. Xian was also a little nervous. She was worried that she would not dance well on stage and would disappoint her father. But after hearing Cici's words, she comforted her like a little adult. Don't be afraid. We just need to dance like we usually do in rehearsal. And don't look at the audience in the audience, so you won't be nervous. After a pause, she immediately added, This is what my dad told me. When she said this, she was still a little proud in her heart. Dad is the best. What Dad said is always right. Cici blinked, nodded with a look of understanding. And she was not so nervous at the same time. In short, in her heart, she believed that what Xuan's father said was more effective than what her father said. Teacher Su. Perhaps the nervousness will spread. Standing behind them, Hao, who was wearing a big bad wolf costume, was also affected. The smiling face just now disappeared. He raised his hand and shouted, I want to pee. Teacher Su said in surprise, Hao. Didn't the teacher let you all go to the toilet before going downstairs? Why do you want to pee again now? You didn't drink water? Where did you get so much urine? Hao pouted and said aggrievedly, Teacher, but I just want to pee. Now? Su Weiwei was a little anxious. Before she finished speaking, several more children raised their hands and shouted, Teacher Su, I want to pee too. At this moment, Su Weiwei realized that these children wanted to go to the toilet because they were nervous. They were not really in a hurry to pee. Besides, if these children were allowed to go to the toilet now, It is estimated that this nervous mood would spread, causing more children to follow suit and want to go to the toilet. In this way, wouldn't the whole class be in chaos? If this is the case, it would be very disadvantageous for the next performance. Everyone has worked hard to rehearse for so long, and Teacher Sue doesn't want to make a mistake at this critical moment. She said soothingly, "Don't be nervous. If you go to the toilet now, it's too late. Everyone hold on for a while. After the performance, the teacher will take you to the toilet. Okay?" The little guys who wanted to pee looked at each other and looked very urgent. Don't be nervous. Teacher Sue was even more anxious. For a moment, she regretted letting Ewan leave. If Ewan was here, she would definitely be able to calm these children. After all, Ewan has more experience than her. Seeing Teacher Sue's anxious face, the children who were already nervous became even more nervous. Just then, Cece said loudly to them, Xian said that her father said that we only need to dance like we usually do in rehearsal. And don't look at the audience in the audience, so that we won't be nervous. She repeated the words Xian had said to her in full. All the children looked at Xian, as if they were waiting for her answer. Yes, that's what my dad said. Xian nodded seriously, indicating that what Cece said was indeed what she said. She continued, we should listen to Teacher Sue first and hold on for a while. We can go on stage after the performance is over. Also, our parents are waiting to see our show in the audience. We must do our best and not let them down. In the small circle of the small 4 class, Xuan's words still carry a lot of weight. Therefore, her encouragement at this moment was more effective than Teacher Sue's. After all, Xian usually gets along well with the children and brings delicious food to everyone. Most importantly, she has a father who cooks delicious food. Papa. Under the leadership of Teacher Sue, crisp applause continued to rise and fall. Of course, this applause is for Xian, who solved her dilemma. Well, it is also for Xian who performed well. Teacher Sue looked at the two with a look of fondness. Especially Xian, who was so sensible. The nervous mood of the other children was also relaxed by the applause. Su Weiwei stretched out his index finger and placed it vertically at his mouth, signaling the children to keep quiet. Xian followed suit and made the same silencing gesture. Then, the other children followed suit and made the same sh sound. Just like that, a small crisis caused by tension passed quietly. After the chorus program reading Tang poems by the middle 5 class was over and they bowed. It was the turn of the children in the small 4 class to perform. It's about to start. It's about to start. In the audience, the parents of the small 4 class instantly became excited and said to each other happily, it's our small 4 class's turn to perform. They couldn't wait to see their children show off their dancing skills. I believe it must be very good. Please enjoy. The children in the small 4 class will perform the dance I Won't Be Fooled by You for everyone. As soon as the voice fell, Teacher Sue quickly led the children to the stage and asked them to line up. Pa. The parents of the small 4 class saw this and clapped excitedly. Huang Tao and Teacher Sue, who came on time, saw Xian and the others on the stage and clapped happily. Huang Tao even shouted with a smile, Xian, come on. The voices on and off the stage were still very noisy, but this cheering sound still fell into Xuan's ears. It's Daddy. Dad was cheering Xian on the stage. Xian looked down and saw her father waving at her. The little girl's eyes showed surprise, and she smiled sweetly at her father. The big screen on the stage background slowly lit up, and cheerful music sounded. I won't do it. 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 I will go shopping with my mother on Sunday morning. And my mother said I was really obedient. I am getting better and better. Teachers Yiwen and Su Weiwei stood down and began to lead the children in the dance. During the process of leading the dance, the two teachers were very serious. But they were not serious and kept smiling. And the two teachers also used some cute movements to constantly direct the children. Xian danced happily with other children on the stage. And they all followed the rhythm. They didn't forget the dance moves because of a little bit of nervousness. Chapter 440, I will take good care of myself. I won't fall for it. I won't fall for it. I won't fall for it. There's nothing to say between us. I won't fall for it. I won't fall for it. I think you are the legendary big bad wolf. The song I Won't Fall For It was sung to the end. And the dance of class 4 also came to an end. Hao Hao, wearing a big bad wolf costume, swaggered and walked to the side of the stage. In an instant, the cute little rabbits, who had just finished the last dance move and were still full of cheerful smiles, turned into terrified faces in an instant. And then they held hands and slowly gathered together. Everyone united as one and stomped their feet at the big bad wolf. "Awoo!" Hao Hao shouted with his teeth and claws bared, and went to the cute little rabbit Xian, who was at the front. The performance was very vivid, but he forgot the lyrics. "I don't remember what I should say next." Fortunately, Xian remembered, and she gently reminded him, "Hao Hao, sing Little Bunny, open the door. Little Bunny, open the door. I want to come in. Open it quickly." Hao Hao heard it and sang loudly, not realizing that he had been exposed. Fortunately, the parents watching in the audience were a little confused and did not notice this detail, so they were fooled by this small mistake. Yiwen and Su Weiwei in the audience did notice it, and they were a little worried, seeing Xuan's witty help to solve the problem. Their hanging hearts were completely relieved, and they couldn't help laughing. Xian performed very well. She blinked her beautiful eyes, stamped her feet, and waved her hands to the wolf playfully, singing, "No, no, I won't open. I won't open until my mother comes back." Beep. When the cute little bunnies bowed to thank all the parents and audiences in the audience. Pa pa pa. The whole audience burst into warm applause. Jiang Ling applauded and said to Huang Tao beside him, "The children performed very well today. Especially your Xian. She danced so well. Of course, my daughter danced well too." Huang Tao nodded in agreement and stared at Xian standing on the stage and bowing. His heart was full of joy and pride. The parents of the children in the small 4 class sitting around clapped their hands until they were red and cheered loudly. Everyone had only seen a few fragmented videos of children rehearsing in the kindergarten in the class group before. This morning was the first time I watched a complete dance. I didn't expect a group of little ones to present such a wonderful dance to everyone. Although the children's dance was not perfect, and there were some minor problems at the end, these were not a big deal at all, but instead highlighted their cuteness and innocence. Moreover, the stage background and props and costumes also showed a very high level. It was obvious that a lot of thought was put into it. In the eyes of these parents, these children can participate in the provincial children's dance competition with this dance, and they can still win first place. That's right. In the eyes of parents, their own children are the best. Of course, it is also undeniable that the dance of the 28 children was better than the performances of the children in other classes. Thus, they conquered the parents and the children from the small 6 class and the middle 5 class who were sitting in the audience after the performance, and they gave their applause generously. Facing the warm applause, the children from the small 4 class looked at each other, all showing happy and joyful smiles. Xian was the same. At this moment, she was enjoying the glory brought by her efforts. Then, in the warm applause, Xian and the children lined up under the instructions of teachers Yiwen and Su Weiwei, and followed the 2 teachers out of the stage in an orderly manner. Although the performance of Xuan's class has ended, but the performance later is still very long, so it is impossible for the children who have finished the performance to stay in the backstage rest area. Besides, there are reserved seats for children in the parent audience seats of each class. After the children take off their props and costumes, they will be led by the teacher to the audience seats and return to their parents. But Huang Tao, who has the task of making traditional food, will not have time to accompany Xian to watch the next performance. So, Huang Tao, who was concerned about his precious daughter, went backstage before going to the traditional food area. Many parents of the same class saw this and followed suit. As soon as he arrived backstage, Huang Tao saw Xian, who had just taken off her props and costumes. Although it was a bit cold today, the little girl was a bit hot from jumping and hopping in the costume. Her forehead was sweaty, and her bangs were wet with sweat. Her makeup was also a little smudged by the sweat. However, her face was red, and she looked very festive. "Daddy?" The moment she saw her father, Xian cheered, not to mention how happy she was. She didn't even bother to put on her down jacket, and ran over to jump. Huang Tao quickly reached out and hugged Xian, who jumped up. Yiwen came over with a smile on her face and said gently, "Xuan's father, please wipe Xuan's face with a wet towel." "Okay. Thank you." While thanking her, Wang Tao took a wet towel from her hand and wiped off the makeup on Xuan's face, while patiently listening to Xian chattering about the interesting things on the stage just now. This scene, in fact, it can be seen everywhere backstage. The children who performed on stage for the first time were very excited and couldn't help hugging their parents' necks and whispering about their feelings. Xian was excited for a while before she reacted. She looked up and asked expectantly, "Dad, do you think I danced well? Am I good?" Her face was full of praise me quickly expression. Wang Tao rubbed her nose lovingly and nodded, saying, "Of course you danced the best." "The best?" Yuan gave her a thumbs up and praised. Xian performed the best today. Xian looked very proud. Wang Tao looked at the time and said to Xian apologetically, "Xian, Daddy has to go to cook some food soon, and can't accompany you to watch the performances of other classes." Before he finished speaking, the thoughtful Xian said sweetly, "It's okay, Daddy. Go and get busy. I will take good care of myself." "So good." Wang Tao kissed his daughter on the cheek. Xian smiled happily. Chapter 441 3 Hard and 3 Soft. Wang Tao smiled and took the down jacket and put it on Xian. "Come. Dad will put on your clothes first and accompany you to the audience. And then we will go." Yeah. Xian nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and put on her jacket obediently. Then she held her father's big hand, lined up with the other children, followed the two teachers from the backstage to the right passage, and came to the audience. The performance on the stage was still going on, but Xian had no intention of watching it. She tilted her head up and said to her father with a smile, "Dad, I'm here. You go get busy." "Okay." Wang Tao reached out and rubbed her head, and gently said, "Then you watch the show with the other kids. When it's over, Dad will be almost done, and you can come over to eat." "Dad Xian. Dad Xian." As soon as he finished speaking, before Xian could answer, the children around him all shouted at him, "We want to eat too. We want to eat too." When they heard about food, they were all greedy. "Okay. Got it." Wang Tao smiled and nodded. "Then come over together after you finish watching the show." The children nodded like pounding garlic. "Yeah. Thank you, Dad Xian. You're welcome." After Wang Tao and Xian said a few words, he left with Yiwen and several female parents in the expectant eyes of the children. Back to the food area of Class 4. Parents from other classes were already busy. There were also several classes where no one was at the food stalls. It was probably their children's turn to perform. Go to see the show. Wang Tao also washed his hands and prepared to start making wontons and soup dumplings. Making soup dumplings? In fact, it is similar to making pan-fried dumplings, and the skin jelly is indispensable. Of course, you could also add water directly to the filling of the buns without adding skin jelly, such as the pepper water that is essential for meat filling, which is the best choice for meat filling. The meat filling made with water is not only delicious, but also tender and tastes better. But this operation is too technical and difficult for Wang Tao. The difficulty coefficient is too high. That's right. He doesn't have the ability to wrap the thin meat filling completely into the buns. Don't ask why. The reason is that it is very expensive to redeem points for making soup dumplings with such skills. He can't afford it. He had to honestly choose the method of adding skin jelly. And skin jelly is also the most time-consuming in soup dumplings. So, when he was preparing the skin jelly for pan-fried dumplings yesterday, he made some more and put them in the refrigerator. When I came to the kindergarten this morning, I brought them with me, and just asked Teacher Yi to help put them in the refrigerator in the kitchen. He lifted the dough covered with wet cloth and took a look. The dough for making wontons has almost risen, but the dough for making soup dumplings needs to rise again. After all, the dough for making soup dumplings must be 3 hard and 3 soft. These 3 hard and 3 soft are also easy to understand. It refers to the 3 processes of kneading, throwing, and rising. Specifically, the noodles need to be kneaded 3 times, thrown 3 times, and risen 3 times. Through these 3 hard and 3 soft, the dough can be made tough and smooth, without leaking soup or falling off. This is also the secret of soup dumplings. In short, without good dough, no matter how good the filling is, it will not be delicious. He kneaded the dough for soup dumplings, covered it with a wet cloth again, let it rise again, and then rolled it out to make the dough for soup dumplings. Taking advantage of this time, He planned to make wonton skins and fillings first. This wonton eaten all over the country has different names in different places. In Jiangsu and Zhejiang, wontons are called wontons. In Bashu, wontons are called xiaoshou. In Hubei, they are called dumplings or baomian. In Fujian, they are called flat meat or meat swallows. In southern Anhui, mainly age, wontons are mostly called baofu. In Guangzhou, wontons are also called wontons, which is a translation of the English word wonton. Moreover, the types of wontons are also different. Common wontons include fresh meat wontons, as well as luxuriously upgraded fresh shrimp wontons, 3 fresh wontons, as well as light vegetable and meat wontons, appetizing red oil wontons, and fried wontons. In short, the types and methods of various wontons are simply amazing. The wontons that Huang Tao is going to make today are luxuriously upgraded 3 fresh wontons. For this reason, he also specially asked teacher Yi and others to prepare shrimp as an ingredient. Then, he began to prepare the meat fillings for wontons and soup dumplings. He put the meat that teacher Yi and several parents had cleaned on the chopping board. First slice the meat, then cut it into strips, and finally dice it. Chop, chop, chop. He held the kitchen knife in both hands and chopped the meat fillings rhythmically and carefully. Lin Weilong, who was not far away from the opposite side, looked at Huang Tao's chopping method, and his expression changed a little. It seems like he really has some skills. This technique is quite good. It really looks like he has learned it for several years. Although it was the first time I saw Huang Tao chopping meat. Just one look. As an expert, he knew that Huang Tao's level was higher than he had imagined before. This made him have to take it seriously. Huang Tao, who was concentrating on chopping meat, didn't notice that Lin Weilong was looking at him openly. He continued to chop the meat into mincemeat. Just a little bit of puree. But it can't be chopped into meat puree. Otherwise it will lose the unique fresh and tender taste of the meat filling. Put the chopped meat filling into 2 large bowls. Huang Tao poured some cooking wine, some oyster sauce, and a spoonful of salt and some pepper into the pot of meat filling for making wontons. Start stirring. While stirring, add the pepper water that has been cooled in advance to the meat filling. After the meat filling is thoroughly stirred, he starts the next step. He separated a portion of the meat filling and put it in another plate. Then he chopped the cleaned shrimp. He also cut some chopped green onions and ginger. After everything was ready, he started to mix the wonton filling. First, he beat a few eggs into one of the plates of meat filling. Stirred it. Poured the chopped shrimp and chopped green onions and ginger into it. And added the seasoning again. Start seasoning. After the seasoning was done, he covered the basin with plastic wrap and asked Yuan to run and put these in the refrigerator in the back kitchen for a while. This is to make the meat filling more flavorful. The taste will also be better. And the meat filling has a base flavor, so it will be much easier to stir later. Next, it was time to roll out the wonton skins. He took out the dough that had risen and kneaded it into smooth dough. Press the dough into round cakes, and then roll it into large round pieces with a rolling pin. The thinner it gets. When it was about 3 millimeters, he stopped. Roll the large round piece evenly on the rolling pin, and then cut the dough on the rolling pin with a kitchen knife. I say cut. In fact, it's just slicing. He sliced the dough from one end to the other along the rolling pin, and the large dough rolled on the rolling pin instantly turned into long strips of equal size. Arrange these dough pieces one by one. Huang Tao took the kitchen knife and cut it into square dough pieces according to the required width of the wonton skin. Then pick out all the irregular ones, and the remaining ones are the dough needed for wrapping wontons. Repeat this. Soon, all the wonton skins were ready. Next, it's time to wrap the wonton skins. Under Huang Tao's instruction, Yuan took the trouble to run to the kitchen again and took back the refrigerated meat fillings and jelly skins. Start making wontons. Huang Tao took a piece of wonton skin and spread it in his hand. Then put the meat filling in the middle of the wonton skin. And then use the yuanbao wrapping method to fold the wonton skin in the middle and pinch it tightly. And then pinch the 2 lower corners together. A perfect yuanbao chaos was made under his skillful hands. The speed was so fast that teacher Yi and a group of parents were used to it. He put the wrapped wontons on a folding table covered with plastic wrap. After all the wontons were filled, he asked teacher Yi to put another layer of plastic wrap on it to prevent the dough from drying out. Bring out another bowl of meat filling and stir the meat filling with chopsticks. The next step is seasoning. For a soup dumpling, the taste and flavor are both indispensable and complement each other to make a perfect soup dumpling. The taste can still be achieved by chopping the filling, but the taste depends entirely on the recipe. The recipe exchanged by the system naturally has a perfect and precise ratio of ingredients. Huang Tao followed the experience given by the system and started to mix the filling without any more or less onion and ginger water, granulated sugar. Each ingredient not only needs a corresponding ratio, but also needs to be strictly controlled in the order of addition. If the order is wrong, then the taste of the steamed dumpling will have some subtle changes, and the layering will be disordered. Of course, this is not a big problem for Huang Tao. After all, for Huang Tao who pursues perfection, such low-level mistakes cannot be tolerated. And general soup dumpling shops will also add some seafood soy sauce and pepper. Seafood soy sauce is used to enhance the flavor. Pepper powder is used to cover up the fishy smell of pork. Huang Tao did not add these two ingredients, because they were not needed at all. To achieve the standard stuffing, the freshness of the stuffing itself is sufficient. Adding these would be a bit superfluous. Moreover, the right amount of onion and ginger water is enough to remove the fishy smell, and adding pepper powder is too much. He turned the container with Snow White jelly upside down, and the pigskin jelly jumped a few times and fell on the chopping board. Schwa! He took the knife and started chopping. The whole pieces of pigskin jelly were quickly chopped up under the rhythm of the two knives. Then pour the chopped pigskin jelly into the meat stuffing and mix well. Put it aside. Start rolling the dough for the soup dumplings. Take a piece of dough, knead it into a long strip, and then pinch it into pieces of suitable size. If someone uses a gram scale to weigh these pieces, they will be surprised to find that the weight error of the pieces Huang Tao pinched off is no more than 2 grams. Huang Tao picked up the rolling pin and began to roll these pieces into dough. Rolling the dough for the soup dumplings is quite particular, because when steaming, the jelly inside the soup dumplings will turn into soup. If the dough is thick, the inside and outside will be heated unevenly, and the taste will be very different. If the dough is thin, it will break when pinched with chopsticks, and the fragrance will not be locked. So the noodles must be strong and have a certain degree of ductility. This is not a difficult task for Huang Tao. He rolled the noodles with one hand and turned the dough with the other hand. The dough suddenly turned into a crystal clear circle. After rolling, he threw the dough without even looking at it, and stacked one dough sheet on top of another, neat and orderly, as if it was carefully placed, and fit perfectly. And each dough sheet is almost the same size, and the difference is completely invisible to the naked eye. It's simply amazing. All the parents and teachers present watched the dough sheets that were constantly thrown out of Huang Tao's hands, and they flew in the air, and landed steadily on the dough sheet in front. A neat layer was piled up. If they didn't know that Huang Tao was a chef, they would really think that Huang Tao was performing acrobatics. Teacher Yi and several parents couldn't help it at this moment. They all sighed. TSK. 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 This technique of rolling dough is really amazing. Look carefully. Each dough is the same size, and there is no difference when they are piled together. If I hadn't seen Boss Huang rolling it, I would have thought it was cut by a machine. This craftsmanship, if placed in the white pastry chef, is it considered one of the best? Although Lin Weiliang, who was diagonally opposite, didn't want to admit it, he still silently admitted it in his heart. Sure. This white pastry has a solid basic skill, which must have been a foundation of at least 7 or 8 years. And it is the kind of talent. After all, it may take 20 to 30 years for ordinary people to reach this level. Besides, with this basic skill, the cooking skills must not be bad. At this moment, an idea came to his mind, but he thought he should observe it for a while. Chapter 442: The Omnipotent Superman. The New Year's Day performance on the stage is still going on, one show after another, like a revolving lantern. Xian and Cici were whispering under the stage. Cici wondered, Xian, when do you think the show will end? I don't know. Xian blinked her eyes, as if she thought of something, and couldn't help but ask with concern, Cici, do you want to go to the toilet? No. Cici shook her head and said what she was thinking a little embarrassedly. I just want to eat what your father made. Xian understood and said without thinking, I also want to. Cici was curious. Xian, do you know what delicious food your father is going to make today? Xuan's eyebrows curved. Soup dumplings and wontons. Cici immediately shouted in surprise. Your father is really going to make wontons and soup dumplings? Yeah. Xianxian nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and said with a very sure tone, my father told me in person. After saying that, she gave Cece a proud little expression of how can this be false. Cece naturally believed Xuanxuan's words 100%. No. No. To be precise, she believed what Xuanxuan's father said. She immediately recalled, Xianxian, you don't know. This summer, my father took me and my mother to. For a moment, she couldn't remember the name of the place. Her little brain turned quickly, thinking and thinking, but she could only remember the general one. She continued hesitantly, I went to that Liang, where we ate soup dumplings. But my father said that he couldn't find the authentic one. Xianxian reached out and patted Cece's shoulder to comfort her. Cece, don't be sad if you didn't get to eat. After watching the show, we will go to eat the soup dumplings made by my father together. My father's soup dumplings must be authentic and delicious. In her mind, her father's cooking skills are the best in the world. Why? Because her father is the best. Cece nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and she believed everything Xianxian said, because in her heart, she also thought that Xuanxuan's father was really great. He can cook delicious meals, tie beautiful hair, and take good care of children. He is simply an omnipotent Superman. She said happily, okay. Okay. It must be delicious. The two talked in childish words, which made Su Weiwei and a group of parents sitting nearby smile. They suddenly looked forward to the moment when Huang Tao prepared the delicious food. Xianxian, Dad, you must be tired. Drink some water first. Seeing that Huang Tao had finished rolling the dough for the soup dumplings, Yuan smiled and picked up a cup of hot water that had been poured on the table. She also felt the outer wall of the cup in her hand and felt that it was not so hot. So she handed it to Huang Tao. After working for so long, Huang Tao was indeed a little thirsty. He took it with a smile and thanked him. Thank you. After that, he picked it up and drank it. When the female parents saw it, they stared at Yuan and Huang Tao for a while. Then their eyes lit up, and they smiled as if they had discovered an affair. And the long silent girl's heart in their hearts expanded infinitely. Giving water to someone you like. It's so good. Of course. They are also a little envious. Being single is good. You can like whoever you want. Qi-Qi's mother couldn't help but joked, Teacher Yi. It can't be that only Boss Huang has hot water to drink. And we don't have hot water to drink. This made Yuan feel a little guilty for no reason. Two faint blushes appeared on her fair cheeks. She quickly reached out and lifted her hair in front of her forehead to relieve her shyness at the moment, and said softly, Yes. I'm just about to pour it for you. As she said that, she quickly took out disposable cups and kettles, and poured hot water for those female parents to stop them from talking. These female parents looked at their own disposable cups, and then looked at the exquisite ceramic water cups held by Huang Tao. Teacher Yi, your differential treatment is too obvious. Of course. They also expressed their understanding. After all, Mr. Huang is the person that Teacher Yuan likes. You should naturally give special treatment to the person you like. It's just, there is no harm without comparison. Yuan naturally had no time to pay attention to the other female parents' lost emotions. At this moment, she had returned to Huang Tao's side, smiled and took the cup that Huang Tao had drunk, lowered her head, her hair hanging beside her cheek, and said gently, Dad Xianxian, are you going to wrap the stuffing next? Let us help you wrap it. Thinking that she had nothing to do now, she couldn't help but eager to try. Okay. She admitted that she felt sorry for Huang Tao, seeing that he was busy with the stuffing and rolling the dough without taking a break. She thought about helping him out. You've been busy all morning and you're tired. Go take a break. I can do it alone. This little bit of work was nothing to Huang Tao, so he politely declined. Besides, making this soup dumpling is very particular. After putting the filling on the dumpling skin, you have to pinch folds along one edge. Only if you can pinch more than 18 folds, it's considered qualified. Some Burmese masters can pinch more than 30 folds, and each fold does not overlap. Just like a work of art. Of course, if you eat it yourself, you don't have to be so particular. As long as you can pinch it tightly without breaking the skin, it's fine. Huang Tao, who strives for perfection, doesn't want to make do. However, the more he politely refused, the more Yuan wanted to help. She understood, and looked at Huang Tao with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Are you worried that I won't make them look good? Don't worry. I often help my mother make dumplings at home. And I make them pretty good. Besides, the New Year's Day performance will be over soon. So let's finish it early so that the children can eat it earlier. Right? This reason convinced Huang Tao. And he nodded in agreement. Chi-Chi's mother, who knew nothing about making dumplings, thought that making soup dumplings should be similar to making dumplings. And she thought there would be no problem at all. She also volunteered to say, Boss Huang, I want to make them too. The result? After making 2 dumplings, Chi-Chi's mother patted her head consciously. Xuan's father. Is there any other work? I feel that my hands don't listen to the command of my brain. Huang Tao thought about it and really assigned her a job. Let's do this. You wash the cage cloth in the steamer. And then lay the cage cloth in the steamer. Compared to the delicate work of making soup dumplings, Cece's mother felt that this kind of cleaning work was more suitable for her. The other parents who gathered around to watch Huang Tao teach Cece's mother to make soup dumplings also went to help Cece's mother with their eyes. Leave space for Huang Tao and Yuan to be alone. Huang Tao, who had no idea of the parents' intentions, began to make soup dumplings. He held the dough in one hand and filled the stuffing in the other. The spoonful of each time was just the right amount, and filled it into the dough. The thumb and index finger pinched out folds clockwise, and the folds after completion were like a kaleidoscope. Huang Tao didn't pinch fast at first, but from the second soup dumpling, his speed was almost too fast for people to see clearly. It took less than 3 seconds for a soup dumpling to go from an open state to a closed state. This scene made the parents present exclaim TSK TSK TSK. Lin Weilong, who was sitting across from him, once again thought to himself, what a fast technique, these fingers are almost leaving an afterimage. The thought in his mind became even stronger. He couldn't help but walk out of his class's food stall and head towards the food stall of Class 4. Chapter 443. There are always some bad guys who are thinking about my boss Huang. Lin Weilong put his idea into action immediately, and with a gentle smile on his face, he came to the food stall of Class 4. At this moment, he was standing in front of a temporary folding table next to the stall, watching Huang Tao making soup dumplings with a smile. I have to say, it is really a visual feast to appreciate the production process of food at such a close distance. He felt that his eyes could not keep up with Huang Tao's hand speed at all. This hand speed. It was his shouting of awesome. Huang Tao, who was surrounded by the crowd, naturally recognized Lin Weilong. Isn't this the parent of the little fat boy? Why did he come to his side instead of working at his own food stall? Could it be that he was attracted by his superb craftsmanship? Huang Tao frowned in confusion and was about to ask, but the other party spoke first. Hello. Are you Mr. Huang from Zenhachi restaurant? The man spoke appropriately, used polite language, and had a gentle expression on his face. Yes. Huang Tao looked at the man's expression and nodded. Lin Weilong smiled and praised. Mr. Huang is really a young and promising guy. Thank you. Huang Tao's mouth corner slightly raised, and he gave the other party a 10 for his eyes. But then again, you came here specially. You should not just want to praise him. Right? Huang Tao decided to ask in person. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to hear someone praise him out of the blue. What's the matter with you coming to my place? Yes. Lin Weilong started to introduce himself cheerfully. Let me introduce myself first. My last name is Lin. Lin Weilong. And I am the head chef of the hotel in Linshur Lawn Mansion. I wonder if I can ask Mr. Huang to go out and talk. Or sit down here and talk? The reason why he treated Huang Tao with such a kind attitude was that he had just witnessed Huang Tao's white case skills and had a new understanding of Huang Tao. So we are in the same industry. Huang Tao smiled knowingly. I originally thought that the other party just wanted to get to know each other. But from the meaning of the second half of the other party's words, it seemed that there was something important that he wanted to talk to him about. Could it be that he wanted to talk to him about cooperation? Huang Tao stretched out his hand to signal, then sit down and talk. After sitting down, Lin Weilong said directly, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll just say it directly. Please, Huang Tao said. Lin Weilong said, it's like this. I just looked at the wontons and soup dumplings you made, and your basic skills in white pastry are very solid. I heard that you are also very good at cooking. It's a pity that you don't go to a big hotel to be a chef. Huang Tao raised his eyebrows. He glanced at Lin Weilong and didn't say anything, waiting for him to finish the rest of his words. Boss Huang, if you are interested, just follow me and join our team. Lin Weiyang didn't pause and finished it in one breath. After listening to the other party's words, Wang Tao's eyes changed when he looked at the other party. It turned out that he didn't discuss cooperation, but came to poach me. Although he felt that the big brother in front of him was too confident. From the other party's perspective, it seemed to be right. And he could clearly feel the other party's tone and eyes showed his appreciation for him. Seeing Wang Tao sitting still, with a serious expression on his face and no words, Lin Weiyang couldn't help but speak again. I wonder what you think, Mr. Huang? Hearing this, Wang Tao still politely replied, thank you, Chef Lin, for your kindness. Before he finished speaking, Lin Weiyang was delighted and smiled, and was about to say you're welcome. But at this moment, Wang Tao continued, but I refuse. I think my small restaurant is pretty good. Ahem. Lin Weiyang almost choked on his unspoken thank you. Huh? Rejected? Lin Weiyang was a little surprised. You know, Lan Mansion is not only famous in Lin City, but also in the entire Zhejiang province. It also has a place in the catering industry across the country, and is quite famous. Moreover, he is a chef who has worked in a 3-star Michelin restaurant and personally extended an olive branch of invitation to Wang Tao. In the end, he was rejected. He was quite surprised and said, Boss Wang, are you really not going to think about it again? In fact, you don't have to decide immediately for such a big thing. You can think about it. Is a week enough time? Wang Tao shook his head and said firmly, no. I appreciate Chef Lin's kindness. I'd like to open a restaurant by myself. Lin Weiyang recalled the scale of Wang Tao's small restaurant and said with a smile, if you are worried about the salary, I can give you a low point. The monthly salary is 60,000, plus a certain share ratio. Of course, housing and travel are still all contracted by me. Wang Tao laughed dumbly, but still shook his head, thank you. But no thanks. Yiwen and other parents on the side looked very strange and a little unfriendly. And their eyes showed there are always bitches thinking about my boss Wang. With a monthly salary of 60,000. You want to poach Boss Wang. Before you came, didn't you know about the business of Boss Wang's store? To be honest, Lin Weiyang didn't really know much about it. Although there were many people queuing in front of the store in the morning, the average customer price of Xingjianbo was low. And at noon, there must be relatively fewer people buying because of work. Based on his understanding of this kind of small store, if the cost is removed every month, even if the business is good, the income may be around 40,000 or 50,000. So he felt that the conditions he offered were not bad. In order to keep Wang Tao, he even raised the salary and gave him a share. But he was still rejected. Well, then I won't force you. Lin Weiyang sighed and handed over his business card. Boss Wang, my phone number is on the business card just now. If you change your mind one day, you can call me. Okay. Wang Tao accepted it calmly and responded without even looking at it. Lin Weiyang got up and left with regret, and went back to the food stall of Class 6 to continue his work. While Wang Tao continued to make the remaining soup dumplings, he told several parents beside him, Cece's mother, please add some water to the pot. And then put the soup dumplings I just made into the steamer first. Put 6 layers. And then put it in the pot and steam it over high heat. Okay. Mother Cece did as she was told. After adding water to the pot, she covered the first layer of steamer in cloth. Then she began to carefully put the soup dumplings on top. When one layer was full, she added another steamer covered with cloth, and continued to put the soup dumplings on top. This was repeated over and over again. When the 6th layer of steamers was full, Mother Cece turned on the simple gas stove and steamed it on high heat. This number of layers was still very beneficial. At least the steamed dumplings that Wang Tao had just wrapped could be steamed in one pot. And there were even a few spaces left. Wang Tao saw this, and quickly wrapped a few and put them in. When steaming again, Wang Tao did not continue to wrap the soup dumplings, but took another pot and put it on another stove. Prepare to cook some wontons for the children, who will come to the food area later. Add water to the pot and turn on the fire. Taking advantage of this gap, he took some seaweed and dried shrimps, and cut some chopped green onions to prepare for the wonton soup. When the steam in the steamer began to rise, Wang Tao glanced at the time. He estimated that it would take more than 10 minutes to steam. At this time, bubbles had already emerged in the pot where the wontons were cooked. When the water boiled, Wang Tao put the wontons into the pot. Then, he took a spoon and pushed the bottom of the pot twice to prevent the wontons from sticking to the bottom. Then he covered the pot, turned to low heat, When the water boils, you can take it out of the pot. Chapter 444 I won't do it next time. Happy times are always short. Amidst the singing and laughter, our activities are coming to an end. Thank you to all the parents for your participation and cooperation. We have spent an unforgettable and happy morning together. Through this morning's performance, you may be delighted to find that our children are so outstanding. They are changing and improving every day. They have something we have never discovered before. In fact, every child has unlimited potential, as long as we give opportunities and encouragement. Each of our children has shining points. Let us wish them healthy and happy growth together. Finally, on behalf of all the teachers and students in the kindergarten, I wish you all a happy new year. Family happiness. All the best. On the stage, the principal in a red coat, holding a microphone, said the closing words with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, pa pa pa, the parents, audiences and children in the audience all gave enthusiastic applause. And the children enthusiastically called Principal Mama. Principal Mama one after another. Thank you. The principal nodded in the direction of the children with a kind face, bowed to thank the parents and audience in the audience and left. The New Year's Day performance activities also came to a successful end. The teachers of each class clapped their hands and signaled the children in their class to line up. Dear children, line up first. We are going to the food area to enjoy the food. Great. Great. I like eating food the most. When they heard about food, the children all showed their joy as if they had finally gotten what they were looking forward to. They all danced with excitement. The scene was lively and noisy. The children in the small, 4, class looked at each other and all showed their happy smiles. Then, they all consciously lined up in 2 rows with their good friends, holding hands, and followed teacher Su Weiwei to leave the performance venue and come to the food area. At this moment, the food area was crowded with people. At a glance, it was full of people. They were all children and parents who came to enjoy the food. Where is Dad? Xian stood in the middle of the line, trying to tiptoe and search for the familiar figure in the crowd. Then she saw Huang Tao standing tall in front of the food stall. It was Dad. Xuan's eyes lit up and her face was filled with joy. Teacher Su, I'm going to find my dad. Before she finished speaking, Xian let go of her good friend Cisa's hand, twisted her body, squeezed out of the crowd, and ran towards her father. Hey, don't worry. Teacher Su Weiwei, who was standing on the side, heard the words and hurriedly reached out to grab her. But unfortunately, she couldn't catch her. The skinny Xian had already gotten out. It's okay. There are not only many children in the area now, but also many parents. Su Weiwei can't let Xian run out of the team alone. The crowd is surging. What if she gets knocked down and stepped on? Cece's father, please go with other parents and take these children to the food stall in our class. After the explanation, Su Weiwei didn't care about Jiangling's answer, and hurriedly chased Xian. But she couldn't knock down other children or bump into other parents, so she could only greet them one by one and squeeze through. How could the small Xian be as flexible? A moment, wanting to give her father a surprise, Xian crouched and came to her father's side. Daddy? She happily hugged Huang Tao's thigh directly, although they were separated for only more than 2 hours. It felt like a long time. Xian buried her little head in Huang Tao's trouser legs, and her little face just pressed against Huang Tao's trouser legs, rubbing like a little cat. So attached. Huang Tao looked down at the cute little pendant on his leg, and couldn't help showing a surprised and happy little brain. He quickly reached out and picked her up, hugged her in his arms, and kissed her hard on her little face. No matter how noisy and boiling the surroundings were, his heart was peaceful and warm, because at this moment, his heart was completely occupied by the little person in his arms. He felt so happy. Xian, even if you miss your dad, you can't run away alone like this. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Su Weiwei finally caught up with her and gave Xian a gentle lecture. A little disappointed, Huang Tao really didn't expect that his precious daughter would even forget the rules of the kindergarten in order to see him earlier. You? He scratched Xuan's little nose lovingly and helplessly. Don't leave the group like this next time. Otherwise, Teacher Su and Dad will be very anxious and worried. What if other children follow suit and run away alone? It will be bad. So we should set a good example. Not a bad example. Xian blinked her eyes, and felt that what Teacher Su and her father said made sense. She thought of her reckless behavior and felt a little embarrassed. She had a little expression on her face that said, I know I was wrong, Dad. I know. I won't do it next time. Teacher Sue. I know I was wrong. I won't do it next time. Seeing that Xian realized her mistake, Teacher Sue didn't say anything else and turned back to bring other children over. Xian, who had missed her father for several hours, was still clinging to her father, holding his neck tightly and refusing to let go. Wang Tao had no choice but to stay with her for a while longer. Dad, Xian, are the wontons and soup dumplings ready? Cici asked, looking up. Loud voice, as if afraid that Wang Tao couldn't hear. Wang Tao, who was teasing Xian, lowered his head, looked at Cici, and smiled gently. Well, it's already in the pot. It will be ready in a while. Cici. Xian now wanted her father to put her down. She happily took Cici's hand and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I left you alone just now. It's okay. Cici shook her head to show that she didn't care, and then looked at Wang Tao again, with a face full of smiles. Greedy and sweet, he said, Xuan's father. The food you cook is delicious. Wontons and soup dumplings must be delicious too. This is a great show of support. Wang Tao smiled and rubbed his precious daughter's head, then gently said to Cici, then you and Xian sit for a while. Uncle will go to see if the wontons are ready. If they are ready, I will bring you a bowl first. Cici thanked sweetly. Thank you, Uncle. Wow. This little mouth is as sweet as honey. Jiangling, who has never been treated so well by his daughter, looked at this scene and felt a little sour. Hey! My daughter likes Wang Tao much more than him as a father. After hearing this, the other children couldn't wait to shout. Daddy Xian, I want wontons too. Daddy Xian, I want wontons too. Me too. I want too. Okay. We have everything. Just sit down and be nice. Chapter 445. Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Sniff, what a nice smell. Boss Huang. I can smell the aroma of wontons and soup dumplings. Can we eat now? This smell. I can't stand it anymore. Boss Huang. Please hurry up. I feel itchy all over my body, as if there are thousands of ants crawling in my bones. I can't stand it anymore. Boss Huang. Please move faster. I smell this aroma and my stomach is growling. Many parents rubbed their stomachs with exaggerated expressions. While talking, they were salivating and swallowing saliva, looking at the steaming steamer and wonton pot. They were so eager to see it. Inner torment. The children also tilted their heads back, staring at it eagerly and swallowing saliva. Of course, in addition to the parents and children of his class, many children and parents from other classes came to the food stall of Class 4 when they smelled the fragrance. In short, looking at the entire food area, the stall of Class 4 had the most people. It was crowded. The wontons are ready to be served. Wang Tao gently lifted the lid of the pot. The mist was thick and the boiling water was boiling. The shiny wontons were spinning and jumping in the pot, making the parents who stretched their necks in front of the stall exclaimed in joy. He scooped up the increasingly crystal clear and thin wontons with the soup into a disposable bowl. The green chopped green onions, the purple black seaweed, and the dried shrimps in the bowl floated up and spread out under the blessing of the hot soup. When the steaming wontons were served, the soup dumplings in the steamer were almost done. Wang Tao immediately turned off the fire of the steamer and let it simmer for another 2 minutes. He smiled and waved to Jiangling, who was helping, Cici's father. Come on. Take your daughter's bowl of wontons over. Jiangling looked embarrassed and said sourly, Boss Huang, why don't you take it over to my daughter? She likes you. Uncle Huang. She will be happier to see you take it over to her than me. Her father. Wang Tao laughed dumbly. Okay. He took 2 bowls of wontons and sent them to Xian and Cici's table. Looking at the snow-white and translucent wontons, a little red meat filling was faintly visible in the middle. There were many green chopped green onions and purple black seaweed around it, just like blooming flowers. Very beautiful. Then there was a set of meat, skin, and soup, which made the 2 little guys very happy and couldn't help smacking their lips. Cici's little mouth was also very sweet. Wow. It smells so good and beautiful. Thank you, Uncle. You're welcome. It's just out of the pot. Be careful of the heat. Wang Tao smiled and looked at his daughter, and reminded her, Xian, when you eat, blow it first, and wait until it cools down before eating. Xuan's father. Don't worry. I'm here. I will take good care of Xian. As she said, Yuan scooped a spoonful of wontons with a disposable spoon, brought it to Xuan's mouth and said, Xian, it's a little hot. Blow it first. And wait until it cools down before eating. Xian pouted her little mouth as she was told. Blew on the wontons again and again. And when she saw that the heat was not so much, she carefully tasted it. The slippery wonton rolled around in her mouth. She chewed it carefully. The thin skin and delicious filling made Xian squint her eyes involuntarily. Wow! It's delicious. The same praises were heard in front of the stall of the small 4 class. The parents and teachers who asked other classes to prepare food were envious and greedy. They wanted to eat, but they had to stick to their own stalls. Besides, even if they went there now, they couldn't squeeze in at all. There were still many parents and children waiting in front of Lin Weilong's stall, tasting the food. After all, the reputation is still there. But compared with Huang Tao, it is still a little better. Actually, many of the parents and children originally wanted to go to the small 4 class to taste the food first. But there were too many people in front of the small 4 class stall, and they couldn't squeeze in or get a turn. They had to give up and go to the big 6 class Lin Weilong's side. If Lin Weilong knew this idea, he would probably cry in front of the food stall of class 6. Well, that's impossible. He would only think that he was a former Michelin chef, and he was the head chef of Lan Mansion. How could he be worse than the chef of a small restaurant? Here, Yuan scooped another one and said with a smile, if it tastes good, eat more. But be careful of the heat. Xian pouted her lips again, blew on it again, and took another big bite. As a result, the soup overflowed from the corners of her mouth. Yuan immediately picked up the paper towel on the table and wiped her mouth. Xian felt that Teacher Yi was really so kind and gentle, and sincerely thanked Yuan with curved eyebrows. Thank you, Teacher Yi. When she had lunch in the garden, Teacher Yi would often help her peel shrimps, pick fish bones, and put a sweat-absorbing towel on her. This scene made the other children envious. Although they were taken care of by their mothers or fathers, it did not prevent them from eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. The parents on the side did not say much. Their attention was always on Yuan and Xian, and occasionally they glanced at Huang Tao not far away. The eyes were full of meaning. Huang Tao saw that the time was almost up and wanted to take a look at the soup dumplings. So he opened the lid. Hot white steam rushed up. The white steam mixed with fragrance made the parents and children in front of the food stalls exclaim again at the same time. Shwa! Many parents immediately stood up and stretched their necks to see what was going on. In the steamer, the cooked soup dumplings had a white skin like JDZ ceramics. Under the action of heat, the soup dumplings were swollen and round, and the dough stood up, shaped like a peach. The dough also had a sense of transparency, and the meat filling was faintly visible under the sunlight. You could even see the soup around the meat filling melting. This scene was so impactful that the people, who were already attracted by the fragrance and drooling, almost collapsed again. If you say, food also has an artistic level, then this basket of soup dumplings is undoubtedly the most perfect work of art in everyone's mind at this moment. Huang Tao looked up and saw that the eyes of the parents were about to fall on this basket of soup dumplings. He said helplessly, "Why are you all crowded here? Are you still eating? Eat, Boss Huang. I took a special leave today to come to the park to participate in the New Year's Day activities. The biggest reason is that I came here for you." Huang Tao smiled and said, "Okay. Don't say anything. If you want to eat, just do it. I can't move around here." As soon as these words came out, in an instant, these parents immediately took their children and retreated like a tide, sitting in their original positions. The stall was empty. Huang Tao asked Jiang Ling to help and bring the soup dumplings and vinegar to the table. Each person should taste one. Otherwise, there will be not enough to share. He reminded and continued to ask other parents, who had time to help take the other baskets of soup dumplings. In the eager anticipation of everyone, baskets of soup dumplings continued to appear in front of them. After Jiang Ling put it down, he also picked up one with chopsticks and put it on the plate. Pour some vinegar into the plate. Let it cool for a while. Then pick it up and take a sip, and a fresh and hot stream will flow into your mouth, with a sour taste on the soup dumpling skin. It is simply a great enjoyment. After eating these into your mouth, Jiang Ling sucked hard. The soup in the bun was perfectly sucked into the stomach. I have to say, this delicious taste is really unforgettable. After drinking the soup, Dip the bun in the small dish to let the sour taste of vinegar enter the bun. When you eat it in your mouth, it is sour, sweet and fresh, and full of fragrance. Coupled with the chewy soup dumpling skin and tender meat filling, it increases your appetite. Delicious. Delicious. Chapter 446, deliberately making trouble for me. It's delicious. So delicious. I've watched the New Year's Day performance for a whole morning, and my stomach has long been flat. Now I can eat such delicious wontons and soup dumplings, which is really a blessing. These wontons and soup dumplings are amazing, but the portion is too small. It's not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. I can eat 10 portions of such delicious wontons and soup dumplings by myself. That's right. 1 soup dumpling per person is not enough at all. Xuanxuan's father. Can I have another portion? Go away. I've been waiting here for more than 10 minutes, and my stomach is growling with hunger. But you are sitting there enjoying the food. After eating 1 portion, you still want another portion. How can you be like this? That's right. How can you be like this? The amount prepared is not much. If you have another portion, we won't be able to eat it. Originally, it is understandable to have another portion after finishing a meal. But at the stall of the small 4 class, it was a bit outrageous. The parent who wanted to order another portion just now could only smile awkwardly and didn't dare to say anything, fearing that he would be beaten up by the parents who hadn't eaten wontons and pan-fried buns yet. Of course, the most important thing is that what these parents said was reasonable. They had no choice but to go to the stalls of other classes to find food. But after tasting the delicious wontons and soup dumplings made by Huang Tao, how could they eat the delicacies made by other classes? So, they tried the Chuyuan made by the middle 1 class next door. The taste was so. They ran to the big 5 class across the street and tasted some dumplings. The taste was still so. To be honest, all they could think of now was the taste of wontons and soup dumplings. They couldn't forget it at all. They couldn't eat anything, but their stomachs were still full, and now they were gurgling from time to time, which made their stomachs, which were not very good to begin with, even more uncomfortable. They had to continue looking for food. Finally, they set their sights on the food stall of Class 6. The parent who was in charge of the food stall of Class 6 was the head chef of Lan Mansion in Linshi, and had once worked as the head chef of a Michelin-certified 3-star Chinese restaurant. His cooking skills were naturally impeccable. Besides, because he was the chef, Class 6 had won the most popular traditional food award in the park for 2 consecutive years. These parents came to the stall of Class 6 with expectations, and received 2 servings of food. One was the lotus crispy cake with an amazing appearance. Its shape looked particularly attractive, with layers of crispy crust, shaped like a lotus bud about to bloom. Shy and charming, with clear and crispy layers, as thin as a cicada's wing. The filling is faintly visible in the middle, and it looks like a plump little lotus pod. In short, it looks very beautiful, just like a lotus. It is pleasing to the eye, and I can't bear to eat it. You know, this kind of lotus cake used to appear at some banquets and tea parties because of its beautiful shape. But now the conditions are better, and many people will choose lotus cakes when eating breakfast. These parents tasted a bite. Well, it's sweet and delicious. That's it. If you eat a few more bites, it will be a little greasy. The other one is pearl dumplings. The whole white glutinous rice sticking to the outside is shiny and shiny, shaped like pearls. There is meat inside the glutinous rice, which is neither fat nor lean. When you bite it, the dumplings are soft and chewy, fresh and delicious. The fragrance of glutinous rice and the fatness of meat are perfectly blended. It is tasty and fragrant. But in the hearts of these parents and children, they still think that Huang Tao's wontons and soup dumplings are better. Lin Weiyan looked at these parents and children who were tasting his food with a little expectation, hoping to hear their continuous praise or voices of wanting more. What a pity. He only waited for a few words. The taste is okay. Generally speaking, I think the wontons and soup dumplings from Class 4 are better. I think so too. Yes, the lotus crisps and pearl meatballs are not bad, but they are still a little different from Mr. Huang's wontons and soup dumplings. It's a pity that Class 4 can only get 1 wonton and soup dumpling. Otherwise I wouldn't come here to eat. I'll ask Mr. Huang later if the soup dumplings and wontons will be available in the store tomorrow morning. If they are, I must go there early tomorrow to eat these wontons and soup dumplings and eat them all at once. Hearing this, Lin Weiyan's face suddenly turned ugly. This is a typical example of eating what's in the bowl and thinking about what's in the pot. Hey hey hey. I'm talking to you. Can you please stop eating the food made by me? Lin Weilong. While thinking about the food made by Mr. Huang? Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me? But he couldn't do anything about it. Even several parents and children in their class went to the stall of class 4 to taste the two delicacies. They just tried them. When they came back, they kept praising the wontons and soup dumplings made by Mr. Huang. Not only did they feel unsatisfied, they also urged the parents and children who had not yet gone to eat to quickly go over and get a portion to taste. What else do you say? You will regret it for 1,000 years if you miss it. The parents who had been unable to squeeze in at the stall of the small, 4th class due to the large number of people and had to taste the food of their own class for the time being, could not sit still any longer and brought their children to the stall to wait in line. They were afraid that if they did not take action, they would miss out on the wontons and soup dumplings. If that happened, they would definitely have a hard time sleeping tonight. And in the end, Lin Weilong could only watch helplessly as the parents and children of his class all rushed to the small, 4th class to queue up. In addition, he could hear the words, "The soup dumplings are amazing and the wontons are delicious" from time to time. And he could smell the tempting aroma of soup dumplings from time to time, which made him stretch his neck and look at the stall of the small, 4th class. He saw the eating postures of some parents and children at the stall of the small, 4th class. Every one of them had a happy smile on their face. There were some exaggerated parents who couldn't help but close their eyes when eating soup dumplings or wontons. Enjoy it. At this moment, it seemed that the soup dumplings and wontons they were talking about were not just food to fill the stomach. It was not just food. It was food that made people feel happy. In fact, he had always heard this saying, real food can make people feel happy while filling their stomachs. But he has been engaged in catering for decades and has made thousands of delicacies. But there has never been a delicacy that can make customers show such a happy and enjoyable expression after tasting it. And the young boss Huang did this with ordinary soup dumplings and wontons. What does this show? This shows that there is a gap between the two of them. Not a little bit. At this moment, he believed what his wife said in his heart, and was more curious about how delicious the soup dumplings and wontons made by Huang Tao were. That made everyone who had eaten them show a happy expression. Chapter 447 Gain 10 pounds. Lu Feifei has arrived in Wenling City with a crew of 2 songs and 4 shungs. The main actors have settled down in the hotel under the arrangement of the crew. In the presidential suite, Lu Feifei, wearing a white low-neck dress and long hair, sat on the sofa, posing for selfies with her mobile phone. Every move she made was as beautiful as a painting. She was full of fairy spirit. At this moment, she tidied the broken hair on her forehead in front of the camera of her mobile phone. She sat casually, without the burden of being a star. Seeing that the assistant Xiao Xiao had packed all the luggage she brought, she looked at him with a smile and said, "Xiao Xiao, there is no play this afternoon." She paused deliberately. When Xiao Xiao on the opposite side heard it, her face fell instantly. She cried and said, "Sister Feifei, before coming to Wenling this time, Sister Tang told you to control your mouth and control your diet. She has been following Lu Feifei for many years. Lu Feifei is a cold fairy character. Of course, she has a pure and lively appearance, a jade girl temperament, and highly recognizable facial features, with typical Oriental beauty. She is a top-notch beauty in the entertainment industry in terms of both appearance and temperament. She was even named the most beautiful woman in the entertainment industry. Her beauty and fresh and refined temperament always attract fans' exclamations. Lu Feifei is also easy to get along with, easy to serve, and never loses her temper. Xiao Xiao follows her and lives a very happy life. And her work is also quite easy. But there is one thing. Compared with other female stars, Lu Feifei is a round and smooth type of female star. But she loves food very much. Whenever she goes to a place to film, she always checks what local specialties there are in advance, and then sends Xiao Xiao to buy them, or goes to the store to taste the food together. Even when she is browsing those video food recommendations, she does not forget to write down the food she is interested in on her mobile phone notes. When she is going to a city to film, she will compile a document of the food that she has been attracted to in the city before, and then send it to Xiao Xiao. If she is filming, she will ask Xiao Xiao to buy it. If she is not filming, she will take Xiao Xiao to the store to find food together. Especially when she arrives at the place, she must eat delicious food. In Lu Feifei's words, She can reward her tired body from the journey and appreciate the local culture and customs. It is not impossible to enjoy food. It's just, nowadays, looking at the entire entertainment industry. White, young and thin is generally considered beautiful, especially in the current idol drama market. The heroines all have small faces and flat figures. The aesthetics of female stars dominate the public's aesthetics, and the public's aesthetics influence female stars to a certain extent, because in the general environment, any female star who is slightly plump will be complained by the audience for being fat and round, and even criticized for not being dedicated enough and neglecting to manage their body shape. For example, the cold fairy in front of her, who has always been known for her fairy spirit, is often complained by the audience every time she participates in offline activities. Why is Lu Feifei fat? Even some self-media use sensational headlines. Lu Feifei is so fat. How dare she come out? Even so, her sister Feifei just laughed it off heartlessly. There is no body anxiety at all. And she will not diet all day long and deliberately lose weight like other female stars. In fact, according to Xiao Xiao, their sister Feifei's figure is not fat at all. It is the figure that a normal person should have. But now female stars are too obsessed with their figures, and aesthetics should be open to all kinds of flowers. Besides, their sister Feifei is a cold fairy, not a white bone spirit. Why must she be as thin as a rib? It's just that the Tang family. Lu Feifei leaned on the sofa, listening to Xiaoxiao's words, and said indifferently, "What's the matter? Just listen to what Sister Tang said. I am a real talent, not just relying on my appearance, and I don't need to strictly control my diet." Xiao Xiao opened her mouth with an embarrassed look. "But," Lu Feifei said, "don't say but. I will send you the delicious food in Wenling City on WeChat later, and you can accompany me to eat it in the afternoon. Tomorrow. Buy it according to the old rules." There are many old rules. For example, the delicacies on the document are arranged in the order that Lu Feifei particularly wants to eat. Xiao Xiao just accompanies him from the restaurant at the top of the document, and then continues to buy the next day. In addition, Lu Feifei is very generous. Every time he accompanies him to eat at a restaurant, Lu Feifei pays for it. And every time Xiao Xiao buys her portion, she can also buy one for herself. And the money is also reimbursed by Lu Feifei. For this, he has gained nearly 10 pounds in the past few years of work. "Okay. Then you take a rest first. I will arrange a car in the afternoon and come to call you." Xiao Xiao was very helpless and gave in again. Back to his room, she felt the phone in her trouser pocket vibrate. And then the WeChat notification sounded. She opened the file in WeChat and saw that the first one was "Really delicious restaurant." Xiao Xiao always felt that these words were very familiar. She followed her old habit and first clicked on Weibo to search for this store. Most of the stores selected by Sister Feifei are internet celebrity stores. For example, it takes a long time to queue up. And where the address of this store is, these are all things that Xiao Xiao needs to prepare in advance. She walked into the guardrail familiarly and found the official account. She read the introduction and didn't think it was anything special. It's just an ordinary street shop. It doesn't seem to be doing business very well. And the copywriting posted by the blogger is quite ordinary. It's just, the pictures of drinks and food posted are very beautiful, and they make people want to drink and eat. Wait, this really delicious restaurant. Isn't it the store that was on in hot searches with Sister Feifei last night? Xiao Xiao looked at the comments in the copywriting and remembered it belatedly. Speaking of which, what is the relationship between this store and Sister Feifei? Not only did she like this store and help it become a hot search, but she also specified that she wanted to eat at this store as soon as she arrived in Wenling City. She didn't believe that all this was just a slip of the hand. Temporary food area of Golden Sun Kindergarten. Lin Weiliang brought his wife and son to the food stall of the small, 4, class and each received a portion of wontons. "It looks okay." Lin Weiliang held the spoon and just said a word. The fragrance of the wontons rushed straight into his nostrils. He took a deep breath. When he looked at the bowl of wontons again, he was a little more surprised and solemn. Su Yanni and her son Lin Jiadong were also attracted by the aroma of wontons. They couldn't wait to pick up the spoon, scoop a spoonful, and eat it. Lin Weiliang restrained himself, took a bite first, and chewed and tasted it slowly. He wanted to experience every detail of this bowl of wontons as carefully as possible. After swallowing the wontons in his mouth, he looked at Huang Tao, who was waiting for the soup dumplings to come out of the oven. At this moment, He suddenly realized how stupid his behavior was just now. How could someone who can make such perfect wontons care about his monthly salary? 60,000 monthly salary. Maybe the turnover of other people in 2 or 3 days is more than this number. He has enough imagination. However, he didn't know that Huang Tao's small restaurant had a daily turnover of more than 60,000 yuan. A few minutes later, he got another soup dumpling. When he finished eating the soup dumpling, his eyes when looking at Huang Tao changed again. This time, he no longer just regarded Huang Tao as a junior with great cooking talent, but as a top-notch chef who could stand on equal footing with him. A talented chef who was 10 years younger than himself, but had already achieved cooking skills comparable to his own. Chapter 448. How high is the salary? Well on. Su Yani ate all the wontons and soup dumplings, even the remaining soup in the dishes, and drank it all. She looked at her husband Lin Weiliang with a look of unsatisfied desire, and asked with a smile, Weiliang, what do you think of the taste of these wontons and soup dumplings? Lin Weiliang replied without hesitation, well, very good. Although this evaluation is very few numbers. But Su Yani, who knows her husband well, thinks that her husband's evaluation is not ordinary at all. She knows very well that her husband's lawn mansion often tastes dishes. She also knows very well some of the characteristics of her husband's evaluation of dishes. If the dish is not delicious or has some defects, he will comment on it in detail one by one. If the dish is delicious, he will directly say it is delicious. It's just, the latter situation is almost rare. Even if there are, they are basically accompanied by 1 or 2 minor shortcomings. Situations like this are almost impossible. So Su Yani waited for a few seconds, and when her husband didn't mention any shortcomings, she was sure that in her husband's mind, the soup dumplings and wontons made by Boss Huang had reached the pinnacle. She understood it in her heart, and didn't tease her husband. That's right. 1 serving of wontons and soup dumplings didn't satisfy her at all. This feeling of wanting more made Su Yani feel uncomfortable, as if a kitten was scratching her heart. After all, she could eat 10 servings of such delicious wontons and soup dumplings. Unfortunately, each person can only get 1. What's even more unfortunate is, Boss Huang's shop is closed at noon and in the evening. Oh, by the way, since we can't eat the soup dumplings and wontons made by Boss Huang, let's settle for the next best thing and eat the wontons and soup dumplings made by my husband. Although the taste will be slightly inferior, it can at least satisfy your craving. Right. She looked at Lin Weiliang with burning eyes, saying, Weiliang, before I go home, I will go to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables. And you can make soup dumplings and wontons for me and Jiadong. Daddy, I want to eat too. I want to eat. Lin Jiadong raised his little face. His blinking eyes were full of anticipation. Yes, you can. Seeing his son and wife looking at him expectantly, Lin Weiliang reluctantly agreed, not wanting to spoil their fun, but still said in advance, but I can't make such a taste. In fact, if you want to eat it, there is no need for me to make it. If I can't make such a taste, it is just a waste of time and energy. If you want to eat it, you can go to Mr. Huang's store to buy it another day. He was telling the truth. Even in his team of chefs, the white chefs could not reach the level of Huang Tao. This is not just a problem of meat filling. Even the level of rolled dough is first class. It belongs to the top kind. For example, the dough used for this soup dumpling needs to be kneaded to a certain degree, so that the rolled dough can be of moderate thickness and have such toughness. This point requires continuous practice of soup dumplings, and it is possible to slowly find a constant point. Obviously, he couldn't do this. No one in his chef team could do this, and he knew that he couldn't keep such talents. He was a person who saw things more thoroughly and decisively. After recognizing these, he completely gave up the idea of poaching people. However, his words almost made Su Yani's chin drop on the shoe surface. That's right. She never expected that her husband, who always boasted of his great cooking skills, would one day take the initiative to admit that his cooking skills were not as good as others. If this was put in the past, that would be completely impossible. Thinking that since her husband admired Huang Tao so much, she could definitely poach Huang Tao to his chef team. Okay. She admitted that she did have a little selfishness in her heart. As long as Huang Tao could join her husband's chef team, if she wanted to eat the food made by Huang Tao in the future, she only needed her husband to say hello, and the food would be delivered to her door. No need to queue up so hard every day. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Of course, She was a little scared and felt that the chances of success were not great. But we still have to have dreams. What if they come true? She didn't know that her husband had tried this trick. And she suggested with a smile, "Well, Yang, your chef team is just short of people. You can definitely poach Mr. Huang." Lin Weiliang. It's not that I don't want to poach. But I really can't poach him. He didn't even think about telling her that he had just invited Huang Tao to join his chef team. But Huang Tao had declined. He just smiled and asked, "Are these wontons and soup dumplings delicious?" Su Yani nodded, "Delicious. I can eat them all if I give me a few more servings." Lin Weiliang continued to ask, "Then what do you think? If these wontons and pan-fried buns are made, how will the business be?" Su Yani said without hesitation, "It must be super good." He smiled and asked back, "That's right. They can make such delicious soup dumplings and wontons. Can we dig them out?" This Su Yani, who thinks about things in a linear way, can't help but stagnate. What he said is indeed very reasonable. Judging from the popularity of Mr. Huang's store, it is indeed difficult to dig out. She hesitated for a few seconds, and said with some reluctance, then you can offer a higher salary." He continued to ask back, "Then what do you think is the appropriate salary?" She thought for a while, and said, 80,000 a month? Lin Weiliang shook his head. He continued, 100,000 per month? Lin Weiliang continued to shake his head. Without waiting for his wife to speak again, he smiled and said, "It is not a problem for him to make hundreds of soup dumplings and wontons in one meal. Besides, even you, who usually eats very little, can eat a lot of soup dumplings and wontons. Once these two things are served in the store, they may not be available at normal meal times. His store is doing so well. Do you think that Mr. Huang will be interested in our salary?" Su Yani recalled the queues at every meal time in Huang Tao's store, and felt that she was too naive. How could he be interested in such a small salary when his store is so profitable? Recognizing this, she was full of disappointment in her heart, and suddenly thought of an idea. She smiled and said, "Why don't you go back and propose to your chairman to buy Mr. Huang's soup dumpling recipe? In this way, your hotel can also launch soup dumplings, and the business will definitely be more prosperous. Even if you can't eat all of Mr. Huang's dishes, it's good to eat soup dumplings all the time." Lin Weiliang glanced at her and smiled helplessly. "It's still broad daylight. Stop dreaming." After that, he walked towards Huang Tao and said to him sincerely, "Boss Huang, the soup dumplings and wontons you make are the best I have ever eaten. No one else." These words from Lin Weiliang's mouth are still very meaningful. Huang Tao was also very happy, although it is not the first time that he has received recognition from his peers. But such praise, I believe no one will complain too much. Right? Thank you. Chapter 449, The First Certificate of Merit. The traditional food-making activity in the park soon came to an end. The parents and children of Class 4 also donated all the food coupons in their hands to their own class stalls. In the words of these parents, our operation is completely legal and compliant. The wontons and soup dumplings in front of our class stall are so delicious. Isn't it normal to vote for it? Even some parents of other classes who made food, after tasting the two delicacies of Class 4, did not hesitate to vote for Class 4 with their own food coupons. Show support. Although everyone is a competitor, their hearts are like a mirror, and they are all very self-aware. The food made by their own class is not worthy of carrying the shoes of Class 4. Even if they vote for their own class, they will not be able to make it to the top 3. In this case, they might as well do a favor and vote for the small 4 class, as a small gesture of support, and to create a good impression in front of Mr. Huang. In the future, they can also rely on the fact that their children go to the same school to ask Mr. Huang to treat them a little better. Of course, the biggest reason they were willing to vote was that the food in the small 4 class conquered their taste buds. After a tour of Jiangling, they returned to their class's stall and shared the information they had found with Huang Tao and the two teachers. "I took a rough look and only the large 6 class was good. It can be regarded as our competitor. The other classes can't compare with us. This good and competitor can only be judged by the flow of people in front of the other class's stall. After all, how many food coupons were collected there is not something that others can easily know. Everything is just an estimate." Yiwen and Su Weiwei felt a sense of crisis and were a little worried. But they were very confident in the food of the small 4 class. They were even more confident in Huang Tao. After hearing this, Huang Tao smiled and said, "The two delicacies of the big 6 class are indeed very tempting. The glutinous rice balls in his class are very good. I just had the honor to get a portion from the parent in charge of the food preparation in their class. The taste is really good. Let's do our best and wait for the results to be announced. That's right. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement and helped to clean up the various kitchen utensils in front of the stall. On the other side, the school leaders began to count the food coupons submitted by each class. Now they have begun to count the small, for class with the most votes. 1, 2, 3. The small table was divided into two parts. At first, all the food coupons were on the left, and the counted ones were placed on the right. This way, it is not easy to get confused. Originally, the left side occupied a large area of the table, and the right side was empty. However, as more than half of the food coupons were counted, the right side slowly occupied most of the table, and the left side gradually became empty. 845 coupons. After counting them all, the teacher's eyes widened. This number is quite amazing. You should know that there are only about 500 children in the kindergarten. And with parents, there are only about 1,000 people. But among these 1,000 parents and children, more than 2/3 of them chose the small 4 class. This number of votes is completely a record high. In the previous food making activities, the highest number of votes was only a little over 500. It seems that the first place this time is undoubtedly the small 4 class. Other school leaders couldn't help but express surprise after hearing this. Wow, the number of votes for the small 4 class is so high. Don't you see who invited the parent of the small 4 class to make traditional food? It was Mr. Huang from the Jinhao restaurant. With his help, how could the number of votes for the food of the small 4 class not be high? But the parent of the big 6 class is a chef who used to work in a 3-star Michelin restaurant and is now the head chef of the Lyncher Lawn Mansion. The first place in the traditional food making activities of our school in the past 2 years was won by him, which allowed the big 6 class to win. I didn't expect that his cooking skills were still beaten by Mr. Huang. This can only be said that the big 6 class is a chef who has worked in a 3-star Michelin restaurant and is now the head chef of the Lyncher Lawn Mansion. Class has encountered the biggest dark horse this year, because the little 4 class has a parent who is a great cook this year. Hey, can I write the certificate for the first place now? Write it. The first place is undoubtedly the little 4 class. As for the second place, judging from the number of food coupons, it should be the big 6 class. However, for safety reasons, it is better to count them. Wait for me. It will be ready soon. Yiwen held Su Weiwei's hand. The two teachers of the little 4 class stood side by side in the center of the big stage, holding hands. The celebratory songs came from the speakers on both sides of the stage, drifting in the wind and falling into their ears. Both of their pretty faces were filled with a bright smile, because the class 4 they led won the first place in this year's New Year's Day traditional food making competition. It was not easy for them to get this ranking. If it weren't for Huang Tao's great help this time, I'm afraid it would be difficult for their class to win this grand prize. It was really not easy. In order to make traditional food for this New Year's Day, they started preparing the venue and equipment for traditional food making a few days ago. Last night, they continued to communicate with the kitchen about the purchase of ingredients for the class. Today, they came early in the morning and were busy. They were also busy moving all the cooking tools and ingredients to the food area. Now this hard work and effort did not go to waste like in previous years, but was rewarded. How could they not be happy? The answer is of course yes. They are very happy. They are also proud of their class winning this honor. They are also grateful to Huang Tao from the bottom of their hearts for his contribution to their class today. Teacher Yi, Teacher Su. The children in the small 4 class were so excited when they heard that their class won the award. Now they watched the two teachers stand on the award stage, waiting for the headmaster to present the award, and they waved their hands happily to them. Huang Tao and other parents also looked at the stage with joyful smiles. Now, please invite our headmaster Li to present the award to the winning class, small 4 class. As the winning class of today's traditional food making, Yiwen and Su Weiwei received the certificate and prize from headmaster Li. The prizes were not very expensive, just 3 boxes of yogurt and some snacks. When Yiwen and Su Weiwei, holding the certificates on the left and right, cooperated with the cameraman in the park to take pictures, the applause suddenly rang out. Very warm. However, not everyone was applauding. Some people were silent. They were basically teachers from other classes, and some parents who made food. And their mood at the moment was understandable. But after a while, they also gave their own applause. After the show, Teacher Yi and Teacher Su distributed the prizes to the children in the class. One for each person. The children were happy and proud of the prizes. This was the first certificate their class had won. Chapter 450 let him get out of the ranks of singles. Little baby, wake up! In the back seat, Wang Tao leaned over to help Xian unbuckle her seat belt. Seeing that she was still asleep, he whispered in her ear, "We're at Grandpa and Grandma's house." After the kindergarten ended, Wang Tao drove Xian to his hometown. The first thing he did after parking the car was to call Xian to get up and get her out of the car. Perhaps because she got up too early in the morning and was tired from participating in the morning performance. She fell asleep on the way here. She slept all the way. At this moment, she was still a little sleepy. Hummed twice, smacked her little mouth, and turned her head away with an unsatisfied look, trying to avoid her father's harassment. Wang Tao smiled helplessly and dotingly, lowered his head and pressed against her side face, rubbing it. "Wake up!" This time, Xian was finally woken up by him. Xian pursed her lips in grievance, rubbed her eyes with her hands, and said vaguely, "Dad, I still want to sleep." "Okay. Don't sleep anymore. If you sleep anymore, you won't be able to sleep at night." Wang Tao kissed her little face and continued, "Grandma has made the wheat cake rolls you like. If you don't hurry over to eat them, they will be cold and not delicious. The wheat cake rolls made by my mother are one of Xuan's favorite local specialties. This wheat cake roll is made by putting wheat flour in a pan, baking it into a large and round pancake, putting in various pre-cooked vegetables, meat, seafood and other vegetables, rolling it into a roll and eating it. The method is also extremely particular. The most important thing is to have a wrapper for rolling food. And the quality of the wrapper is very particular. It must be thin and tough. If it is not tough enough, it will break easily when wrapped. If the wrapper is too thick, it will directly affect the taste. Generally speaking, the fillings inside are fried rice noodles, egg shreds, braised pork, fried leeks with dried tofu, fried meat with onions, cabbage, mung bean sprouts, shrimps, cuttlefish and others, as long as they suit your taste. Almost all foods can be used as fillings for wheat cake rolls. When eating, spread the wrapper flat on the table. Use chopsticks to pick up your favorite side dishes one by one and put them on the wrapper. Wrap it up, and you can eat it. This wrapper roll also requires skills. If it is too big, it is like a fat middle-aged woman, bloated and clumsy, affecting appetite. And sometimes the outer wrapper will be broken, and the filling inside will be squeezed out from this crack, affecting not only the appearance, but also the taste. If it is too small, it will look like an immature girl who has not yet developed. If there are not enough ingredients, it will be like eating only the crust. It will taste much worse if you bite it in your mouth like chewing grass stems. Therefore, it is most suitable to roll it into a cylinder with a diameter of 5 centimeters. Roll and eat one roll together. Generally, you can eat 2 to 3 rolls, and some can eat 4 to 5 rolls. Xian, this little person, can eat one roll by herself. Every time you eat wheat rolls, it can make you hungry. Take a bite. It is fragrant and fresh, juicy and full of flavor, full of the richness of mountain and the freshness of sea. Take another bite, and you will have endless aftertaste, with golden egg shreds, fragrant braised pork, and green bean sprouts. All kinds of delicacies are available. You will want to eat more after eating one roll. The taste is really beyond words. You can't stop. If you want to eat crispier wheat cake rolls, you can also put them in the pan and fry them. The wheat cake rolls rolled in the oil pan are shining with a golden and attractive luster. Crispy and pleasant. Xian hugged Wang Tao's neck, still sleepy and drowsy. Seeing that the power of wheat cake rolls was ineffective, Wang Tao had to use the last killer after dinner. Dad will take you fishing. If you continue to sleep, you won't be able to go. I have to say, this trick really works. Fishing? Xian suddenly became interested. What fish? Is it the goldfish in the park? Every time she went to the park to play, every time she came across the fishing stall, Xian couldn't walk. I have to play once. It's a pity that she couldn't catch any fish every time and didn't let him help. When the time came, nothing came out. So I had to spend money to buy a few goldfish to raise. Then I raised them. Then they died. They were starved to death. Huang Tao smiled and said, they are fish from the river. Daddy will take you to fish for goldfish in the park next time. Okay then. Xian was still very well behaved and obedient. She immediately let go of Huang Tao's neck, slid down from the child's seat, held Huang Tao's hand and said, Daddy, let's go fish in the river. Huang Tao reminded, let's go to Grandma's house to finish lunch first. Oh, okay. Xian nodded obediently, held her father's hand, and walked to Grandma's yard. Woof woof. Woof woof. As soon as Huang Tao stepped into the door, he heard a few dog barks, and a big yellow dog rushed towards him. What kai? Huang Tao quickly leaned over and hugged it with one hand, wondering, why are you here? The big yellow dog made a low woof sound. It wagged its tail desperately, and stretched out its tongue to lick Huang Tao. This big yellow dog Huang Kai is his aunt's dog. When he went to his aunt's house before, he would tease Huang Kai. Unexpectedly, after not seeing it for a while, it has grown a lot, and it has not forgotten him. Daddy. Xian looked at the big yellow dog, a little scared and a little curious, because she had never seen such a big dog. She was a little scared, so she moved her small body behind her father, because her father's broad body can give her the greatest sense of security. Huang Tao, who understood, laughed and said softly, Xian, don't be afraid. This is your aunt's dog. You have seen it before. Xian blinked, but the dog at my aunt's house is not this big. That's because it has grown up now. Huang Tao smiled and said, do you want to touch it? Xian thought about it, nodded, walked from behind her father, came to Huang Tao's side, and carefully stretched out her chubby little hand. Huang Kai tilted his head to look at Xian, then lay on the ground very docilely, letting Xuan's little hand fall on his head and touch it gently. It also wagged its tail with enjoyment. This well-behaved look immediately broke the ripple of fear in Xuan's heart. She called out softly with her eyes curved, Huang Kai. Huang Kai raised his head and licked Xuan's hand with his tongue. The little guy laughed a bunch of giggle like silver bells, which reminded her of Mimi, who stayed in the store. Annie came out when she heard the noise. When she saw Huang Tao and Xian, she greeted them, hey. Xiao. Xian, you are back. We have been waiting for you too. Wash your hands, and come to eat wheat cakes. Huang Tao smiled and replied, hey. Okay. Auntie. Xian blinked, hello. Auntie. Hey. Okay. Auntie smiled and stretched out her hand to hold Xian in her arms. So good. Such a beautiful, cute and well-behaved little person. Auntie naturally couldn't help but want to pamper her. Of course. In her heart, she couldn't help but complain about her son Jiakong. He was already old, but he didn't even have a girlfriend. When would she be able to hold grandchildren? No. After returning, she must urge him to marry and ask the matchmaker to help him find a date, and then arrange a few blind dates for him. He must be out of the ranks of singles before the Chinese New Year. At the beginning of next year, the marriage will be arranged, and a baby will be born by the end of next year. Of course, she is also an open-minded person and doesn't mind them getting pregnant before marriage. If Sun Jiakong knew what his mother was thinking, he would probably have a headache. Oh my god, it's okay to urge him to get married, but now even urge him to give birth. Mom, don't you know that marriage can't be settled? And having children also depends on fate. At this time, Song Xialian also came out and waved to Xian. Xian, you must be hungry. Come to Grandma. Grandma has prepared delicious food for you. Xian, who had eaten wontons and soup dumplings made by her father in the kindergarten, didn't feel very hungry, but still said politely, Grandma, I'm not very hungry, but thank you for preparing delicious food for me. The little guy's words made Song Xialian laugh. Afterwards, Huang Tao took Xian to wash his hands and shared this hearty lunch with his family. During the meal, everyone talked and laughed, and they were happy. Chapter 451, This is how you can catch fish. After lunch, Huang Tao went to the utility room and took out the fishing equipment that his father bought on a whim, but only used once or twice before it was left unused and covered in dust. Seeing him cleaning the dust off the fishing equipment, Song Xialian couldn't help but wonder and asked, Son, what are you doing with your father's fishing equipment? Before Huang Tao could answer, Xian revealed the answer first. Grandma, I want to go fishing in the river with my dad. Fishing. Song Xialian saw that the weather was good, so she didn't say much. She just reminded him, then you should pay attention to safety. And keep an eye on Xian. Don't let her get cold. I know. Huang Tao smiled and said, just wait for the fish to eat in the evening. After that, Huang Tao shouldered the fishing equipment, carried a backpack on his back, and left home with Xian. Walking towards the river, Wang Kai followed behind happily. That's right. It also wanted to go out and play with him, so it followed him quietly. As a result, after walking a few steps, it exposed its whereabouts. Daddy! Xian suddenly stopped and pulled Huang Tao's hand. Huh? Huang Tao was stunned. What's wrong? Xian. Xian pointed behind her with her other little hand. Wang Kai. Huang Tao turned around and laughed dumbly. He didn't expect Wang Kai to follow him secretly, and was discovered by Xian. Woof woof. Wang Kai didn't run away in shame because his whereabouts were exposed. Instead, he jumped half a foot high with joy, approached Huang Tao, and shook his short tail desperately at him, as if begging for a ride. Just when Huang Tao was at a loss for words, Xian shook his hand gently, tilted her head, looked at him with curved eyebrows, and two shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks. Dad, can we take Wang Kai fishing with us? Since his precious daughter had spoken, Huang Tao had no reason to refuse. He could only agree. He nodded in agreement. Then take Wang Kai with you. Okay. Hearing this, Xuan's beautiful eyes instantly radiated a light that was even brighter than the stars in the sky. She reached out and touched Wang Kai's furry head. If Wang Kai had a higher intelligence and could understand human language, he would definitely shed two wide noodles of tears of emotion. The little master is so kind to it. Xian smiled sweetly at it, waved and said, Wang Kai, let's go. Wang Kai finally got this rare opportunity to go out and play, so he must perform well. So he ran back and forth, jumped and followed, and had a lot of fun. Continuing along the road, the bright and warm sunshine shone on Huang Tao and Xian, who were holding hands. Warm and comfortable. Huang Tao looked at Wang Kai, who ran ahead, squinted his eyes slightly, and couldn't help singing a song, walking on the country road. The old cow returning at dusk is my companion. Xian knew this song. It was walking on the country road. But she didn't know the lyrics at the beginning. But she still blinked her crystal clear eyes and listened carefully. Walking along the country road, there are lush green vegetable fields on the left and towering trees on the river bank on the right. The winter breeze blows the dead leaves down one after another. Huang Tao continues to sing loudly. The blue sky matches the sunset in the chest, and the colorful clouds are the clothes of the sunset. He holds the hoe on his shoulder, and the shepherd singing is rippling. Xian is waiting for this sentence. Her eyes are shining, and she excitedly sings along with her father. Oh woo 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 they sing, and there is a flute faintly blowing. Xian is most familiar with this sentence and sings it most well. The tender voice of the child echoes in the country road. The father and daughter sang in unison and arrived at the destination. Huang Tao chose a shaded place by the river, took out a picnic mat from his backpack, spread it on the grass on the shore, and then took out the thermos cup and a small bag of snacks he brought and placed them on the picnic mat. In the afternoon, he planned to accompany Xian to enjoy this pleasant time. So before going out, he prepared everything. As for fishing, it's just a byproduct. Woof woof. Wang Kai immediately, wagging its tail, it pounced over, trying to occupy the best center position. Huang Tao grabbed its neck skin, lifted it up, and threw this restless guy to a corner of the picnic mat. Xian giggled and reached out to hold Wang Kai in her arms. Because Mimi and Peppa Pig were not there, Wang Kai suddenly became her best friend. Huang Tao smiled, took out the stool, tied the fishing line and hook, adjusted the float, put the bait on the hook as bait, and then raised the fishing rod and threw it hard. Plop. Huang Tao threw the hook 3 or 4 meters away from the shore. Xian sat next to him, staring at the float on the water, and asked, Dad, can you catch fish like this? Huang Tao smiled, not necessarily. It depends on luck. If you are lucky, you can catch it. For him, whether he can catch fish or not is not so important. What is important is that Xian can experience the joy of childhood. That kind of simple and carefree joy. Huang Tao held the fishing rod and waited calmly for the first fish to be lured by the bait and bite the hook. But the white float floating on the water remained motionless. In fact, fishing is a leisure activity that requires patience. Although fishing skills are very important and equipment is indispensable, even experienced anglers will encounter the situation of no harvest. So, fishing requires a lot of patience. And people who are impatient and eager for success cannot become qualified fishing friends. Wang Tao came to fish today purely to enjoy a beautiful and relaxing time. In addition, with his precious daughter by his side, he was naturally in a good mood and could calm down and enjoy the fun of fishing. He stared at the float, and a happy arc appeared unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. After eating some snacks, Xian sat cross-legged on the picnic mat, holding her little face in her hands, and stared at the white fishing float with Wang Tao. Huh? Why is it not moving? She was quiet and well-behaved. She waited for a long time, almost 2 hours. But there was no movement of the fishing float. A big question mark rose in her mind, and she asked in confusion, Dad, do the fish not like to eat our bait? Wang Tao laughed dumbly. How could it be? They must like it. Xian blinked her eyes, thought for a while, and guessed, is it because the fish are full that they don't eat our bait? Wang Tao sweated. He really didn't know how to answer this question. He couldn't go into the water and ask the fish one by one. Even if he wanted to ask, he didn't understand the language of fish. He said with a bit of a smile, it shouldn't be. Maybe the fish are swimming somewhere else and didn't see our bait. Xian blinked her eyes, thought about it, and felt that what her father said was indeed quite reasonable. So she accepted the explanation given by her father. But she saw her father holding the fishing rod, motionless, and she said with some worry and distress, Dad, you keep holding the fishing rod. Aren't you tired? Do you want me to help you hold it for a while? The little guy actually felt sorry for him. Wang Tao felt sweet in his heart. He smiled and nodded, after your reminder. Xian, Dad does feel a little tired. But Xian doesn't need to help hold it. Xian just needs to support Dad. How to support? Xuan's beautiful big eyes. Her eyes were puzzled. And then they lit up, Daddy. I know how to support. After that, she stood up, pouted her lips, kissed Wang Tao on the side of his face, and asked, Daddy, is this how to support? Ouch! Wang Tao felt that his soul was about to fly away. He smiled happily and nodded, yes. This is how to support. But Daddy also wants to kiss Xian. Xian put her face on Wang Tao's mouth without hesitation, while Wang Tao felt that he was full of morale. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of the white fish float on the water's surface sinking. Out of instinct, he hurriedly lifted the fishing rod up. It's caught! The feedback from his hand made him feel that it was definitely caught this time. Sure enough, at the end of the long fishing line, a small fish that had just escaped from the water was struggling vigorously. Fish! 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 Xian danced with joy and shouted in surprise and excitement, Dad! Fish! We caught a fish! She then patted Wang Kai, who was lying beside her, and shared happily, Wang Kai! Look! My dad caught a fish! Look! Poor Wang Kai was sleeping soundly. He was suddenly awakened by Xuan's patting and shouting. He opened his eyes in confusion. When he saw Xian, he immediately shook his tail subconsciously. Wang Tao held the fishing rod tightly with a happy face, and caught the fish that was just caught, and was still alive, and trying to break free. It was a 15-centimeter small Christian carp. I have to say, this wild Christian carp is very strong. It was in his hand, and it was still struggling desperately. Wang Tao put down the fishing rod, took the small Christian carp off the hook, and handed it to Xian to see. Xian looked at the lively Christian carp and said happily, Dad, this fish is a little small. Let's not eat it. Can we raise it? Dizzy? Raising fish again? Wang Tao subconsciously wanted to refuse, mainly because he was afraid that it would die and the little guy would be sad again. He said helplessly, Xian, this Christian carp grows in the river. It is difficult to raise it in the water at home. It is easy to die. Oh! Xian thought of the goldfish that died because of her own feeding. It was really pitiful. She thought for a while and said, Dad, let's release the little fish. Okay. I'll listen to Xian. Wang Tao nodded in agreement, threw the small Christian carp back into the river, and continued with a smile, Dad will catch a big fish for you to eat. Okay. Okay. Xian grabbed Wang Tao's shoulders, pouted her pink little mouth, and kissed him on the face again. This is to support him. Xian clenched her fist and said, Dad, come on. Come on! Xuanxuan's kiss seemed to have magic, and it directly filled Huang Tao's luck value. He changed the bait and hooked it again in less than 2 minutes. After the white fish floated up 2 fish, it suddenly sank again. In a flash, Huang Tao hurriedly pulled in the right direction, and the fishing rod was immediately bent down. Oh my god! It must be a big fish! Huang Tao quickly used the fishing reel to reel in and released the fishing line to play the fish. Splash! A burst of white waves appeared on the water surface, and the fish that had bitten the hook underwater also showed its belly. Xianxian's beautiful big eyes widened unconsciously, as if she had seen something incredible, and she was so surprised that she couldn't speak for a while. Huang Tao was also very excited at the moment, but he knew that he couldn't be anxious at the moment. If he was not careful, it would be easy for the prey to slip away. Therefore, he was patient and dealt with the big fish. After playing for about 3 minutes, he felt that the big fish in his hand had weakened its struggle a lot. He took advantage of the situation and pulled it ashore. It was a carp more than 1 foot long. Wow! Xianxian looked at the carp lying in the grass on the river bank. Her eyes lit up unconsciously, and her mouth opened wide, enough to fit an egg. This fish is so big. Dad is so awesome. Daddy, look! This fish is so big! At this moment, Huang Tao was naturally a little proud. He said with a happy face, Xianxian, this fish is a carp. To be honest, he didn't expect to be so lucky today and actually caught a wild carp weighing 4 or 5 pounds. What a harvest! Woof woof. Wang Kai also ran over to join in the fun, stretched his neck, made a look of I am terrible, and called out to the carp on the ground a few times. The result? The big carp suddenly struggled in the grass and jumped up, frightening Wang Kai, and quickly stepped back a few steps, with an expression of I can't afford to offend. Can't I hide? Huang Tao did not rush to remove the fishhook, but pulled a few long grass stems aside, twisted a grass rope out first, and then grabbed the big carp, passed the grass rope through its gills, and hung it up. In this way, it could not escape. Huang Tao had the big carp in his hand, and he didn't want to continue fishing. Besides, he couldn't eat too many fish, and he couldn't keep them alive. In addition, it was getting late, so he decided to stop. But before leaving, he still asked Xuanxuan's opinion. Xianxian, do you want to continue playing? Or go home? Dad, I want to go home. Xianxian didn't want to continue playing here. Okay, Dad will pack up. After Huang Tao put away all the things he brought, he carried the trophy big carp in one hand, took Xianxian and Wang Kai home. On the way home, Xuanxuan's eyes stared at the carp hanging on the grass rope from time to time, as if she was afraid that she would run away. Chapter 452 Tools to Make Up for Emotional Needs. The night tried to pull open the curtain, covering the afterglow of the sunset bit by bit, leaving only a blush on the horizon trying to emit light. A black online car finally drove into the old street in the west of the city before the sunset faded. Although it was the rush hour, there were not many pedestrians on the streets of the old street, and there was no traffic jam at all. The driver drove the car to the corner of the old street in the west of the city without any obstruction. Brake. The harsh brake sound left a dark mark on the road. Xiao Xiao, who was sitting in the co-pilot, hurriedly turned her head to look out the window, looked around, and then fixed her eyes on the sign of a store not far away. The 3 powerful characters Really Delicious also instantly caught her eyes. That's it. Huh? Why aren't there any customers queuing? Xiao Xiao was delighted, but she was also a little puzzled. You know, she had done her homework in advance, and knew that at this time, there should have been a long queue in front of the Jinchi restaurant. But now, there was no one in front of the restaurant. Looking through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, there was no one dining in the restaurant. Just when Xiao Xiao was wondering, she heard the driver's voice. Hello? We're here. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Lu Feifei, who was still listening to the song, nodded in response after hearing the driver's reminder, and reached out to push the sunglasses on the bridge of her nose, revealing a signature charming arc on her face. Of course, no man can appreciate this charming smile, including the driver, because this wave of smiles was covered by a thick mask. Lu Feifei looked at Xiao Xiao on the side, and seeing that the other party was distracted, she couldn't help but remind him, Xiao Xiao, pay. Oh. Xiao Xiao, who had recovered, didn't care about it anymore. She quickly took out her mobile phone to scan the code to pay. and informed the driver on the side, "The money has been paid." After that, she quickly put away her mobile phone, pushed open the passenger door, and after getting off the car, she habitually walked to the back seat immediately, respectfully opened the door, and blocked the door frame with one hand, fearing that Lu Feifei would hit her head when getting off the car. Lu Feifei, who originally wanted to tell Xiao Xiao not to run over to open the door, saw that it was too late, so she had to step out her slender legs and get out of the car gracefully. The driver looked at this scene and was a little puzzled. After all, such scenes and actions have only been seen on TV dramas, but they are rare in real life. He didn't think much about it, just thought it was some rich girl who brought her nanny to experience life together. Don't ask him why he thought so. The answer is that the woman in the back seat has an unusual aura. She must be rich or noble. At this time, Xiao Xiao closed the car door after Lu Feifei got off the car and went to the Zinchiho restaurant. On the way, Lu Feifei told Lu Feifei after the fact that as she went out alone next time, she should not open the car door for her so ostentatiously after getting off the car, so as to protect her from getting off the car, so as not to make others suspicious and recognize her. Xiao Xiao nodded repeatedly, indicating that she would pay attention next time. During the conversation, the two came to the door of the Zinchiho restaurant. Lu Feifei looked up at the sign. "Zinchiho? Is this the restaurant? But isn't it said that there are a lot of people queuing up for this door? Why is there no one here? And why is there an iron general guarding the door?" She looked at the cold front door. Nothing was there. And then she saw that the door in front of the store was closed, and there was a big lock inserted horizontally. And her eyebrows couldn't help but frown slightly. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. Why is it closed? Or is it not open? If it's not open, shouldn't there be a lot of customers waiting outside? The situation in front of her made her a little confused. She remembered that Weibo said that this store is open in the morning, noon and evening, and the business is very good. There are many people queuing before dinner time. So after she dealt with the crew's affairs, she sent away the driver of the Nani car arranged by the crew. And then, under Shishu's arrangement, she put on sunglasses, a mask and a hat, and took an online car hailing to the old street in the west of the city. But after all this trouble, she arrived here around 5 o'clock. Although it's a bit late. It's time for dinner. Xiao Xiao, who was standing by, expressed her thoughts. "Sister Feifei, I was wondering just now, do you think this restaurant will be closed tonight?" What she said makes sense, and it's hard to refute. It should be. Lu Feifei's tone was full of regret. She came here with an empty stomach, ready to enjoy this legendary delicacy, but ended up not eating anything. You can imagine how unhappy she was. She is such a person. As long as she is unhappy, she wants to eat something immediately. That way, all the troubles and unhappiness will disappear at the moment of eating. That's right. She just used food as a tool to make up for her emotional needs. So her beautiful eyes stopped at the convenience store next to the Zinhachi restaurant. "Xiao Xiao, go to the convenience store next door and buy me some food." Xiao Xiao asked respectfully, "Sister Feifei, what do you want to eat?" Lu Feifei, who was in a good mood, was asked and was stunned. She really didn't know what she wanted to eat specifically. Thinking about it, I remembered that someone on Weibo mentioned a mouthful of Sikhun pure milk. Since I can't drink the green bean milk in the Zinhachi restaurant, then drink Sikhun pure milk. She was determined and smiled. "Sikhun pure milk. Okay. Then Sister Feifei, you stand here and don't move. I'll go buy it right away." Xiao Xiao ran towards Jiangguo's convenience store. Lu Feifei continued to wait there. A gust of wind blew, blowing the wide-brimmed hat on her head to the ground, and rolled a few times. She hurriedly stepped forward with her high heels, clacking and clacking. Just as she was about to bend down to pick it up, a hand worked faster than her. The man picked up the hat, with a gentle smile on his face, and handed it to her. "Is this your hat?" "Yes, it's mine." Lu Feifei nodded to the other person gratefully. "Thank you." This nod made the big sunglasses on her nose slide down slightly, revealing a pair of beautiful big eyes. Lu Qianqian, who was about to say "You're welcome," was stunned for a moment, always feeling that these eyes were so familiar. It seemed that I had seen them somewhere. She couldn't help but look at Lu Feifei carefully. Finally, she reacted. "Feifei? Is it really Feifei?" Lu Qianqian was a little excited, and she confirmed it again. She was recognized indeed. Lu Feifei nodded to her embarrassedly. Which one? Do you know her? Lin Hongyi asked puzzledly. Brother Hongyi. Lu Feifei. Lu Qianqian patted his shoulder and said excitedly, Have you forgotten? The fairy tale drama you liked very much before was starred by Lu Feifei. Lin Hongyi really didn't remember it. He didn't chase stars. After watching the TV series, he would forget them as soon as he turned his head. However, after Lu Qianqian's reminder, he still had a slight impression. Because when he watched the drama that year, in addition to being attracted by the plot of the drama, the biggest part was for the beauty of the heroine. I didn't expect that after so many years. She is still so beautiful. And even more mature and charming. The legendary goddess appeared in front of him. And Lin Hongyi naturally wanted to seize this rare opportunity. He smiled and asked, Lu Feifei, can I take a photo with you? Sure. Lu Feifei nodded in agreement with great affinity. Hearing this, Lin Hongyi was as happy as a 200-pound fat man. He quickly handed the phone to Lu Qianqian and asked her to help take pictures. Then he ran to Lu Feifei's side and laughed silly all the time. Lu Feifei also politely took off her mask and sunglasses and smiled at the camera in cooperation. The smiles of the two were frozen in the camera. Then Lu Qianqian, after obtaining Lu Feifei's consent, also quickly asked Lin Hongyi to help take a photo of her and Lu Feifei. After the photo was over, they signed. Xiao Xiao also came back and brought back the Sikhun pure milk that Lu Feifei wanted to drink. She also thoughtfully inserted a straw and handed it to Lu Feifei. Seeing someone recognized her sister Feifei and asked for a photo. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would be recognized by more people. That would easily cause confusion. So she smiled and politely said to Lu Qianqian and the others, Sorry. We have something else to do. So we have to leave first. Lu Feifei understood and quickly put on her hat, mask and sunglasses again. Okay. Bye. Lu Qianqian smiled and stretched out her hand to make a pleased gesture. Lu Feifei also waved to the two of them in a friendly manner. Lu Qianqian suddenly felt that Lu Feifei was still beautiful when holding the milk carton. And she was also a little cute. So, she couldn't help but pick up the camera in her hand and took a picture of Lu Feifei's little appearance. Chapter 453, I have been coveting Huang Tao's craftsmanship for a long time. Come on! Huang Tao slowed down his pace, turned his head to look at Xian, smiled and clenched his fists, cheering for Xian. Come on! Xian also shouted in a baby voice, cheering for herself. Huang Tao was seen carrying fishing equipment and a backpack on his shoulders, while Xian followed her father's side, holding the big carp and shouting hey, hey, hey softly. She looked very tired and took small steps. Just now, Xian was worried that the big carp her father was holding would fall to the ground, and she glanced down at her father's hand from time to time. She was not hurt by the straw rope, and she was worried that his hand was sore and came over to help him take the fish. When Huang Tao heard it, his heart was so warm and sweet. It feels good to have a little person caring about you. Of course, while feeling warm, he still declined her kindness. After all, a 4-year-old kid, with small hands and weak strength. How could he lift a big fish weighing about 4 pounds? What's more, the fish was still alive and jumped from time to time. It was very powerful. But the little girl refused and insisted on helping her father. Huang Tao couldn't persuade her. In the end, he had to compromise and let her help get the fish. But in the end, Xian was still defeated by the idea is beautiful. The reality is very skinny. And reluctantly returned the big carp to her father, in order to prevent Xian from feeling disappointed. Huang Tao assigned Xian a glorious task, which was, let her take Huang Kai home together. Then, the big one, the small one and the dog faced the sunset and returned home leisurely amid the surprised greetings of the villagers. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw his father Huang Yi watering the flowers in the yard. Huang Tao lifted up the big carp in his hand and proudly showed it to his father. Dad, look what I caught this afternoon. Wow, what a big carp. Huang Yi turned around and saw the big carp in Huang Tao's hand, and couldn't help showing a touch of surprise. He didn't expect his son to have such a skill. He had heard his wife Song Silian say that his son took his granddaughter to go fishing, and thought that his son was just accompanying his granddaughter to play. But he never thought he actually caught a fish, and it was a big carp. TSK. His son is really good. Who made him? As a father, return empty-handed every time he went fishing. And his son Xiao Ao caught a big carp the first time he went fishing. It's impossible not to be convinced. Dig the grass. Cousin Sun Jiakong had just parked the car and walked in. Seeing the big carp in Huang Tao's hand, and the fishing equipment at his feet, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "This fish is so big." "Xiao Tao, did you catch it? Don't say dirty words." Huang Tao quickly raised an index finger, and poked the outspoken Sun Jiakong in the ear. Then nodded and said, "Yes. I caught it. Let's add another dish tonight, and cook braised carp." Sun Jiakong, who understood, quickly reached out to cover his mouth. And his eyes subconsciously looked at Xian, with a little look of "I know I was wrong." Then he said, "Okay. Then I will stay for dinner, and take my mother back after dinner." Originally, he and his mother agreed to pick her up after overtime, and then go home directly. But when he heard on the phone that Huang Tao was still here in the afternoon, and would cook in the evening, he persuaded his mother to stay for dinner. In this way, he could also have a meal. After all, he had been craving Huang Tao's cooking skills for a long time. Just at this time, Song Salian and her aunt, who were wearing aprons and helping to prepare the ingredients in the kitchen, ran over to see the noise outside and said with surprise, "What a big carp! It must be at least 4 pounds. "Yes, it should be." Huang Tao smiled and handed the carp to his mother, saying, "Mom, you can kill this fish." "Okay. Leave it to me." Song Salian took it and continued with a smile, "Oh, I've washed the other ingredients for you, and I'm waiting for you to cook them." Xian looked up and asked, "Grandma, can I watch you kill the fish?" Song Salian shook her head. Xian, killing fish is bloody, and there's nothing to see. You should help Grandpa water the flowers." She felt that the process of killing fish was a bit bloody, and was afraid that Xian would be scared. In addition, it was not safe to be nearby, so she didn't let Xian watch. Xian was a little disappointed. "Okay then." Huang Yida smiled happily, came over and held Xuan's hand, asking her to water the flowers with him. Huang Tao smiled and walked into the kitchen. "Let me help you." Sun Jiakong followed closely, walked in, and volunteered to suggest. "Okay." Huang Tao would naturally not turn down free labor. Although this free labor had no cooking skills, and was a little clumsy, he was still okay at running errands and picking up things. Soon, Huang Tao cooked a large table of dishes with good color, aroma and taste. Braised prawns, fish-flavored eel shreds, deep-fried bells, crab-fried cakes, and other specialties of the store. Of course, the carefully cooked braised carp is indispensable. Although this dish is not systematically blessed, the taste of the braised carp is also quite good. It has also become one of the dishes that everyone is fighting for. Xian also ate several pieces of delicious carp meat. Of course, Huang Tao carefully helped to remove the fish bones. After a dinner, Xuan's happy smile never disappeared. The aunt and cousin also ate with oil dripping from their mouths and praised it endlessly. Even Wang Kai ate with relish. On this side, Lu Qianqian went to Huang Tao's restaurant to eat, but was turned away, so she had no interest in going to other restaurants to eat. So, she said goodbye to Lin Hongyi and went home directly. "I just made some salad for dinner. I just consider it as losing weight." Fortunately, this trip was not completely in vain. I still got some small gains. After all, I took a photo with the first-line star Lu Feifei and asked for an autograph, which made up for her little disappointment. Since I took a photo, I naturally wanted to show off a little. She took out her mobile phone, logged into Weibo, and posted a Weibo. "Daily life of female anchor. I am very happy today. Very happy, because I met my favorite female star Lu Feifei in front of the Zinhachi restaurant. She is super beautiful, impeccable beauty, and she is also very gentle. Without saying too much." Picture JPG 1. Picture JPG 2. There are countless people who are bored after dinner at this time. Not long after the Weibo about the encounter with the star was posted, several comments were quickly posted. "Shanchuanjiwing, no way. No way. Can I really watch this without paying? Global girls, wow. I've never seen this before. I actually saw my idol Lu Feifei on Qianqian's Weibo. Feifei is so beautiful. So pretty. Zhengzhanglia Sixa. Feifei is full of gentleness. Today she is a gentle sister. Sunflowers on the tree. Feifei is a fairy from heaven. Qianqian is also good and pretty. Both sisters are very pleasing to the eye. Zhengzhanglio C. Oh my god. I thought the anchor was just posting headlines. I didn't expect that when I clicked in. There were pictures and the truth. It was impossible not to believe it. By the way, why did Lu Feifei come to the door of Zenhachi? Did she want to eat the food in Zenhachi? July's platycodon flowers not blooming. Lu Feifei is really a woman who meets my aesthetic standards. She is like a fairy. Beautiful. Pure and fairy. If I had known that I could meet Lu Feifei in Zenhachi this evening, even if Mr. Huang's shop was closed, I would have gone there even if I had to crawl. Ha ha ha. It seems that Lu Feifei was also tempted by the food in Zenhachi. As soon as she arrived in Wenling City, she wanted to taste the food in Zenhachi. Unfortunately, Zenhachi was closed tonight, so she must not have been able to eat. With my woman's intuition, Lu Feifei will definitely visit Zenhachi restaurant again in the next 2 days. I have decided that I will go to Zenhachi restaurant every day in the next 2 days, and then meet my goddess by chance. Shanjuanjiwing. I am very happy to see Lu Feifei come to our Wenling City to film. I am also very happy to see my favorite anchor meet my favorite star. But I am not the only one who noticed that the milk in Lu Feifei's hand is pure milk from Sikhun. Right? Under these 2 comments, many people immediately replied, actually, I saw it too. It seems that the rumors are true. Lu Feifei also likes to drink Sichuan's pure milk. I have decided that I can't eat the same food as Lu Feifei, but it's okay to drink the same milk as my sister. Sikhun, I'll make a box and try it. Then many fans forwarded this Weibo. Many people even quickly posted a Weibo about their new discovery, which attracted people who paid attention to this matter to like and comment. A new entry appeared, and it continued to climb up because of the popularity until it climbed to the real-time hot search, followed by other derived hot searches. The enthusiasm of netizens, the popularity of first-line female stars, and the peak traffic time period made this tap water marketing reach its extreme. Hashtag shock. Lu Feifei's milk skin is actually because of drinking this hashtag. Hashtag shock. Lu Feifei actually likes to eat food in a small restaurant hashtag. Hashtag meet Lu Feifei hashtag. Hashtag Lu Feifei was rejected hashtag. These 4 hot searches rushed to the hot search with lightning speed in a very short time. Then, Wang Tao's Senchiho restaurant became popular again. Sikhun Dairy also became popular. Chapter 454 Come out and show off. In the living room, Huang Tao and Xian, who had eaten and drunk enough, touched their stomachs, leaned against the back of the sofa, and burped. Their movements were exactly the same. They are indeed father and daughter. Xian, Sun Jiakong then came over happily, handed over the TV remote control with both hands, and said with a flattering look, "What cartoon do you want to watch? Uncle, can you play it?" Xian did not answer, but turned her head to look at Huang Tao on the side. Although she was quite tempted, she had to get her father's consent. Huang Tao reached out and touched her little head. Nodded, "You can watch it if you want, but you must protect your eyes. You can only watch TV for half an hour." "Yeah." Xian turned her head and looked at Sun Jiakong, smiling sweetly and politely thanking him. "Thank you, Uncle. Then I will watch Peppa Pig for half an hour." What a well-behaved child. The aunt on the side was very happy to see her. And then she was busy saying to Xian, "Xiao Kong, look at Xiao Tao. He is younger than you." The child. "You are already this old. You are not young anymore. It is time to find someone to marry and have children. Here comes the mother's nagging to get married and have children." Sun Jiakong quickly took out his biggest trump card. "Mom, don't worry. Your son will not be single forever. There will always be someone waiting for me," Auntie said without hesitation. "King of hell. Right? Sun Jiakong. Mom, can we still communicate happily? Mom, let me tell you. My girlfriend, who is still in elementary school, is still waiting for me to marry her on a colorful cloud. Aunt, just keep talking nonsense." Aunt raised her hand in dismay. Oh my god. Is he going to beat him up for a disagreement? Seeing that the situation was not good, Sun Jiakong quickly picked up Xian and held her in front of his mother. "Tool Xian is online. Now!" Aunt looked at the delicate and beautiful Xian and quickly withdrew her hand, and helplessly gave Sun Jiakong a big eye roll. "For Xuan's sake, I'll let you go for now. I'll settle the score with you after we get home." Just then, Song Xilian and Huanita brought some peeled and washed fruits and snacks over, and greeted them with a smile. "Come on, eat some fruit." Auntie took it quickly and said with a smile, "Xilian, brother-in-law, don't bother. Sit down and eat together." After that, she helped put the fruits and snacks one by one on the coffee table in front of Xian. Apples and pears cut into small pieces. Washed strawberries. Grapefruit peeled into segments. Canned potato chips. Small packages of want snow cakes. Boxed Oreos. And amoy. They all looked at Xian with a smile. In the eyes of these elders, Xian is not only Huang Tao's daughter, but also everyone's baby. Her cleverness, understanding, and cuteness all touched the softest part of everyone's heart. Of course there is something good. So Xian is the first. Huang Tao said, Xian, take whatever you want to eat. Don't say snacks like potato chips are unhealthy. You don't eat them many times a year. Besides, you don't eat much. So how unhealthy can they be? He is now. Just want Xian to spend this New Year's Day holiday happily. Xian is really happy. Looking at these delicious fruits and snacks in front of her. She doesn't know how to choose. But she remembers what her father said, and thinks that eating snacks at night is not good for the stomach. Finally, she still chooses strawberries very sensibly. Think about it. Xian picked up another pomelo and handed it to Huang Tao beside her. Dad, eat it. Xian is so good. Huang Tao smiled and took the pomelo. Sun Jiakong smiled and teased Xian. Xian, why doesn't Uncle have it? Then what do you want to eat? Uncle? Xian will get it for you. Thinking that Uncle Jiakong showed her favorite cartoon Peppa Pig. She should also reciprocate. So she asked with a smile. The ant beside him heard it and said quickly, Xian, ignore him. Let him get it himself if he wants to eat. Sun Jiakong. Mom, am I your biological son? Then the ant looked at Sun Jiakong again and said sourly, Jiakong, now you know you are envious. If you are envious, you should have a child yourself, so that your own child can take care of you. Oh, here we go again. This topic can't be avoided. Right. How can a grown man like him have a child? Even if he wants to have a child, he must first find someone who is willing to give birth to a daughter for him. Sun Jiakong completely knelt down to his mother. He suddenly felt that he should be in bed. Not here. Fortunately, Xian was very considerate and gave him a small piece of apple, which comforted his mood that was jumping back and forth on the edge of collapse. It made him swear in his heart. If he gets married in the future, he must have a daughter. If he has a son, then have another one. Come on. Let's eat fruit first. Song Salian changed the subject and distributed other fruits to everyone. Huang Tao was busy being a spectator, so he didn't peel the grapefruit in his hand. Daddy? Xuan's call made Huang Tao unconsciously turn his head to look at her again. Huh? What's wrong? Xian asked in confusion. Why don't you eat grapefruit? Is this grapefruit not delicious? Then eat strawberries. She wanted to pick up the strawberries for Huang Tao. No need to change. Dad will eat grapefruit. Huang Tao quickly stretched out his hand to stop him, and then continued to ask, do you want to eat grapefruit? He peeled the grapefruit skin, revealing the bright red grapefruit flesh, and brought it to Xuan's mouth. Xian opened her mouth and bit it gently, chewing it for a few times. Her eyebrows curved and dimples appeared. Dad, you eat it too. Okay. Huang Tao smiled happily, peeled the remaining grapefruit peel, and ate it with Xian, his parents and family. In fact, this grapefruit is not sweet. But Huang Tao felt sweet in his heart when he ate the grapefruit flesh, and was very happy and peaceful. He only wished that time would always be so beautiful, forever and ever. Sun Jiakong, who was on the side, was browsing the web with his mobile phone, trying to marginalize himself and not participate in any topic, so as not to be disliked and lectured by his mother again. Then, he opened Weibo and browsed for a while. Browsing, clicked on the hot search ranked first. He was stunned after just a few glances. He exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Tao, you are on the hot search again. Auntie's eyes showed surprise. What did you say? Xiao Tao is on the hot search. Huang Yida and Song Salian came over excitedly. Hurry up. Let me see. She was even happier and more excited than Huang Tao himself. Although Xian didn't know what the hot search was, it didn't stop her from joining in the fun. She tugged at Sun Jiakong's shoulder and wanted to come over to see what was going on. After confirming the look in her eyes, she could count the words she knew on her 10 fingers. Even so, she still read with relish. Just like a bystander, seeing others excited, she was also happy and happy. The smile on her face never stopped. Those who didn't know would think she could really understand those words. In short, as long as it was about her father, she wanted to know. At this time, in Huang Tao's college classmates group, Gu Shihao, damn, Brother Tao is on the hot search again. Oh my god, I didn't expect that the first-line female star Lu Feifei would also come to Brother Tao's restaurant. Brother Tao is pretty awesome. At Huang Tao. At Huang Tao. At Huang Tao. Where is Brother Tao? Come out and show off. Huang Tao thought this group was a bit noisy, so he blocked the group from being disturbed. And he couldn't hear any messages at all. Chapter 455. It's also based on strength. It's not uncommon for celebrities to be on the hot search. But Lu Feifei is a first-line star. And she actually went to someone else's small restaurant just for a bite of food, which surprised the crew members who saw the hot search. Privately, they also talked about it quietly. Hey, did you just see the hot search? Our crew's heroine Lu Feifei is on the hot search. Lu Feifei is a first-line female star. Isn't it normal to be on the hot search? What's the fuss? Having said that, Lu Feifei went to this small restaurant to eat and drank Sikhun milk in front of the store, which is quite curious. After all, with Lu Feifei's current worth, what kind of food has she not eaten? What kind of imported milk has she not drunk? Her actions are really a bit confusing. It's too cheap. Yes, Lu Feifei was on the hot search last night because she liked this small restaurant. And today she was on the hot search again because of checking in. This small restaurant is on the hot search. And it seems like a bought hot search. But, with her status, she doesn't need to buy this kind of hot search at all. And these two behaviors are not in line with her usual personality. It's really confusing. She didn't eat the good 5-star hotel food, and went to a small street restaurant to eat cheap food. I don't know what she was thinking. The key is that she was turned away in the end, was recognized, took a group photo, and became a hot search. And I Ming said, is Lu Feifei's confusing behavior hinting at something? For example, Lu Feifei drinking this Sikhun milk. Is it hinting that she will become the spokesperson for Sikhun Dairy? Although Sikhun Dairy is an old company, its business situation is very average. How can it afford to hire Lu Feifei as its spokesperson? Even if it spends a huge amount of money to hire Lu Feifei as its spokesperson, it may not be able to hire Lu Feifei. After all, Sikhun Dairy does not match Lu Feifei's status. As for why I drink Sikhun milk, I can't figure it out. It must be a coincidence. I don't know whether Sikhun Dairy hires Lu Feifei as its spokesperson, but I know that the small restaurant is not ordinary. Did you see the hot search of 300,000 yuan worth of chopping board a few days ago? Lu Feifei went to the small restaurant with 300,000 yuan worth of chopping board. I think the name of the restaurant is really delicious. I have seen the hot search of the 300,000 yuan worth of chopping board. And I also went to the official Weibo account of the really delicious restaurant to see the photos posted by the restaurant. I am so greedy that my mouth is watering. Moreover, all the comments from netizens are positive. Now even my favorite female star Lu Feifei has fallen for it, and even went there specially. Maybe it is really delicious. To be honest, last night, because of Lu Feifei's hot search, I was first attracted by the picture of green bean paste and milk. And then, I went to the official account of this restaurant to have a look. I looked at all the pictures of food and my mouth was almost watering. Then I looked at the real evaluations of other bloggers. The description was simply a dream shop. The most important thing is that the food in this restaurant is not only delicious in the pictures, but also seems to be delicious in real life. Otherwise, when we are free, let's go to the store and try the food in the store. In this way, the restaurant food craze brought by the top stars of the crew is spreading quietly. Beijing. In the living room of a high-end apartment. After his own Sikhun Dairy was on the hot search on Weibo this morning, Jiang Xin also learned to browse Weibo. Look! He sat on the sofa, his fingers clumsily swiping the screen of his mobile phone. As he swiped, he saw the hot search about Lu Feifei in the top 4 of the hot search list. There was more than one. There were 4. Occupied the top 4 positions on the hot search list. She is worthy of being a first-line star. She can rush to the hot search with just a little movement. And she also occupies the top 4 positions. He was surprised and clicked in curiously. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. But once you look at it, he is really surprised. Oh my Sikhun Dairy is on the hot search again. He clicked into the hot search shocked. Lu Feifei's milky skin is actually because of drinking this, and saw the picture of the milk Lu Feifei drank. At a glance, he could tell the brand of the milk. It was Sichuan's pure milk. In the comment area, many netizens were discussing the content of Lu Feifei drinking Sichuan's pure milk. Jiangji looked at it and smiled happily. It's good. The eyesight of netizens this time is so good. Even with this blurry photo, these people can find and recognize that the milk Lu Feifei drank is from Sichuan dairy. It's amazing. And the more intense the discussion among netizens this time, the more beneficial it is for Sichuan dairy. Let's make this wave of heat more intense. However, you have to say that thanks to Lu Feifei, my Sichuan dairy has got another hot search for nothing. It's so cool. Jiangji was happy. He picked up the red wine on the coffee table and drank 2 or 3 sips of red wine to celebrate. Fortunately, he hummed a few songs in high spirits. You know, being on the hot search list has always been what Sichuan dairy has been looking forward to. But it has never been realized. Unexpectedly, it has been on the hot search list for the past 2 days. And they are all in the top 5. Although it is a piggyback. But they also piggybacked on it with their strength. Of course, he admitted that the reason why Sichuan dairy could piggyback on Lu Feifei's popularity again and be on the top 5 of the hot search list was all because of Zinhachi Restaurant. If it weren't for the generous sharing of Mr. Huang of Zinhachi Restaurant, who said without hesitation that the ingredients in the mung bean paste milk were pure milk from Sichuan dairy, which attracted Lu Feifei's likes, Sichuan dairy would not have been able to piggyback on Lu Feifei's east wind and frequently appear on the hot search list. It would also be impossible for sales to increase suddenly. After reading all the hot searches, he couldn't help but sigh that Mr. Huang of Zinhachi Restaurant was really a lucky star for Sichuan dairy. With this wave of popularity, this Sichuan dairy event will definitely be very good. He is full of confidence. However, he is also very curious. By the way, what is the relationship between Mr. Huang of this Zinchiho restaurant and Lu Feifei? After all, Lu Feifei is a first-line star, and Mr. Huang is just the owner of a small restaurant. They are not related at all. Besides, Lu Feifei may just be like other netizens, just craving the food made by Huang Tao. When he thought of the delicious photos of the food made by Huang Tao, he thought that he must try the food of this Zinchiho restaurant if he had the chance in the future. 5-star hotel. Presidential suite. Lu Feifei was bombarded by her agent Sister Tang again. Sister Tang asked her why she suddenly went to Zinchiho restaurant, and questioned her whether she had a private relationship with the owner of Zinchiho restaurant. After all, there must be something fishy when things are out of the ordinary. Lu Feifei said calmly, Sister Tang, I don't know the owner of Zinhachi restaurant at all. Today, I went with Xiao Xiao to appreciate the charm of the old street in the west of the city. I happened to pass by Zinhachi restaurant, and then I went up to take a look out of curiosity. In addition, I was a little hungry, so Xiao Xiao bought me a box of milk. Who knew it was Sichuan's milk? This is purely a coincidence. Sister Tang was half believing and half doubting. Is it really a coincidence? Really? It's more real than gold. Lu Feifei responded coquettishly. Sister Tang, who couldn't get the reason, didn't bother with this question anymore. He just nags and reminds her, Feifei, when you have nothing to do, don't wander around. Just stay in the hotel. Tell Xiao Xiao to buy anything you want. And give me snacks. Shoot well. Learn more from those seniors. Hone your acting skills. And when you become popular, your acting skills can be praised on the hot searches. And maybe you can even win the Best Actress award. Got it. Got it. Lu Feifei hung up the phone and thought about it. She will definitely shoot well. After all, she also wants to win a big award with this drama this time. Think for a moment. Lu Feifei directly sent a voice message to her assistant Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, help me buy a 3-in-1 braised rice and nourishing fish soup, green bean paste and milk at Zinhachi restaurant tomorrow at noon. Remember to go early. You may not be able to buy it if you are late. I will also reimburse your share. If it is not available, you can buy it. Also, remember, don't let anyone know. To be honest, Xiao Xiao was very upset when she received Lu Feifei's voice message. What upset her was that Sister Tang asked her why she appeared in front of Zinhachi restaurant with Lu Feifei and Sichuan milk. Fortunately, she and Lu Feifei had colluded and fooled her. However, Sister Tang also repeatedly told her to pay attention to Lu Feifei's diet and strictly control her weight. But Lu Feifei is also her sponsor, and the sponsor who pays her salary. She can't offend her even more. Xiao Xiao had no choice but to give in again. Well, okay. Then you can rest early. Chapter 456 in the past. I would never have dared to dream of this. The night was getting darker. Go back. Don't send me off. At the door, the aunt smiled and waved to Song Xilian and her husband. Then lowered her head and touched Xuan's little face, saying kindly, Xian, Aunt is leaving. If you miss Aunt, just call her. Or you can ask Dad to take you to her house directly. Yeah. Okay. Xian nodded vigorously. Her eyes curved. And said, Aunt, be careful on the road. You have to be good at home too. What a good child. Aunt couldn't help but touch her little face again. She was very happy. She was also very envious. I envy my sister for having such a well-behaved and sensible granddaughter. Unlike her, I don't know when I can hold my granddaughter in my arms. Alas, it's all my fault for not living up to expectations and giving birth to a son who makes me worry. If my son is as filial and sensible as Xiao Tao, and has a strong sense of family responsibility, she wouldn't be left without a grandchild now, unable to enjoy the happiness of family life with her grandchildren. Xian raised her little face and said softly, Aunt, don't worry. I will call you and go to your house to play. Seeing the sad face of her aunt, she was also very sad. The aunt quickly put away her sad thoughts, showed a loving smile, and said, Okay, don't worry. Remember to come to my house to play. Xian nodded again, yes. Here. After Sun Jiakong and Huang Tao chatted for a while, they got in the car and urged, Mom, it's getting late. It's time to go. I know. After the aunt responded unhappily, she opened the back door and said to Song Xilian and the others, Xilian, brother-in-law, you guys go back in the car. Don't see me off. Woof woof. Wang Kai, who felt the separation, rubbed Huang Tao hard and wagged his tail non-stop. He looked very reluctant. Well, to be exact, what he was most reluctant to leave was the food Huang Tao made. Huang Tao squatted down and held him in his arms, stroking his head hard, then stood up and shouted, Get in the car. But Wang Kai didn't obey the order. He looked up at Huang Tao with a reluctant look in his eyes, wagging his tail even more urgently. Aunt and Sun Jiakong saw this and shook their heads speechlessly. Well, in just this afternoon, he didn't even want to go home. Wang Kai was raised in vain. Ah, he is the father of his father. Huang Tao, who had no choice, stomped his feet and shouted, Get in the car quickly. Wang Kai whined twice, and finally turned around and jumped into the car. Sitting in the back seat, he looked sideways at Huang Tao from time to time, hoping that Huang Tao would call him back. But what he finally waited for was, Huang Tao slammed the car door, waved his hand to Sun Jiakong, indicating that he could drive away. Woof woof. Wang Kai lay on the car window and barked at them. So Sun Jiakong decided to close the car window. Even so, Wang Kai was reluctant to let go, and hurried to take a few more glances at Huang Tao. But the car window was getting higher and higher, and it was almost closed. Wang Kai still stretched out a claw to grab the glass, and refused to let go. Such a perseverant dog. It's so cute. Xian watched Wang Kai being taken away by Uncle Jiakong, and said reluctantly, Dad, why don't we take Wang Kai home? She also liked Wang Kai very much. Wang Kai was not as cold as Mimi, and he could play with her. Moreover, Wang Kai was tall and gave her an incomparable sense of security. Huang Tao smiled and said, Because my aunt's house is Wang Kai's home, he won't want to live in our house. Xian thought about it, and felt that what her father said made sense. Just like her. Even if she liked her aunt's house, she wouldn't want to live there. Watching Sun Jiakong's car disappear at the corner of the intersection, Huang Tao turned his head and said to his parents, Mom and Dad, you take Xian in the car first. I'll move the gifts. After that, he moved the gifts into the car, and then drove his parents and Xian towards the old street in the west of the city. Of course, Xian gained a lot from this trip to her hometown. She saw the beautiful scenery of rivers and mountains, felt the wonders of nature, enjoyed the fun of the lively outdoor life, tasted the delicious carp, played with Wang Kai, and spent a happy time together. Mimi, I'm back. When she returned to the Zenhachi restaurant on Qingxi Old Street, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Xian waited for Huang Tao to open the door and turn on the lights, and then loudly announced her return to Mimi, who was left alone in the store. Meow. As soon as Xian stepped into the store, Mimi, who was originally dozing off in a corner of the store door, opened his eyes suddenly after hearing the noise, stood up, rushed to her feet, and kept circling around her, calling Wu a little aggrievedly, as if expressing dissatisfaction with the little owner's behavior of leaving it alone in the store. Ah! Xian squatted down and hugged Mimi, who was spinning around, and asked with a smile, Mimi, did you miss me? Yes. But what I miss is you, my little master. How could you be so heartless to leave me like this? What I miss more is the food made by the shit shoveler. Mimi didn't say anything, staring at her with round eyes. Do you miss me? Do you miss me? Seeing that Mimi didn't answer, Xian shook Mimi's body a few times. So dizzy, Mimi felt like there was a ball of wool spinning around in his head. In order to get rid of the little master's claws, he had to stick out his tongue to lick Xuan's face. Is this okay? Xian giggled and dodged his wet tongue. In fact, when she was playing at Grandma's house, she was most concerned about Mimi, who stayed in the store. Ah, Mr. Huang. It's you guys in the store. Jiang Guowei next door noticed the noise coming from the Zenhachi restaurant, so he came out of his convenience store to check the situation. Seeing that it was Huang Tao's family, he asked with a smile, Why are you here so late? Huang Tao smiled and said, Nothing. I just came to take Mimi home. Jiang Guowei smiled and nodded, greeted Huang Ida and his wife, and asked Xian with a smile, Xian, was it fun in kindergarten today? Fun! Xian answered without hesitation, Uncle Jiang. I performed a dance on the stage with the kids in my class. And my dad made soup dumplings and wontons, which were delicious. My dad also won the first place in the food competition for our class. In the afternoon, my dad and I went to Grandma's house together, and my dad took me fishing. She chirped like a little sparrow, telling Jiang Guowei everything that happened to her today. Jiang Guowei listened carefully. Really? You caught a big fish. That's amazing. It must be said that he is indeed a qualified supporter. Xian was very satisfied with his answer and smiled happily. Jiang Guowei rubbed his hands and asked Huang Tao the question he was most concerned about. Boss Huang, when will the soup dumplings and wontons be available? Huang Tao, who had already contacted the vendors to arrange the amount of ingredients, gave a definite answer without thinking. Tomorrow morning. I'll leave some for you and sister-in-law to taste. Jiang Guowei said with gratitude, Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, Boss Huang, have you seen the hot search? Huang Tao nodded. I have. Jiang Guowei said with admiration, Boss Huang, I have to say, you are really. It's amazing. Even a first-line celebrity like Lu Feifei comes here to eat the food you cook. My convenience store has also benefited from it. The milk Lu Feifei drinks is bought from my convenience store. Many of Lu Feifei's fans, after learning that Lu Feifei patronizes my convenience store, come to my convenience store to check in, which also adds a lot of income to me. If it weren't for you, Boss Huang, we wouldn't be here today. If Huang Tao hadn't opened this restaurant next to his convenience store, his convenience store would probably still have a slow business and would never see hope of success. It is precisely because of Huang Tao that his convenience store has become the first choice for new and old customers of Zhenhao Food to buy daily necessities and snacks. The daily turnover is about 15,000. In the past, I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. He met a few colleagues he knew 2 days ago. They were in a similar situation to Jiang Guowei at the beginning, and now they are still the same. They can't see hope and are ready to transfer the store and find another way out. Chapter 457. No matter what your status is, you have to line up honestly. The next morning, it was just dawn. The pale blue sky was still inlaid with a few remaining stars, and the earth was hazy, as if covered with a silver-gray veil. The biological clock in his body made Huang Tao wake up from his sleep on time. He subconsciously opened his eyes, turned his head, and his eyes fell on Xuan's little face. There was still a trace of smile on the corner of the little guy's lips. This made him feel extremely warm in his heart, and he couldn't help but want to hug Xian. So, he reached out his hand from the quilt to Xian. Huh? Where is Xuan's little body? Oh, no. This little guy must be sleeping in a fancy way again. He quickly turned over and sat up, intending to see what was going on. Oh, this is really killing me. I don't know when Xian has been sleeping upright since last night. Sleeping at a right angle. Her head is next to Huang Tao, but her legs are facing the wall. She is still sleeping soundly. But fortunately, A corner of the quilt is still covering her body, but the part below her calf is not covered, and it is exposed outside the corner of the quilt. It is also fortunate that the air conditioner has been turned on at night recently. Otherwise this guy will definitely catch a cold. It seems that she was too excited to play yesterday, so she didn't sleep well at night. Wang Tao was annoyed that he slept too deeply last night and didn't take care of Xian. He didn't know how long she slept like this. While he gently corrected her sleeping posture, he was also thinking that he couldn't sleep so deeply at night in the future. He couldn't be careless just because the little one slept more peacefully recently. He had to pay attention to her from time to time. Xian, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to feel it. Hummed, smacked her lips and frowned. But she didn't wake up. Wang Tao covered her with the quilt again, reached out and gently stroked Nyo's forehead, smoothing her eyebrows. Xian smacked her lips in her dream and continued to sleep. Seeing that she didn't wake up, Wang Tao reached out and took the mobile phone on the bedside table and checked the time. It's still early. Xian can at least sleep for another hour or two without being woken up. Thinking that his parents are at home and today is a holiday. He didn't. So he tiptoed quietly, put on his clothes and slippers, and walked out of the room quietly. Song Xilian, who got up early to clean up the room, saw Wang Tao coming out of the bedroom. Just as she was about to ask, she saw Wang Tao immediately raised his finger to her and made a silence gesture, indicating that she should not wake up Xian, who was still sleeping in the room. Song Xilian nodded in understanding, walked over carefully, stood in front of him, and asked Xiao Tao, Xian is still asleep? She tried to keep her voice as low as possible. Wang Tao nodded and smiled, and said, let her continue to sleep. When you wake up, come to the store for breakfast. I will save soup, dumplings, and wontons for you. Okay. I got it. Your father, and I will take care of her at home. You can go to the store without worry. Song Xilian looked at Wang Tao with loving and distressed eyes, and then thought, oh, by the way, Xiao Tao, you are busy making 2 new products this morning. Can you handle it? Otherwise, let me go to the store with you, so that I can share the burden with you. She felt sorry for her son and wanted to help more. Wang Tao shook his head and refused. Mom. No. The 3 assistants in my shop are very capable and can now work independently, which reduces a lot of my workload. You? Just rest at home with my dad. You and Xian can come to the shop to have breakfast later. Song Xilian respected Wang Tao's idea and asked, really? Really? Okay. Then I'll stay at home. Song Xilian nodded in agreement and asked, do you have any clothes to change in your room? If so, I'll wash them together later. Wang Tao shook his head, no. Just the clothes I changed last night. All in the bathroom. I'll take them out after I finish washing. After saying that, Wang Tao went to the bathroom. Then he washed and tidied himself up. And after he was done, he took out the clothes to be washed, handed them to his mother, and began to change his shoes and prepared to go out. Just at this time, Dad walked out of the second bedroom. By the way, Dad, how about we go to the 4S store this morning after I close the business? Huang Ida was not yet in a state of panic, and asked in confusion, why go to the 4S store? Wang Tao replied with a smile, what else can I do? Go to order a car. Song Xilian said in surprise, your dad just signed up not long ago, and the first subject hasn't even started yet. Isn't it a sure thing? Huang Ida patted his chest and said, there will be no problem with the first subject. Song Xilian worriedly, what about the second and third subjects? Don't worry. I have practiced the second subject on the field. It's quite simple. With my driving skills, I will definitely pass it. Huang Ida said confidently. As for the third subject, as long as you practice more, there will be no problem. After hearing this, Song Xilian didn't say anything. It was decided by the 2 of them. It's really delicious. At the door of the restaurant, at this time, many neighbors were queuing up. The line was gradually growing. A Rolls-Royce Phantom President and a Maybach stopped by the roadside. Seeing that the line was getting longer and longer, the owners of the 2 cars couldn't wait for the driver to open the door. So they got out of the car and ran all the way over. Damn. The Rolls-Royce Phantom President and Maybach. Fuck damn rich people. Humph. No matter how rich you are, you have to line up behind me. I'm going to fart and blow up these damn rich people at once. Fuck. Pay attention to your quality. Can you not be so disgusting? The two people are Li Yuanfu and Jiang Zhoming. Taking advantage of the company's New Year's Day holiday, they all finished their own urgent matters and arrived in Wenling City last night. Then, they stayed in the commercial house they bought for one night. This morning, they took the initiative to line up to buy breakfast, just to eat Huang Tao's breakfast as early as possible. It's not easy. It's really not easy. For a bite of food, these billionaires have to get up early and line up here honestly. After all, Boss Huang is a man of rules. Anyone who comes to the store to eat, no matter what their status, has to line up honestly. And those who break the rules can't buy what Boss Huang makes. Of course, in addition to the two of them, there are many big guys who come to line up. Lao Li, Lao Jiang, you are here too? Jiang Mingtao came over and was a little surprised to see the two of them. Li Yuanfu smiled awkwardly and said, "My son works here. I came to investigate." Lao Jiang, what about you? Jiang Mingtao, who understood the situation, smiled and said, "My son also works here. I plan to move the headquarters of my company here so that I can take care of him. I have already found a house. I came to take a look. But I came too early. I came here to have breakfast first. Oh my god. What a ruthless person. For a bite of food? He actually moved the company headquarters here." Li Yuanfu and Jiang Zhoming, who understood Jiang Mingtao's intentions at once, could not help but show surprise on their faces. After a little surprise, they were also thinking, should they also move their own company's headquarters here? That way, they can eat first and be close to the water. Of course, this matter needs to be carefully considered and planned. At this time, taxis kept stopping on the roadside, and many young people got off the cars and walked over from all directions. This is it? This is it. Oh my god, there are so many people queuing up. It has been on the hot search for the past 2 days. There must be a lot of people. Ah. How long will it take to queue up? Even so, I must try the food that my goddess likes and specially comes to check in today. How delicious is it? Friends, you came here after seeing the hot search, right? Are you also fans of Lu Feifei? Of course. Ha ha ha. I am also a loyal fan of Lu Feifei. Nice to meet you. The influence of 2 consecutive days of hot searches gradually began to ferment. In addition, because these 2 days are the New Year's Day holidays, many fans of Lu Feifei have come here without hesitation, wanting to meet their idols here by chance, and taste the food that their idols have always been thinking about. It has to be said that it is no exaggeration to say that Lu Feifei has made the greatest contribution to the popularity of this small restaurant. Chapter 458 Boss Huang. You will be beaten to death if you do this. When Huang Tao arrived at the store, he saw that there were obviously more people queuing in front of the store today than yesterday morning. There were many more unfamiliar faces. Boss Huang. Good morning. Hurry up. I couldn't eat your food for 2 meals yesterday. I was so greedy. Boss Huang. Your store is on the hot search again. Number 1 on the hot search list. Boss Huang is amazing. Even a first-line star like Lu Feifei came here to eat your food. But unfortunately she came at the wrong time last night and was turned away. I saw the hot search last night. But in terms of the frequency of hot searches, I won't support you. Boss Huang. At this rate, your store will soon become a celebrity check-in point. Hey. 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 Be more confident. Remove the word will. Boss Huang's store. It has already become a celebrity check-in shop. Don't you remember that a large number of first-tier celebrities came to the store to check in last time? Maybe it's because these celebrities are not famous. The customers in the store didn't recognize any of these celebrities. However, these celebrities paid for hot searches afterwards, but were ruthlessly exposed by netizens and were ridiculed by the crowd. This can only be said that if you want to take advantage of the popularity, you must have strong conditions. Just like Lu Feifei is famous enough. Even if she is fully armed, she can be recognized at once, and thus firmly occupy the top 5 places on the hot search list with 4 hot searches. Many old customers also know that Huang Tao's store was on the hot search again last night. After all, many of these old customers are level 10 surfing experts on the internet. I know about the trending search last night, and I also saw it. To be honest, the real trending search was the big star Lu Feifei, and my small shop just happened to take advantage of her and became a trending search. But then again, being on the trending search is really good. A lot of new customers came this morning. Huang Tao smiled and couldn't help but said, I'm very happy. To celebrate, I plan to open half an hour later this morning. Neighbors, and a group of new and old customers. Damn. Mr. Huang. You will be beaten to death if you do this. Of course. It is impossible to be beaten to death. It is impossible to be beaten to death forever. Who let Huang Tao dominate the stomachs of everyone present? If they were beaten to death, they would never be able to eat such delicious food in their lives. So, they have to hold it in their hands and protect it. Old Qin gently shook his folding fan and said calmly, "It's okay, Boss Huang. As long as you are happy, I will play a great compassion mantra for you to listen to." The middle-aged man with a big belly also smiled happily. "Boss Huang, I am at the door of the store. Fart. You don't mind? Right? Pay attention to your manners. Pay attention to your manners. Just a joke. Just a joke." Huang Tao smiled and waved at the old customers, saying, "There will be 2 new products, soup dumplings and wontons, this morning. But don't worry, we will be open on time." When the old customers heard that the 2 new products, soup dumplings and wontons, were available this morning, they all became interested. And they were also glad that they were lucky enough not to be lazy today and still came to line up early as usual. Otherwise, they would definitely miss these 2 new products. Of course, they didn't want to tease Huang Tao anymore, and they urged him to go into the store to prepare, and told him to make more. Li Yuanfu and his friends were the same. I felt lucky today, so I could see new products right away. And there were more than one. Ha ha ha. It was worth the trip. It was a big win. These big guys were so happy. It was even happier than a deal worth hundreds of billions. Lu Feifei's female fans were almost glued to Huang Tao's face at this moment. He is the owner of this store. He is so handsome. Yeah. So handsome. Better looking than a star. I heard that there is a chopping board worth 300,000 yuan in the store. Oh. No. It is a chopping board worth 500,000 yuan. Yu Ming said. Could the owner of this store be a hidden rich second generation? It is very likely. Just like the protagonist in the domineering CEO falls in love with me. He must be tired of the impetuous money life. So he hides in the world of ordinary people to experience life. I heard that the waiters and assistants in this store are all rich second generations. If that's the case, then it makes sense why our Feifei liked this restaurant and even came to this restaurant for dinner. After all, there are always inextricable connections between female stars and wealthy second generations. Even if they are not trying to marry into a wealthy family, they are still in close contact with many wealthy second generations. And the wealthy second generations, who can be in our Feifei's eyes, must be very valuable. After all, our Feifei is a first-line star. Several female fans kept imagining and setting up Huang Tao in various ways. And they were also speculating on the relationship between Lu Feifei and Huang Tao. Of course, in their hearts, they naturally don't want their idols to put their careers on hold because of love. But they are obsessed with looks and think that the 2 of them are a good match. I really want to ship them as a couple. This pair is very cute. Huang Tao, who was randomly matched with a man, was completely unaware, because at this moment, he had already entered the store under the eager and expectant eyes of customers. Boss! As soon as Huang Tao entered the store, Li Qingzhan, who was already free, came to greet him first. He smiled and said, "You are here. Did you have a good time in your hometown yesterday afternoon?" Li Qingzhan saw Huang Tao's circle of friends and learned that he went back to his hometown yesterday afternoon and took Xian to go fishing together. Caught a big carp. Huang Tao smiled and said, "Yeah. I don't want to come back. I really want to take a long vacation. I've been exhausted for the past few months and haven't had much rest. Sometimes I don't know why I'm so tired." Li Qingzhan. Hey. You're being hypocritical. He gave his boss a look that said, "I seriously suspect you're in Versailles," speechlessly. Although the boss was really tired due to the busy work during this period, the store couldn't stand the good business. The daily turnover was more than 100,000. And the monthly turnover was more than 3 million. And the annual income was about 50 million. The boss sighed and sighed, but his expression was full of joy. If this isn't Versailles, what is it? Huang Tao ignored Li Qingzhan's eyes, put on the chef's uniform, and walked into the kitchen. He washed his hands. He started the morning's busy work with 3 assistants. However, when he was busy, many customers from other provinces came to line up outside the store. Is this the store? Even my idol Lu Feifei couldn't help but come and taste the food. I'm very curious. When I first saw it on the hot search, I thought it was fake news, but I didn't expect it to be true. This completely overturned my perception of my idol Lu Feifei. Oh my god. The business of this store is really as good as what is said on the internet. There are so many people queuing up so early. Customers kept saying similar things. Walked to the back of the queue and lined up. Huang Tao was also quite surprised. This is not the first time he has been on the hot search. The previous few times he was on the hot search, it was also quite effective and very good. More than 100 new customers came at noon that day. But compared with the effect this time, there is still a certain gap. It took only about 10 hours for Lu Feifei to appear at the door of his store. There were new customers coming, and there were quite a few of them. At 6 o'clock, the queue outside the store was very long, and there were more people than at this time in the past. It felt like there were hundreds of people in the queue. The parking spaces on the roadside were also full. Huang Ziqing drove to the old street in the west of the city as usual. But when he got there, he saw, oh my god, there are no parking spaces. Looking out the window, the queue had reached the corner. What's going on? He subconsciously glanced at the time. That's right. It's only 6 o'clock. I usually come here at this time. And there are many people in the queue. But not so many. By the way, what happened today? He had no choice but to back the car back to the outside of the street, and then find a parking space next to a nearby community along the road. After parking the car, he ran all the way back to the old street in the west of the city. Then he saw that the queue was getting bigger again. Huang Ziqing had a toothache on his face, but he could only hurry over to queue up and try his luck. I hope I can still buy breakfast this morning. As soon as he got in line, Huang Ziheng also came. Seeing Huang Ziqing there, he smiled and greeted him. Old Huang just arrived? Huang Ziqing nodded. Yes. Tell me, what happened this morning? How did the business suddenly become so good? Huang Ziheng said disapprovingly. Look at what you said. The business in Mr. Huang's store is not bad every day. There are long queues. Huang Ziqing still said puzzledly, but at this point, although there were many people in the past, there were not so many. So said. Huang Ziheng realized belatedly that there were indeed many more people this morning than usual. And he was also very puzzled. He didn't pay attention to the hot searches in the past 2 days. At this moment, he was also uneasy. It seems that I have to come earlier in the future. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat anything. But fortunately, today is a holiday, and there is still time to wait and see, hoping to buy it by then. While praying in his heart, he also expressed his own opinion to Huang Ziqing. It is probably the New Year's Day holiday. Those customers from afar come here too. Huang Ziqing nodded in agreement. This is the only reason that makes sense. Wang Zobin and Sun Linhai rode over and saw the long queue, and they couldn't help but doubt themselves. Looking at the time, then looking at the queue, hesitating for a while, turned around and left. They don't have time to queue here. Although today is New Year's Day, and the team is also on holiday, they have to stay in the team on duty today. I thought about coming here early to queue up and buy it before going to the queue. But looking at the queue, it's hard to eat breakfast at Jinchi restaurant this morning. It's too hard. Chapter 459 Unspeakably Beautiful. When the sun shines through the light and fresh mist, gently touching everything in the world, Zenchichi restaurant also welcomes the morning market. Open for business. The neighbors at the front of the line have already found Ding Suqin to order their meals. They all ordered the new soup dumplings and wontons. At this moment, they all found a seat in the store and waited for the food to be served. But the various fragrances in the store, like a fairy air, rushed into their noses. Smelling the fragrance that drifted in waves, the glutton that was suppressed with all efforts collapsed at this moment and was all hooked. In addition, I didn't eat Huang Tao's food for 2 consecutive meals yesterday, which made me even more greedy. Sniff, this smell is so fragrant. The fragrance makes me even more greedy. Boss Huang, I smell the aroma of soup dumplings and wontons. Can you serve them quickly? This smell, I can't take it anymore. Boss Huang, please hurry up. I feel itchy all over my body, as if there are thousands of ants crawling in my bones. Ah, I can't take it anymore. Boss Huang, please quickly serve me the basket of soup dumplings and wontons I ordered. While talking, their mouths were full of saliva, and they kept swallowing their saliva. The heart was very tormented. Each of them looked at the direction of the kitchen eagerly. Don't worry. The wontons are ready, and I will serve them to you right away. As he said, Huang Tao scooped the wontons in the pot into the soup bowls one by one. Swish. A group of people stood up immediately. Even Lao Qin was no exception. Then, as if they had made an appointment, they rushed to the kitchen to get their ordered meals. These neighbors were really driven to a corner by Huang Tao. We can always do it by ourselves. Right? This scene reminded Huang Tao of the scene of raising pigs at his grandmother's house. He, Huang Tao, is the best breeder. The customers who were still ordering and queuing were not surprised at all. If they were in their place, they would do the same. They hoped that these neighbors would not be too aggressive, show some mercy, and leave them some new food to taste. The neighbors who got their meals returned to their seats. Lao Qin looked down at the bowl of wontons in front of him. In the thick soup, a dozen wontons lay quietly. The crystal skin was shiny, thin and translucent, and the meat filling inside was looming. That look. It's really wonderful. Some seaweed and dried shrimps floated on the bowl, and a few green onions were scattered in between. The color was very tempting. He scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew it a few times, and put it into his mouth. The delicious taste instantly awakened all the taste buds, and the feeling of joy spread all over his body. He scooped up another wonton that was as delicate as a jade, pinched the small corner of the skin with his lips, and sucked hard. The tender and transparent skin slid into his mouth all of a sudden. In an instant, the fresh taste filled his entire mouth, and the soft and slippery taste made his whole body crisp again. He swallowed the skin and swallowed the minced meat in the spoon in one gulp. As soon as the minced meat entered his mouth, it melted and turned into small pieces of meat, caressing his open mouth waiting for moisture. It is not enough to eat the skin and minced meat separately. Next, he ate the soup, skin and meat together. The delicious soup first made him feel happy physically and mentally. The skin made him linger in his mouth, and the mincemeat made him want to eat more. The chewy shrimp and seaweed made him swim in the ocean of wontons with fragrance. And he couldn't stop. After eating a spoonful of wontons with soup, he felt like he was floating in the air, as if he was about to ascend to heaven. I have to say, this wonton is really amazing. After tasting it, he devoured it voraciously. A whole bowl of wontons was eaten by him in a moment, leaving only half a bowl of fragrant soup. He was not satisfied, so he picked up the big bowl and drank the rest of the soup in one breath. The tender and refreshing meat and the fragrance of the soup made all his taste buds want more, and they were reveling and jumping on the tip of his tongue. It is even more memorable. Lao Qin gave a thumbs up and praised Boss Huang. Your cooking skills are really great. Do you still have wontons? Can I have another bowl? Another group of neighbors waiting in line in front of the automatic ordering machine couldn't hold back after hearing this. Damn it. I want another bowl. Want another bowl. Sure. Go to the queue again. Yes. Yes. Go to the queue. You have to queue again after buying. And the rich second generation, who were queuing at the door, after watching the old men eating, they all looked forward to it unconsciously. It looks delicious. After all, expressions can't lie. When these old men and women took the first bite, their eyes lit up. I guess the taste is really good. I want to eat another bowl after eating. It seems that this wonton should be delicious. I want a bowl too. It will be our turn soon, and we should be able to eat it. Li Qingzhan looked at Lao Qin not far away and replied apologetically, Sorry. Lao Qin. You have to go outside to queue up. Lao Qin looked outside. My goodness. The line is so long that you can't see the end. Even if you queue up again, you can't buy it anymore. Lao Qin regretted a little and ordered more earlier. But fortunately, he still has a basket of soup dumplings. Just thinking about it. The soup dumplings were brought to the table by Li Qingzhan. Lao Qin looked at the soup dumplings with a skin as white as mutton fat jade. At this moment, under the light, the meat stuffing inside was looming. Even, you can see the soup around the meat stuffing. This color and fragrance. Lao Qin couldn't help but silently praise Huang Tao's craftsmanship in his heart. He gently waved his folding fan and asked with a smile, Boss Huang, do you have any straws? Yes. Huang Tao was a little surprised, and then said to Li Qingzhan, who was not far away, Qingzhan, go to the counter and get a reed for old Qin. Oh, Boss Huang, you are quite knowledgeable. Hearing this, old Qin couldn't help showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. It seems that Boss Huang is not only a chef, but also a gourmet. Huang Tao smiled at him faintly and continued to devote himself to his cooking career. Li Qingzhan, who received the instructions, ran to the counter and brought back a bag of reeds. while handing one to Old Chin. He put the rest in the chopstick holder, so that if someone needs it, they can take it themselves. Thank you. After taking the reed, Old Chin thanked him. He glanced at the soup dumplings lying quietly in the dish in front of him, then picked up the plate first, shook it left and right, and saw the soup filling the skin, which rippled gently. The dough was very thin, and it felt like it would break if touched. In fact, no matter how hard he shook it, the soup inside would not flow out. After gently putting the plate back on the table, he poked the tip of the soup dumpling with a thin reed in his hand. At the moment of poking, he clearly felt a spring coming from the other end of the reed. Unexpectedly, the steamed dough was still tough enough. This is really unimaginable. He couldn't help but shake his folding fan lightly, sighing a little, but heard the sound of other neighbors eating. He didn't wait. He lowered his head and bit the reed, and took a sip gently. An incredibly rich soup flowed into his mouth along the reed tube. The soup was very delicious and refreshing, but it didn't feel greasy at all. After sucking up the soup, he picked up the chopsticks and picked up the soup dumpling. His movements were extremely gentle and cautious, fearing that he would break it if he used too much force. But a few seconds later, he knew that his worries were completely unnecessary. The skin of the soup dumpling was tender and not mushy. Even if he pinched it hard, it would not break. When he brought it to his mouth and took a bite, he instantly confirmed one thing. That is, Boss Huang's white pastry skills are not just beautiful. The chewy skin was dipped in the delicious juice of the meat filling, and the two extreme flavors of plain and thick were blended together. But they did not conflict at all, but were very harmonious. It can be said that, as for the meat filling, it is even more amazing. When I took a bite, it seemed that I bit a meat tendon instead of meat filling. But there was no sticky meat tendon, but it had the elasticity of handmade beef balls. The taste of the meat filling was also impeccable. In short, it was perfect. It was also the most delicious soup dumpling he had ever eaten. After eating a soup dumpling, he felt unprecedented satisfaction. Others felt the same way. Lao Chin's somewhat cloudy eyes closed involuntarily, and he savored it carefully. The soup is mellow, moist and fragrant. Even if it is made of a lot of bones and boiled for a long time, it can't compare with this soup. It's better to say that I'm drinking it than eating it. This dough is really chewy after being kneaded. I can only eat such a chewy dough in Mr. Huang's store. I originally thought that this dough was too amazing and would take away the brilliance of the meat filling. But until I took a bite of the meat filling, I clearly understood what was wrong. There is no extra seasoning in the meat filling, but it still stimulates my taste buds, makes my mouth water, and strongly shakes my esophagus and stomach wall, which rekindles my appetite. With the sour taste of vinegar and the salty and slightly sweet meat filling, the taste is simply indescribably wonderful. Lao Chung, who was standing by, had already eaten two before he was willing to speak. Yes, this is really an irresistible delicacy. Lao Lu, who had already eaten three, agreed with satisfaction. Yes, without being arbitrary, this delicacy is definitely irresistible to anyone. As soon as I took a sip, the delicious soup poured into my throat, just like the dry land was moistened. So refreshing, so mellow. The expressions of the three people were all blurred. One by one, they seemed to be in the clouds, and their whole body and mind were relaxed to the extreme. Their hearts were like soaring in the sky, and the feeling of floating made them feel like they had entered heaven. And they couldn't help themselves. If someone slapped them in the face, they would think that it was just a short-term pain bestowed on them by fate. As for the other neighbors, there was still some gap between them and Lao Chin and Lao Lu. Listening to Lao Chin's sincere and flowery evaluation, they held back for a long time and couldn't say a beautiful word. Only delicious and too delicious. Chapter 460. What is this about? Listening to Lao Chin and Lao Lu's high evaluation, and looking at the neighbors who were immersed in the food, Huang Tao smiled unconsciously. Who can refuse such professional praise? He looked up at the nearby customers who were immersed in the food. They all said it's really delicious, which made him shake his head helplessly. What a group of repeaters. And the big guys and rich second generation such as Li Yuanfu, who had already ordered the meal and were waiting for the table, looked at the neighbors who were dining in the store, all showing an expression of enjoyment, as if life had gained great pleasure, and then heard such a high evaluation. It can be seen that the soup dumplings are delicious. At this moment, Li Yuanfu and others wished they could eat it right away, the kind that didn't want to wait even a second longer. And Lu Feifei's fans who were waiting in line in front of the store couldn't help but talk about it. Oh my god. I'm so hungry after reading this review. But isn't this review a little too exaggerated? Are those two professional food critics? This review is so amazing. It's really impressive. Oh my god. There are so many big guys hidden in this small restaurant. Where did these bosses come from? Just listening to them, I can't help it. My mouth is watering. These fans were not shocked by the soup dumplings. But they were shocked by the sincere comments of Lao Qin and Lao Lu. Wait. There are quite a few bigwigs in this small restaurant. A male fan wearing a baseball cap whispered, "Huh? There are really bigwigs in this restaurant." What bigwigs? The male fan wearing a baseball cap. See the people at that table over there? The fat uncle on the left wearing a brand-name suit. If I'm not mistaken, he should be Li Yuanfu, the chairman of Minin Group. Who is Li Yuanfu? I've only heard of the CEO of Wanda. Is he famous? The male fan wearing a baseball cap gave his companions a contemptuous look of "you are too narrow-minded," and said, "Minin Group? In the domestic real estate, finance, medicine, new energy, and other fields are involved. The total market value of all companies is 1.2 trillion. And the one next to him is his brother-in-law Jiang Zhoming, the chairman of Huaxin Group, with a market value of 300 billion. Their Li family holds 65% of the shares, with a net worth of nearly 200 billion. You can ask Baidu for the details." The reason why the male fan wearing a baseball cap knows so much is because Lu Feifei follows Li Yuanfu, the chairman of Minin Group. While making him curious, he couldn't help but search for Li Yuanfu's relevant information on Baidu, and thus found out all the interpersonal relationships in his family. After listening to it, many people picked up their phones and checked Baidu with half belief. You don't know until you check. When I checked the information, I was stunned for a moment. Then I compared the person with the online photo. Oh my god. It's true. The jaws of those people almost fell on the shoes with a clang. By the way, such a rich man specially came to a small restaurant to eat? Is he crazy? What is going on? These big guys are used to eating delicacies from land and sea, and they probably can't eat a single bite of this stuff. However, they thought wrong. Li Yuanfu, Jiang Zhoming and others scooped up a spoonful of wontons and put them into their mouths. As soon as they took a bite, the tender wonton skin and rich fragrance exploded in their mouths. It really exploded. This bite made their hungry stomachs instantly happy. The second bite, the third bite. In a short while, they finished a bowl of wontons. The fans were all stunned. Oh my god. They just finished eating? These guys eat so fast. Have they not eaten for 3 days and 3 nights? But it looks delicious. Damn. It makes me hungry. No need to look. This restaurant is absolutely delicious. Just smelling it is delicious. Yeah. These expressions can't lie. When these guys took the first bite, their eyes lit up. And they still looked unsatisfied after eating. I guess it tastes really good. I estimated that this bowl of wontons was eaten by these big guys in about 40 seconds. And I Ming said, "Is it possible that these big guys have been recharged? Who can afford to recharge these big guys? Don't say it. I must order this wonton. I want to try how delicious the wontons that were eaten by the big guys in 40 seconds are." Yes. Eating wontons in the same store with these big guys. I have the capital to brag during the Chinese New Year. At this moment, these fans had not yet taken their turn to order food. When they were bored, they spread the news that they had met a business tycoon in the store. Gulyalu, Li Yuanfu and others, who still felt unsatisfied, picked up their bowls and drank up the remaining soup. Not a drop left. Just after they finished eating, Li Qingzhan brought the soup dumplings. "Your soup dumplings. Please enjoy." Li Yuanfu didn't even say thank you. After all, the kid served it to me, so there was no need to thank him. He took out a small plate and poured a little vinegar on it. Ready to eat. He held the chopsticks in one hand and a large plate in the other, and carefully picked up a steaming, snow-white and crystal soup dumpling from the steamer. This soup dumpling was as full as a small lantern, and the soup inside could be vaguely seen shaking. It had a soft texture that would burst with a blow. Don't even mention eating it. Just looking at it is a kind of beautiful enjoyment. He put the soup dumpling into the dish, just full of it, using chopsticks to poke a little bit of the skin. The rich aroma of the soup mixed with the smell of the dough instantly filled the tip of his nose and slowly spread around. Slurp. not caring about the heat. He slowly sucked the pink soup along with the fragrant smell. In an instant, the lips and tongue were wrapped in the delicious soup, slowly sucking up the soup and the entire soup dumpling. The soup dumpling was left with only the outer skin wrapped around the filling. Next, he poured a little vinegar into the opening, picked up the soup dumpling, and swallowed it directly. The thin outer skin of the soup dumpling wrapped the fresh meat filling, and the slight acetic acid inside stimulated the greater freshness, making it both satisfying and enjoyable to eat. Of course, one soup dumpling is not enough to soothe his stomach. He finished a basket of soup dumplings without realizing it. And then, he showed a satisfied expression. This is the first time I have eaten such delicious wontons and soup dumplings. Boss Huang's craftsmanship is really amazing. Li Yuanfu, who was the first to finish eating, put down his chopsticks and couldn't help but sigh. Boss Huang's craftsmanship is several levels higher than that century-old store in Jinling. Jiang Zhoming smacked his lips and continued with endless aftertaste. Last year, I went to Jinling with my family for a trip and went to eat the soup dumplings there. There were also many people there. The one who made the soup dumplings was a master. When I ate it, my mouth was full of juice. I thought it was the ultimate delicacy. Now it seems that Boss Huang's craftsmanship is unique in the world. Others all agreed and ordered. And now it was the turn of the fans to order. The male fan wearing a baseball cap couldn't help but feel a little pain when he saw the price of the soup dumplings. Is it so expensive? A basket of soup dumplings costs 30 yuan? Hearing this, Huang Tao didn't say anything. To be honest, the price of 30 yuan is not bad. Not very expensive. It costs 18 yuan to buy a basket outside. And the normal price is generally 20 yuan. However, the meat fillings of those soup dumplings are all stirred by machines. His meat fillings are purely hand-chopped, which is not comparable to those things. This price is not expensive, Li Yuanfu said with a smile. Boss Huang's soup dumplings are chopped with a kitchen knife. They are not comparable to those things outside. You will know whether it is worth it after you try it. Since the boss said so, let's order a basket to try it first. After all, we are here. Okay. I will order one portion of wonton and soup dumplings. I can't finish more. This attracted the attention of the repeat customers in the store. They all turned their heads to look at these fans and laughed. Can't finish it? What a joke. It's just a bowl of wonton and a basket of soup dumplings, which can be finished in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man with a big belly reminded in a friendly tone of an experienced person. Young man, for your appetite, I suggest you buy one more portion. What do you mean? No meaning. I just worry that you will want to eat another portion after you finish it. Hey. The male fan wearing a baseball cap smiled and said, if it's really that delicious, then order another portion. I'll order one first to taste it. Seeing that he insisted, the middle-aged man with a big belly didn't say anything more. So he let these people go. However, they will regret it later. After all, if they want to order more after eating, they have to queue up again. It will be difficult to eat again after queuing up again. Chapter 461. One sentence offends a group of people. Huh? First-class taste. First-class flavor. These wontons and soup dumplings are top-notch. After a basket of soup dumplings and a bowl of wontons went into the stomach of the male fan wearing a baseball cap, not even the wonton soup was left. The soup bowl and the plate with the soup dumplings were so clean that they could be used as mirrors. If he didn't dislike jealousy, he would probably drink up all the vinegar in the small plate. Just now, he thought the two old men's comments were too flattering, and that it was too exaggerated that these business leaders only took 40 seconds to eat a bowl of wontons. Now, where is it exaggerated? Not at all. That's right. After tasting the soup dumplings and wontons, he no longer had any doubts about the cooking skills of the boss of this restaurant, and even admired the boss's cooking skills from the bottom of his heart, and felt that his idol Lu Feifei's vision was very good. He closed his eyes and savored the food carefully. After a long time, he opened his eyes, looking at the empty bowls and dishes and steamers. He suddenly felt a little lost. If he could never eat such wontons and soup dumplings again, how boring his life would be. The same was true for other fans, who had tasted the delicious soup dumplings and wontons. Everyone wiped their mouths and waved to Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu at the same time, and shouted, "Waiter! Another bowl of wontons and a basket of soup dumplings. I can eat 5 bowls of wontons and 5 baskets of soup dumplings." Li Qingzhan said apologetically, "Sorry. You have to go outside to line up." "Ah. We have to queue again. They looked outside. Wow. The queue is still very long. And the curb is still full of people. They all regretted a little. They should have ordered more. These fans didn't say anything. Just hesitated for a moment. Then, they all rushed to the door of the store. This is the rhythm of queuing again. Just at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in their ears. Young man. What did I say? You will definitely want to eat another one after you finish eating. How about it? I was right? These fans tilted their heads and were shocked at the time. Why are you still eating? How many bowls of wontons and how many baskets of soup dumplings have you eaten? A bowl of wontons and a basket of soup dumplings. From being served to finishing. It doesn't take much time. It's only 5 minutes at most. From waiting to order to waiting for the food. And then to finishing eating. It took them about 20 minutes. And this uncle was still eating. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? The middle-aged man with a big belly picked up another soup dumpling and said slowly, Young man. Look at what you were asking. Isn't this a pleasant process? Of course. You can't rush it. You have to calm down and taste it carefully. What's the difference between eating one bite at a time and eating like a pig? The wontons and soup dumplings made by Mr. Huang are worth my half an hour, or even an hour to taste carefully. As soon as these words came out, instantly, the faces of all the customers dining in the store, and these fans turned black. Good guy. Really offended a group of people with just one sentence. Hey. 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 Who the hell are you calling a pig? Everyone looked at the table of the middle-aged man with a big belly. There were already more than 10 steamers and soup bowls that had been eaten. Ha ha. With his appetite. He still had the nerve to secretly call others pigs. You are the pig. Your whole family is pigs. The middle-aged man with a big belly put the white and tender soup dumpling with a tempting fragrance under his nose and sniffed it. Finally, he roughly bit open a mouth and sucked the soup inside. Then he squinted his eyes with enjoyment, trembled all over, and made an ecstatic sound of awe. This look and this sound made everyone's goosebumps fall to the ground. These fans realized belatedly that they still had to queue up, because of this uncle's interference. There were a few more people in the queue. They ran to the end of the line. After a few minutes of rest, Li Yuanfu and others were ready to get up and leave to make room for other customers. In this small restaurant, they also consciously considered other customers. Before leaving the store, Jiang Zhoming did not forget to look back at Huang Tao. It must be said that when he looked at Huang Tao, he was like the more the father-in-law looked at his son-in-law, the more he liked him. In his eyes, Huang Tao was really good. Compared with those rich second generations, Huang Tao had the practicality and diligence that he valued most. And human touch. As for being married once and having a daughter, he didn't mind at all. In his mind, the only candidate for the perfect son-in-law was Huang Tao. Lifelong meal. No! It was mainly to find a practical, capable and motivated husband for his daughter. Just after he went back last time, he had a video chat with his precious daughter and hinted that he would arrange a blind date for her after she returned home for the Chinese New Year. But his precious daughter said that she had no plans to have a boyfriend at the moment and that her studies were the priority. Let's talk about the blind date after she graduates. But by the time she graduates, it's probably too late. He's afraid that Huang Tao will be abducted by another woman. He's heard about it. Many female customers have a crush on Mr. Huang and are eager to become the boss's wife. So, this blind date can't be delayed. The longer it's delayed, the less advantage it will have. But there's no rush. I can only wait for my daughter to come back and do some ideological work on her. I also hope that Huang Tao won't be with someone else during this period. Jiang Zhoming sighed helplessly. It's really worrying. Such a good son-in-law. But his precious daughter just doesn't want to meet him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his precious daughter had become stupid from studying and was a little unworthy of Huang Tao. Forget it. If the marriage between my precious daughter and Mr. Huang can be successful, he will give her more dowry. At least a big villa or a foreign-style house. And a luxury car. Thinking about it, he sent a message to his assistant. Where is the most expensive house near the old street in the west of the city? A minute later, the assistant replied, Zijinjiwen Villa. The villa has a construction area of about 1,100 square meters. And the unit price per square meter reaches more than 60,000. The selling price will be between 60 million and 80 million per square meter. It takes about 20 minutes to get to the old street in the west of the city. However, the villas there have been sold out and are not rented out. Jiang Zhoming, no. I want to buy it. Look for it, and see if there is a second-hand house that no one has lived in. If there is, I want to buy it. Buy the house first. If Huang Tao becomes his son-in-law, he will give this villa as a dowry. If it doesn't work out, let's talk about it later. I haven't decided yet. The assistant on the other end was a little surprised when he saw this message. But he immediately replied, okay, boss, I'll arrange it now. In the store, 200 baskets of soup dumplings and 200 bowls of wontons are not enough to sell at all. When the last basket of soup dumplings and the last bowl of wontons were ordered by the last lucky person, the lucky person told the news to the customers waiting to order. The small store suddenly became quiet. The expressions on the faces of the people who were still waiting in line suddenly changed from expectation to despair. Then, wailings were heard everywhere. No way. Sold out? Finished? Finished? Boss Huang. Is it really gone? I just want a basket of soup dumplings. Even if there is not a basket, one will do. Sorry. It's really gone. Huang Tao shook his head with a wry smile. He kept some, but those were for the couple next door. Brother Jiang and his wife. And his family. Okay. Then I can only order other things. But I must get up early tomorrow. I'll get up earlier too. I'll come at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning and wait. Damn. Do you have to be so aggressive? The customers in line had to settle for the next best thing and order other food in the store. And when the fans heard the news, they almost regretted it. They really didn't listen to good advice. And suffered the loss. I should have bought a lot at once. But since the new soup dumplings and wontons in this store are so delicious, the taste of other things must be good. In addition, it's not worth it to withdraw from the line. So, I continued to line up and wanted to taste other things in the store. Chapter 462. What is this sound? The sun is rising slowly. The room with curtains drawn cannot resist the light from entering after all. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the heavy curtains and falls on the soft hair of the little person on the bed. A small ray of light shines through the eyelashes, and the feather-like eyelashes reflect a dreamy arc on the bridge of the nose. The little person on the bed seems to be shaken, and his eyebrows are slightly twisted. He pouts a little dissatisfied, turns over and falls asleep again lazily. Tick-tick. In the quiet bedroom, suddenly, a pleasant chirping sound comes from somewhere. It wakes up Xian, whose dream was disturbed by the sunlight. She stretched out her chubby little hand and rubbed her sleepy eyes. She was a little confused. What's going on? What's this sound? Listening to the continuous sound, she was still a little confused. Oh, it's my phone watch ringing. After a moment, she heard the source of the sound, and suddenly realized it. She quickly reached out to touch the phone watch that she had placed next to her pillow before going to bed last night. This phone watch was a New Year's Day gift from her grandparents yesterday. Xian liked it very much and couldn't let it go. She even wore it when she went to bed. Finally, Huang Tao was worried that she would feel uncomfortable and affect her sleep. So she agreed to take it off and put it next to her pillow. At this time, she realized that it was already bright and the sun was shining in, and her father had disappeared. Looking at the other side of the bed, it was empty, and she suddenly understood that her father had quietly left her and went to the store alone. At that moment, her heart was sour and bitter, and she couldn't tell what it felt like. She couldn't help but feel a little sad, but she also knew that her father did this for her own good, wanting her to sleep a little longer. But she missed her father. What should she do? Got it. She could call her father. She was naturally moved and took action immediately. She followed her father's instructions and pressed the call button on her phone watch. Her most familiar voice came from the receiver immediately. Baby? Daddy? Xian shouted happily, and her spirits improved a lot. When Huang Tao on the other end of the phone heard his precious daughter's cry, his heart was sweet. Sweeter than drinking a bowl of honey. A happy arc appeared on his lips, and he asked softly, Have you gotten up? Xian answered honestly, No. I was just woken up by my phone watch, and I'm still lying in bed. Oh, my little lazy bug hasn't gotten up yet. Huang Tao laughed. Then you can get up now. The sun is shining on your little butt. Dad, you're talking nonsense. How could that be? Xian pursed her lips and said dissatisfiedly, The little butt wasn't exposed to the sun. At most the hair was exposed to the sun. Squeak. Squeak. Just at this moment, there was a hissing sound outside the bedroom door, and a meow sound. Huh? Xian pricked up her ears and listened, and immediately knew who the culprit was who disturbed the door. It's Mimi. Hey. Mimi is scratching the door again. She must want me to get up. She couldn't help but sigh helplessly, and then said to her phone watch, Dad, I'm going to get up. See you in the store later. She wanted to lie down for a while, and talk to her daddy for a while. But now, all her plans were ruined by Mimi. Mimi, the lazy cat, is usually too lazy to move, but still well behaved. But the biggest shortcoming of this guy is that he can't help being hungry. When he is hungry, he will want to go into the bedroom to ask them for food. And he is very tenacious. If he can't get in, he will scratch the door until it opens. If Grandpa and Grandma hear it and stop it, it will be fine. If they don't hear it and don't stop it, Mimi will keep scratching the door. Shichichi. Wang Tao smiled and said, Okay, get dressed and wash up. Then come to the store with Grandpa and Grandma. Dad will leave you soup, dumplings, and wontons. Also, on the way here, remember to listen to Grandpa and Grandma and don't walk around. Got it. Xian nodded like pounding garlic, and said sweetly, Dad, bye. See you later. Oh, and I love you. This I love you was learned from the mobile phone video, and she applied it flexibly. But this I love you fell into Huang Tao's ears, making him so happy that his mouth corners almost grinned to his ears. Dad loves you too. See you in the store later. After ending the call with her father, Xian did not continue to be lazy in bed, but put on her clothes as quickly as possible. Across the door, she heard a soft hush sound of silence, followed by a voice of don't disturb. Xian's sleep rang out. Grandma must be trying to stop Mimi. After putting on her clothes, she quickly jumped off the bed and ran barefoot to the door, trying to open it. As soon as she opened the door, Grandma reached out and grabbed Mimi's neck and lifted her up. Meow. After scratching for a long time, but seeing no one to open the door, Mimi, who was lifted up by the new owner, waved her cat claws sadly, trying to break free while howling helplessly and lost. And finally the door of the little master's room opened. Meow. Mimi changed to a wrong look in a second, opened her round eyes, and looked at Xian pitifully. Oh! Xian quickly reached out and took her from Grandma's hands, holding her in her arms with some difficulty, and asked softly, Mimi, are you okay? Mimi meow softly, rubbing her head hard, and trying to lick Xuan's face with her tongue. Only by pleasing the little master can you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Stop making trouble. Xian giggled and dodged, saying, I'm going to brush my teeth and wash my face. Daddy is still waiting for us in the store to eat. Let's go to the store to play later. Song Salian, who was standing by, saw Xian got up and put on her clothes. She felt that this child was too sensible and worry-free. As a result, she looked down. She saw that Xian was barefoot, and couldn't help but said anxiously, You child, why don't you wear socks and slippers when you come out? What if you catch a cold? As she said, she hurried into the bedroom, brought socks and cotton shoes to Xian, and squatted down to put them on for her. I was too anxious just now, and forgot to put them on. Xian put Mimi down with a smile, put on socks and shoes in cooperation, and said sweetly, Thank you, Grandma. Grandma, you are so kind. Oh, this little mouth is like honey. Song Salian laughed happily. Come on. Grandma will prepare toiletries for you. Xian declined. Grandma, I can do it myself. Let me do it myself. After that, she put on her cotton slippers and ran to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Song Salian stood aside and watched worriedly. She saw Xian standing on the small stool of the wash basin. She knew how to adjust the handle of the faucet to the position where the warm water would be most suitable. Then she took the toothbrush to collect warm water and skillfully applied toothpaste to the toothbrush. Then she brushed and brushed out a mouthful of white toothpaste foam. Gulp hulu puff, spitting out the mouthwash. Xian raised her little head and opened her mouth, making a grinning motion to check whether her teeth were brushed clean. Looking at this scene, Song Salian sighed in her heart that this child was too sensible and capable. Xian finished the necessary washing work in the morning, turned her head, and smiled sweetly at her grandmother, and asked, Grandma, I'm done. Can we go to Dad's shop? Of course. Song Salian called Juanita to change shoes and prepared to go out. Meow. Mimi came over, as if telling the little master not to forget to take it with him. Mimi, be good. Xian leaned over and touched Mimi's head, and Mimi took the opportunity to twist her neck and rub it hard. Juanita leaned over and picked up Mimi, saying, "Let's go." Xian nodded, took her grandmother's hand, and walked out of the house together. "Let's go find Dad." The cheerful voice echoed at the entrance of the corridor. Chapter 463, Visiting a Class. Before 8 o'clock, everything in the store was sold out. Ding Suchin stood in front of the counter, hung up a sign that said "All sold out," and said to the customers, who were still queuing at the door of the store, with an apologetic look, "Everyone, I'm sorry. Everything in the store is sold out this morning." There were at least 100 customers queuing behind them, and when they heard the unfortunate news, they were instantly shocked. "It's over. All sold out. I'm in such a bad situation. It's fine that I can't eat the new soup, dumplings, and wontons, but now I can't even sell pan-fried buns, porridge, or even boiled eggs. Why am I so unlucky? Oh, I'm so greedy. I heard that the soup, dumplings, and wontons made by Mr. Huang are also very delicious. Oh, I don't have the luck. Tomorrow morning, I'll line up at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. I don't believe I can't buy these soup, dumplings, and wontons. Let's go home and have a bowl of noodles first, and come back for lunch at noon." However, these 2 days are holidays. If you want to eat the food in the store at noon, you should probably come and line up around 9 o'clock in the morning. Otherwise it's hard to eat. The customers who couldn't buy anything have also gotten used to it. After all, if you want to eat Huang Tao's food, you have to grab it. If you come late, it will definitely be gone. They had no choice but to leave one by one in disappointment. Especially the male fan with the baseball cap, who thought that he could no longer eat soup, dumplings, and wontons, but other things would be fine. Who would have thought? In the end, it was all in vain. "Oh, it's all my fault." There was once a sincere advice in front of him, but he didn't cherish it, and he regretted it when he lost it. This is the most painful thing in the world. If God could give him another chance, he would say 3 words to the fat uncle: "I believe you." Of course, some female fans were not disappointed. With a handsome guy like Huang Tao, it was worth queuing for a while. Besides, they had already tasted the deliciousness of the new soup, dumplings, and wontons. Compared with those customers who couldn't buy anything, they were very lucky. At least it was not a wasted trip. Now that they couldn't buy anything even if they queued again, they left and prepared to visit their idol Lu Feifei's filming site. See if they can see their idol? If it's still early after watching, come here for lunch. They left immediately. Su Hao and others began to clean the kitchen utensils. Huang Tao cooked the wontons and soup dumplings that Jiang Gui wanted, and looked out of the store through the glass window from time to time, eagerly waiting for his precious daughter to come. After the last batch of customers who stayed in the restaurant had eaten their fill, the restaurant became lively again. "Oh, I'm so full. Burp. Burp. I ate a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, a bowl of sesame dumplings, 5 pork-stuffed pan-fried buns, and 5 beef-stuffed pan-fried buns. They were still as delicious as before, but I was so full that I couldn't even walk. Yeah, I ate too much again by accident. I need to take a break first. Otherwise, I'll have to lean on the wall to get out. Oh, my weight loss plan is ruined again. Boss Huang, you've misled me." "That's right. Boss Huang, you're such a bad guy. I've gained 10 pounds of weight eating at your restaurant during this time." "I'm the same. So far, I've gained 8 pounds. You see, I've become a big belly. Boss Huang, if I become a fat man and can't get married, you have to be responsible for me. I'm easy to take care of. Just give me food." Huang Tao, you are a grown man. Why do you want me to take responsibility?" "No, you are not gay." Huang Tao said speechlessly. "No, I can't take this responsibility. And don't try to cheat me of my food." All the customers who were dining were amused. They rested for 5 minutes before getting up and leaving. Before leaving, they cleaned up everything on the table as usual. The bowls and plates were all put in the basket next to the automatic dishwasher. Li Qinzhan thanked. "Thank you." "You're welcome, Boss Huang. See you at noon." "Boss Huang, let's go." "Take your time." Before leaving, these customers also greeted Huang Tao and said goodbye. As soon as they left, Jiang Wei opened the curtain and looked in. Boss Huang. Are you done? Brother Jiang. You're here. Wang Tao smiled and said, come in. I left some soup dumplings and wontons for you. Wait. I'll get them for you now. As he said that, Wang Tao took the soup dumplings and wontons that he had just packed and handed them to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei said with excitement and gratitude, thank you. Good brother. I was so greedy this morning. Your business is getting better and better. He was particularly lucky that he met Wang Tao before his restaurant opened, and he had a good relationship with him, so that the relationship between the two has always been good. It's just that Wang Tao is too busy at ordinary times, and there are very few opportunities to deepen the relationship. But now it's also very good. Boss Huang can save food for him almost every meal, and even when new products are launched, he has a share. I reserved 2 portions for him. How many people on this street can get this kind of treatment? Wang Tao smiled and said, you're welcome. I promise to reserve it for you. Isn't this normal? Take these soup dumplings and wontons and eat them. Thank you for helping me move the ingredients every day. It saves a lot of energy. Jiang Wei waved his hand. What are you talking about? It's just a piece of cake. Jiang Wei refused and insisted on paying. Wang Tao was stubborn and gave him a discount. At this time, the blinds were opened again. Daddy, your little cutie is fat. Xianxian's bangs on her forehead were a little wet. Song Silian and Juanita behind her were panting and breathing heavily. Mimi was lying at the door of the store, exhausted. Seeing this, Wang Tao asked in confusion, you ran here? Why didn't you take a taxi? Xianxian wiped her forehead and said with curved eyebrows, waiting for the car takes too much time. I wanted to see you earlier, so I ran here with my grandparents. You? Wang Tao doted on you and reached out to touch Xianxian's forehead, then reached out to grab the paper towel on the table, squatted down, and prepared to wipe the sweat on Xianxian's forehead. Mua! Xianxian kissed Wang Tao on the side of his face. This scene made Jiang Wei, who was standing aside, envious. He also wanted to have a daughter to love. It's a pity he gave birth to a son. Daddy? Xianxian patted her belly. I had a dream last night. Wang Tao asked cooperatively, what did you dream about? I dreamed of soup dumplings and wontons. My little greedy cat. She told him in a roundabout way that she wanted to eat soup dumplings and wontons. Wang Tao wiped Xuan's sweat and said softly, soup dumplings and wontons? Okay. Dad will prepare it for you. You go wash your hands first. Yeah. Xianxian nodded like pounding garlic, then took the hands of Grandpa and Grandma and went to wash their hands together. After Jiang Wei greeted Xianxian and the others, he went back to his own store. After washing her hands, Xianxian sat down obediently at the exclusive small dining table, waiting for her father to feed her. Come on. Eat wontons while they are hot first. The soup dumplings will be ready in a while. Wang Tao placed bowls of wontons in front of Xianxian and her parents. Yeah. Xianxian looked at the white and tender soup dumplings and the beautiful wontons with matching colors in front of her, and couldn't help but smile, revealing the hidden attribute of a little foodie. Daddy, the wontons are very tender, smooth and delicious. Xianxian said excitedly with something in her mouth. Wang Tao said, Xianxian, swallow the food first before talking. Okay? Woo. Daddy, I was wrong, but it's really delicious. Xianxian apologized and buried her head to continue making wontons. Song Silian smiled and tasted the wontons first, and her eyes lit up immediately. It's really delicious. It's many times better than those wontons bought on the street. Meow. When Xianxian was eating wontons with relish, Mimi came over, squatted beside her, stretched out her paws, and pulled her trouser legs. Xianxian was eating so hard that she didn't have time to feed it. Mimi, I'll give it to you later. You eat first. Daddy will do it for it. Wang Tao smiled and put some wontons in Mimi's bowl. Mimi sniffed it and started eating it without caring about the heat. Chapter 464. You can't force anything like this. The cold wind whistled outside the window, and the room was steaming hot. Wang Tao carried a basket of steaming soup dumplings and placed it in front of Xuan's exclusive small dining table. Juanita and Song Silian, a couple, smelled the fragrance and couldn't help but look inside. The bottom of the basket was covered with a layer of fine linen white cloth, and 6 soup dumplings were neatly separated from it. At first glance, It looked like 6 piles of white chrysanthemums blooming on the snow. And the chrysanthemum silk was the layers of folds on the filling skin, densely gathered together. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a drop of honey brewed in spring, transparent throughout, and softly flowing into a ball. It smells so good. Xian was immediately attracted by the fragrance of the soup dumplings, and couldn't help but reach out to grab them. Xian, this is a soup dumpling. You can't pick it up with your hands. Juanita, who was standing by, saw it, and quickly reached out to grab her chubby little claws back. Then picked up the chopsticks and firmly clamped a soup dumpling in the cage, holding it in the air. The filling skin was thin and transparent, and it fell down heavily. Fortunately, it was supported by the bottom of the filling in time. The soup inside was soup, and the filling was filling, like crystal glass, and it was clear. I have to say, this soup dumpling is made perfectly. Xian. He put the soup dumpling into the plate, smiled and picked up a reed tube from the chopstick cage, raised it and said, to eat the soup dumpling, you have to use a straw first. Grandpa will show you first. After that, he demonstrated by piercing the skin of the soup dumpling and sucking gently. The soup is milky white in color. Slowly sip it in your mouth. It is hot and tastes fresh. Just like 18,000 taste buds that have finally found rain after a long drought. They all compete with each other and clap their hands enthusiastically. As soon as the soup flowed over the tip of the tongue, before I could savor it carefully, it slid down the throat without stopping, straight to the navel, and the places it passed through were warm and warm, just like a snow lion facing the fire. And it was instantly half crisp. I used to watch some food programs, and whenever they said it's so fresh that it makes your eyebrows drop, and it's so delicious that you can swallow your tongue in one bite, I just thought it was exaggerated. When I was there, I realized the wonderful metaphor of these words. Of course, only the food made by my son can make him feel such a wonderful feeling. After sucking up the soup, pick up the chopsticks and gently pick up the stuffing skin with the tip of the chopsticks. Although the meat stuffing is small, it is very chewy. It is smooth, tender, sweet, and fragrant in the mouth. The aftertaste is dense, strong and flavorful. The stuffing is fresh, and the skin is not much less. The stuffing skin is as thin as paper. With a slight lift, it flows through the chopsticks like silk. Dip in some fragrant vinegar. Put it in your mouth. The juice is sweet, and the stuffing is fresh and fragrant. Wrapped in the stuffing skin. 3 flavors in one. Wonderful. Well, this tastes really good. Another one. He quickly took another soup dumpling from the steamer and continued to eat it happily. Xian, Song Salian, where is the demonstration? Juanita ate 2 in a row. Then he said, see? You have to eat it like this. He glanced and found that his wife looked at him sideways. That look was full of speechless expression of how can you be so greedy? Old man? Xian frowned slightly and complained, Grandpa, you are almost finished. Juanita smiled awkwardly but politely and apologized. Oh, sorry. Grandpa didn't notice. There are only 4 left. Xian pursed her lips, looking hopeless. There are still many in the kitchen. I'll bring you more after you finish eating. For the sake of family harmony, Huang Tao quickly spoke to comfort her. At the end, he put a soup dumpling on Xuan's plate. Now, Xian was not so sad and cautious in her heart, and she greeted her grandparents with a smile and generosity. Grandpa and Grandma, you guys eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Huang Tao smiled, took a reed tube for her, inserted it into the soup dumpling, and warned, be careful of the heat. Okay. Xian took a sip carefully. A stream of fresh and tender soup overflowed from the reed tube, scalding her delicate tongue. Ah, it's so hot, but so fresh. Huang Tao's seasoning was very moderate. After adding the right amount of onion and ginger water, the meat stuffing completely lost its fishy smell. And even if the pigskin jelly was heated and melted, it would not be greasy. The salt was even better, and the taste was just right. Very delicious. The little girl took a break, and seeing that the heat was not so much, she tried to suck up the soup. It's so delicious. She breathed in the hot air and gave a thumbs up again. Eat slowly. Drink some water. Song Salian quickly poured 2 cups of hot water and picked up a soup dumpling to taste. It tasted really good. The soup was very delicious. The dough soaked in the soup was soft and tasty. The stuffing was also very sweet. In short, Every aspect was perfect. This was definitely the best soup dumpling she had ever eaten. This was not because her son's filter was too heavy. This was all a real and sincere feeling from the heart. I want to eat more. Xian finished a soup dumpling and raised the plate. In the past, her appetite was actually quite small, and she would be full after eating a little. But now, whenever she eats at home, she feels that she has not eaten enough. She can eat a lot, and her appetite has been unknowingly fed. Wang Tao picked up another one for her. Eat 2 more. And then stop eating. Don't be full. Ah. Hearing this, Xian felt a little disappointed, but still nodded obediently. Okay. Wang Tao saw that her mouth was full of oil, so he reached out for a tissue and wiped the corners of the little guy's mouth, and said softly, "Don't worry. No one is competing with you. You have eaten like a big cat. Hurry. Hurry." Xian couldn't help twisting her little butt. She couldn't wait to continue eating. Song Silian looked at the interaction between the father and daughter, and couldn't help but slightly curl up the corners of her mouth. And at the same time, she felt sorry for Huang Tao in her heart. I think it's not easy for him to be both a father and a mother, and to be busy with the business in the store. If he has a caring woman around him, who can help him take care of the family and take care of them, how great it would be. Of course, all this cannot be forced. It depends on fate. After all, it's not easy to find a son and Xian who both like. Besides, the other party has to be good to Xian and treat her as her own daughter. Just based on this point, I guess not many people can do it. Unconsciously, Song Silian ate too much. Even Huangita was so full that he could hardly walk. Xian and the two of them leaned side by side on the chair. The 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren moved in a surprisingly consistent manner. Xian. Huang Tao smiled and said, "Dad will take you somewhere later?" "Dad, are you going to take me to the small square to ride a bike?" Although she has just learned to ride a bike, she already likes this sport very much. "No." Huang Tao smiled and said, "Dad is going to the 4S store with Grandpa and Grandma to look at cars. If you want to ride a bike, can I accompany you to ride in the afternoon?" "Okay." Xian nodded and said curiously, "Dad, is it the place where you bought the car last time?" "No. It's a new place." "Oh. Then I want to go with you. As long as I am with my dad, it is a happy thing to go anywhere." Boss, Lin Zifeng, who was standing by, immediately leaned over and said with envy, "Are you going to buy a car again?" Huang Tao nodded. "I'm buying a car for my dad. Money is meant to be spent. Isn't it for making money to make yourself and your family live more comfortably?" Lin Zifeng asked curiously, "Boss, what car are you going to buy this time?" Huang Tao waved his hand and said, "I don't know. Let's go to the Mercedes-Benz store and have a look. My dad will decide." Lin Zifeng called his boss a filial son in his heart, buying a car for his dad. He bought a Mercedes-Benz at the first try. Unlike him, the most expensive gift he has ever bought for his dad is just a pack of Huazi. When Li Qingzhan and his gang of rich second generation heard this, they couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Although they bought expensive gifts for their father, they used their father's credit card to buy them. Huang Tao packed up and gave a few instructions to the employees. The family went out together. Chapter 465. She still can't let go. Yaolong Shopping Mall. Although there are no luxury goods here, there are also mid to high-end products. Here you can buy big brand products worth thousands or tens of thousands, as well as mid-range products with good quality and low prices. Yiwen and her good friend Lu Minglin, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, agreed to meet here. Originally, she had thought about it yesterday and was thinking about coming to Huang Tao's store for breakfast this morning. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. Last night, she received a greeting call from her best friend Lu Minglin and was told the good news. That is, Lu Minglin took advantage of the New Year's Day holiday to return to Wenling. She will stay here for 2 days and go back the day after tomorrow afternoon. He also asked her if she had time tomorrow morning to go shopping, have a meal, and reminisce about the past. Her best friend finally came back and still remembered her as a good friend. As soon as she came back, she wanted to meet her. Naturally, she couldn't refuse her kindness. After all, if she missed this meeting, she would probably only be able to see him at the end of the year. After graduation, her best friend stayed in another place. She worked in a foreign company. It was rare to see each other throughout the year. Just thinking about it, A familiar voice came from behind. Yiwen. I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. Before she turned around, a hand was around her arm. No need to guess. She also knew who it was. She turned sideways and gave Lu Menglin a big hug, saying happily, I miss you too, Menglin. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. Occasionally, they knew from WeChat chats or moments that they had posted to each other that they were doing well and working well. When they met, they happily hugged each other, then walked into a dessert shop hand in hand, ordered some desserts and drinks, and chatted while tasting the food. As for shopping, we'll talk about it later. Only when you are full can you have the energy to go shopping. Lu Menglin held her chin with her left hand and asked with a smile, Xiaowen, how are you doing recently? Yiwen smiled. Everything is fine. Lu Menglin's beautiful eyes turned around and asked jokingly, did you secretly have a boyfriend behind my back during this period? Yiwen didn't expect her bestie to ask this question, and she was a little panicked. No. Yes. Oh my. There is definitely something going on. Lu Menglin looked at her suspiciously. No. No. Why are you stuttering? This is not like you. Comrade Yiwen. Do you have a target? I tell you. Confess and be lenient. Resist and be strict. Hurry up. Confess the truth. Yiwen's pretty face turned red. Very convincing denial. No. Wow. It turns out that there is. Lu Menglin's gossipy heart was stirring. Where are you from? What do you do? How much is your monthly salary? Xiaowen. I tell you. You must find a handsome boyfriend and a rich husband. Yiwen said disapprovingly. Why do you have to find a rich man? I think good character is the most important thing. Lu Menglin gave Yiwen a beautiful big eye roll speechlessly. Xiaowen. I tell you. You can't have such an idea. Sisters are also experienced people. I tell you clearly that if you find a poor guy, you will suffer in the second half of your life. And with your conditions, you must find someone of equal status. Right? By the way, what does your so-and-so do? Yiwen didn't even think about it, and replied subconsciously, he opened a store. Opened a store? Lu Menglin crossed her arms and her chest, and suddenly her heart was surging. She looked at Yiwen with scrutiny. You are not lying to me. Are you? No. He really opened a store. Yiwen hesitated a little embarrassedly. I just think he is a good person. Everyone loves beauty. Men like to look at beautiful women, and women also like to look at handsome men. During this period of time, Huang Tao can be seen picking up Xian from kindergarten almost every day, and she goes to Huang Tao's restaurant from time to eat. The more she gets to know him, the more she finds that Huang Tao is really good. Not only is he handsome, but he doesn't smoke or drink, has a good personality, and his cooking skills are amazing. She gradually turned her initial good impression into love. But she is a girl after all. So why should she take the initiative to pursue him? To be honest, she is still a little reluctant. Lu Menglin asked curiously, Xiaowen, what kind of store does he run? Yiwen told the truth. It's a restaurant. Open in the morning, noon and night. In the morning market, you can buy breakfast such as pan-fried dumplings and porridge. In the lunch and evening markets, there are stir-fried dishes and various types of braised rice. Restaurant. That's a self-employed person. This job is not very decent. But now restaurants are still quite profitable. Higher than ordinary office workers. You should be able to earn 10,000 or 20,000 a month. However, Xiaowen, I advise you to think about it again. Don't be blindly in love. Of course, if you have no problem dating him. If you want to get married, I advise you to be more cautious. Oh. Yiwen blushed and said shyly, what are you thinking about? He and I haven't even started dating yet. It's not what you think. There's nothing between him and me. Lu Menglin didn't believe it at all. She waved her hand and said, okay. Okay. Eat the cake first. After that, take me to see your boyfriend's store. I'll give you some advice. Yiwen quickly corrected, he's not my boyfriend. Oh. That's right. Lu Menglin ignored her sophistry and suddenly remembered to ask, how did you two know each other? Yiwen replied, he is my student's father. Wait. I'm a little confused by what you said. Lu Menglin was a little confused about the relationship between them. She reacted belatedly and said anxiously, your student's father? Xiaowen. You are not allowed to be third party. Yiwen. Huang Tao drove his family to the destination. Get off the car. The group happily walked into the sales hall of Mercedes-Benz Star. Immediately, A young salesperson with good looks came up to them. She showed her charming and signature smile, bowed slightly to Huang Tao and said, "Hello. Sir, are you here to make an appointment or to see the car?" I have to say that people's eyes are quite sharp. Although the 4 people who came in were dressed quite ordinary, they definitely didn't come here to chat and drink tea. These are customers who really want to buy a car. In 4S stores, it is common for a whole family to come together to see the car. For sales staff, selecting the person who can make the final decision is undoubtedly a basic skill. The saleswoman was very accurate in choosing her target, and she immediately set her sights on Huang Tao. Unfortunately, she made a mistake today, as the person who made the decision was Huang Ida standing next to her, and Huang Tao was just a walking ATM. Huang Tao nodded and said, "Look at the car." "Okay, then I will receive you next." She handed over a business card with a smile and said, "My name is Gao Lu. What is your name?" "Sir?" "Huang Tao." "Mr. Huang, do you have any car models you want to see?" Huang Tao turned his head to look at his father beside him and asked, "Dad, have you decided on any car models?" Huang Ida said without hesitation, "E-Class? There is just an E-Class exhibition car. I will take you to have a look." Gao Lu smiled and stretched out her hand to make a gesture of invitation, then led their family to a black sedan and introduced it. "This is an E300 luxury model with a rich configuration. You can get in the car to experience it or test drive it." Huang Tao took Xian with him and walked around the car. "Well, it's not bad. The car model is really good looking. The interior is also very beautiful, and the space is not small, which is very suitable for home use." Huang Ida sat in the driver's seat, his hands on the steering wheel. He was so happy. He was reluctant to come out. He kept saying that he would try to get the driver's license within a month. In this way, he could drive a Mercedes-Benz in the shortest time, instead of letting it gather dust in the garage for a while after buying it. Song Xiaolian also had a smile on her face. This is the second car her son is going to buy in the second half of the year. In the past, she would not have dared to think about it. Besides, the car she bought this time was a Mercedes-Benz. In the eyes of the older generation, Mercedes-Benz is the epitome of rich people. Work hard all your life and drive a Mercedes-Benz. It is worth everything and not living in vain. This may sound a little funny, but it is true. This life, especially for men, they live for their face. Dad worked diligently all his life. Although he did not make much money, he paid for his college education, bought him a house and married him a wife, raised money for his wife's medical treatment, and accompanied him through the most difficult and painful time. In Huang Tao's heart, his father is the most powerful. From childhood to adulthood, he often heard his father talk about wanting to buy a car. But although he often talked about it, he never put it into action. It's not that he can't afford it, but the car is always a means of transportation, and it can't appreciate like a house. Therefore, he thought that the savings were still useful, leaving them for his son to buy a house and marry a wife in the future, or even to deal with some unexpected changes that might happen in the family. All these mixed together became his responsibility for the family. In addition, Huang Tao was going to get married when he grew up, so he took out most of his life savings to buy a house and hold a wedding banquet for Huang Tao. This savings was emptied in an instant. So now that Huang Tao has made money, he also wants to buy a car for his father to fulfill his father's dream. "Dad, what is that?" Xian pulled him and pointed to the logo on the front of the car with her other little hand, and asked in confusion, "Mercedes-Benz logo." Huang Tao smiled and explained, "It's the logo of the car." "Oh!" Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked in confusion, "Then why is it standing there?" "Why is it standing there?" "Probably for showing off." He remembered that he saw a former colleague in the circle of friends before, took a photo, and said that there was a traffic jam again. But in that photo, you can see the obvious Mercedes-Benz logo on the front of the car at a glance. A discerning person can see at a glance that this is after buying a luxury car, wanting others to know, but not wanting to deliberately show off. So secretly using this trick to let others know that he bought a luxury car. Of course, he couldn't tell Xian that this was for showing off. After all, the little guy is too young to understand these. Huang Tao reached out and rubbed Xian's little head, and smiled. "Dad doesn't know too much. It should be for the purpose of being eye-catching, so that people can tell what kind of car it is at a glance." "Oh!" Xian nodded. thinking that what her father said was quite right. Wang Tao held the car door and asked his father, "Dad, do you want to look at other models?" Wang Yida smiled and said, "No. This one is good. Let's go with it." "Okay. Let's go with it." Wang Tao respected his father's choice. He smiled and looked at Gao Lu. "How much is this car?" Gao Lu said respectfully, "Mr. Huang, the suggested retail price of this car is 499,800. Wang Yida exclaimed, "Ah, this is too expensive. There are discounts." Gao Lu extended her hand and said, "Let's go over there and sit and chat." Wang Tao's family was invited to the reception area. After Gao Lu served tea and candy, she took out a pen and paper and began to calculate the price. After Song Silian used all her tricks to talk to Gao Lu, she showed an attitude that she would not give up until she was given the most favored nation treatment. Wang Yida was not idle either, and besieged Gao Lu together. Finally, a discount of 25,000 yuan was given, and free maintenance times plus a full set of film and a set of floor mats were given. Wang Tao directly asked for the top configuration, and the final landing price was 575,000 yuan. Gao Lu recommended Huang Tao to pay in installments, and Huang Tao paid in full. Huang Tao smiled and asked, "Excuse me, when can I pick up the car?" Gao Lu smiled charmingly and said with difficulty, "The fastest time will be around the 2nd of next month." Thinking that my father has not passed the driver's license test yet, he is not in a hurry. Anyway, he can get it before the new year, so he has no objection. Afterwards, the two parties signed a car ordering contract and paid a symbolic deposit of 10,000 yuan. Then Gao Lu respectfully sent him out of the 4S store. Wang Yida walked out of the store door, and there was still a feeling of trance and unreality. Speaking of which, this car, is it settled? In about a month, I can really own this Mercedes-Benz. I will urge the coach and try to pass the test by the end of this month. Wang Tao urged, "Dad, let's go. We are going back. How about we eat something before going back to celebrate?" Wang Yida said happily, "I will treat you." Xian reminded with curved eyebrows, "Grandpa, the food outside is not as delicious as what Dad makes." "That's right. After eating the food cooked by his son, how can I eat the food outside?" Wang Yida smiled. Xian is right. Let's go back to eat. Go home. Chapter 466, A Fatal Temptation. Time goes back. Back to 5 o'clock in the morning. In the presidential suite of the hotel. The room was dim and quiet. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The alarm of the mobile phone rang for the nth time, and the ringing sound echoed in the neat bedroom. But no one reached out to press its pause button. A slight sound suddenly came from the bed, and the thin quilt slowly bulged like a small hill. A crack appeared on the edge of the quilt, and then a flawless white arm stretched out from it, groping around, and after several attempts, it grabbed the mobile phone on the bedside table and swiped it lightly to force the alarm to pause. Another arm also stretched out from the gap, and two slender white hands pulled wrinkles on the sheets together, as if to pull the soft body out of the quilt. Then, there was no movement. After about 2 minutes, the hill moved slightly a few times, gradually protruding, and the quilt fell off, revealing the soft black hair. Then the beautiful face. Shoulders. The round shoulders were vaguely covered by the black hair, which was messy but beautiful, and added a slightly seductive style without being too exposed. Lu Feifei was very sleepy. Although her consciousness gradually became clear, her tired body was still lying on the bed. "I don't want to get up." But when I thought about the shooting today, she struggled painfully between staying in bed and being late to delay the progress of the shooting, and finally lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Her silk nightgown was full of wrinkles, and it was a little short, revealing a pair of white and slender legs. She casually pulled the nightgown on the bedside and put it on her body, holding the nightgown, and went to the bathroom. Get ready to wash up. Outside the bedroom door, Xiao Xiao was waiting in her presidential suite early in the morning, as Lu Feifei's personal assistant. She was busy taking care of Lu Feifei, and she also went to the hotel restaurant to select some exquisite and delicious breakfasts to send over. Now she heard the noise in the bedroom. Knowing that Lu Feifei had gotten up and washed up, she was very eager to send breakfast to Lu Feifei. "Sister Feifei, eat while it's hot. You will have to put on makeup later, and you probably won't have time to eat." "Okay." Lu Feifei tidied her clothes in front of the mirror. She had to put on makeup today, so she had a plain face. She smiled and nodded and said, "You can eat with us." After that, she took a delicate pastry from the plate handed over by Xiao Xiao, took a bite, and reminded, "Oh, by the way, Xiao Xiao, don't forget the task I gave you last night. I'll start filming later. You can go over there to buy it. Go early. Otherwise you can't get it." That's right. In her heart, she was still obsessed with the food in Jinchi restaurant. Maybe, the more you don't get something, the more fatal temptation it has. She was in this state of mind at the moment. Don't go so early, or I'll go after you finish filming in the morning. But Xiao Xiao on the side hesitated. She was mainly worried that after she left, Lu Feifei would be left alone after filming a scene. "It's okay. I can take care of myself. You can go there without worry." Lu Feifei pursed her lips and smiled. "If you go too late, you won't be able to buy it, and you'll have to go there in vain." This remark made Xiao Xiao feel that it was indeed reasonable. In addition, it was said on the internet that if you queue up at Jinhao restaurant before meal time, you can buy it easily. Thinking of this, she nodded in agreement. After a quick breakfast, the two of them went to the dressing room of the crew together. At this time, there were already many people in the dressing room. It takes a long time to put on makeup for the Republic of China drama. Just combing a hair can take more than an hour. In order to save time, the makeup artist has already started working on the heads of the major female supporting roles. Seeing her coming, everyone greeted her politely. "Sister Feifei." "Good morning. Sister Feifei. You're here." Lu Feifei pursed her lips with a charming arc, nodded to them and said, "Good morning, everyone." Then she walked straight to an empty seat and sat down. As soon as she sat down, the head of the makeup team came over and wanted to do her makeup personally. She said with a smile, "Sister Feifei, let's start doing your makeup and hair now." "Yes, thank you." Lu Feifei nodded. The head of the makeup team looked at her face and couldn't help but envy. "Sister Feifei, your skin is so good. Moist and white. You don't even need a foundation." Others smiled and echoed, "Sister Feifei has good skin. But everyone here knows it." For Lu Feifei, such praise is almost every day. She has long been accustomed to it. Lu Feifei smiled lightly and said modestly, "Thank you. Your skin is also very good." The others waved their hands and said, "No, our skin condition is not as good as yours, Sister Feifei." The head of the makeup team looked at it for a while and said with a smile, "Sister Feifei, I'll close my eyes first, and I'll start." Lu Feifei closed her eyes, as she was told, and didn't say anything else, letting the makeup artist apply makeup on her face. I don't know how long it took. When the coordinator came in to distribute today's work schedule and the script page for the afternoon play. "Give it to me." After Xiao Xiao took it from the coordinator's hand, she smiled and handed it to Lu Feifei. "Sister Feifei, take a look." Lu Feifei took a stack of papers and looked down. The work was so full that she couldn't even insert a needle. After putting on makeup, she had to wait for the shooting to start. There was also a night scene in the evening, so the task was very heavy. Of course, time was also very tight. Before they all finished putting on makeup, the crew had already sent someone to urge them to hurry up and go over because the shooting was about to start. In order to save resources, TV dramas are basically shot in a scene-based shooting mode. They shoot whatever is convenient. They finish all the scenes in one scene before switching to the next scene. They don't follow the development order of the script at all. The success of the drama depends entirely on post-editing. Therefore, the transition is very fast. In the previous scene, the male and female protagonists have not yet fallen in love. But in the next scene, they can go back to their hometown to get married. The staff on the set are busy, and there are equipment and figures everywhere. Lu Feifei got up early in the morning and didn't sleep well. Her eyes are a little tired. She sits on a chair and takes a nap while waiting. Xiao Xiao is busy wrapping her in a thick down jacket to prevent her from catching a cold due to her thin clothes. Director Lin called the male lead Ling Lui and explained the scenes to them. "Today we are shooting the scenes in Deng's house. You two have a lot of scenes to play against each other. Let's shoot the swing scene first." Although Lu Feifei was a little tired, she still made herself look more energetic when she heard the director talking about the scenes, and occasionally exchanged some details with Director Lin. After roughly explaining it, Director Lin looked at the two of them again and said, "You two should always pay attention to yourselves. Even if you don't have lines, your expressions should be in place. You will be giving close-ups at that time. And pay attention to your movements." "Okay, Director Lin." The two looked humble and nodded repeatedly. When all the cameras were ready and the actors were in place, Director Lin sat in front of the monitor and signaled to start. The script supervisor slapped the board and the shooting started. Chapter 467. He likes this feeling very much. The flowers in the back garden of Ding's house are in full bloom. Lu Feifei walks on the path with pressed flowers and unfolded leaves. Ling Lui accompanies her not far behind. The camera is also following their footsteps and moving forward slowly. Everyone present is watching this pair of focal points. The staff must stare intently because of work needs, and other actors who are not on their turn are watching from the side. Observe a little. Xiao Xiao followed Lu Feifei's instructions. Seeing that Lu Feifei had already started filming, she immediately left the set. As soon as she left the set, she saw many fans of various stars gathered around the set. She didn't need to ask. She also knew that these were fans who didn't join the fan club. And they all came directly without saying hello. They wanted to see their idols on the set. Don't ask why she knew these fans didn't join the fan club. If you ask, it's because the fans of the fan club are very well behaved. If they come to visit the studio, Sister Tang will ask her assistant to hand over to the person in charge of the larger fan club. If there are any activities, they will discuss and communicate in advance. Finally, she will ask Lu Feifei's opinion and arrange it if it is feasible. This not only takes into account the fans' desire to get close to their idol, but also avoids trouble. Moreover, Sister Tang, the gold medal agent, has always done a good job in Lu Feifei's interaction with fans. Moreover, if there are fans who are arranged to visit the studio, Sister Tang will also inform her in advance, so that she can do a good job of introducing and receiving them. But so far, she has not received any notification about this. Besides, she has seen this kind of situation many times in these years with Lu Feifei. These fans suddenly come over to make a surprise attack, which can easily embarrass the actors and bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to the crew. Fortunately, these fans are quite well behaved. They just wandered around the outside of the studio, without sneaking to climb the wall or break into the backstage to make a surprise attack. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble to her master, she did not go up to greet these fans, but lowered her head and walked past them calmly. Then she stopped a taxi on the side of the road and took a taxi to the old street in the west of the city. It takes 20 minutes to get there by taxi. Thinking that if I go there to line up so early, I should be guaranteed to buy the meal that Sister Feifei wants to eat. I hope I won't run out of money this time. It's really delicious in the store. Mimi is good. Xian touched its head. Mimi rubbed her head vigorously. Rubbed and rubbed. Yes, that's right. Mimi, who has always been aloof, has realized a very important fact. That is, in this family, Zaya's wine is the most important. Only by pleasing Zaya's wine can this cat escape the weight loss plan formulated by the owner, and can also eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks with Zaya's wine, and can also go out to play with Zaya's wine. Who told the owner to love Zaya's wine the most? As long as Zaya's wine acts coquettishly, the owner will raise the white flag obediently. Even the two temporary owners are no exception. So, it has to work hard to become a pendant on Zaya's wine's legs. Look, it tries its best to please Xian, and even wants to get into Xuan's arms. But it was obviously overthinking. Xian was already struggling to hold it. So Xian didn't have the explosive power to pick it up unless she was in love. She patted Mimi and said, "Go play by yourself. I'm going to find Grandma and Grandpa." Mimi meowed and rubbed Xian. Seeing that she had no intention of holding it, she had to obediently run away to play by herself. After sending away Mimi, who was becoming more and more clingy, Xian returned to her own exclusive dining table with her thin legs, reunited with Grandpa and Grandma. "Look at your dirty hands." Huang Yida lovingly and dotingly took out a wet wipe from the children's wet wipe box and wiped the dirty little hands of his eldest granddaughter. "Wipe her clean." Song Salian on the side peeled the snake fruit and cut it into small pieces for Xian and others to use. She used a toothpick to pick up a small piece of snake fruit and handed it to her precious granddaughter. "Xian, come here and eat the snake fruit." "Thank you, Grandma." Xian opened her little mouth and took a bite. She chewed it for a few times and smiled with her eyebrows curved. "It's so sweet." She really likes to eat this sweet and soft snake fruit. Song Salian smiled happily. "If you like it, eat more." As she said, she picked up another piece for Xian and put it to her mouth. "Grandma, don't just feed me. Eat it too. Xian picked up 2 toothpicks obediently and considerately. Picked up a small piece of snake fruit with 1 toothpick. And handed it to the mouths of Grandpa and Grandma. Saying sweetly, Grandpa and Grandma, give. This feeding action made the old couple feel warm in their hearts. And the smile on the corner of their mouths was almost grinning to the roots of their ears. This granddaughter. It's not in vain that they love her. The old couple happily accepted the feeding from their precious granddaughter. I suddenly felt that the snake fruit today was particularly sweet. Wang Tao in the back kitchen looked through the glass baffle of the kitchen, and looked at Xian and her parents not far away, doing familiar work, as if time had stopped at this moment. To be honest, he likes this feeling very much. He also hopes that this kind of beauty can continue forever. Forever. Xian, who was eating the snake fruit at this time, did not forget her beloved father. She saw Xian stepping on her thin legs and running to the kitchen, handing the snake fruit in her hand to Huang Tao. Daddy, open your mouth. Ouch. I have a share too. Huang Tao's eyes instantly revealed a touch of surprise, and he smiled and cooperated by bending down and taking a bite. So sweet. Su Hao, who was standing by, was envious and muttered, she is a complete doting father. Xian tilted her head and asked in confusion, Uncle Su Hao, what are you talking about? Nothing. Su Hao immediately smiled and said, seeing you feeding your father's snake fruit, I also want a daughter to feed me. Ah, I want a daughter to feed. This is a bit difficult. Xian, who was somewhat helpless, rolled her beautiful big eyes and thought for a while and said, then, why don't you and Sister Chioma have a baby? What she said made so much sense that it was impossible to refute it. Su Hao did want to do it, but Shin Chioma is still in college now. Her studies cannot be delayed because of this. This matter will have to wait a few years before it can be put on the agenda. First of all, when he returns to his hometown at the end of the year, he has to pass the test of his mother-in-law. After all, dating is a matter between 2 people. But marriage is the combination of 2 families. And the marriage of 2 people will only be happier if they get the blessing of their parents. Su Hao laughed, okay. I wish you good luck. After feeding Xian, he left the kitchen. Wang Tao continued to prepare lunch with the 3 assistants. Outside the store, the card table became 3. And the chess table became 2. The old men and women watching were cracking melon seeds and watching the card game. And those college students, taking advantage of the holiday and no other activities, also came early to line up here. The line is getting longer and longer. When Xiao arrived here, she was a little surprised by the line. She still didn't expect that she had left home at 9:30 and came here before 10 o'clock. But there were still so many people queuing. The business of this store is indeed as good as netizens say. Chapter 468. Not in the eyes of the old actors. It's not even 10:30 in the afternoon. A long queue has already formed in front of the Zenchichi restaurant. These old customers are also very clear about the rules of the Zenchichi restaurant. It is said that the restaurant will open at 11 o'clock in the afternoon. And it will definitely not open earlier because of your pleading. So, everyone stood there in an orderly manner according to the order in which they came. Those who should play with their mobile phones played with their mobile phones. And those who should chatted. The men were not afraid of the wind and sun. And the female customers wore various warm hats and stood up against the cold wind, which showed their love for the food of the Zenchichi restaurant. Soon, it was time to open the store. As soon as the store door opened, the neighbors who were lined up at the door rushed in first, as if they had been hungry for 8 lifetimes. Then they split into 2 groups. Those who knew how to use the automatic ordering machine went straight to the automatic ordering machine. Those who didn't know how to use it ran to the counter and asked Ding Suchin to order food. Suchin, come on. 1 crab fried cake, 1 vegetarian fish eel, half a roast chicken, and a cup of green bean milk. I'm so greedy. Today I finally have time to line up. I haven't eaten enough for several days. Come on. Give me a braised pork rice, 1 honey sauce fire square, 1 meat fish eel, 1 fried clams, and 1 braised prawns. Drink the green bean milk. I also want a cup of green bean milk, half a roast duck, 1 dompa pork, 1 meat fish eel, braised prawns, fried clams, and a bowl of white rice. That's all. 1 meat fish eel, 1 fried clams, braised meat with dried vegetables, 3-in-1 braised rice, and a cup of green bean milk. Oh, by the way, is there West Lake vinegar fish today? If so, Give me another Westlake vinegar fish. If not, forget it. Sorry. We don't have Westlake vinegar fish in the store today. Ding Suchin heard this, and quickly put down the work of making cold drinks. Walked to the ordering counter. Skillfully used the ordering machine. And began to take orders for the guests. The customers in the queue behind couldn't help but look over, hoping that it would be their turn sooner. Xiao Xiao was no exception. After all, she was still a little impatient while waiting. But this was a task given to her by Sister Feifei, so she couldn't leave willfully. In addition, the tempting aroma wafting from the store made her even more reluctant to leave and go back to eat the lunch box of the crew. Fortunately, the team moved forward quite quickly. Not long after, Xiao Xiao walked to the counter and lined up to order food. She curiously looked at the food in the store. The store was full, and there were many customers who had ordered food waiting for their seats. Looking at the long queue outside the store, there was no end in sight. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who would have thought that such an ordinary little restaurant could be so popular? When it was her turn to order food, Ding Suchin saw that she was stunned and couldn't help but smile and asked politely, "Dear customer, what would you like to order?" "I want a single serving of dongpa pork, braised prawns, half a roast duck, a serving of shredded eel with meat and fish, a bowl of white rice, a serving of green bean milk, a 3-in-1 braised rice, and a nourishing fish soup. To take away." Xiao Xiao compared the document notes column saved in her mobile phone and responded. The first ones were what Lu Feifei wanted, and the latter one was for her to eat. Okay. Ding Suchin skillfully checked the boxes on the ordering machine, collected the money, and typed out the order. While waiting, Xiao Xiao looked at other tables, and found that the food pictures shared on Weibo were almost the same as those she saw yesterday. She was surprised to find that the food pictures on the official account of Zenhachi Restaurant were almost all posted directly on Weibo, while the food pictures shared by passers-by were more or less filtered. Well, in short, it was very tempting. The waiter served the rice, scooped out a large piece of braised pig's trotter with a spoon, and chopped the meat with a knife. With a knife, the braised pig's trotters were neatly placed on the white rice with distinct grains, and then turned around to take out the braised chicken legs and braised chicken wings from the pot, and packed some vegetables and braised eggs, and scooped a spoonful of marinade on them. Xiao Xiao watched the waiter's smooth packing movements, and then watched the tempting dishes completely cover up their deliciousness as the packaging boxes were covered. And then she left the store with 3 food bags in her hands with satisfaction. Looking at the long queue, Xiao Xiao was very glad that she came early to queue up. Of course, the most important thing is, Sister Feifei has foresight. The shooting of the crew this morning was very smooth, and the plans were completed on time, which was also due to the cooperation between Lu Feifei and Ling Lui. Although it was the first time for them to work together, there were very few retakes. The staff were also very grateful. At 10:30, the rivalry between the two in the back garden had been filmed for the time being. It also announced that Lu Feifei and Ling Lui could temporarily finish work. Ling Lui was immediately put on a down jacket by the assistant and served with warm tea. After finishing all this, the assistant looked at the time and left first. He had to be responsible for his brother Ling's lunch. The agent asked him to arrange a special meal for Ling. She dared not neglect it, and had to prepare every meal in advance. Without Xiao Xiao by her side, Lu Feifei had to do it herself and have enough food and clothing. She picked up the down jacket on the exclusive lounge chair and put it on, then sat down and drank a sip of water. Next in the venue were the performances of 2 veteran actors, the TV King Wen Yanqing and the TV Queen Li Qiongji. They were also strongly invited by the crew. That's right. The crew was just jealous of their acting skills. They wanted these veteran actors to escort the show. Of course, both of them were good at acting. Once the clapperboard was played, they got into the state in an instant. The performance was full of tension. This made the plot of this small climax look very exciting. Lu Feifei watched and learned seriously. Since her debut, she has always been pure and innocent, and has been working hard in TV dramas over the years. However, deep down in her heart, she still longs to move to the big screen. When the TV King Wen Yanqing was young, he won many of the most authoritative Best Actor awards in the TV drama industry. And the actress Li Qiongji was only 40 years old, but she won the 3 most authoritative golds in the film industry. Their acting skills are naturally worth learning for most people. After a small climax, Director Lin stood in front of the camera, nodded with satisfaction after watching and returning to the room. and said excitedly, "Well, Yanqing and Xiongji, you two shot quite well. It's perfect." After a brief communication with the two veteran actors, they quickly started to reshoot some small scenes. Seeing this, Lu Feifei couldn't help but start to be distracted. She looked towards the direction of the theater entrance, and no one came in or out. It was very quiet. She couldn't help thinking in her heart, it's already past 11:30. Why hasn't Xiao Xiao come back yet? With the director's satisfied cut sounded. It also means that the morning shooting tasks have all been completed. The field staff came with a bunch of lunch boxes to distribute. When Yanqing went back to the room with the assistant to rest, Li Qiongji walked back to the rest seat of the venue and sat down, eating the food brought back by the assistant. She had another scene to shoot at noon, but she didn't take the initiative to communicate with Lu Feifei, who was not far away. After all, traffic stars are more or less not in the eyes of old actors. And Lu Feifei finally waited for Xiao Xiao to come back, and the food from the Jinqi restaurant that she had been thinking about. Chapter 469, Just don't be crushed by the other party. Sister Feifei, it's time to eat. Xiao Xiao rushed back without even taking a breath, and quickly put the tightly covered food bag on the small table. Lu Feifei was bored waiting, so she sat on the lounge chair and read the script, wanting to prepare for the afternoon play. She was reading it with great enthusiasm when she heard Xixia's voice. She came to her senses and raised her head hurriedly. "Oh, Xiao Xiao, you're back. Put it aside. Thank you for your hard work." After saying that, she put the script aside and said, "Let's eat together." "No, Sister Feifei. I bought a 3-in-1 braised rice." Xiao Xiao didn't feel flattered, because Lu Feifei was a very nice person, and she would share some of the delicious food with her. She deftly took out the takeaway boxes containing various dishes from the food bag and placed them in front of Lu Feifei, saying, "This is the single serving of dongpa pork, braised prawns, half a roast duck, eel shreds with meat and fish, and white rice you asked for. They are all still hot. Oh, by the way, there is also a cup of green bean milk, which is still cold. Wait until it is not too cold before drinking it." As she said that, she opened the lids of the takeaway boxes one by one. Lu Feifei looked over with some expectation, and saw the wax-colored roast duck slices neatly placed in the takeaway box in front of her. From the wax-colored skin, you can glimpse the crispness of the roast duck skin. From the side of the meat, it is firm, fat and tender, not dry, and the whole is wax-colored, which complements the name roast duck. Anyway, it is very tempting. Lu Feifei couldn't wait any longer, so she said, "Okay, I'll do it myself. You don't have to be busy. Eat first." Xiao Xiao nodded, said she would come to clean up later, and walked away. She went to sit aside and eat. Seeing this, Lu Feifei couldn't wait to pick up a piece of roast duck slices, dipped it in some sweet sauce, and put it in her mouth. The sweet sauce wrapped the roast duck slices just right. The skin was sweet and crispy, and the inside was fat and juicy. Moreover, the base flavor of the marinade made the roast duck meat taste good when eaten, and it would not have the feeling that the first bite had a taste, but it would lose its taste after chewing. This made her taste buds, which had not tasted roast duck for a long time, bloom again. I have to say, it was full of enjoyment after taking a bite. It was fragrant but not greasy, and had a clear sense of layering, crispy and juicy, which made people unable to stop. It was much better than the roast duck of the century-old Quan Jude restaurant. She couldn't help but take another bite of the roast duck meat, and accompanied it with a mouthful of rice. The soft and glutinous white rice also had a little sweet and salty taste of the roast duck meat, which was especially good with rice. Actually, she had eaten a lot of food in small restaurants before. But how should I put it? Not only was the taste very strong, but the ingredients were not very fresh. The food at Zenhashi this time completely overturned her previous impression of small restaurants, and it was perfectly in line with the various sharing posts on Weibo. It did not disappoint her expectations. After eating 2 bites in a row, she stretched her chopsticks to another takeaway box on the table next to her and picked up the only piece of dongpa pork that was bright red, agate-colored, and steaming. Took a bite. It was crispy and tender without breaking into pieces, and the fat and lean were integrated into a particularly soft and glutinous, fragrant and glutinous but not greasy, with a wine aroma. Very delicious. Filming in the morning was already quite energy-consuming and physically demanding. Lu Feifei was hungry at this time, And when she encountered delicious meat, vegetables and rice, she ate even more vigorously. Even the fatigue from filming disappeared unconsciously. Xiao Xiao sat aside and ate happily. I admired Sister Feifei's unique vision for finding delicious food. This ordinary 3-in-1 braised rice can be so delicious. No wonder Weibo is full of heartfelt sharing from passers-by. Even while she was enjoying the food, she couldn't help but want to post a post on Weibo about the tasting content of Zinhofan's food, and praise Zinhofan. This 3-in-1 braised rice is so delicious. The pork trotters are wrapped in gelatin, and the lean meat can be pulled into threads. The sauce is tasty, and the rice below is also delicious. Besides, the chicken legs are shiny with caramel color, and they are very tender and fat. They even have a little oil when you bite them. After Xiao Xiao ate a few mouthfuls, she felt a little dry. She remembered that she had ordered a bowl of nourishing fish soup, so she opened it quickly. Yesterday, when she was browsing Weibo, she also saw many people praising the nourishing fish soup produced by Zinhashi restaurant, saying that it was very delicious. Because the braised pig's trotters and chicken legs he had just eaten raised his expectations. Now, he couldn't help but look forward to this nourishing fish soup. She gently scooped a lot of fish meat in the soup bowl with a disposable soup spoon and tasted it. The next second, her eyes lit up, full of surprise. This fish soup is really delicious. It's not the kind of deliciousness that comes from too much MSG and chicken essence, but the kind of deliciousness that comes from the fish meat. The fish meat is very tender and juicy. Not fishy at all. Each piece of fish meat is as thin as a cicada's wing. When you put it in your mouth, you can melt it with a light bite. Excellent taste. There is not a single fish bone. Such a delicious fish soup with fish meat. The taste is really great. Xiao Xiao looked up excitedly and said, Sister Feifei, this fish soup is really good. Do you want to try it? Okay. Then I'll try it. When Lu Feifei saw the really good food before, she had done a guide on the food of this restaurant, and naturally knew that the soup here was delicious. When she heard Xiaxia's suggestion, she scooped a spoonful without hesitation and drank it. As soon as she took a sip, her beautiful eyes lit up. Kaisher is so delicious. It was because she ordered green bean milk, so she didn't order this nourishing fish soup. Now, after drinking it, she was attracted by the taste of fish soup again. Unfortunately, she didn't order. This made her feel like she had missed out on 100 million. Oh, got it. She smiled and suggested again, Xiao Xiao, I still have a lot of food here. I can't finish it by myself. Why don't you come over and let's eat together? Xiao Xiao, whose appetite had been aroused by the delicious food, naturally wanted to try other delicious food. And Lu Feifei's suggestion was just what she wanted. She nodded in agreement. Lu Feifei and Xiao Xiao were eating happily here, but Li Qiongji and her assistant, who were a few meters away, were not eating as deliciously. Well, to be precise, it was Li Qiongji who was not eating as deliciously. She is a person with superb acting skills, and is also good at choosing scripts. The dramas she took on have all won awards. So, in recent years, she has also been a frequent visitor to major film festivals, and has won many authoritative awards. It's just that she is very picky about food. In addition, in order to maintain her figure, she has been a vegetarian for many years, and she still eats boiled food. As a result, she was not only too skinny, but also had mild anorexia, and her physical condition was not ideal. The company also took great pains to consider her health. She was assigned a special chef. Basically, whenever she went to a crew to film, she would bring a special chef with her, and let the chef cook 3 meals for her every day in the hotel. And then, the assistant would deliver them to her. But she only liked to eat a few things, and she didn't eat much. At this time, the assistant was happily eating the takeaway food. Li Qiongji, as usual, ate the food prepared by the special chef with a calm face. After eating about half of it, she closed the lid of the thermos box and said to the assistant beside her, I'm done. Qingzi, you take your time. Okay, Sister Qiongji. Do you want to take a walk first? Or do you want to lie down and rest for a while? Qingzi quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and glanced at the thermos box on the table. He knew without thinking that there must be a lot of food left in it. Ah! For her sister Qiongji, eating is just a survival need. Ah! I just hope that when the filming of this drama is finished, Sister Qiongji's weight will not drop again. Li Qiongji paused and said, You continue eating. I'll go for a walk by myself. After that, He stood up and walked slowly, thinking about the scene in the morning, where the problems with the original shots that needed to be reshot were. He also thought about how to perform the scene later to achieve the most perfect effect. While walking, she suddenly smelled an alluring fragrance. Looking up curiously, Lu Feifei and her assistant were seen sitting at the table, eating happily. Although Li Qiongji and Lu Feifei were in the same crew, they had not had any scenes together so far, so there was little interaction between the two. But Li Qiongji had heard a little about Lu Feifei. She had also heard that Lu Feifei loved food and would search for local delicacies wherever she went. Especially on the first day she arrived at the place, she would taste the local delicacies. During the filming, she would also arrange the food in the order she wanted to eat, and taste the local delicacies of different restaurants every time. People in the circle basically knew about these situations, and her fans also knew about them, and called them Foodie Fei and Fat Fei. After Li Qiongji took a look, even though the fragrance was very rich and tempting, Li Qiongji had not experienced this kind of food temptation for a long time, and his strong rationality still made him quickly retract his eyes. I can't look at it anymore. I can't smell it anymore. If I look at it again, I won't be able to hold it anymore. In fact, she didn't want to stay. In fact, she wanted to leave. But her legs didn't listen to her brain. At this moment, Lu Feifei paused when she felt someone passing by. She raised her head happily, and saw Li Qiongji. The four eyes met, just when Lu Feifei was thinking about whether to say hello to the other party. She saw Li Qiongji asked casually, Feifei, are you eating? This made Lu Feifei a little flattered. When she was in the crew before, every time she met Li Qiongji, she relied on herself as an old actor and a three-gold actress, and never took her a first-line traffic star seriously. At most, she would nod politely at her when she met her, and she would never take the initiative to say hello to her or talk to her. Now she actually took the initiative to greet her. How could she not be flattered? After a few seconds of surprise, Lu Feifei smiled faintly. Yes, I'm eating, Sister Qiongji. Have you eaten? I have. I'm going for a walk. Li Qiongji nodded. After saying that, she didn't stay any longer, but walked forward directly. After all, she couldn't let others see that she was greedy for other people's food. Otherwise, where would she put her face? Lu Feifei looked at Li Qiongji's back and sighed regretfully. Alas, Sister Qiongji can't experience the joy of tasting delicious food. Li Qiongji's eating habits are also well known to people in the circle. In the early years, many people even invited her to taste delicious food in order to get close to her. But they were all rejected in the end. It can only be said that these people have chosen the wrong preferences. Invite a person who is picky about taste and has mild anorexia to taste delicious food, and he will probably vomit it out after eating it. Xiao Xiao nodded, agreeing with her. After dinner, Xiao Xiao cleaned up the mess, and Lu Feifei sat on a chair to take a nap. She had a scene with Wen Yanqing in the afternoon, and she felt very stressed when acting with the TV king. Of course, she has memorized the lines. I hope that when the acting competition comes, she will not be crushed by the other party. Chapter 470. The little girl's face is so soft. Driving a red Audi A4, Lu Minglin, who had already arrived at the old street in the west of the city with Yiwen, carefully shuttled through the traffic. Lu Minglin, who had not returned to Wenling for just half a year, was immediately attracted by the luxury cars of different brands that kept jumping into her sight outside the car window, as well as the endless stream of pedestrians and the shops on both sides of the road that were doing a booming business. No wonder Yuan said that the old street in the west of the city is very different now. Indeed, the old street in front of me, which carries the atmosphere of history and culture, is bustling with traffic and people. It's very lively. There are also a lot of people. Not only does it not look depressed and deserted, it can also be compared with the landmark commercial pedestrian street in the city center. It's even better than that. Looking at other restaurants along the road, they are all full of diners. She couldn't help but say, this old street has changed so much. Every store's business seems to be very good. Those restaurants also look delicious. It's hard to imagine that there are so many delicacies hidden in the old street in the west of the city now. Hearing this, Yuan smiled, Munli. You think too much. They just don't want to queue up. Lu Minglin? What do you mean? Just when she was wondering and wanted to ask something, Yuan's voice suddenly rang in her ears again. And it was a hurried reminder. Hey, Mengli, don't be distracted. Watch the car in front. Be careful not to bump into it. When Lu Minglin saw that the front of her car was almost in close contact with the rear of someone else's car, she didn't care to think too much. So she concentrated on driving and moved forward at a snail's pace. While looking ahead, she asked, "Oh, by the way, Xiaowen, how long will it take to get there?" "Almost." Yuan pointed in the direction ahead. "Just go to the corner ahead." Ziz. After passing the corner, Lu Minglin saw a parking space on the side of the road. So she stepped on the brakes slowly, and her car stopped steadily at the metered parking space next to the curb at the corner. She slowly lowered the window, stuck her head out, looked to her side, and then tilted her head. "Xiaowen." "Which store?" Yuan pointed. "That one." Lu Minglin looked in the direction of her bestie's finger, and her eyes fell on the sign on the door of a store not far away. "It's delicious." Yuan nodded and said him. Lu Minglin looked at the number of people queuing at the door of the store, which was very different from her bestie's description. She murmured, "Not many people are queuing." "Dizzy? Why don't you see what time it is now?" Yuan said speechlessly. "It's past 12 o'clock. Of course there aren't many people queuing. It's all your fault for buying clothes. And you're still dawdling, visiting one store after another, trying one store after another, wasting time. Otherwise, if you had come at 11 o'clock, you would have definitely seen the grand queue, and you would have known that what I said was true. I tell you, his store's business is very good. Good fellow. It's her fault again." "Lu Minglin? Okay. It's all her fault. She delayed you, Miss He, from meeting your lover." Looking at the beautiful big eye roll from her bestie, Lu Minglin couldn't say anything to refute. But she was still a little indifferent to this restaurant full of shabby things, and didn't think that the business of this store was very good. She said with some disapproval, "The store is not very big. It's useless to have more." But she was even more curious. She was curious about what the man who had won the heart of her best friend looked like. So, she unbuckled her seatbelt, smiled and said to Yuan, "Come on. Get off the car. Let's go and see your idol now." "Forget it. Let's not go." Yuan held the seatbelt and shook her head, saying, "It's too embarrassing to go." "Yeah. How can I let a girl take the initiative?" Lu Minglin thought for a while and said, "But let's go and have a meal and see your idol. Is that okay? I promise not to talk nonsense. Just look quietly." Seeing Lu Minglin's repeated assurances, Yuan was a little moved, but still said hesitantly, "But at this time, I guess I can't buy food? Even if I can't eat, it's okay to look." As she said that, Lu Minglin hurriedly got out of the car, walked around the front of the car to the co-pilot, opened the door, and said to Yuan, who was still sitting on the co-pilot, "Let's go." Yuan couldn't refuse any more, so she unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. The two of them walked towards the store entrance together. When they were about to line up at the back of the line, Yuan saw Xian running to the store entrance through the glass door, trying to tease Mimi. Just at this moment, Xian also turned her head to look outside the store. That pretty sister looks like Teacher Yi? Xian thought she had seen it wrong, and subconsciously reached out and rubbed her beautiful big eyes. Looking outside the store again. Yes, that's right. That's Teacher Yi. After seeing that it was Yi1, she happily stepped on her thin legs, ran out of the store, and ran towards Yi1. "Teacher Yi. Teacher Yi. Hey. Xian." Yuan smiled and squatted down, hugged Xian in her arms, and then put her face on Xuan's little face. The little girl's face is so soft. Lu Minglin, who was standing next to her, was instantly attracted by the cute Xian. Such a beautiful girl. Is she your student? She's so cute. I want to hug her too. Yuan smiled and nodded in response. Well, this is the student I told you about. Lu Minglin was a little surprised and said, "Ah, the daughter of your male god? You picked her up for nothing." Yuan raised her index finger to her lips with a nervous look, indicating that she should speak softly, and then pointed at Xian and a small number of customers queuing next to her. Lu Minglin nodded obediently, and swallowed the unfinished words. "You picked up such a beautiful daughter for nothing? No wonder you want to be a stepmother back." Of course, she was more eager to see what the father of this child looked like. That's right. She wanted to see how handsome this man was, to be able to charm her best friend so much. "Teacher Yi, why are you here?" Xian tilted her head, blinking her big, sparkling eyes at Yuan, and then suddenly realized, "Oh, I know. You came here to eat the food made by my dad, right? Yuan smiled. Her eyes gently stretched out her hand to hook Xuan's nose. You are such a smart little ghost. You figured it out. I am indeed going to have dinner here with my friends. Hee hee. Xuan's eyebrows curved. Stretched out her hand to hold Yuan's hand. And invited, Teacher Yi. Then you come in with me. It's not good. Yuan glanced at the people in line, fearing that she would arouse public anger. At this time, Huang Yi and Song Xiaolian followed her, because they were worried that Xian would run out alone. The two looked at Yuan, and their eyes lit up. This girl is so pretty. The one next to her is also good-looking. Yuan greeted politely. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Xian introduced Yuan and others to Grandma and Grandpa like a little adult. Grandpa and Grandma. This is Teacher Yi. She came to eat with her friends. Since they are Xuan's teachers and friends, they naturally can't be left standing outside. Song Xiaolian and his wife smiled and invited, then Teacher Yi. Come in and sit down. Teacher Yi. Let's go. Xian happily took Yuan's hand and went to the store. Lu Minglin saw it and hurriedly followed. The other people in line saw that it was brought in by Mr. Huang and his family, so they didn't say anything, just looking at Yuan and the others from behind. I was filled with envy. Chapter 471. She is really talented. Teacher Yi. My father and the others are still busy now. I will come to greet you, said. Xian pulled out 2 chairs in front of her own small dining table and invited Yuan and Lu Minglin. Teacher Yi. You sit here. Her chubby little hands gently patted the mat of the chair, indicating Yuan to sit down. Oh my! This little girl is so sensible and well-behaved. People can't help but feel happy when they see her. No wonder Yuan wants to be someone's stepmother, just based on the sensible and well-behaved spirit of this little girl. Lu Minglin is also willing to be this stepmother. Of course, this is just a joke. She can't compete with her bestie. It will never be possible. Besides, she still has reservations about her bestie looking for a widowed man. That's right. She didn't agree with this from the beginning. If she married a widower with children for the first time, her married life would be a mess. After all, she had seen a lot of such situations. But after seeing the beautiful, well-behaved and sensible Xian, and the kind and friendly parents of the man, the balance in her heart tilted a little. However, these were not enough to shake her original intention. You sit here. When Yuan saw Xuan's actions, she couldn't help but smile in her heart. She also pulled a chair for Xian and said politely to Song Xiaolian and her husband, Uncle, Aunt, you sit down too. This Teacher Yi is really good. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also gentle and polite to others. It's good for Xian too. Not bad. Not bad. The older couple Song Xiaolian and her husband were happier and happier they were. Song Xiaolian smiled and extended her hand to invite them to sit down, and responded, Okay. Teacher Yi. You all sit down too. After that, she signaled Huang Yi to go to the kitchen and ask his son to cook some food. Huang Yi understood, said something to Yuan and the others, and then hurried to the kitchen to find Huang Tao. Yuan and the others took their seats one after another. Seeing Song Xiaolian go to pour water, Lu Minglin leaned over and whispered in Yuan's ear, Xiaowen, let me see what the child's father looks like. Yuan, tell me quickly. Where is he? Lu Minglin looked around, and finally followed Huang Yi's figure to the back kitchen, and fixed her eyes on Huang Tao next to Huang Yi. She asked uncertainly, Is he in the kitchen? Standing with Uncle? Yuan looked sideways in the direction of the kitchen, and when she saw Huang Tao, she nodded and said him. At this time, Huang Tao and Huang Yi both looked in their direction. Yuan subconsciously lowered her head, fearing that Huang Tao would find out that she was secretly looking at him. Lu Minglin stared at Huang Tao and looked at him carefully. I have to say, he is really handsome. No wonder Yuan likes him. Lu Minglin, who is obsessed with face, thinks that Huang Tao is really impeccable in terms of appearance, height and figure. It also matches Yuan. They look quite a good match. She whispered softly in Yuan's ear, Old Yi, you have a good taste. So handsome. Yuan's mouth curled up slightly, and she didn't say anything, but her face was full of a little arrogant smile. Don't even look at who chose it. She was happy for only a second. And Lu Minglin poured a basin of cold water on her again, but I still say that it's okay to fall in love. But if you want to get married, you have to be cautious. Yuan, At this time, Song Salian brought a few cups of tea and handed them to Yiwen and the others. Teacher Yi. Come. Drink some hot tea first to warm your body. Thank you. Auntie. Yiwen and Lu Minglin thanked her together. After Song Salian sat down, she looked at Yiwen and asked curiously, Teacher Yi, do you have a suitable partner? As soon as the question came out, Xian's beautiful eyes lit up. Although she had heard that Teacher Yi seemed to have no boyfriend, she also noticed that Teacher Yi seemed to like her father a little bit. But these were all hearsay and her feelings, so she was not sure. At this time, Grandma actually asked, and she suddenly became energetic and looked at Yiwen with curiosity. She is a qualified audience. She also perfectly demonstrated what listening to gossip is really not limited by age. Yiwen actually doesn't like others to ask about her privacy. But this question was asked by the mother of the person she likes, and she wants to answer it. By the way, let someone know. She reached out and lifted the hair scattered on her forehead, tucked it behind her ears, and said, No, Auntie, I haven't been in love yet. After saying that, she glanced at Huang Tao in the kitchen not far away. Xian held her little face with both hands and asked, Teacher Yi, do you have someone you like? Yiwen's pretty face turned red. Of course I did. But she was afraid that if she said yes, she would be asked who she liked. Then how should she answer? You can't just tell Xian directly that the person I like is your father. You can't just tell Auntie directly that the person I like is your son. It's embarrassing to think about it. If Xian and Auntie can't accept it for a while, then she won't be more embarrassed. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, she thought it would be better not to say it. She shook her head and said, No. Xuan's eyes lit up, and she turned her head and looked at her grandmother. Grandma, did you hear it? Song Salian could see from her precious daughter's eyes that her daughter still liked Teacher Yi very much. Of course, she liked him very much too. Seeing Song Salian looking at her happily, Yiwen felt a little embarrassed, and hurriedly picked up the tea on the table and took a sip to cover up her shyness at the moment. At this time, Huang Tao and Huang Ida came over with a tray. Teacher Yi, you are here. It's really unfortunate today. We have sold almost all the things. There are only some braised rice left. We came a little too abruptly. Yiwen lifted her hair by her ear. The moment Lu Minglin saw Huang Tao up close, he felt even more handsome. But he only glanced at Huang Tao, and his eyes instantly moved to the various braised rice on the tray in Huang Tao's hand. Wow! This braised rice looks very tempting. It smells delicious too. It should taste good. She couldn't help but salivate. You know, in order to maintain her weight over the years, she has not had much desire to eat. Even if she went to a Michelin 3-star restaurant to eat, she could remain calm and unmoved by the delicious food. Unlike now, just by looking at it, just by smelling it, the glutton in her stomach is already stirring. This is too incredible. In order to avoid people noticing her loss of composure, she quickly introduced herself. Hello. I am Yiwen's friend, Lu Minglin. Huang Tao politely responded, Hello. My name is Huang Tao. Welcome to our store. Immediately he said to Xian, go to Aunt Suqin and bring 2 cups of green bean milk to Teacher Yi and Aunt Minglin. But you are not allowed to drink it again. Hearing this, Xian pleaded pitifully, Woo, Daddy, just let me drink it. Just for the last time. My dear girl, do you have some misunderstanding about the last time? At lunch, the little guy was greedy when he saw his grandparents drinking green bean milk, and also begged Huang Tao to drink it for the last time. Huang Tao softened his heart and agreed again. Who would have thought that this little guy would repeat the same old trick? This made him speechless. Seeing that her father didn't say anything, Xian looked at Yiwen again, and asked for help with a pitiful face. Teacher Yi, can you help me tell me that it's okay for children to drink a glass of iced drink occasionally? Right? Yiwen smiled and touched Xuan's little head. How about the teacher give you some? Okay. Xian nodded happily, and then hurried to get the drink. Huang Tao smiled and didn't stop him. Drinking is okay. He just doesn't want Xian to get used to it. Yiwen stood up, took the braised rice, and put it on the dining table. Xian came back with 2 cups of mung bean milk and a small disposable paper cup. She said sweetly, Teacher Yi, Aunt Minglin, this is your mung bean milk. Okay. Thank you. Teacher will pour you a cup. Yiwen took it hurriedly, poured some mung bean milk into the disposable cup for Xian, and even put a straw in her. Teacher Yi is the best. Xian took a sip of mung bean milk, and her little face was full of happiness and satisfaction. Xian, do you want to eat something too? Yiwen reached out and took out a pair of chopsticks from the chopstick holder, and asked Xian with a smile. No, I just had a meal and I'm full. Xian hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and declined. In fact, she was a little greedy, but if she had a meal, she couldn't drink the beverage. So, she gritted her teeth and finally chose to drink. You guys take your time. I'll go get busy first. After Huang Tao put down another serving of braised rice and nourishing fish soup, he left first and continued to get busy. Yiwen watched him go away. Lu Minglin looked at Yiwen, who was like a stone waiting for her husband, and touched her with her elbow helplessly, trying to pull back her soul that was seduced by Huang Tao. After recovering from her shock, Yiwen looked at her bestie with a look of your eyes are on others, and she smiled awkwardly but politely and said, Munli, try this 3-in-1 braised rice. It tastes very good. Yeah. Lu Minglin picked up the chopsticks and picked the smallest piece of pork trotter to try. If it doesn't taste good later, she can throw it on the paper towel in time. So it is not easy to be discovered. Although this possibility should not be very small. After taking a bite, she was surprised. Wow. The braised pig's trotter made by this big brother is so delicious. The skin of the pig's trotter is really soft inside, and you can pull out a thread with a light bite. It is just soft and rotten. And the marinade is also well seasoned. And the taste is just right. Not too salty or too light. This is better than the braised pig's trotter made by the master of braised food she has eaten. After a piece of braised pig's trotter went into her stomach, she was amazed. This braised pig's trotter is so delicious. I have to say, this craftsmanship is really amazing. Xian agreed and said, of course. My dad is super awesome. That's right. He always likes to control her and not let her drink beverages. Thinking, she took another sip of the green bean milk in the cup. Ah, it's so cool. Her little expression of enjoyment made everyone present laugh. Lu Minglin asked curiously, where did your father learn to cook? Xian blinked and replied, my father said he learned it online. Ah, he learned it online. Hearing this, Lu Minglin and Yiwen both admired Huang Tao even more. To be able to learn to this level by learning online. He is really talented. Let me eat another piece of braised pig's trotters. The two of them picked up another piece of pig's trotter and put it in their mouths. Then nixed a mouthful of rice and ate it with enjoyment. Chapter 472 Stop Scratching. Teacher, this green bean paste milk is also delicious. Why don't you try it? Xian raised her chin slightly, indicating and showing off. After saying that, she couldn't help but pick up the disposable cup and took a big sip of the green bean paste milk in the cup. Her little mouth was bulging, like a little squirrel hiding something. When Yiwen saw it, she stretched out her hand to smooth Xuan's back with worry and concern, and said softly, no one is competing with you. Drink slowly. Be careful not to choke. Song Xialian and Huang Ida looked at each other and smiled meaningfully. This teacher Yi is really good. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very careful. The key is that she really takes care of Xian. It can be seen that she likes Xian from the bottom of her heart. This kind of love is not just the kind of love that a teacher has for a student. In addition, it can be seen that Xian, this little girl, is also very happy with this teacher Yi. Moreover, from their perspective as experienced people, this teacher Yi seems to have some interest in their Xiao Tao. If teacher Yi and her Xiao Tao can be together, it will be a good thing. It can also relieve the worries of the two old people. Song Xialian looked at Huang Ida again, her face full of excitement. The best candidate for daughter-in-law. Isn't it right in front of you? Huang Ida was even a little excited. While excited, Song Xialian had some concerns. That's it. I don't know what my son thinks. If my son also has this intention, they are very supportive of pursuing this teacher Yi. However, this matter still needs to be tested with their son's attitude. We'll talk about it later. Song Xialian said cheerfully, Teacher Yi, don't just focus on Xian. You eat too. Teacher Yi, try this mung bean milk. Xuan's eyebrows were curved, her face full of expectation. She really likes people praising her father. Okay. Yiwen smiled and nodded, reaching out to pick up the cup of mung bean milk next to the table. Insert a straw. Take a sip of the mung bean milk that she had been thinking about. The smoothie filled her mouth, and the sweetness of mung beans and milk was all in it, which was really refreshing. Yuan really likes sweet food. Perhaps this is the common nature of girls. Every time she orders milk tea, she also directly asks for full sugar. Now drinking mung bean milk, I feel that this sweetness is completely different from the sweetness of mung bean milk made in milk tea shops. It's a very natural sweetness. The smoothie is also very good, with a super good taste. It quenches your thirst without feeling too cold. It's really good. Very delicious. While Yuan sighed, she didn't forget her bestie and called out, "Mengli, you should try it too." "Oh, okay." Lu Minglin hesitated for a moment before picking up the cup of mung bean milk next to her. She doesn't really like cold drinks. First, cold drinks are not very friendly to the stomach and uterus. Second, she thinks those cold drinks are too sweet and easy to make you fat. Compared to cold drinks, she still likes coffee. But looking at this bean green drink, the color is pretty good. The bean green mung beans and milky white milk are mixed together, which is not only very youthful, but also looks very healthy. In addition, she has just tasted the delicious braised rice and nourishing fish soup in the store. So she thinks the taste of this drink should not be bad. It's not so cold now. She put in a straw and took a sip. The dense shaved ice wrapped with shredded mung beans poured into her throat from the straw, which was extremely refreshing and cool. The next second, the mung bean fragrance was mixed with the milk fragrance, which was particularly authentic. After taking a sip, it was full of the fragrance of mung beans and milk. It was super strong and fragrant. What's even more amazing is the sweetness, which is just right. Not greasy at all. It's the kind of pure natural sweetness. She couldn't help but take 2 more big sips. Her mouth was full of sweetness. The icy sweetness was just right, and her whole body was refreshing. And the fatigue brought by shopping this morning also disappeared. She sighed and said, "It's really good. This kind of sweetness is just right. I like it very much." I have to say, the cold drinks made in Huang Tao's store overturned her inherent perception of cold drinks. When Yuan heard her bestie's words, she immediately realized that she had been impressed by Huang Tao's cooking skills. Sure enough, no one can resist Huang Tao's food. Hearing the praise, Xian happily dimpled and said, "Aunt Minglin, if you like it, drink more." "Okay." Lu Minglin saw that Xian liked it more and more, and said with gentle eyes, "So good." Yuan on the side smiled and said, "Mengli, let me tell you, this mung bean paste milk is very real, without adding too much sugar and condensed milk. It's all the taste of mung beans and milk, especially pure. No sugar added." Lu Minglin was surprised. She drank a few more sips of mung bean paste milk, and was very satisfied with the duet of ice and sweetness. The mung bean flavor was really strong, and the milk was really fragrant, and it was also low in sugar and calories. So happy to drink. Lu Minglin whispered softly in Yuan's ear, "Huang Tao is really good. Everything he makes is so delicious. It's amazing." Huang Tao was praised. Yuan was in a very good mood, and her beautiful eyes were also a little proud. The look seemed to say, "Of course, you don't even look at who chose him." Lu Minglin tooted twice and replied with her eyes, "Indeed, he is handsome, cooks delicious food, and has a good personality. No wonder you are almost a little fangirl." "Humph. What's wrong with me becoming a little fangirl? Not convinced? Bite me!" Yuan responded with a proud look. Lu Minglin responded with a speechless and beautiful big eye roll. On the other side, the customers who didn't buy anything didn't bother to argue, and walked out of the store one after another. As they walked, they couldn't help but complain a few words uncomfortably. "I'm so greedy. But I couldn't buy it at noon. Boss Huang's stuff is really unique, but the quantity is too small, and you have to fight for it every time. You have to come earlier in the afternoon. Come to line up at 3:30, and you will definitely be able to buy it. Then I'll come at 3 o'clock. Lu Minglin looked at the guests who left in disappointment, listened to their words, and the expression on her face gradually became surprised. "Oh my god. How do you roll it?" Lu Minglin took another sip of mung bean paste milk duck surprise, and felt that her surprise for the whole year was almost here. But thinking about the deliciousness of the braised rice and mung bean paste milk, she didn't think the behavior of these customers was so outrageous. If it were her, she would do the same. Yuan couldn't help but look at Huang Tao again, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised a beautiful arc. At this time, Huang Tao moved his sore arm and looked towards Xian. His eyes met Yuan. The two looked at each other. Yiwen quickly looked away. Huang Tao asked with a smile, "Are you too full? I left some braised pork rice for you." Lu Minglin smiled and said, "Thank you. I'm full. This is the first time I've eaten so much at noon. It's so delicious. I'll scan the code and pay you." Huang Tao smiled and declined, "No. You are teacher, yes friend. I'll treat you this meal. I won't charge you." "Yeah. This is for Yiwen's sake." Giving her friend extra treatment. Yiwen was happy. But she felt that this was still not good. After all, Huang Tao worked hard to cook. She wanted to be nice to Huang Tao, and didn't want to take advantage of him. She hurriedly said, "How can that be? It's already over 100 yuan. Oh my. They haven't even been together yet." This is a typical case of forgetting about best friends after having a man. Lu Minglin sighed speechlessly in her heart. Huang Tao saw that Yiwen insisted on paying. So he continued, "Teacher Yi, don't pay this time. Next time. I'll take the money." "Okay. Yes. Teacher Yi. I promise to treat you. How can I let you pay?" Song Salian also said. Seeing this, Yiwen was embarrassed to refuse again, lest the two elders mistakenly think that she was too stubborn. Yiwen thanked, "Thank you. Then we'll leave first. Goodbye." Huang Tao's family watched them walk out of the store. After a moment, Yiwen and Lu Minglin got in the car. While fastening her seat belt, Lu Minglin glanced at Yiwen, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and said, "Xiaowen, I've thought about it." Yiwen was a little puzzled. "What did you consider?" "I think so." Lu Minglin pursed her lips and smiled charmingly. "It's not impossible for you to be with Huang Tao. Being Xuanxuan's stepmother is actually quite good. It's also a blessing for you to get such a beautiful daughter for free. So, if you want to fall in love and marry Huang Tao, I have no objection. I approve you to be together. But if I go back to Wenling City in the future, remember to send me some food from the store for 3 meals a day." Yiwen understood and stretched out her hand to tickle Lu Minglin's itchy flesh. "Okay. You betrayed for 3 meals a day? Hee hee itchy." Lu Minglin was tickled and laughed. "There's no way." "Who made Huang Tao cook so deliciously? Let me tell you, this 3-in-1 braised rice is really good. Ah, it's too itchy. Xiaowen, don't tickle, please, don't tickle, hee hee." Chapter 473. Don't you have any thoughts about him? In the restaurant, the last batch of customers who stayed in the restaurant were ready to leave after finishing their meals. Before leaving, they all got up and packed up, and did not forget to say hello to Huang Tao. "Boss Huang, your cooking skills are really amazing. Not only are they delicious, but they are also delicious every time. Not only do people never get tired of eating them, but they also make people feel that they really can't get enough of them. Mung bean paste milk is really delicious. You can tell it's pure natural as soon as you drink it. There is no added sugar at all. The milk made from mung beans is also very fragrant. And the smoothie is also absolutely delicious. It's so comfortable to drink a cup of mung bean paste milk while enjoying the air conditioning. Boss Huang, I've put it away for you. I've already wiped the table for you. Do you want me to take these garbage bags out for you? I'm just sitting there anyway. Boss Huang, I have nothing to do in the afternoon. How about I help you disinfect the store?" They put away the used bowls, plates, spoons and chopsticks, and put them in the bowl basket next to the dishwasher to save Huang Tao and his friends from having to make another trip. They are all good Chinese customers. Huang Tao couldn't help but feel warm in his heart when he listened to their words. Of course, he couldn't accept the kindness of others with a clear conscience. So he smiled and declined, "No. I'll let my employees clean it up later." Li Qingzhan, who was standing by, gave these customers a helpless look that said, "There are always customers who want to steal my job," and hurriedly said, "Yes. Leave the next job to us. Don't steal our work." Lin Qiyu also echoed, "That's right. Leave a way out for us employees. If other customers are as diligent as you and finish all the chores in the store, then we employees will face the crisis of unemployment." It makes sense, and it is impossible to refute it. These customers all showed awkward but polite smiles. "Okay. Then you guys are busy. We will go back first. Then see you later. Mr. Huang, I will go to the nearby to buy some daily necessities and fruits and come back to line up. I don't believe that I can't eat fish-flavored eel shreds with both meat and vegetables tonight." "Okay. See you tonight. I still have some work in the store in the afternoon. I have to go back to deal with it. I hope that when I come back tonight, I can still eat the food you made, Mr. Huang." The last batch of customers walked out of the store while talking. Okay. Wang Tao smiled and watched them leave. Everyone. Take care. Wait until they are all gone. All employees in the store consciously divided their work and got busy. Li Qingzhan picked up the dishes in the basket and put them in the automatic dishwasher to wash. Lin Qiyu saw that the tables were clean and there was no need to wipe them again. So he sprayed some alcohol on them for disinfection. Ding Suqin took the mop and started mopping the floor. Dad. Xian saw that her father was completely free. So she spread her feet and ran towards him. Hey! Wang Tao leaned over and picked up Xian, smiled and kissed her on the face. Come. Let Dad kiss you. Xian obediently offered her pink and tender-side face and let her father kiss her. Dad? Are you tired? She grabbed Wang Tao's upper arm and could feel that the muscles in his upper arm were tense. She looked up and looked at her father. Her beautiful big eyes were full of heartache. Not bad. Wang Tao smiled and carried him to the exclusive dining table and sat down, although it's a bit tiring. The money earned is not small. Xian was like a little money grubber and asked with shining eyes, Really? How much did you earn? Huang Yi and Song Sailian, the old couple beside him, also became interested and couldn't help but prick up their ears to listen carefully. The sales at noon, plus the drinks, are probably more than 50,000. If taxes are not included, the net profit is more than 30,000. The net profit at noon alone is more than 30,000. It has increased a lot compared to the previous 2 days. Even though Huang Yi and Song Sailian were middly prepared, they were also a little surprised and envious. The salary of the old couple for half a year is only equal to the profit of their son at noon. Of course, they were more relieved and happy for their son. Wow! Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up like a light bulb. So many money. Dad, you are so awesome. Then let's celebrate tonight. Can I have a cup of green bean milk? Good guy. Thinking about green bean milk again. Wang Tao smiled and said, Sure. But don't add ice. Ah. Then I won't drink it. She likes the icy and sweet feeling. If there is no ice, it will lose its original soul. I feel like I don't love it all of a sudden. Since I can't drink it, I won't think about it. She hugged Wang Tao's neck and asked, Dad, can I go to the small square to ride a bicycle? Wang Tao nodded, of course. After getting the nod, Xian ran to the corner and put on the sports equipment, including helmet, knee pads, gloves, etc., and fully armed herself. Wang Tao helped her push the bicycle out. Grandma and Grandpa, running to Song Sailian. She asked sweetly, Do you want to ride with me? Song Sailian and her husband nodded. Okay. Then let's go. Walking to the door of the store, she called Mimi. Let's go. Ride a bike. Meow. Mimi poked his head out of the cat bed, opened his mouth and yawned lazily. He was too lazy to go out to play. It was so comfortable to lie in the sun and sleep after eating and drinking. Lazy cat Mimi. Xian shook her head speechlessly and did not force Mimi to go with her. She walked out of the store, took the bicycle from her father, and rode it quickly. Then turned her head to her father beside her and smiled sweetly. Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, you have to keep up. Okay. Wang Tao reminded, you ride slowly. Pay attention to pedestrians and cars. Xian touched the ground with her left toe, stepped on the pedal with her right foot, and the small bicycle immediately rolled forward. Wang Tao and his parents followed closely behind. Xian rode along the cement road all the way to the square of the old street in the west of the city. Of course, she rode very slowly. Otherwise, the father and grandpa and grandma behind her would not be able to keep up. When she arrived at the square, there were already many children playing nearby. Xian, a little girl who was playing shuttlecock, smiled and waved to her and said hello the moment she saw her. Xian followed the source of the voice and saw the other person at once, and immediately rode over. Xiao. This Xiao is Uncle Li's granddaughter Meng Zixia. She once went to a really delicious restaurant with Uncle Li with her brother Lele, so she got to know Xian. Meng Zixia looked at the bicycle Xian rode with envy and said with a smile, Xian, your bicycle is so beautiful. This is what my father bought for me. Xian explained with a smile. After that, she jumped off the bicycle and said, Xiao, do you want to ride it? If you want to ride it, I can lend it to you. Xian has never been a stingy child. If she has any good things, She is also very happy and proactive to share them with other children. Therefore, she has a good popularity wherever she goes. Everyone likes her. Ming Zixie's face was full of surprise. Really? Can I really ride it? You know, many children treasure their things very much and don't even let others touch them. Of course it's true. Xian propped up the bicycle's kickstand, took off her helmet and other protective gear and said, "Please wear these. They can protect you from getting hurt." No. No. Ming Zixie waved her hand and stopped her. "I can ride a bicycle. And I ride it very well. I don't need these protective gear." She couldn't wait to ride on the bicycle, holding the handlebars and riding happily. "This is good." When the other children saw it, they all came over and surrounded Xian, saying in unison, Xian, I want to ride too." Okay. Come one by one. Everyone rides a circle. The generous Xian naturally would not favor one over the other, and nodded in agreement. Huang Tao, who was sitting on a stone bench, watched from a distance and couldn't help but smile. He was very happy that Xian could play with the children. Song Xilian, who was standing aside, looked at her daughter, then looked at Huang Tao, and couldn't help but said directly, "Xiao Tao, I think Teacher Yi is a good person. Have you ever considered her?" Huang Tao, who was concentrating on watching his precious daughter playing shuttlecock, was stunned. "Mom, what did you say? Don't joke with me." Song Xilian said seriously, "Even a blind man can see that Teacher Yi is interested in you. Don't you have any thoughts about her?" Although she had only met Yuan once, she had a good impression of Yuan, who was gentle, humble and polite. And Yuan and Xian have a good relationship. Huang Tao couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, what are you thinking? Teacher Yi and I are just a parent and a teacher." Song Xilian asked curiously, "Then do you have someone you like?" Huang Tao shook his head without hesitation. "No." Song Xilian was silent for a moment and said, "Mom thinks that if we find a mother for Xian, Teacher Yi is very suitable. She can take good care of Xian. And Xian also likes Teacher Yi very much. They will definitely get along well in the future." This time it was Huang Tao's turn to be silent. He just looked up at Xian not far away. Xian was having a great time. Chapter 474. Eating is not easy. Cherish it. The hands of time quietly pointed to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Before they knew it, Huang Tao and his mother had been chatting in the stone bench rest area for more than an hour. Of course, the topic of the two people was still around Huang Tao's future relationship problems, and Xian and other aspects. It can be regarded as a heart-to-heart talk between mother and son. So the chat was quite harmonious. "Mom, it's getting late. We have to take Xian back." Huang Tao took his mobile phone, checked the time, and said with a smile, "I should go back to the store to prepare the dishes for dinner." Song Xilian nodded. "Well, it's almost time to go back." Huang Tao stood up and prepared to call Xian back. At this time, Aunt Li also came to look for her granddaughter Ming Zixie to go home. When she saw Huang Tao's family, she greeted Huang Tao enthusiastically. "Boss Huang, Huang Dad, Huang Mom, you are all here too." "Yeah." Huang Tao smiled and replied, "My Xian is playing with your granddaughter." Song Xilian and Huang Ida smiled and nodded at her, which was considered a greeting. "Really?" Aunt Li turned her head to look at Ming Zixie, who was riding a bicycle over there. Seeing that she was riding Xian behind her, she couldn't help but show a loving smile on her face. "The two little ones are having fun. I was thinking about calling her home. It seems that I can't call her back for a while. Tangled. Why not let them play for a while longer?" Huang Tao smiled. "I was just about to call Xian back." "That's perfect." Huang Tao and Aunt Li called Xian and Ming Zixie back together. Ming Zixie was very excited. Her face flushed like a big red apple, and she hugged Aunt Li's waist. "Grandma, Xian just let me ride her bicycle. Her bicycle is much easier to ride than the one at home. It's light and beautiful." "Oh, Grandma just saw it too." Aunt Li stretched out her wrinkled hand and gently touched her granddaughter's head. "Did you thank Xian?" Ming Zixie raised her head and nodded vigorously. "I have already thanked you." Aunt Li smiled lovingly. "Then let's say goodbye to Xian and Uncle, Grandpa and Grandma, and continue to play together next time. Okay?" Ming Zixie waved reluctantly. "Goodbye Xian. Goodbye Uncle. Goodbye Grandpa and Grandma. Goodbye Grandma Li. Goodbye Xiao. Xian waved slightly in response, and said goodbye to the two of them. When Meng Zixia left, she looked back at Xian every few steps. She looked reluctant to leave. Xian waved to her with curved eyebrows, and watched the two of them walk away. Huang Tao saw that Xuan's forehead was full of sweat. So he took out a tissue from his pocket to help her, and said lovingly, "You are sweating all over your head while playing. And you don't know to come over and let Dad wipe your sweat." Hee. Xian tilted her head and smiled with curved eyebrows. "Dad. But I didn't notice any sweat when I was playing." "Okay." Huang Tao gives full marks for this reason. "You?" Huang Tao helplessly stretched out his hand to hook Xuan's little nose. "Are you tired now? If you are tired, Dad will carry you back. And let Grandpa help you push the bicycle back to the store." He was worried that if Xian was tired from playing, she would be restless at night. Just now, she was only concerned about sharing her bicycle with other children. And she didn't ride it for many laps. She was still thinking about riding back later to relieve her regret of not riding for a long time. After hearing her father's suggestion, her little head shook like a rattle. "Dad, I'm not tired. I want to ride back by myself." "Okay." Huang Tao respected her decision and nodded and reminded, "Then be careful on the road." "Yeah." Xian nodded obediently. "Dad, let's go. Grandpa and Grandma, let's go." At the end, he didn't forget to shout to Song Xiaolian and his wife not far away, "Grandpa and Grandma, let's go back to the store. I'm coming." Hearing this, Song Xiaolian and his wife smiled and greeted them, and joined Xian and her daughter. Xian sat on the bicycle seat skillfully, touched the ground with her left toe, and stepped on the pedal with her right foot, and the small bicycle continued to roll forward. Huang Tao and his parents, as they did when they came, carefully accompanied Xian behind them, and kept an eye on the conditions of nearby vehicles and pedestrians, so that they could remind Xian in advance and prepare for stress response. At this time, many nearby neighbors also took things and walked out of their homes one after another, and were ready to go to the Zenhachi restaurant in advance to occupy a favorable queue position and get a meal for their own internal organs. Alas, it's not easy to eat, so cherish it. At this time, they met Huang Tao's family, and they all smiled and greeted Huang Tao's family. "Boss Huang, where did your family come from? Are you going back to the store?" "Boss Huang, will you have West Lake vinegar fish tomorrow? I haven't had it for a few days, and I'm craving it. The West Lake vinegar fish you make is very authentic and tastes delicious. Come on, have 2 bananas. It just so happens that I just bought some yum cakes." "Boss Huang, have some. It's good for the stomach and tastes pretty good. Come on. Don't be polite. Take some and try it." Xian, come on. Grandpa will give you something delicious." "Dragon fruit. Do you like it? These strawberries were just picked from the farm. They are very fresh. I was thinking of sending some to you when I get to the store later. And it just so happens that I can find them now. So you can take them. So I don't have to go to the store again." Looking at the enthusiastic neighbors, the smiles on Song Xiaolian and Huang Yida's faces never stopped. I have to say, the son is so popular. They have lived for most of their lives, but their popularity is not as good as their sons. Song Xiaolian sighed. "These neighbors are too enthusiastic." Huang Yida said leisurely, "Of course. You don't even look at who gave birth to you." "Yes. They are flattering themselves." Of course. Because of Huang Tao, the 2 old people were also warmly greeted by these neighbors, and several bottles of mineral water and several handfuls of melon seeds and peanuts were stuffed into their hands. They are also very talkative, and like this kind of warmth between neighbors. They cracked melon seeds along the way, and chatted with these neighbors while walking back to the store. Xian couldn't wait to announce, "I'm back." Ding Suqin and others poked their heads out of the kitchen and smiled. "Oh, our little cutie Xian is back." "Yeah." Xian pushed the bicycle to the corner and took off her helmet and protective gear. "It's so hot." Xian muttered that she wanted to take off her outer down jacket and the woolen sweater inside. "Oh my goodness." Huang Tao hurried forward and stopped her from getting cold. "Don't take off everything. Be careful of catching a cold. If you are hot, Dad will wipe your sweat and pour you a glass of water." "Dad, I don't think water can quench your thirst." "What do you mean by quenching thirst?" "Only cold things can quench thirst." "Good boy." Is she thinking about green bean milk again? Chapter 475. I want to verify my own idea. On the cruise side, the camera is still moving forward. From the beginning to now, Director Lin has not called cut. He is satisfied all over his body. His original worries have disappeared with Lu Feifei's extraordinary performance. That's right. All the displays on the monitor screen are perfect. He didn't expect that Lu Feifei would have enough tension when acting with the TV king Wenyanqing. And she was not at all inferior. It's really rare. Director Lin was happy. The other staff members were even happier. For them, the smoother the shooting process, the more relaxed they are. And they don't have to go back and forth repeatedly. The shooting in the afternoon was still very smooth. And the plans were completed ahead of schedule. This is thanks to Lu Feifei's extraordinary performance. Basically, every scene was passed in one take, which made the staff almost shed two grateful wide noodles tears in their hearts. It also made a group of veteran actors look at Lu Feifei, a traffic star, with new eyes. The shooting lasted until 5 o'clock, and it was temporarily over. Everyone went to eat one after another, with tired looks on their faces. Before leaving, TV King Wenyanqing nodded to Lu Feifei and said a few words to her, mostly in a compliment. This made Lu Feifei a little flattered. Of course, she was also very happy that her acting skills were affirmed by the veteran actor. She politely and respectfully said to the other party, Teacher Wen has worked hard, and watched him being taken to the side by the assistant to rest. On the other side, Xiao had already set up a small table in the lounge and prepared dinner. When Lu Feifei came over, she quickly waved her hand. Sister Feifei, I bought you the grilled 3 fresh seaweed sushi you wanted. Okay, let's eat first. The two of them sat down at the small dining table. Lu Feifei picked up a piece of seaweed sushi with her chopsticks and put it in Xiaxia's bowl as a reward. This should taste very good. You should try it too. Thank you, Sister Feifei. What are you thanking me for? You've worked hard today, and it's only right for me to reward you. As she said that, she started to taste the sushi, but she saw Li Qiongji walking by her. Li Qiongji smiled and nodded to Lu Feifei and said, Hello, Feifei. Are you eating just now? To be honest, Lu Feifei was actually a little curious in her heart. She was curious about why Senior Li Qiongji, who had never liked her, suddenly changed her nature today and took the initiative to greet her again and again. She couldn't figure it out, but she still responded politely, Well, Sister Qiongji, are you taking a walk after dinner again? Oh, yes. Li Qiongji pursed her lips, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. But in the end, she didn't ask and continued walking forward. Lu Feifei didn't think much about it. Just looked down at the grilled 3 fresh seaweed sushi in her hand, of which she had only eaten a few. She couldn't help but say, Xiao, do you think the taste of this sushi is not very good? In general, the taste is still okay. That's right. It's not as delicious as expected. The fact that it was ranked second on her list of things to eat is enough to show how high her expectations for this grilled 3 fresh seaweed sushi are. But now, she felt that this grilled 3 fresh seaweed sushi did not meet her high expectations at all. And there was also some suspicion of exaggerated publicity. She even thought that the comments of those netizens were recharged by the merchants. Otherwise, why is the delicious seaweed sushi with 3 fresh ingredients not delicious when it comes to her? Xiao was also eating sushi from this restaurant at this time. After hearing Lu Feifei's question, she nodded in agreement. Sister Feifei, I thought I was the only one who felt this way. I didn't expect you to feel the same way as me. To be honest, the taste of this sushi is really average. Not as good as... She paused. She glanced at Lu Feifei's expression and saw that she didn't look unhappy. So she continued, I think the taste of this sushi is not as good as the braised rice at the Zenhachi restaurant at noon. After I finished eating at noon, I still missed the taste of the food at the Zenhachi restaurant. If she hadn't had to serve Lu Feifei in the afternoon to film, or if she hadn't had to buy this sushi for Lu Feifei in the evening, she wouldn't have been able to get away to queue up for food at the Zenhachi restaurant. Otherwise, she would have to continue eating the food at Zenchichi tonight. It's a pity. She couldn't go there because she couldn't split herself. And she had also found out that Zenchichi didn't have a takeaway service. She had no choice but to give up and eat sushi with Lu Feifei. I thought that Lu Feifei had an extraordinary sensitivity to food. And the taste of this sushi must be very good. Who would have thought? It was a wrong choice after all. Lu Feifei saw that Xiao had the same experience as her, so she didn't feel so embarrassed. After all, the food that was ranked in the document at the beginning was selected by her personally. And she decided after weighing and comparing. If you say it's not delicious, isn't it self-denial of your own aesthetic taste? She still has to save some face. But after hearing what Xiao Xiao said, she faced her true thoughts and immediately had an answer. Yes. It must be that the food in the Jinhao restaurant is too delicious, which makes the originally delicious grilled 3 fresh seaweed sushi completely pale in comparison. After all, when you compare delicious food with delicious food, you can always tell which one is better. The food at Jinchi restaurant is naturally this good. Even her assistant Xiao Xiao is thinking about it very much. The food at Jinchi restaurant is really delicious. Lu Feifei smiled and nodded. Then her beautiful eyes turned and she thought, oh, by the way, Xiao Xiao, which food are you going to buy for lunch tomorrow? Xiao Xiao had done relevant research when Lu Feifei was free during filming, and she still remembers it clearly. She didn't think about it and said directly, tomorrow we will eat the third-ranked Huangshe pickled fish. Yeah, Lu Feifei said without hesitation. Then let's postpone it for now. Ah? Shishu's eyes widened, and she was a little surprised. This situation has never happened before. Could it be that Sister Feifei made an exception for Zenhashi? If Sister Feifei really wants to eat the food in Zenhashi, then she can buy some for herself tomorrow. Thinking like this, she couldn't help but feel a ripple of joy in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, secretly laughing. And Lu Feifei's next words just confirmed her guess. Xiao Xiao, go buy food from Zenhashi at noon tomorrow. Give me a 3-in-1 braised rice, a single serving of honey sauce, vegetarian fish eel shreds, and fish ball soup for soup. Lu Feifei took out her phone and clicked on Weibo, entered the official account of Zenhachi, checked the dishes in the restaurant, and explained, although the dishes tasted very good at noon, but she also wanted to change other flavors. In addition, she saw that the 3-in-1 braised rice eaten by Xiao Xiao at noon was very good, so she was tempted and wanted to order another one to try, and then order some other dishes separately, which could be regarded as tasting other dishes in Zenhachi. Okay, Sister Feifei, I'll write it down, and I'll buy it for you tomorrow at noon. Xiao Xiao happily took out her phone, clicked on the memo, and wrote down all the dishes that Lu Feifei wanted to eat, so as not to forget it tomorrow and buy less or buy the wrong ones. Okay. Lu Feifei nodded and said generously, then you should go buy more food early tomorrow at noon. Just order whatever you want to eat. Xiao Xiao thanked. Thank you, Sister Feifei. Li Qiongji returned to her own exclusive lounge chair to rest. She also had a play in the evening. The assistant had already packed up the tableware she had used. Seeing her come back, he handed her the menu for tomorrow morning. I wanted her to choose the dishes she wanted to eat, and tick them so that the chef could prepare the purchased ingredients in advance. But for Li Qiongji, eating is really just to fill her stomach. There are only a few meal sets on the menu. She usually has no interest at all, and she will not compare which one is more delicious. She just randomly ticks one without caring at all. But this afternoon, I don't know why, she remembered the smell of food she smelled when she passed by Lu Feifei at noon, and she actually had a little desire to eat. This is the first time in many years that she has a desire to eat food. Li Qiongji has always been able to endure. She didn't believe it at noon. She even thought that she was too tired from filming and had hallucinations. Just after dinner, she took a walk past Lu Feifei to verify her thoughts. Unfortunately, just now, she didn't have the desire to eat like she did at noon. Maybe I really felt wrong. Chapter 476, Killing a bunch of people with one stroke. At night, the twinkling stars filled the dark sky, embellishing the dark blue night sky with extra brightness. The filming of the night scene of the crew did not go smoothly. After several NGs, although director Lin was tortured to death, he still suppressed his temper, showed a helpless smile, waved his hand and said, okay, adjust for a few minutes first, and do it again later. Louis, look at your lines again. If you really can't get it, just recite a few poems you are familiar with, such as the stone path is slanting far up the cold mountain, and there are people where the white clouds are born. Stop the car and sit to enjoy the maple forest in the evening. The frost leaves are redder than the flowers in February. Don't let the lines affect your normal performance. As long as you do your expressions and actions well, it's okay. You will be dubbed later Ling Lui. Because this scene is with veteran actors, he will inevitably be a little nervous. This nervousness makes it easy to forget the lines. So he improvised and made up a few sentences. In fact, it is very common to make mistakes in the lines during filming. But saying the wrong lines will make people laugh. This laughter will make the already bad state even worse, and it will be difficult to adjust in a short time. After all, he is not a professional. Although he has starred in many TV series with good ratings and reputation, he has once become the most popular male actor in recent years. But along the way, it is not based on superb acting skills, but on his face and the hype of hot searches in the later stage. And such a wrong voice of the lines, which is compensated by dubbing in the later stage, can be said to be very common in the crew. There are even producers who use text substitutes if they can to save money, and even derive various kinds of substitutes, such as hand substitutes, kiss substitutes, fruit substitutes, and foot substitutes. After all, the audience recognizes the face but not the acting skills. As long as there is their own idol, they are willing to pay for it no matter how bad it is. Therefore, under the background of the interlocking interest chain, these operations have developed from sporadic 1 or 2 to the norm in the entertainment industry today. Ling Lui, who is accustomed to it, knows that this is also a helpless solution. However, he also clearly knows that it is absolutely impossible for traffic stars who lack acting skills to develop in this circle for a long time. Therefore, deep in his heart, he still resists this approach, hoping to adjust his mentality later and pass this scene with his own acting skills. He bit his lip and said, "Okay. Thank you, Director Lin. I will look at the lines again." Lee Cheongji and a group of old actors frowned when they heard what Director Lin said just now. Alas, only focusing on appearance, not acting skills, only focusing on efficiency and benefits, not quality. The works produced can only be short-lived, and it is impossible for people to remember them forever. If it weren't for the money, they would not be willing to play supporting roles for these traffic stars. Of course, we can't generalize. Traffic stars like Lu Feifei are still very good. Her acting skills are also remarkable, and she is willing to focus on polishing and honing her acting skills. When there is no play, she will study the script and watch other people's plays. Study hard and think carefully. In the era of traffic, it is rare to hone your own strength. In time, successful transformation is inevitable. These old actors are very appreciative of Lu Feifei. After a few minutes, Director Lin asked Ling Lui about his choice. "Lui, how about it? Are you going to read the lines or the poem this time?" After rereading the lines, Ling Lui adjusted his mentality and said, "I'll read the lines. Director Lin, please rest assured that I will do my best." Director Lin looked at him and agreed. "Go ahead. Clabbered. Move. And start shooting again." This shot went smoothly. At least Ling Lui was no longer nervous. As long as he overcame his nervousness, he could read the lines smoothly, and his facial expressions and other things were basically in place. Finally, he did it again. This time it was better. Director Lin let him pass. With the end of his scene, it also meant that the night scene was over. Some staff members of the crew stayed to clean up the venue, and the others dragged their tired bodies back to the hotel to rest. Lu Feifei and Lee Cheongji stayed in the same hotel. On the way back, they also took the same car. Lee Cheongji actually wanted to say something to Lu Feifei, but because Xiao Xiao and her assistant were in the same car, she didn't say much. Occasionally, Lee Cheongji would glance at the other person from the corner of her eyes, mostly just seeing Lu Feifei's profile. After looking at her for a while, she found that her head was drooping, but her body was still very dignified and leaning on the back seat. And she fell asleep in a very stubborn and difficult posture. The temperature of the air conditioner in the car was a little low, and Lee Cheongji took out a thin blanket from the back and covered her gently without making a sound. But this scene was captured by Xiao Xiao, who happened to turn her head to look at the scenery outside through the glass window, which made her eyes widen in surprise. "I didn't expect that Lee Cheongji, the 3-time Golden Award winner, would cover her sister Feifei with a thin blanket. This is incredible. You should know that Lee Cheongji is an outstanding actor, a little proud of her talent, and has always looked down on those traffic stars, including her sister Feifei. After being in the crew for so long, Lee Cheongji has hardly spoken to sister Feifei, and at most she just nodded to say hello. But today she changed her usual behavior. At lunch and dinner, she took the initiative to say hello to sister Feifei, and now she covered sister Feifei with a blanket. This made Xiao Xiao completely unable to figure out why Lee Cheongji's attitude suddenly changed 360 degrees. She couldn't figure it out. It can only be attributed to sister Feifei's acting skills today, which made Lee Cheongji and other veteran actors look at her differently. And thus, she was appreciated by Lee Cheongji. It seems to make sense. But here comes the problem. Li Qiongji took the initiative to say hello to Sister Feifei during lunch. And Sister Feifei's acting skills exploded in the afternoon. Wait! Eat? Could it be that Senior Li Qiongji is also interested in the delicious food? It's impossible. Thinking about it. The car has arrived at the hotel. Several people got on the elevator together. Arriving at the 8th floor first. Li Qiongji smiled and waved to Lu Feifei, saying, Feifei, see you tomorrow. Sister Qiongji, see you tomorrow. Lu Feifei watched Li Qiongji's back as she left. When the elevator door was about to close, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but tell Lu Feifei about her own thoughts. Sister Feifei, I think Senior Qiongji might also be interested in the food at Zenhachi restaurant. What? What did you say? Also interested in the food at Zenhachi restaurant? Impossible? Xiao Xiao, why do you suddenly have such an idea? Lu Feifei's surprised voice was vaguely heard by Li Qiongji, who was not far from the elevator. She didn't hear anything else clearly, but she heard the food at Zenhachi restaurant clearly. Then she kept it in mind silently. Chapter 477 People Tempted by Food Photos. Hua la la. In the bathroom. The silver-white shower head sprinkled water. And under the soft light, a layer of mist rose. Gradually, the water vapor was dense, and the entire bathroom seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Sister Qiongji, I have prepared the bath water for you. You take a bath first, and then have a good sleep. Okay. You go back and rest first. Okay. Then Sister Qiongji, I will go back first. If you have anything, call me. Okay. Good night. After sending the assistant away, Li Qiongji came to the bathroom and walked to the white porcelain bathtub. The bathtub was already filled with water of suitable temperature, with beautiful transparent bubbles floating on the water, and red rose petals one by one, and the faint fragrance spread to every corner of the bathroom. She took off her clothes slowly, one by one, stepped into the bathtub with her slender and white legs, and lay in the bathtub sprinkled with flower petals, letting the warm water spread to her slender and smooth collarbone. The bath water was filled with fragrance, soothing and relieving fatigue, relaxing her whole body and mind. She held the bubbles mixed with flower petals in her hands and sprinkled them on her body, with extremely graceful movements. Then, she lay quietly in the bathtub, closing her eyes slightly as if enjoying it, her curled eyelashes trembling like a fan. And she couldn't help but sigh, comfortable. After the bath, I just felt refreshed. She walked to the huge mirror, washed off the mist on it with the shower head, and saw herself inside, with wet hair scattered behind her head, flushed cheeks, and crystal sweat beads on her face that looked like they had been shed after some intense exercise. The corners of her lips curved up, and she pulled a towel to wrap her body. She opened the bathroom door and walked out. In the bedroom, the assistant had prepared pajamas for her before leaving, and placed them neatly on the soft bed. She dried her hair first. She put on pajamas and lay lazily on the bed, thinking that she hadn't checked the news in the circle for several days, because she was busy filming. She just got off the plane early this morning and came directly to the crew to film. She didn't have time to pay attention to the news in the circle, so she took out her mobile phone and wanted to browse it. At this time, she suddenly remembered what she heard from Lu Feifei after she said goodbye to her in the elevator. After she recalled it, she muttered to herself, "Really delicious restaurant?" Thinking that many gourmet restaurants would also have their own official Weibo accounts. So, she searched for this restaurant called Really Delicious on Weibo. After searching, she switched to the user column, and the first one was called Super Delicious Really Delicious Restaurant. She looked at the introduction of food and found that the address was the old street in the west of Wenling City. The logo of the Really Delicious restaurant in the avatar seemed familiar. By the way, is this Super Delicious Really Delicious restaurant the really delicious restaurant she was looking for? With this doubt, she clicked in. She felt that this restaurant was quite ordinary, and didn't seem to be doing business very well. The copywriting posted by the blogger was also very ordinary and ordinary, without any novelty or special features. However, the pictures of the dishes posted were very tempting. They made people salivate even through the screen. Even though she was not interested in food at all, she couldn't help but obey her heart and clicked on the pictures to look at them carefully. It doesn't matter if she doesn't look at it, but once she does, she finds some clues. This green bean paste milk, this donfa pork, this braised prawns, this roast duck, this meat fish and fragrant eel shreds, this 3-in-1 braised rice, this nourishing fish soup, Aren't they very similar to the food she wanted to eat at noon when she smelled the fragrance? She has good eyesight and memory. Although she glanced at the food on Lu Feifei's table at that time, she remembered the appearance of those dishes at once. The roast duck and 3-in-1 braised rice were beautifully presented like a peony flower. The sauce slid down from the pork skin with light, and the next second it was about to seep into the white glutinous rice. The surroundings were already stained with color. It seemed that there was a chicken leg next to it, wrapped in crystal clear sauce, which was also very tempting. In her mind, she recalled the appearance of Lu Feifei's meal at noon, and it seemed not much different from the appearance in these food photos. Plus, both have the words really delicious. She wanted to confirm whether this super delicious really delicious restaurant was the really delicious restaurant mentioned by Lu Feifei. So she clicked into the comment area to take a look. Want to find out? Leg hair 1.8 meter. If you want to count the atmosphere, you have to look at our boss Huang. He actually told us the brand of the main ingredients without any hesitation. Laughing girl degree. The new mung bean milk produced by the really delicious restaurant is really good news for those of us who are losing weight. This mung bean milk is very authentic, without adding too much sugar and condensed milk. It is all the taste of mung beans and milk, especially pure. The mung bean flavor is really strong. The milk is really fragrant, and it is low in sugar and calories. It is so happy to drink. Even if you drink it continuously, there will be no psychological burden. Sure, ha ha. God helps me. I was thinking about eating at Zenhachi for lunch. I'm already on the way. I'm sure I'll be able to get in line to buy fish-flavored eel shreds later. Li Qiongji skipped the usual rainbow farts and quickly searched for information about the store. These days, fans come from all over the world. It's not impossible to find some clues by following these comments. Very soon. She swiped one. I live like a queen without you, wow. I've seen this for a long time. Lu Feifei actually came to Zenhachi to eat in person. But unfortunately, she was turned away because Boss Huang was closed today. By the way, when can Lu Feifei come to Zenhachi again? I want to meet her by chance. There are many comments like this. And she also found that Lu Feifei liked the comments of this store. It's confirmed. The meal that Lu Feifei asked her assistant to buy at noon must have come from this store. And this super delicious Zenhachi is the Zenhachi store mentioned by Lu Feifei. After getting the answer she wanted, Li Qiongji's brows relaxed, and she slid her white fingers across the screen to exit. Then she sent the location of Zenhachi to her assistant. When Assistant Lingling saw the message, she was stunned and quickly sent a message to ask Li Qiongji why she suddenly sent her the location of Zenhachi. Li Qiongji didn't bother to talk to her, and directly sent a voice message to Lingling. Go to this store for me at noon tomorrow to buy a 3-in-1 braised rice and nourishing fish soup, a single serving of dongpa pork, and a cup of green bean milk. Remember to go there more than an hour earlier. You may not be able to buy it if you are late. I will also reimburse your portion. Also, don't tell anyone else about this. To be honest, Lingling was upset and surprised when she received Li Qiongji's voice message in the middle of the night. She was upset because Qiongji suddenly asked her to go to this store called Zenhachi to buy 3-in-1 braised rice, dongpa pork, and nourishing fish soup. She actually likes to eat these? She was surprised that Li Qiongji was rarely willing to try other food. You know, the food that Qiongji usually eats is simple and bland to the extreme. She is more healthy than professional health practitioners. But the problem is that the nutritional combination is not necessarily good. In Lingling's words, if you can't eat meat in big mouthfuls, it's not called dry rice. She has been with Li Qiongji for so many years, so she naturally knows how thin she is. In the early years of the crew, because there was no special chef to cook food for her, she could only eat a few mouthfuls of rice and even got a stomach disease. Now that Qiongji is willing to take a step and try other food, she is also very relieved and happy. So she immediately replied to the other party with a receipt. Then I opened Weibo and searched for Zenhachi restaurant. I clicked on the food pictures posted by the official account and took a look. Oh my! Very tempting. But Sister Qiongji doesn't seem like someone who would be tempted by food photos. By the way, what exactly caused Sister Qiongji to change her nature all of a sudden? She scrolled down and saw the comments about Lu Feifei and the likes of Lu Feifei. It turned out that the reason why Lu Feifei commented on this restaurant and liked it was because she liked the food in this restaurant. In other words, the food Xiao Xiao bought at noon was from this restaurant, because the packaging bag of green bean paste milk she took at that time was exactly the same as the one in this picture. And the reason why her sister Cheongji took the initiative to greet Lu Feifei at noon was because she liked the food she ate? I have to tell Lingling the truth. Chapter 478, the most precious treasure in the world. As time went by, it was around 9:30 in the evening that the Jinchi restaurant finally closed. The reason why it closed so late was mainly because of the New Year's Day holiday. The number of customers who came to the restaurant to eat was about 2/3 more than that during working hours on weekdays. In order to satisfy the appetites of these customers as much as possible, he prepared a lot more ingredients today than in the past. Therefore, today's business hours were extended a little. At more than 9:30, the small shop was completely empty. Boss, we're leaving. After cleaning up the shop, Su Hao and his friends smiled and said hello to Huang Tao and said goodbye. Okay. Huang Tao nodded and watched them leave, go slowly on the way. After Su Hao and his friends left the door, Ding Suqin, who had finished the inspection, also said, Boss, I'm going back too. Well, be careful on the way. Aunt Suqin. Bye. See you tomorrow. Only Huang Tao's family was left in the store. Let's go home. Huang Tao put on a down jacket for Xian, put on a wool hat, turned off the lights in the store, and went out with his parents and Mimi. It was a bit cold outside. The whistling cold wind felt like a knife cutting his face, causing Juanita, who walked out of the store first, to shrink his head and yell, It's so cold. It was very cold. Song Silian, who was following behind him, could clearly see the white air she exhaled. Compared to the sunset, the temperature now has obviously dropped a lot, making people really feel the power of the sudden temperature change at night. Huang Tao subconsciously lowered his body and reached out to pull the zipper of the down jacket on Xian. Shua. The zipper was pulled to the top at once, and Xian moved back, narrowly avoiding the zipper that was about to pinch her chin. Huang Tao smiled, thinking that the little guy's worry was unnecessary. He would not let such an accident happen. He did not speak, but continued to buckle the hood of the pink down jacket forward, covering Xian tightly, because the down jacket itself is long. Xuan's whole body is almost covered from head to ankles at this time. She reached out and lifted the hood of the down jacket. Daddy, I'm not cold. It's windy outside. You have to zip it up even if it's not cold, so that the wind won't blow into your neck. Huang Tao lowered his eyes and looked at her only exposed eyes. Song Silian said, Xian, listen to your father and dress warmly, so you won't catch a cold. Okay. Xian knew that her father was thinking about her, so she didn't resist being wrapped up like a dumpling. She took Huang Tao's hand and continued to go to the parking space. Maybe it was because of the time and weather. Today, there were obviously fewer grandpas and aunts who came out for a walk. Only a few people were walking, and they were all regular customers. Seeing their family, as usual, they greeted them warmly. Boss Huang, are you going home? Go back and rest early. Don't work too hard. Rest well, and you can make more food tomorrow. Boss Huang, do you want to eat walnuts? I just wholesaled some from the wholesale market. Come, take some back and cook some walnuts and eggs to replenish your body. Xian, come. Grandma will give you a few bananas. From the store entrance to the parking space, it's only a minute's walk in total. Huang Tao's family harvested 4 bananas, about 1 jean of walnuts, 2 small bags of onion rings and potato chips, 1 dragon fruit, and 4 oranges. I have to say that these neighbors are still very enthusiastic. During this period, Huang Tao's store is so prosperous, but he has never considered the issue of price increase. He often organizes some activities to give away some food and drinks for free to give back to new and old customers. The neighbors naturally like Huang Tao's family from the bottom of their hearts. Whenever there are good things at home, they are willing to share 1 or 2 with them. At this time, the things have been put into 2 plastic bags by several enthusiastic uncles and aunts for their convenience. Juanita and Song Silian thanked them with a smile and each took a bag. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. Xian held her father's hand with her left hand, raised her right hand while thanking him, and waved to the neighbors. You should go back and rest early. Be careful on the road. Bye. Xian, this little girl is so well behaved. The neighbors were so sweet in their hearts, and they also waved to them and said bye. Soon, Huang Tao's family arrived outside the car. He had turned on the air conditioner in advance. Nowadays, trams are more intelligent and can be remotely controlled by mobile phones. Wang Tao opened the door and carried Xian Xian to the safety seat. The warm breeze blew, making Xian Xian feel warm. She quickly took off the hood of her down jacket and lowered the zipper. Wang Tao didn't say anything and tacitly agreed to her behavior. After all, the air conditioner was on in the car, and even if Xian Xian took off her down jacket, she would not be in danger of catching a cold. Wang Yida and Song Xialian put the fruits and snacks next to Xian Xian, and then sat down. Along the way, the car was very quiet, and there were not many vehicles on the street. Perhaps she was sleepy. Xian Xian leaned on the safety cushion and fell asleep in such a safe environment. Song Xialian found out and whispered, "Oh." Xian Xian fell asleep. "It's okay. Let her sleep." Wang Tao saw Xian Xian sleeping soundly through the car mirror, and knew that she didn't take a nap at noon. It was late now, and she was really sleepy. So he let her continue to sleep. He drove the car as steadily as possible to avoid disturbing Xuanxuan's good sleep. When they got home, it was almost 10 o'clock. Wang Tao carried Xian Xian directly to the bedroom, and saw that she had been sleeping without opening her eyes. So he helped her take off her shoes and outer clothes and lay down in the quilt. At this time, Song Xialian came in with a basin of hot water and asked softly, "Xian Xian, are you awake yet? I got some hot water to wash her face and wipe her feet." "Not awake yet." Wang Tao took it and said with a smile, "Mom, let me do it. You go to rest." "Okay. Then you should go to bed early too." Song Xialian glanced at Xian Xian, who was sleeping soundly, and left after giving her a word of advice. Wang Tao wrung out the towel and wiped Xuanxuan's little face. Xian Xian seemed to feel the gentle friction of the warm towel on her face, and she murmured in a daze, "Dad." Wang Tao gently lifted the hair stuck on her face and said softly, "Good boy. Go to sleep." Xian Xian smacked her lips, turned over and fell asleep. I believe she will still have a good dream tonight. The bright moonlight shone through the glass window of the bedroom and fell into the room through the gap of the curtains, which was a little cold. After washing up, Wang Tao returned to the bedroom and sat down next to Xian Xian. He looked at Xian Xian sleeping next to him. The little girl had a faint smile on her lips at this moment. She must be dreaming about something. Wang Tao smiled and touched her hair lovingly and looked at her for a while, thinking of Ding Suqin, Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu, who had multiple jobs and worked hard all day. Wang Tao obviously felt that they were a little overwhelmed. If the intensity increases, they will not be able to bear it sooner or later. We still have to find some more people to help. It is also good to recruit 2 people to watch vegetables and share their work. Wang Tao thought, now that the store's daily net profit has increased, hiring 2 more vegetable washing aunties will not put any financial pressure on Wang Tao. Besides, the salary of the vegetable washing aunties. Thinking of this, he opened the recruitment software on his mobile phone, wrote the job requirements and salary clearly, and posted it. 2 vegetable washing aunties. Cleaning. Probationary salary 4,500 yuan. Probationary period 1 month. After probationary period salary 5,000 yuan. Social security. 3 meals included. Age under 50 years old. In order to recruit people as soon as possible, he even spent money to buy a membership and put his recruitment post on the top. Then he paid all the water, electricity, gas and other expenses in the store last month, because now the dishes have increased. And the money for washing meat, washing vegetables, and cooking every day cannot be underestimated. After everything was done, he turned off the lights, lay on his side beside Xian Xian, and gently wrapped his arms around her, as if he was circling the most precious treasure in the world. Chapter 479. Still the original recipe. Still the familiar taste. The next morning, the sky outside was still dark. The cold wind howled, shaking the withered French plane trees outside the window, tearing off the few remaining broken leaves, and the tall pale poplar trunks creaked and groaned, interweaving with the sudden barking of dogs and the noise of vehicles passing by in the cold community, playing an indescribable morning song. The little beauty sleeping in the bed, her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. But she didn't wake up so soon. She just turned over and faced the window with her little butt. It seemed to be a silent accusation against these noises. But it didn't take long. It seemed that there was a thought in her heart, calling her gently, urging her to wake up quickly. Then, she turned around, slowly, opened her hazy eyes, woke up from her dream, and subconsciously called out, "Daddy." Huang Tao, who was sleeping soundly, woke up in vain. He reached out and touched Xuan's rosy little face, and said with a smile, "Awake? You don't go to school today. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Could it be that this little guy was worried that he would leave without saying goodbye this morning like yesterday? So he was worried about something and couldn't sleep. So he woke up early? It must be like this. And Xian hasn't gotten over this confusion yet. She stared at her father in a daze for a long time before she was sure that everything she saw was not an illusion. The little girl came to her senses and suddenly became excited, and reached out to hug her father's neck. "Daddy, I thought you got up and went to the store." As expected, it was just as he thought. The little girl couldn't sleep because she was worried that he would leave without saying goodbye. Huang Tao felt a little guilty. He rubbed his daughter's head lovingly, straightened her messy hair, and said with a smile, "Not yet. It's still early. You can sleep a little longer." "No. No." Her little head shook like a rattle. Every hair cell was resisting. "I'm awake and don't want to sleep anymore." You? Huang Tao stretched out his hand and hooked her nose lovingly and helplessly. "Are you worried that you will fall asleep and Dad will put you again? You stayed at home and secretly went to the store alone?" This hit the nail on the head. Xuan's eyes widened, and she said in surprise, "Dad? How did you know?" Huang Tao said proudly, "Because Dad is the worm in your stomach. Dad knows everything you are thinking about." "Wow. Dad, you are so awesome." As she said this, Xian came up, pouted her little mouth, and gave Dad a sweet good morning kiss as her reward. If the little guy had a first-grade diploma, he wouldn't be so fooled by his father's words. Huang Tao was stunned for a moment, looking at the little guy with bright eyes in front of him. He couldn't help but laugh. "Xian? Why is Daddy grinning?" He looked at Xuan's silly face, and the more he looked at her, the cuter she became. He couldn't help but kiss her. "Come on. Let Daddy kiss you too." Xian giggled and dodged. "No. It will prick my beard." Xian giggled. "Daddy's beard. It will prick." Huang Tao freed his hand and touched his face. The beard he had just shaved yesterday actually had stubble again. It was really a bit prickly. He didn't want these annoying stubble to hurt his precious daughter. "Okay. Then I'll leave it alone for now. I'll get rid of all the stubble later. And then it won't be too late to kiss her." Huang Tao also knew that the little guy must not be sleepy now. So he smiled and said, "It's almost time. We should get up. Dad will take you to the store later. But you must come back with Grandpa and Grandma to take a nap today. Otherwise, it will be like last night, falling asleep in the car before getting home." Xian agreed obediently. "Dad, don't worry. I will take a nap today." Then she sat up obediently and put on her clothes. Finally coming out of her confused state just now, she asked curiously, "Dad, you are a person. Roundworms are small insects, right? How could you be the roundworm in Xuan's stomach?" Huang Tao, "Baby, your reaction time is a bit long. But then again, it's not easy to fool the kids of this generation." "Oh." Xian blinked her eyes and thought, "Dad, did the roundworms in my stomach tell you secretly?" "Yes. When I heard Xian say that she didn't want to sleep anymore, I secretly said to the little roundworms in your stomach, cute little roundworms, can you tell me why Xian doesn't want to sleep anymore? Is she really awake? Or is there another reason?" Then, the little roundworms told me the answer. Huang Tao smiled and made up a story based on Xuan's imagination. "But why couldn't I hear you guys talking when Dad asked?" Xian has never heard a roundworm talk. Xian said with a pout. "That's because the little roundworms are very shy. They don't want to be heard by others. So they speak very softly, and only Dad can hear it, so that Dad can know what Xian is thinking in time." Huang Tao tried to cover up the lie. "If others hear it, the little roundworm will not tell Dad what Xian is thinking next time." Hearing this, she waved her hands hurriedly and said, "Then Xian should not listen. Next time Xian will ask the little roundworm to tell Dad what Xian is thinking. In this way, even if she doesn't say what she wants to eat, Dad can know it through the little roundworm in her stomach." Huang Tao was a little amused, but he had to continue to cover up what he said with tears. When Huang Tao led Xian, who was dressed neatly, out of the bedroom, he smelled the unique ginger fragrance of ginger juice, and saw the figure of Song Silian, who got up early in the morning and was busy. Xian couldn't help sniffing and greeted with a smile, Good morning, Grandma. Song Salian, who heard her precious daughter's voice, said happily. Oh, Xian is up too. Go wash up quickly. Grandma has made delicious food for you. Eat some and fill your stomach before leaving. Yeah. When Xian and Huang Tao came out of the toilet after brushing their teeth and washing their faces, 2 bowls of steaming ginger juice and walnut eggs were already on the dining table. Huang Tao smiled and took Xian to sit down at the dining table, and said with a smile, I thought it was ginger juice and walnut eggs when I smelled it just now. And I really guessed it right. Mom, I haven't eaten your ginger and walnut egg for a long time. I didn't expect to have such a treat this morning. Song Salian smiled and said, It just so happened that the neighbor sent some walnuts last night. I saw ginger juice, eggs, and brown sugar in the kitchen refrigerator. So I thought about making some for you to try this morning. Eat it while it's hot. What about you and Dad? Your dad is still asleep. I'll make it for him later. You guys eat it first. Said that, Song Salian was busy washing dirty clothes again. I have to say, it feels so good to have Mom around. Not only can I eat hot ginger and walnut eggs, but I also clean the house neatly and cleanly. Thinking in my heart, I didn't forget to remind Xian, be careful of the heat. Scoop a spoonful and blow it first. And then eat it when it's cool. Yeah. Xian nodded obediently. He scooped a spoonful of ginger walnut egg with tiny holes, like a honeycomb, blew on it, and sniffed. It smells so good. Huang Tao smelled the rich aroma of walnuts and eggs mixed with brown sugar and ginger juice, which was a kind of motherly enjoyment that warmed his stomach and body. He also scooped a spoonful, blew on it, and put it into his mouth. It has a soft and silky texture. The taste has the unique spicy taste of ginger due to the addition of ginger juice. In addition, there is the fragrance of walnut kernels. The rich ginger juice is accompanied by the aroma of old wine. Eating a bowl warms your stomach to your feet. Ah, it's still the original recipe. And it still tastes familiar. Mom, when will you teach me how to make this ginger walnut egg? Before he finished speaking, the cold electronic sound of the system instantly rang in his mind. Chapter 480 anyway. It's free. Why not take it? Xian ate it very happily. Although the ginger walnut egg was a little spicy, she liked it very much. She was not like some children who couldn't stand spicy food. That's right. She liked some foods made with ginger juice since she was a child, such as ginger tripe slices, ginger chicken, ginger soup noodles, etc. But her favorite and most eaten food was the ginger walnut egg made by her grandmother Song Salian. The soft and smooth texture, spicy and sweet taste, made her spicy and happy. After eating it, she couldn't forget it and wanted to eat it again. I often think about this bite. Ah, it's a little spicy. Xuan's mouth was bulging, and her shouting voice was vague. Delicious. Grandma's ginger walnut egg is delicious. Xian gasped, but still shouted happily. It's spicy and sweet. Huang Tao's voice was as happy as a child who had not grown up. Then, before he finished eating, he scooped another spoonful and put it into his mouth. It was like putting a piece of easy-to-melt sugar cake into his mouth. It disappeared in an instant, but the taste lingered for a long time. It warms the stomach and soothes the soul. No matter how he praises his mother's food, he feels it is not enough. Only his mother's food can withstand eating. Never get tired of eating. Never get bored. And never get tired of eating. But it is easy to get fat. There is no doubt that in his eyes, the food made by his mother is always the most delicious in the world. The food not only carries his warm memories, but also his mother's unchanging selfless love for him. Because these foods are added with a seasoning of love, making the food more fragrant and full of deep maternal love. Song Salian was washing clothes on the balcony. She heard something vaguely and couldn't help but smile. The younger generation liked it, so she was happy too. Grandma, Xian wants to eat ginger walnut eggs tomorrow. While Song Salian was washing clothes, Xian was as happy as a little yellow warbler singing happily in the woods. She ran over and hugged her grandmother's waist, saying coquettishly, Okay? Okay. Of course. But when she thought that she had to go back this afternoon to prepare for tomorrow's work and couldn't meet Xuan's request, she said helplessly, Not tomorrow. Grandma and Grandpa will go back this afternoon. Then she added, Wait until next week. Next Saturday. On the morning of the day, Grandma will cook 2 meals for you in a row. Really? She wished she could cook for Xian every day. However, after hearing what Grandma said, the little girl was a little depressed. She grabbed the corner of Grandma's clothes, pouted and said, but next Saturday and Sunday will take a few days. As she said that, she blinked her eyes, counted the days with her little fingers, and murmured to herself, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It will take 5 days to eat. She opened her 5 little fingers, raised them high, and shook them in front of Song Salian. Yes, Xian is really smart. She can count the days. Song Salian washed her hands, wiped them clean, squatted down, picked up the little girl, kissed the little girl who was a little depressed, and rubbed her nose on her little face. The little girl's skin was as delicate as milk. Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes and pouted, Grandma, why don't you and Grandpa stay a few more days? Xian likes to eat the ginger walnut eggs made by Grandma. And Daddy likes it too. Song Salian looked at Xuan's pleading eyes, sighed softly, and said, because Grandpa and Grandma have to go to work tomorrow. The workplace is far from here, so they can't live here anymore. If they are late for work, they will be scolded by the leader. Just like Xian will be scolded by the teacher if she is late for school. Xian is still quite well behaved, blinking her eyes and thinking about it. I think what Grandma said makes sense. Although she is never late, some children are late, and Teacher Yi and Teacher Su will indeed criticize them verbally. The children lowered their heads sadly at that time. So, if Grandpa and Grandma are criticized by the leader for being late, they must feel very uncomfortable. She hooked her hands around Grandma's neck, kissed her, and comforted her in return. Grandma, don't be sad. Xian can wait until next week to eat it. Song Salian laughed dumbly and reached out to rub the head of this sensible and well-behaved little guy. Huang Tao, who was not far away, heard this and thought that it would be difficult for his mother to eat such delicious ginger walnut eggs anytime and anywhere after she went back. Not to mention that Xian wanted to eat it again, if he could learn it, in the future. When his mother is not here, he can often cook for Xian. It's good to satisfy his craving. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say, Mom, when are you free? Teach me how to make this ginger walnut egg? Why? You want to learn? If you want to learn, that's fine. Mom can teach you. Song Salian was stunned for a moment, then nodded, and then sighed softly. This ginger walnut egg was taught to me by your grandmother. Her tone was full of longing for her old mother. But every time she thought of her old mother, she couldn't help but sigh secretly. Oh, it would be great if your grandmother could live a few more years. Huang Tao knew. Mom is thinking about Grandma again. In order to prevent Mom from feeling sad, Huang Tao smiled and changed the subject. Mom, are there any precautions for making this ginger juice and walnut egg? Tell me about it. Song Salian shared her experience and smiled. This ginger juice should be boiled with a little rice wine. After boiling, pour the ginger juice into a bowl and cool it down. Just at this moment, in Huang Tao's mind, the cold electronic prompt of the system suddenly sounded. The host is devoted to learning and takes the initiative to ask his mother for the method of ginger juice and walnut egg, triggering the hidden task humility and learning, and obtaining the cooking technique of the perfect dessert ginger juice and walnut egg. Do you want to receive the reward? Wow! Huang Tao didn't expect that asking his mother how to make ginger walnut eggs would yield such a reward. This is such a pleasant surprise, since the hidden task has been completed and the reward has been obtained. What are you waiting for? Just claim it. It's free anyway. Why not take it? Come! He silently said it with his mind. Congratulations to the host for claiming the cooking technique of the perfect dessert ginger walnut eggs. And the reward is now issued. The prompt sound just fell. Huang Tao's mind was flooded with a huge amount of cooking skills and experience, all of which were related to ginger walnut egg. This method was not much different from what his mother said. After Song Salian finished speaking, she smiled and said, Xiao Tao, why don't I teach you after your morning market is over? Mom, there is no need to teach me anymore. I know how to do it. Ah, you know how to do it now? Song Salian was a little surprised. However, thinking that her son could make such delicious dishes just by watching the teaching videos on the internet, it was normal for him to know how to do it after listening to it once. She was still very confident in her son's cooking skills. Xian is the same. Chapter 481. Are you sure you can do it? During the morning market, Huang Tao received several job-seeking calls. I have to say that the money spent was really effective. Of course, even if he didn't spend a penny and simply posted the recruitment notice at the door of the store, he would definitely attract many self-recommended applicants, especially those rich second generations who eat in the store every day and are particularly greedy for the employee meals in the store. They will definitely fight for this position. It's just washing vegetables and cleaning, which doesn't require much technical skills. You just need to be quick and work well. Like these rich second generations. Although they can do these jobs, they have been used to being pampered since childhood. Doing these miscellaneous jobs still requires a period of adaptation before they can completely stand on their own. And Huang Tao's store can't currently let them get familiar with it step by step and grow up slowly like he did when he recruited Li Qingzhan and others. What he needs now is someone who can do it immediately. As for the old men and women in the neighborhood, they were all a bit older and were even less suitable for this position. In order not to waste each other's time and energy, he chose to spend money on recruitment on the recruitment website. Finally, he adopted a wide net model and asked these job seekers to come later. That is, around 9 o'clock. Look! At 9 o'clock, the first interviewee arrived on time. But, looking at this girl in front of him, who was less than 25 years old, with exquisite big wavy curls, a branded cashmere coat, a pair of stiletto heels, a branded bag on her shoulder, manicure, and exquisite makeup, Huang Tao looked left and right, up and down, and no matter how he looked at her, she didn't look like someone who could wash vegetables in the kitchen. It looks like she works in an office building. If the other party hadn't explained that she was applying for the position of a vegetable washer and presented him with a resume, he would have really thought that she had come to the wrong place or that she was here to eat. He really wanted to ask her, "Do you have any misunderstandings about the term vegetable washer?" He said apologetically, "Sorry, you are not suitable for this position." The confident smile on the pretty face of the girl with big wavy hair froze in midair in an instant, and there was a hint of disbelief in her eyes. But Huang Tao's words made her really know that she was passed. She asked unwillingly, "Boss, can you tell me the reason? You are a dancer. And looking at your hands, you don't look like you can do rough work. Are you sure you can do the work of washing vegetables in the kitchen and cleaning the table?" The face of the girl with big wavy hair changed. To be honest, these jobs, her hands that have never touched spring water, may not be able to do them. The reason why she came here to apply for the job was naturally to eat the staff meal at the Jinchi restaurant. She thought that with her resume and appearance, she could get the position in minutes. But she didn't expect. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is very skinny. She was rejected directly. She was unwilling and looked at Huang Tao pitifully. She wanted to use her beauty to soften his heart and change his mind. Hire her and coordinate a position for her so that she could serve as the face of the restaurant, as a cashier. The result? In the face of beauty, Huang Tao was not moved at all, and pointed to the store door not far away in a gentlemanly manner, and said directly and indifferently, "The door is behind you. Go slowly." The girl with big wavy hair. What else can I do? I can only forgive him. Who told him that the food he cooked was delicious? She was speechless and helpless. So she had to twist her waist and leave the store. I thought that if I sent away one outrageous applicant, I wouldn't meet the second outrageous applicant. But he still underestimated the charm of his restaurant, especially the charm of 3 meals. The girl with short hair and glasses smiled and handed over her resume and health certificate. "Boss, here are my resume and health certificate." Huang Tao took the resume she handed over and looked through it. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's so gorgeous. It almost blinded his bright eyes. There's nothing wrong with it. Look at the various medals and competition experiences filled in on this resume during school. And the academic qualifications are definitely high. Graduate students. Oh my god. Is it so curly to apply for a position of washing vegetables now? This resume completely overturned his cognition. He felt that it was a waste of talent for the other party to work in his restaurant. You have such outstanding grades and such a high degree. Why do you want to apply for a job washing vegetables and cleaning here? Look at the way you ask this question. Of course, I am greedy for the employee meals made by you, Boss Huang. But she naturally couldn't tell the truth directly. She smiled gently and said, "I have heard of your name for a long time, Boss Huang. And I am also a loyal customer of your store. I often come to your store to eat. I like the working atmosphere of your store very much. I wanted to work in your store at that time. But unfortunately you didn't recruit at that time. This morning, After I saw your recruitment notice on the recruitment website, I submitted my resume without hesitation. Don't worry, boss. I also work part-time during my school years. And I also work many jobs. I worked as a cashier in a convenience store, a tutor, and worked as a dishwasher in the back kitchen of a hotel. With this experience, I am fully qualified for this job of washing vegetables and cleaning. Please give me this opportunity, Boss Huang, and I will definitely work hard. Since she has work experience in this area, and she is a high-quality woman, Huang Tao has no reason to refuse. But he also has concerns. I am recruiting long-term employees. If you are just looking for a transitional job, I advise you to find another job. Besides, with your education and ability, you are not qualified for me, she said with a firm look. Boss Huang, don't worry. I am looking for a long-term job. Unless you fire me, I will never leave. Having said that, Huang Tao has no reason to refuse. Okay, Yan Huiru. Right? Come to the store to work tomorrow. Are you clear about the working hours and benefits? Yes. The salary during the probation period is 4,500 yuan. And the salary after the 1-month probation period is 5,000 yuan. Social security is paid. And 3 meals a day are provided. This salary is not low for this position. Not to mention that the salary will increase after the probation period. Social security is paid. And 3 meals a day are provided. Even if it's not for the salary, there will be a lot of people who come to be the vegetable washers just for this package of 3 meals a day. It's very easy to recruit 2 vegetable washers. After a while, another vegetable washer was also recruited, so that the next person didn't even have an interview, and the interview was over. This is not a job with high requirements. As long as you can wash vegetables and clean, it will be okay. It will be done in about half an hour. Huang Tao asked Yang Huiru and Ren Milan to go back first and come to work officially tomorrow morning. They were very happy because they were successful in the application. What does it mean to come to Jinchi restaurant to wash vegetables? It means that you don't have to queue up in the future, and you can eat the food made by Huang Tao, or the kind that can be eaten every day. Washing vegetables and cleaning. What's the big deal? They are willing to work every day as long as they can eat. The luck of these 2 people is really bursting. We who came later didn't even have time to see the interview before it was over. To be honest, this is very unfair to us. Obviously everyone is very good, but there is no chance. It's all because of the traffic jam on the way here, which made me arrive 1 step later than others. Otherwise, I would definitely be accepted by Mr. Huang. Oh, don't say it. It's all sad tears. I can only wait for the next opportunity. Oh, that's the only way. However, I will stay to queue up and eat a meal in the restaurant to comfort my hurt heart at the moment. Chapter 482 Chinese Soufflé. Sister Suchin. Starting tomorrow, you won't have to wash vegetables, mop the floor, or wipe the table. Let the 2 new employees do it. After the interview, Huang Tao came to the kitchen and announced to Ding Suchin, who had just washed all the ingredients. Boss, what do I do? Ding Suchin was a little confused. Suddenly, she didn't have to wash vegetables, mop the floor, or wipe the table. She felt that her workload had been reduced a lot. I am a little bit at a loss. This made Huang Tao laugh. You just work at the counter and make drinks. However, for now, you should be responsible for making green bean milk. Okay, boss. Ding Suchin thought that the workload had dropped sharply. Would the salary also drop sharply? She whispered. Boss, should the salary be reduced? Before she finished her question, Huang Tao smiled and said, the salary will remain the same. Ah? Still the same? Ding Suchin felt a little uneasy. After all, the workload dropped sharply, but she still got the same salary as before, which made her feel a little guilty. Because when she was working part-time before, the employer would deduct some money if the workload was reduced or the time was not enough. Now the boss did not deduct anything, but kept the original salary. It was really a bit incredible for her, and she felt guilty. Huang Tao got what she was thinking again and said with a smile, the store now has a lot more customers than before, and the demand for this green bean milk drink is also high. Your workload is actually quite a lot. Besides, the store will launch new drinks in the future. When you learn how to make them, you will be fully responsible for making them. For example, the coconut milk bobo smoothie that will be launched at noon. I will teach you when I have time, and you will be responsible for making it in the future. You helped me share the work of making this drink, which gave me time to enjoy my free time and more time to make other dishes. It is worth it for me to give you this salary. Ding Suqing was silent. Huang Tao's words inspired her. Why should we consider whether the boss should give us so much money? Why not think about how to make ourselves worthy of the boss's salary? She once saw such a sentence on TV. The value of an employee does not lie in his own ability, but in how much benefit he can create for the company. So, she has to work harder. Ding Suqing showed her white teeth and smiled brightly. Okay, boss. I will work hard and learn well. Turning around, she started to work diligently, while actively wiping the counter. She was also thinking about how to improve her skills in making drinks. Okay. Huang Tao smiled slightly, looked at Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu not far away, and said with a smile, Qingzhan, Qiyu, you two don't have to do the work of washing vegetables and dishes. Just focus on packing meals and serving dishes. Okay. Thank you, boss. Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu didn't feel shy about this, and agreed readily. They also felt that their boss was really good and would sympathize with them. He also specially recruited people to share their work, unlike other bosses, who try to squeeze the surplus labor value of employees in various ways. It is also their blessing to have a boss like Huang Tao. In the kitchen, Su Hao and the other 3 assistants were also busy preparing the preliminary processing of various dishes to be sold at noon. Huang Tao watched and gave them some advice from time to time. When the preliminary work was almost done, Huang Tao started to prepare lunch for them and made some ginger and walnut eggs to test out his cooking skills. In fact, the method of making ginger juice and walnut egg is very simple. The key is to select the best ginger. Squeeze the fresh ginger into juice without adding water. The color of ginger juice is yellow, and the ginger fragrance is overflowing. Pour the eggs and brown sugar walnuts that are evenly mixed into the boiling ginger wine. After gently stirring, put it into the pot and steam it. After the egg custard is formed, sprinkle the mixture of walnuts and brown sugar on the surface. Continue steaming for a few minutes and then serve. Su Hao and others saw that their boss cut the washed and peeled ginger into small pieces and put it in a food processor to crush it. And they knew that he wanted to make a new dish for everyone at noon. The classmates in the school envied him and Lin Zifeng, who could eat the delicious food they dreamed of almost every day. But they didn't know that the boss would occasionally think about making all kinds of novel and delicious food for them. The employees. The appetite was greatly satisfied, and Su Hao and Lin Zifeng looked much stronger. They were too thin before. He asked with a smile, Boss, what are you going to make? I'm going to make some ginger walnut eggs to try. Do you like this ginger walnut eggs? Huang Tao kept moving his hands and responded with a smile. Su Hao nodded, It's okay. This is also the truth. They have eaten this local specialty before, which is also known as the Chinese souffle. Ginger walnut eggs. That's right. The spicy and sweet taste made them feel a little uncomfortable at first, but after eating it, they felt that it tasted pretty good. It's just pretty good. Of course, they are still looking forward to their boss's version of ginger walnut eggs. Jiang Chao was pleasantly surprised. He loved ginger juice and walnuts with eggs. The boss had been making new dishes and drinks recently. When he saw him cut peeled ginger pieces and put them in the food processor, he guessed that there might be ginger juice dishes today, because he had been prepared. He took a deep breath and enjoyed the spicy aroma of ginger. At this time, Huang Tao took out the beaten ginger paste, filtered it with gauze to squeeze out the ginger juice. The reason why he didn't use the ginger juice sold on the market directly was mainly because those ginger juices were mixed with water, and the taste was not so pure. Pour the ginger juice into the pot, and then add an appropriate amount of rice wine to cook together. During this period, he cut the walnut kernels into small particles. After the ginger juice boiled, he poured the ginger juice into the enamel bowls prepared in advance. Let them cool and set aside. Then, he picked up the pan, put the chopped walnut pieces into the pot, and stir-fried them over low heat to bring out the fragrance. Pour it out and put it in a bowl. When it cools down a bit, add appropriate amount of brown sugar and chopped walnuts and mix well for later use. Take some local eggs. Crack 3 local eggs into each enamel bowl containing ginger juice. Beat and stir evenly. Then sieve it. In this way, the steamed taste will be more tender and smooth. Then add the brown sugar and walnuts that have been mixed evenly in advance, and continue to stir evenly. He took a spoon and skimmed off the foam on the surface one by one. Then, according to the traditional method, Light a tile in a large iron pot and heat it. Then put the walnut and egg liquid that have been prepared in advance into the iron pot together with the bowl. Turn on high heat and dry steam. After steaming for about 10 minutes, he turned off the heat and let it simmer for 5 minutes. After taking it out of the pot, sprinkle a little brown sugar on it and use a blowtorch to slightly roast the surface to add some caramel aroma and make the flavor stronger. That's it. Bowls of ginger juice, walnut and egg wine with good color, fragrance and taste are ready. Chapter 483. This stuff can easily cause indigestion. Daddy, it smells so good. Xian also smelled this unique fragrance. Her pink nose wings fluttered slightly, and she greedily licked the corner of her lips with her tongue. She said happily with shining eyes, "It's the smell of ginger juice, walnuts and eggs. But it smells even better than what Grandma makes." Of course, she wouldn't say this in front of Grandma, lest she make her grandma sad. In fact, Song Salian also smelled the fragrance of the ginger walnut egg, which was quite fragrant, similar to the taste she made, and even a little. The Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves in front, and the waves behind are going to beat her. The waves in front. To death on the beach. Hey, Xian, you have a very sensitive nose. You can smell it all. Huang Tao, who was making coconut milk bobo smoothie, smiled and praised when he heard his daughter's exclamation, "My Xian is really amazing. She can identify food by taste." Hee. Xian smiled with curved eyebrows when praised by her father. It was really sweet to the heart. "Dad, can we have lunch now?" "Yes. Wash your hands quickly, and we will have dinner soon." While speaking, Huang Tao asked Li Qingzhan and others to go get lunch first, and asked them to bring the dishes and ginger walnut eggs for lunch to the table. He continued to work with Ding Suqin to make coconut milk bobo smoothie, preparing to let everyone taste it first. The lunch was still very rich. In addition to the dessert of ginger walnut egg, there were 2 meat dishes, roast chicken and donpa pork, as well as braised prawns, deep-fried croaker, scallion oil small yellow croaker, ginger scrambled eggs and other dishes. Gulp. Everyone smelled the rich ginger flavor accompanied by the aroma of old wine, and couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw the caramel-colored ginger walnut egg. But the boss hasn't come yet. They were too embarrassed to start eating first. Huang Tao looked up and saw that everyone hadn't started eating yet. So he smiled and greeted them, "You eat first. I'll be here in a while." "Okay. Then we'll start first." Seeing that the boss had spoken, Li Qingzhan couldn't wait to scoop a spoonful of ginger walnut egg, blew it, and put it into his mouth. First, he tasted the spiciness of ginger juice and the sweetness of brown sugar. Chewing carefully, the egg paste is accompanied by walnuts. There is only one word to describe this taste. That is fragrant. He couldn't help but praise, "Wow, boss, your ginger walnut egg is really delicious. But I feel that the taste can be a little spicier. The main reason is that I can eat spicy food. I think this level of spiciness is just right. People in Wanling City can eat a little spicy, but not too spicy." After tasting it, Huang Yida also felt refreshed all over his body, and responded with a face full of enjoyment. If you rate the spiciness, 1 point is not spicy and 10 points is super spicy. Li Qingzhan's favorite spiciness is rated 8 points. Huang Yida, like most people in Wanling, can accept 40 to 60% spiciness. Song Salian tasted the ginger walnut egg, and the spiciness and sweetness spread on the tongue, and the fragrance of ginger, wine, eggs and walnuts blended perfectly together. The taste is very mellow and delicious. It is even better than what she made. You know, she has been working on this for 3 or 4 years to make this ginger walnut egg delicious. And it has always been working well without any failure. I didn't expect my son to have such a great talent for cooking. Just by listening to her once, he could cook so deliciously. No wonder he could watch online tutorials and make so many delicious Zhejiang-style dishes. At this moment, Song Salian's heart was completely tilted, and she believed her son's words. She was even more impressed. She looked at Xian beside her. Xian also tasted it. The steamed egg full of air holes was full of walnuts. Every bite was crackling. The sweet brown sugar juice was warm, and the ginger flavor was neither strong nor weak. It was within her acceptable range. Seeing Grandma looking over, she dimples and lightly said her feelings, "Grandma, the ginger walnut egg made by Dad is also delicious. It's not too spicy, and not too spicy. I can eat such spicy food. And it's spicy and sweet." so I don't feel spicy at all. If you ask her now, which one is better, Grandma's or Dad's, she will naturally choose the latter without hesitation. Of course, she won't say it. Don't ask why. If you ask, Grandma will be sad to hear it. Wang Tao looked up and smiled when he heard it. It's good that you can accept it. If you like it, I don't recommend eating too much. It's easy to get angry. Then he looked at Li Qingzhan and said, I plan to launch this ginger walnut egg. The spiciness we make must meet the level that most customers can accept. Li Qingzhan immediately expressed his understanding. I felt that I was taught a lesson by my boss again. As the saying goes, it's hard to satisfy everyone. But if the dishes made in the store want to sell well, they must meet the tastes of most people, not just based on their own preferences. At this time, Wang Tao and Ding Suqing came out with cups of coconut milk bobo smoothies. Xian and Song Xialian were excited by the snow-white milk, but they could vaguely see some floating things in the milk, which made them curious. What is this? Song Xialian couldn't help asking. This is called coconut milk bobo smoothie. Wang Tao smiled and said, this is a new drink that will be served at noon. It is made of milk and coconut milk. And there is coconut meat and bobo made by myself. It is a completely natural and handmade drink. You can try it first. Wang Tao and Ding Suqing distributed the coconut milk bobo smoothies to everyone present. Xian looked at the coconut milk bobo smoothie she got, which was obviously much smaller than others. It was more than half smaller. In an instant, her originally happy smile froze in midair. Then her little mouth pouted up so high with some grievance that a soy sauce bottle could be hung on it. Her face was full of unhappiness. She twisted her hands together and muttered, why do everyone use big cups? But mine is a small cup. It's not fair. Not fair at all. Wang Tao laughed dumbly, rubbed her head and said, because they are all adults. Adults should use big cups. Xian is a little person, so she should use a small cup. Ah! It must be said that Wang Tao has put a lot of effort into making his precious daughter drink less cold drinks. There is no other way. Today, new drinks are served, and everyone has some to drink. If Xian has nothing to drink, she will probably feel wronged. So, he can only resort to this last resort. Xian. Well, okay. Xian is indeed a little person. She wanted to refute a few things, but suddenly realized that her father was right, and she couldn't find any reason to refute. What else can she do? She can only accept this different treatment obediently. Chapter 484. People in the same industry are enemies. For the vast majority of customers at Zenhachi, this lunch today is still worth their anticipation. As for what to expect, those who understand will understand. Of course, they are looking forward to the new coconut milk bobo smoothie that Zenhachi will serve at noon. Look, it's not even lunchtime yet, but a long queue has formed in front of the store, stretching all the way to the doors of other stores at the corner. While these shop owners' eyes are filled with envy, they are also thanking Wang Tao in their hearts. It is precisely because of the good business in Wang Tao's store that they can also benefit from it. It also brought a lot of customer traffic and transaction volume to their stores. They are grateful. They generously moved all the stools in their own stores out for these customers in line to sit on. In short, they all try their best to have a good relationship with Wang Tao. And at this time, more and more people are queuing up at Zenhachi. Anyone who has time will all run to Zenhachi restaurant just to drink the coconut milk bobo smoothie as soon as possible. Some young people would check their phones while waiting in line to kill time. And they also saw a new Weibo post from Zenhachi. Super delicious Zenhachi restaurant. Coconut milk bobo smoothie. New product on the market. Worth having. Picture 1 JPG. It's updated. It's updated. It's updated with coconut milk bobo smoothie. Everyone was happy, and they couldn't wait to click on the picture and check it out. The milk and coconut milk in the transparent cup are perfectly blended together. Pure white like snow. Through the glass, you can vaguely see a few floating coconut meats. A circle of small bobo at the bottom, and a touch of mint on the surface of the cup, which is very pleasing to the eye. Finally, I've waited for you. Luckily, I didn't give up. Many customers couldn't help but hum along, with a comfortable smile on their faces. Wang Tao's menu continued to update, with one more column. Coconut milk bobo smoothie. 18 yuan. It was almost 11 o'clock. The grandpas and aunts put away the card tables and chess tables, and placed them next to the entrance of Jiangboi's convenience store. Then, they lined up seriously one by one, without affecting the people queuing behind them. Xiao Xiao and Ling Ling were also in the queue. Xiao Xiao came to the queue at about 9:10. And Ling Ling came to the queue at about 9:30. There were many people between the two, so they didn't notice each other. It also temporarily avoided some small embarrassment. Xiao Xiao came early and stood behind these neighbors. She had been bored watching these grandpas and aunts playing cards for nearly 2 hours. But she didn't have any complaints in her heart. On the contrary, she felt that it was very easy to queue up and buy food from Zinchichi again at noon as Lu Feifei asked her to do. The most important thing is, she can still eat food from Zinchichi. This made her very happy. Besides, she quite liked the queuing atmosphere here, especially the grandpas and aunts playing chess and cards, which reminded her of some things in her childhood. When she was young, her parents were too busy with work to take care of her, so they sent her to the countryside and let her grandparents take care of her. At that time, when the elders in the village finished their farm work and ate, they would come out with bowls and eat from door to door. After eating, they would get together, play cards, drink tea, eat melon seeds, and chat. She went with her grandfather and became the most favored one, always fed by the elders. She had never felt this comfortable and enjoyable feeling since her grandparents passed away. Ling Ling waited and waited, and looked at the time anxiously from time to time, and looked at the endless queue. While anxious, she also sighed in her heart that the business of this store was really good. She came so early, and there were already so many people queuing, and it was estimated that there were more people joining in the back. What was even more precious was that these customers in the queue did not show any dissatisfaction, but were talking and laughing, and were very harmonious. What surprised her most was, the shop owners nearby did not curse because these customers in the queue blocked their store entrances and affected their business. They did not drive these customers in the queue away. Instead, they kindly took out stools from their own stores and gave them to the customers in front of their stores to sit on. As the saying goes, competitors are enemies. Where there is a market, there is competition. They should be jealous of each other. But why is it that here, everything has changed? Not only are these shop owners not jealous, they are actually turning their elbows outward and taking care of their competitors enthusiastically. This is too unreasonable. It's too incredible. Could it be that these shop owners gave up struggling and completely laid down because they couldn't compete with this really delicious restaurant? It shouldn't be. Under normal circumstances, even if these shop owners lay down, they will always drive away some customers from other stores when they see the queues of customers from other stores lining up at the door of their own stores. They would never hand over stools as enthusiastically as they do now. She watched. She finally realized it belatedly. It turns out that although these shop owners are victims, they are also beneficiaries. For example, the convenience store next to the Zenhachi restaurant is the biggest beneficiary. Many customers in line go to his store to buy cigarettes and snacks. It turns out that the Zenhachi restaurant has boosted the business of nearby shops. So the actions of these shop owners are just returning the favor. I have to say, Ling Ling is the truth. At 11 o'clock, the Zenhachi restaurant opened on time. The neighbors at the front of the line also went straight to the counter as usual. Find Ding Suqin to order food. Lao Qin, who was at the front of the line, said first, "I want a cup of coconut milk bobo smoothie." Then he announced the names of other dishes. It has to be said that Lao Qin has a very good nose. After he and Ding Suqin told each other what food they wanted to buy, he sniffed and couldn't help asking, "Hey, I seem to smell a spicy smell." This smell is not the spiciness of peppers, but the spicy fragrance of old ginger. There is also a sweet smell of brown sugar and the smell of eggs. There seems to be a little smell of walnuts. If I am not mistaken, it should be ginger walnuts with eggs. Right? As soon as he said this, the neighbors behind him couldn't help but take a deep breath and asked, "It really seems to be. The ginger is full of spiciness and has a sweet smell of brown sugar." Everyone got excited in an instant. Yes, I seem to smell a smell of ginger and brown sugar. But I don't know if it is ginger walnuts with eggs. The spicy smell of ginger just filled the kitchen. After ventilation, the shop was closed. I didn't expect these neighbors to have such a keen sense of smell. Ding Suqin responded politely, "Mr. Qin, you have a really good nose. You can smell it. We did eat ginger and walnut eggs at noon." Ginger and walnut eggs. This is good. And this ginger and walnut eggs is also a nutritious tonic, with many functions such as dispelling cold, stopping vomiting, removing phlegm, and strengthening the spleen, especially in this winter season. A bowl of ginger and walnut eggs will warm up the whole stomach. Old Chin's eyes lit up, and he shook his folding fan lightly, saying calmly, I am the former chef of a 5-star hotel after all, and I can still smell this smell. What a pity. His bullshit was directly ignored by these neighbors. They only care about when this ginger and walnut eggs will be available. Oh, by the way, is your store finally going to serve the dessert of ginger walnut egg? We are all family. Hurry up and sell it. Is Mr. Huang finally going to serve the new ginger walnut egg? I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Ding Suchin thought that the boss had said that this dessert would be served. So she smiled and said, Dear uncles and aunts, our store is indeed developing ginger walnut egg, and it will probably be served in the evening. The specific details will be posted on Weibo when the new product is served. So please stay tuned. Ah, have to wait until the evening? We can all smell it. So just give it to the neighbors. Old Chin muttered unwillingly. But in the end, he still paid the bill honestly and found a seat. The neighbors behind him did the same. They could only buy some food and leave obediently. Chapter 485, I don't want to meet you at all. After waiting in line for a long time, it was Shishia's turn. She swiped the screen of the automatic ordering machine with her finger and selected all the dishes that Lu Feifei wanted. As she swiped, she found a new drink on the menu. This made her heart happy. Oh my god! A new drink was served so quickly. It looks very good. She had been patient for a whole morning. Who knew there would be a new discovery? She was naturally very confident in the boss's craftsmanship. The 3-in-1 braised rice and nourishing fish soup were so delicious. This coconut milk bobo smoothie looked very good, and it must taste good. She ordered one for herself, and her sister Feifei also liked to drink the green bean milk in this store. Why not give her a whole cup of coconut milk bobo smoothie to take back? Of course, she didn't dare to make the decision for Lu Feifei on her own initiative. So, she picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to the other party, asking for her opinion. Xiao Xiao, Sister Feifei. It's delicious. The restaurant launched a new drink at noon. Coconut milk bobo smoothie. Do you want it? If you want, I'll bring you a cup. A few seconds later, the other party replied with an okay gesture. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao immediately ordered another serving of coconut milk bobo smoothie, then scanned the code with her phone, paid, and quickly walked aside to wait for the meal, so as not to let the customers who were queuing up to order the meal behind them wait for a long time and feel resentful. The time waiting for the meal was also quite boring, so she looked around at the people eating in the store, and couldn't help but look at what dishes they were eating. Well, this yellow croaker noodle looks good. I can order one to try next time. I just don't know if this noodle will get lumpy when I take it home. Or maybe I should order a crab fried cake next time. It looks good and smells good. Just when she was craving for the food ordered by others, a curious voice suddenly came to her ear. Hello. I want 2 3-in-1 braised rice, 2 single-person portions of dongpa pork, 2 portions of nourishing fish soup, 1 portion of braised prawns, and a cup of the new coconut milk bobo smoothie. Take it away. Thank you. When Xiao Xiao heard the voice, she felt a little familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere recently. She subconsciously followed the voice and looked at the counter. Unfortunately, she only saw the back of the other person's head. Fortunately, the other person ordered the meal and paid the bill in a short while. When he turned to the side and waited for the meal, she finally saw the other person's face clearly. Oh my god! Isn't this Li Qiongji's assistant Lingling? Is she here to buy food too? Lingling came here to buy food today. Remember what Qiongji told me not to tell anyone. So she came quietly at 9:30. But when she came, she didn't dress up to cover up. Although she usually follows Qiongji, even if some photos and videos happen to show up. No one will spend time and energy to remember her as an assistant, because she knows that she looks too ordinary. Standing in a crowd, she is not noticeable at all. It doesn't attract other people's attention, and it is difficult to be recognized. Unless it's someone you often come into contact with. I thought I wouldn't meet acquaintances here, but it just happened. As soon as Lingling turned around, she met the shocked eyes of Lu Feifei's assistant Xiao Xiao. It was too late to pretend that she didn't know her. She saw that the other party had already shouted to her enthusiastically, Sister Lingling. What a coincidence. We can meet here. Unfortunately, I didn't want to meet you at all. Thank you. At this moment, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into immediately. She regretted that she was too careless and didn't arm herself. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be recognized so easily by an acquaintance. She didn't know how to explain to Sister Cheonji after returning. She hoped that the other party would not spread the fact that she met her here. She sighed in her heart with despair, and nodded without expression on her face. Xiao Xiao. It's quite a coincidence. I just bought some good food. How about you? I ordered it, and am waiting to pick it up. Xiao Xiao responded politely. At this moment, Xiao Xiao heard the number to pick up the food. Xiao Xiao heard it was her number. So she went to get the packed food bag. After getting it, she came to Lingling again, and said with a smile, Sister Lingling, I got it. What about yours? Well, it will probably take a while. Lingling smiled awkwardly but politely and said, You go back first. I will come back after I pack it. Oh, okay. Then I will go back first. See you later. Xiao Xiao originally wanted to say that she would wait for you to pick up the food and then go back together. But she was afraid that Lingling would think that she was trying to get close to her. The two of them were nodding acquaintances. And she was afraid that Li Qiongji would think that her sister Feifei wanted her to get along with Lingling. When she heard Lingling say this, she agreed. She rushed back to the crew. Seeing that Sister Feifei was still filming, she put the takeout boxes into the insulation bag one by one to prevent them from cooling down. Then she set up the small table and put the small chair on it so that Lu Feifei could use it when she ate later. When she was done, she saw that Lu Feifei had finished filming. She hurried forward and put a thick long down jacket on Lu Feifei, saying, Sister Feifei, I bought the food. As she said that, she saw her sister Feifei looking at Li Qiongji's direction with complicated eyes, and then looked at her. She subconsciously glanced into the venue, at the place where Li Qiongji and Lingling had eaten before, and suddenly saw the familiar takeout boxes and food bags. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. And at the same time, she suddenly realized why her sister Feifei had a complicated look. She lowered her voice and said, I just ran into Lingling and Zinhachi and said hello. So Sister Cheonji took the initiative to say hello to me because of this. Lu Feifei sighed. She usually doesn't pay attention to what Li Qiongji eats. She only heard from others that she only eats meals made by special chefs. It was also because she took the initiative to say hello to her 3 times since noon yesterday, which made her want to make friends with her. So she paid more attention to her. Just now, after the show, she saw Lingling carrying a food bag. When Lu Feifei saw the familiar food bag, she was shocked. How did Lingling's assistant bring back 2 bags of takeout boxes from outside? Look at the bags. They are clearly the same as what she ate yesterday at noon. When her assistant Xiao Xiao said that she met Lingling and Zinhachi, the two even said hello. In addition, Lingling on the opposite side took out the takeout box. And Lu Feifei clearly saw the logo on the takeout box. It was indeed Zinhachi without a doubt. She also figured it out instantly. So Li Qiongji took the initiative to greet her yesterday at noon, because she really liked the delicious food she was eating? She was thinking about something. But it didn't affect her eating. She still ate a mouthful of rice, a mouthful of vegetables, and a sip of drink. Xiao Xiao didn't think so much at all. She was also eating happily. This vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds was very refreshing and tasted like real eel. It was especially delicious. This coconut milk bobo smoothie was also very delicious. It had a strong milky flavor and a refreshing coconut milk flavor. The bobo was really super chewy. Lingling on the opposite side was eating a 3-in-1 braised rice. When she put a piece of braised pig's trotter in her mouth, she almost swallowed her tongue the next second. The rich flavor of the marinade and the soft and delicate pig's trotter meat were scattered at the first bite and did not stick to the teeth. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Lu Feifei asked Xiao Xiao to pack meals from Zinhachi restaurant one after another. It was really delicious. It was so delicious that even her sister Cheonji was moved. She looked up and saw her sister Cheonji eating the 3-in-1 braised rice with a calm expression. A small bite of braised pig's trotter, and a small bite of rice. And her every move was elegant. Only Lingling knew that her sister Cheonji could eat without resistance. And she could continue to eat with such interest after half a meal, which was enough to show that she liked this meal very much. She lowered her head and continued to eat. When she was packing up the takeaway box, she found that her sister Cheonji's meal was eaten up. There was not even a drop of soup left. You know, he usually eats half of the food prepared by the chef. The portion of the food at Zinhachi restaurant is almost half more than that prepared by the chef. And her sister Cheonji definitely ate it all. This surprised her. I'm going to take a walk. After Li Qiongji said this, she stood up and walked as usual. Her eyebrows were relaxed, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. She was obviously in a very happy mood. Ling Ling nodded in response, lowered her head to continue tying the bags of the takeout boxes, and put them aside, and took out wet tissues to wipe the table. When she looked up, she saw Sister Qiongji and Lu Feifei talking. Sister Qiongji also sat next to Lu Feifei. She thought inappropriately, Sister Qiongji and Lu Feifei might be discussing which dishes in Zenhachi restaurant were more delicious. Right? Apart from this, she really couldn't think of anything else. In fact, what the two of them were discussing at this time was not which dish was delicious, but talking about drama. Li Qiongji also taught Lu Feifei a little experience. Chapter 486 still very smooth. 12:30. Sister Ling hummed a song and happily opened the door of her home. She saw her husband Lin Jihua hurriedly put down the newspaper in his hand, rushed over with an excited face and asked, "Wife, you are back?" Then he quickly took 3 bags of takeout boxes, a box of milk and some snacks from her hands. "Did you buy coconut milk bobo smoothie? Your wife is doing it. Are you still worried?" Sister Ling explained to her husband with a little proud expression, "I tell you, I didn't even go shopping. I went straight to Zenhachi to queue up to buy." The reason why she gave up her hobby of shopping and couldn't wait to go to Zenhachi to pack food was that her husband sent her a screenshot at more than 10 o'clock in the morning, which was taken from the official Weibo account of Zenhachi. After seeing the text, she realized that the new coconut milk bobo smoothie that she had been looking forward to would be available at noon today. Thinking that if she didn't go there early to buy the food at Zenhachi, it would be hard to buy it. So, she stopped shopping and went straight to Zenhachi. At the same time, she sent a message to her husband Lin Jihua, telling him not to cook at noon. Lin Jihua immediately understood and replied with an emoticon of received, and then told her daughter Lin Yuru the good news. At this time, Lin Yuru, who was doing homework in her room, heard the sound and came out, and asked with bright eyes, "Mom, my dad said that we will eat the food at Zenhachi at noon. Right? Yes. There will be coconut milk bobo smoothie at noon. Yuru, go wash your hands first." Lin Jihua responded with a smile, and turned his head to look at Sister Ling beside him, and said, "Wife, you go too." While the mother and daughter went to wash their hands, Lin Jihua quickly put the milk and snack bags in the corner, then brought the takeaway bags to the dining table, and took out the takeaway boxes and drinks. "Start eating." Sister Ling first inserted the straw into the cup of coconut milk bobo smoothie. When she was queuing to buy food at the door of Jinhao Food Store, she saw many customers who took away coconut milk bobo smoothie while walking and drinking. Look at the overall color of the coconut milk bobo smoothie. It looks very beautiful. And then hear them all say it tastes good, which makes her completely greedy. The coconut milk bobo smoothie is still cold at this time, and she takes a sip. The dense smoothie poured into the throat from the straw, which was extremely cool and refreshing. The coconut milk tasted very fragrant and smooth, and the bobo was even softer and more chewy. This taste was particularly clean and healthy, and naturally sweet, unlike the coconut milk bobo shaved ice sold in some ordinary milk tea shops, which tasted like industrial sugar and a bunch of messy things. It was precisely because of this Sister Ling was willing to bring a cup back for her daughter to try. Otherwise, she would not dare to let Lin Yuru drink these when the exam was approaching. She took 2 more sips in a row, and the dryness from carrying things upstairs was also released. She felt much more refreshed and in a happier mood. She smiled and called her daughter. "Yuru, try this coconut milk bobo smoothie. It's really good." As she said that, she saw that her daughter had already eaten several mouthfuls of meat and fish eel shreds and a few mouthfuls of rice. "Okay, this shredded eel with fish sauce is really delicious." Lin Yuru sighed, picked up her own cup of coconut milk bobo smoothie, put in a straw, and drank it with great anticipation. It was icy and cool, and the smoothie was also very dense. The rich milk flavor did not cover the refreshing and unique sweetness of coconut milk. She took another sip, and there were a few more bobos in her mouth. She took a bite casually. It was bouncy, soft and sticky, but not too tough or sticky. She couldn't help but take 2 more big sips. Her mouth was full of ice. Her whole body was refreshing. Her brain, which was a little confused due to the practice questions, was much clearer at this moment. She smiled and said, "It's really good. This kind of sweetness is just right. I like it very much." Sister Ling was happy to see her daughter said it was good. and said with a smile, "It's good if you like it. I heard from the clerk that this coconut milk bobo smoothie is very authentic, without adding too much sugar and condensed milk. It's all coconut milk and milk, especially pure. You can drink it with confidence. If you like it, send me a message when you want to drink it later, and Mom will pack it for you." "Okay." Lin Yuru nodded with a sweet smile, and said from the bottom of her heart, "Thank you, Mom. You are so nice." Recently, during her stay at the school, her mother would go to the Zenhachi store to buy meals every Wednesday and Friday, and then send them to her school. Those meals are all her favorites, and she doesn't have to squeeze into the cafeteria. When she is in a good mood, she can study smoothly, forming a good cycle. This has made her rank among the best in all the recent exams. For her, eating and chatting with her family now is a rare moment of relaxation after intense study. For Sister Ling and her husband, it is also a companionship. Lin Jihua heard what his daughter and wife said, and smiled with relief. He put down his chopsticks, picked up the coconut milk bobo smoothie beside him, and tasted it. It was not as sweet as he imagined, but the coconut milk was original, and the milk was also very fragrant and refreshing. He squinted his eyes in enjoyment, and then took a sip or two, and drank several sips in a row. And he sighed, "It's so cool." During lunch break at work in the company, he always saw some young female employees always like to hold a cup of brown sugar pearl milk tea, and they looked very enjoyable when drinking it. At that time, he didn't understand why anyone liked the balls made of powder. He likes to drink alcohol, but not beverages, so he doesn't want to drink these. Sometimes when his daughter and wife drink milk tea, they will give him a taste, but they are all too sweet. He can't be happy at all. But since 2 days ago, his wife bought a cup of green bean milk produced by Zenhachi restaurant and let him taste it. He was amazed. Since then, I have fallen in love with this naturally sweet drink. When it was almost noon, I accidentally saw the new product copy posted by the official account of Zenhachi on Weibo. I thought that the green bean milk produced by Zenhachi was so delicious, and this coconut milk bobo smoothie must taste good too. Then I couldn't help but take a screenshot and send it to my wife. Fortunately, my wife also wanted to drink this new drink, so he had the opportunity to taste it first. I have to say that the products produced by Zenhachi did not disappoint. After lunch, she cleaned up and took a short rest. It was time for Lin Yuru to go back to school. This also means that her New Year's Day holiday is about to expire. Before leaving, Sister Ling also prepared some snacks and a box of milk for her, and said with a smile, "I heard from my colleagues that Sikhun pure milk is very good. It's really delicious. The green bean paste milk in the restaurant is made with it. The only ingredient is raw milk. It is very healthy and nutritious. When I bought food just now, I bought a box of it at the convenience store next door. You can also take these snacks with you. If you are hungry during the evening self-study, you can fill your stomach." When Lin Yuru heard that this milk was made from green bean paste milk, she couldn't help but think of the rich milky aroma. She was a little tempted. She nodded and agreed, "Okay. Then I'll take a box back and drink one box every day." "Okay." Sister Ling reached out and took her daughter's hand, patted it gently, and reminded her worriedly, also, "The big exam is approaching, and these days are the critical time. Yuru, you remember that your health is the most important, and you can slow down your studies a little bit. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Lin Yuru smiled playfully, "Don't worry, Mom. I will grasp the learning rhythm, and I have mastered the knowledge in class very well. So don't worry." Sister Ling, who knows her daughter's character, was relieved when she heard this. Then, they sent Lin Yuru to the car together. Chapter 487. This embarrassing situation. This is really delicious. All kinds of dishes are sold quickly, and drinks are also sold quickly. When it first started selling, everyone knew that the store had a new coconut milk bobo smoothie at noon. 18 yuan a cup. Out of trust in Huang Tao's craftsmanship, plus many days of anticipation. When customers who came to the store to order food, when choosing a drink, they would directly choose a cup of coconut milk bobo smoothie without hesitation. Anyway, it would be wonderful to drink it on the way back or while eating in the store. In addition, coconut milk is really suitable for all ages, and the price is not very expensive. Naturally, customers who see it all want to try the taste of this new product. As a result, no one cared about the green bean milk for a while, and it was ruthlessly thrown into the coal palace. There is no way. who made this coconut milk boba smoothie a new product. And new products are always treated with special favor. In addition, customers are the type who like new things and dislike old things, which led to this embarrassing situation. Of course, all this was also expected by Huang Tao. For this reason, the quantity he prepared was not very large, only about 150 portions. Later, some customers, holding their sincere love for mung bean milk and curiosity about coconut milk boba smoothie, bought 2 cups directly. So, the 80 portions of coconut milk boba smoothie that Huang Tao had packed in advance were quickly sold out. The fully automatic shaved ice machine was always running, and it almost couldn't keep up with the speed of customers' purchases. Ding Suqi was also busy. Fortunately, after this period of training, her hand speed also became faster, and everything was still in order. Seeing that Ding Suqi was a little overwhelmed, Song Xiaolian stepped forward to help. She saw that after Ding Suqi poured water into the fully automatic shaved ice machine, she could make ice directly, and then cut it into square ice cubes of uniform size, and then crush the ice. She was so shocked that her jaw almost fell off her shoe with a clang. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "This machine is too advanced." Ding Suqi kept moving her hands and responded with a smile, "Of course it is advanced. This is a fully automatic shaved ice machine that the boss spent a lot of money to buy on behalf of others. We add purified water and press this switch. It can make ice quickly. When the time comes, add other prepared materials. It will also run automatically. These should be the functions set by the boss in advance." To be honest, Ding Suqi still sighs at these fully automatic machines in the store. They are magical. But she didn't think much about it. These have always been set in advance. So that's it. Song Xiaolian didn't think much about it. After a little surprise, she helped Ding Suqi and did some work within her ability. For example, packing drinks and greeting customers. There was also a small incident. Some customers bought drinks to take home for their children or elderly to try. So they asked Ding Suqi to help remove the ice. This made Ding Suqi a little embarrassed. She knew that her boss paid the most attention to the taste. So she gently reminded this customer, "If you remove the ice, the taste will not be so good. It's okay. I mainly want to take it back for my children to drink. Even if the customer doesn't care, she can't make the decision on her own." He went to ask Huang Tao and conveyed the customer's idea, thinking that the fully automatic shaved ice machine can make the best drink according to the added ingredients even without the smoothie. He agreed to this request. He also launched the smoothie version. The subsequent customers learned and bought it for the elderly or children to drink. Anyway, the drinks of Jinhaoqi are so delicious, and the taste will definitely not be bad without the smoothie. Don't ask why they are so sure. The answer is that they have unconditional trust in Jinhaoqi. Even some neighbors followed suit and ordered the coconut milk boba smoothie without the smoothie version. And in the real-time Jinhaoqi on Weibo, there are already many Weibo posts sharing delicious food. All good reviews on Weibo. Look up and smile. As bright as a sunflower, I have to say that even though I was mentally prepared, I was still a little surprised by the new coconut milk boba smoothie at noon. This is definitely the best coconut milk boba smoothie I have ever had in my 25 years of being single. Cute as always, the new coconut milk boba smoothie at noon is really delicious. It's really delicious that the restaurant can always make the taste of ordinary drinks perfect. The last time was green bean milk, and this time was coconut milk boba smoothie. The coconut milk I bought from the imported supermarket is not so sweet. I want to praise this bobo. It is handmade and really amazing. The key is that the price is quite affordable. I can afford it. I live like a queen without you, oh my. This coconut milk boba smoothie is really amazing. The coconut milk in other milk tea shops can easily make a plastic taste, or the taste is very light. But the one in the real store is different. Not only is the milk flavor very strong, but the coconut milk tastes very refreshing. And the bobo is super chewy. I love this coconut milk bobo smoothie. Nan Fengkamuxiang, hee hee. I am so smart that I bought 2 drinks when I was in the game. One was a coconut milk bobo smoothie for lunch, and one was a green bean paste milk in the refrigerator. I drank it in the afternoon when I was watching TV series. It was so refreshing to drink green bean paste milk while watching TV series under the warm air conditioner. Zenhashi drinks are really good news for TV series lovers like me. Slap your hypocritical heart to death. I am a dessert lover, and I also like to bake some desserts at home. The new coconut milk bobo smoothie from Zenhashi is really delicious. The milk is pure milk from Sikhun, And the coconut milk is definitely not the coconut milk diluted directly from the milk tea shop outside. It should be fresh coconut milk. And those bobos, they should be made by the boss himself. Each one is crystal clear and evenly sized, as if each one has been weighed. And the texture is very chewy and soft, but not sticky at all. It's just too good to be true. Desire bewitches people asterisk. I'd also like to share a little bit. The texture of this coconut milk bobo smoothie. How can I describe it in one word? Super awesome. My peaky girlfriend also praised it for being delicious and silky. Qifeng Zhujiangxing. By the way, some small details of Zinhachi restaurant are really heartwarming. I noticed that there are quite a few elderly people dining in the restaurant, and they basically all have a cup of coconut milk bobo smoothie in their hands. When they bite bobo, they are as cute as a little hamster and full of energy like old naughty boys. I heard that as long as you tell the clerk, you can get smoothies like coconut milk bobo smoothie, as well as mung bean paste and milk, which fully satisfies the preferences of the elderly, children, and some people who don't like to eat ice. I just ordered a cup of iced milk tea with the idea of giving it a try. The taste is almost the same. This is good news for the elderly and children. Qingshan Degiyuan, help! What you said above really reminded me of a picture. I ordered milk tea for my grandmother at home before. She said it was too cold and sweet. The pearls were too sticky and hard to disappear. I thought the elderly didn't like this kind of thing. Now I think that the milk tea is really not suitable for my grandmother. I will go to Jinchi store to buy a cup of coconut milk for my grandmother to try after I come back from my trip. This comment has the most likes. Some netizens who are more sensitive or have the same experience can't help but reflect on whether the elderly don't like milk tea or other drinks. In fact, most people like anything that makes people feel comfortable or improves their sense of happiness. The reason why the elderly can't get used to those milk teas is mainly because there are too many sugars and powders in those milk teas, so that it's greasy to drink. Moreover, those pearls, bobo, etc., are not only sticky to the teeth, but also difficult to digest. But if they are allowed to drink green bean paste and fresh coconut juice, they will definitely like it. The drinks that are really delicious are just developing in this direction. After the smoothie, the original taste of the ingredients is perfectly preserved, and the sweetness and ice degree are also controlled just right. Bobo is also handmade. The elderly eat it like eating candy, but it is more refreshing and easier to chew than candy. And it is QQ and falls apart when bitten. The key is that it doesn't stick to the teeth. Some old customers thought that when they go to dinner in the evening, they will also bring a cup of coconut milk bobo without ice for the elders at home to try. Chapter 488, she was destroying the evidence of cheating. Grandma, Xian called out sweetly, and ran to the counter with her thin legs. Song Salian was busy preparing the ingredients for Ding Suchin's drinks. In addition, there were customers dining in the store, and the noise was a bit noisy, so she couldn't hear Xian's call clearly. Grandma. It wasn't until someone gently pulled the corner of her clothes and a low call came into her ears that she came to her senses. She couldn't help but lower her head to look. She saw her precious granddaughter standing beside her without knowing when, looking up at her with her little head, blinking her beautiful big eyes, and her little face was full of joy. Hey, my dear granddaughter. Song Salian leaned down hurriedly, opened her arms and embraced the little girl, then picked her up, and unconsciously pursed her lips into a kind arc, saying, "Why haven't you seen Grandma for a while? Do you miss Grandma?" "Yeah." Xian nodded quickly, put her arms around Grandma's neck, and said in a weak voice like a kitten, "Grandma, Xian is thirsty." As she said that, her beautiful big eyes looked towards the fully automatic shaved ice machine, and when she saw the green bean milk, she stretched out her little tongue and licked her mouth a little greedily. Song Salian, who didn't know Xuan's intentions, couldn't help but blame Huangita in her heart. Blamed him for not taking good care of Xian, and not even pouring saliva for Xian. Song Salian lovingly helped Xian to drink water, and comforted her with a smile. "Wait a minute. Grandma will pour you some water." When the little one heard about drinking water, she shook her head like a little rattle and pouted her pink little mouth and said, "Grandma, Xian doesn't want to drink water. Xian doesn't want to drink water. Don't you want to drink water?" Song Salian was stunned for a moment, then asked with a loving smile, "What do you want to drink? Grandma will make it for you." "I want to drink." Xian hesitated, but her eyes fell on the green bean milk on the counter, and she raised her pink chin and gestured. Song Salian followed Xuanxuan's gaze, and immediately understood what the little guy was thinking. Hey! What bad intentions could the little girl have? She just wanted to drink a cup of green bean milk. Song Salian, who couldn't bear it, said lovingly, Xian, do you want to drink green bean milk? If you want to drink it, Grandma will ask Aunt Suchin to make you a cup. Yes, Xian wants to drink it. Xian nodded vigorously, and said what she thought without thinking. But when she thought of what her father said, she sighed helplessly. But Daddy won't let Xian drink beverages. Song Salian, who couldn't bear it, said lovingly, it's okay. Grandma lets you drink it. Your dad won't say anything. Yes, as long as Grandma protects her. Dad won't say anything to her. Xuanxuan's face instantly bloomed with a bright smile. And she giggled. She looked very beautiful when she laughed. Her eyebrows were curved, and the curve of her lips deepened. A shallow dimple appeared on her pink cheeks, making her look as cute and pretty as a little manga character. Song Salian couldn't help but reach out and touch Xuanxuan's little head, and asked Xuanxuan's opinion with a smile. Xian, Grandma wants to drink too. Let's split it later. Half for each of us. Okay. She was worried that Xian would eat too much and get upset. Half a portion shouldn't be a problem. Besides, it's already been de-iced, so it won't be so cold. And the mung bean milk at home is made of real ingredients, without any messy stuff added, and it tastes much healthier than the ones bought outside. But mung beans are cold in nature, so it's still not easy to drink too much. Hearing this, Xian was like a deflated balloon, and suddenly became deflated. Ah, it's only half. Oh, forget it. It's better than having nothing to drink. Xian was flexible and adjusted herself in an instant. Nodding contentedly, okay. Wait a minute by the side. Song Salian gently put her on the ground, and then said to Ding Suchin, help me get a cup of mung bean milk. Just de-iced. When Ding Suchin was making it, the little girl couldn't see it, so she could only tiptoe and curiously poke her head out. After Ding Suchin finished making it, Song Salian took it, then picked up another cup and divided it. Xian was so greedy that she kept drooling and followed Song Salian around. After a while, she finally drank it. She was naturally very happy to be able to drink this half portion of green bean milk outside her father's sight. However, why is it not so icy? But it is still very refreshing. The taste is also. After drinking it, Xian also asked Grandma for a tissue and wiped the corners of her mouth carefully. That's right. She was destroying the evidence of cheating. While wiping, she whispered to Song Salian, Grandma, let me tell you, Daddy is very smart. I used to eat an ice cream at home secretly, and Daddy could see it, because there was still a little ice cream left at the corner of her mouth. Her father saw it at a glance. In front of the ironclad evidence, she had no way to argue, and had to admit her crime. Really? Song Salian laughed happily, then tell Grandma, did your dad say anything to you? He did. But I pretended to be pitiful and got away with it. Xian laughed. Just at this moment, Huang Tao had finished his work and walked out of the kitchen, taking off his chef's hat as he walked. Daddy? Xian was still very happy when she saw her father. She immediately ran towards her father, like a young swallow returning to the nest. As for Grandma, she had long forgotten her. Song Salian was used to it, and was not angry. She just looked at the father and daughter lovingly. Huang Tao smiled and squatted down to hug her, then sniffed and asked, Xian, what did you eat? Why does it smell like mung beans and milk? Oops. I was discovered. Xian widened her eyes in disbelief, and quickly reached out to cover her mouth. Wow. Daddy, do you have a dog nose? Okay. You actually ate mung bean paste and milk behind my back. Right. Huang Tao couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, he was not angry at all. I just think Xuanxuan's expression of being caught is a bit funny. After all, he usually manages her strictly, and doesn't give her many opportunities to drink cold drinks. It's not a big problem to drink some occasionally. It's just that in the past 2 days, because the store has sold drinks, the little guy has drunk a lot. It's a bit intoxicated. Song Salian stepped forward and excused Xian. I gave it to her. She only drank half of it, and also went for the smoothie. No wonder the green bean milk I just drank is not so cold. Xian knew the reason immediately, but she was worried that her father would say something to her grandmother. So she said responsibly, Dad, I wanted to drink it. So Grandma gave it to me. Don't blame Grandma. Blame me if you want to. Song Salian felt warm in her heart. This granddaughter is not loved in vain. You. Looking at his precious daughters, one person does one thing. One person takes responsibility. Look. Huang Tao smiled helplessly. Since you are so responsible, I will forgive you this time. Thank you, Dad. Xian hugged Huang Tao's neck and gave him a muah kiss on the side of his face. She also winked at her grandmother, as if to say done. Huang Tao also kissed her little face. Okay. It's time for you to take a nap. Or you can go home with Grandma and Grandpa to take a nap. And come back after you wake up. Xuan's little head shook like a rattle. Daddy. I'm not sleepy. I don't want to sleep. Can I not sleep? Huang Tao declined. No. If you don't take a nap, you will be tired in the evening. And you are growing up now. This nap can not only ensure your full rest, but also is very good for your body. Okay. Xian, who always hoped to grow up quickly, nodded in agreement. But she made her own request. Can I sleep with you in the store? I don't want to be separated from Daddy. I want to be with Daddy. As she said, she rubbed Huang Tao's face with her little face. Hearing her whispers, Huang Tao was completely defeated and surrendered. Okay. He carried Xian to the corner and took out the folding bed. With the help of Huang Ida, he opened the folding bed. Huang Tao put Xian on it and helped her take off her shoes and coat. Xian asked sweetly, Daddy, will you stay with me? Of course. Huang Tao lay down beside her. Just like when he went to bed at night, Daddy is always with you. Go to sleep. He reached out and pulled the quilt over Xian. Xian closed her eyes. Well-behaved JPG. After a while, she fell into a sweet dream. Chapter 489. No man can resist the charm of black silk. Ouch. I'm so tired. As soon as Lu Minglin entered the door, she threw her high heels that she had been wearing all morning on the shoe cabinet next to the door, threw the new Chanel bag on her shoulder everywhere, and threw herself heavily on the sofa. She opened her arms and legs without any ladylike demeanor, staring at the ceiling above the living room with a dull look on her face. Yiwen, who entered the room with her, gave her a beautiful big eye roll speechlessly. You are so ashamed to say that. Shopping endlessly. And after shopping in the entire mall, you still have to run to the nearby shops to buy Taobao. I really admire you. As she said, she put all the big and small bags in her hands on the coffee table, and then sat on the edge of the sofa, kneading her swollen and sore calves angrily. Look at it now. It's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon? It made me not have lunch until now. Lu Minglin, who was leaning on the cushion, moved her head, threw her slightly curly chestnut hair outside the sofa, and changed to a slightly more comfortable position. After hearing her bestie's reproach, she had a speechless expression of blame me. Yo. Who said that the food outside is not as delicious as Huang Tao's? And you don't want to eat it? Xiaowen, don't tell me that you didn't say that. This speech made Yuan speechless and unable to refute. After all, she did say this. But what she said is also true. How can the food outside be compared with the food made by Huang Tao? If one of them is not delicious, wouldn't it be like paying for trouble? But, after all, it's all because of you. If you had finished shopping earlier, we could have gone to Huang Tao's store for lunch, and we wouldn't be hungry now. As if she had guessed what she was thinking, Lu Minglin suddenly became dramatic and said sadly, Besides, I went shopping today for you. I gave up my vacation. Time to reunite with my family. Time to go back to the company. And went shopping with you to buy beautiful clothes, shoes and bags. I spent my life's efforts on your beauty plan. Now I don't even have a meal or a drink. But in the end, I still have to complain. As she said that, she gave Yiwen a condemning expression. You say this now. Don't you feel guilty? Yiwen, look at my calves. They have become thinner after walking for several laps. Lu Minglin gently lifted her long legs wrapped in flesh-colored transparent crystal stockings and placed them on Yiwen's thighs. She gently stroked her beautiful legs with her fingers for a few times, and then gently placed them on Yiwen's thighs. She tried to let Yiwen's beautiful big eyes take a good look at her legs that had become thinner for her. Then, she remembered her kindness. When her best friend and Huang Tao's relationship is successful in the future, she, Lu Minglin, is also a great contributor. She believes that her best friend will never treat her badly. In this way, this lifelong meal ticket is in hand. Yuan naturally knows the little tricks in her best friend's mind. But she doesn't tell her in person. After all, Lu Minglin's starting point is also for her own good. The conversation they had yesterday is still fresh in her ears. I remember that Lu Minglin patted her shoulder lightly. Xiaowen, since you have a good impression of Huang Tao, why don't you be bolder and more direct? When she heard this, she was still a little hesitant. But Lu Minglin said seriously, sometimes if you miss it, you may miss it forever. I am confident that I can judge people accurately. Huang Tao is a good man. And based on my experience of seeing countless men, he seems to have a little bit of good impression on you. She bit her lips lightly. But what but? Lu Minglin immediately got her concerns. Is it because Huang Tao is a single father? You are worried that your family members will not agree. In fact, I think these are not important at all. What is important is whether you can treat each other sincerely. Besides, it is not easy to meet someone you like in the vast sea of people. The key is that people also. He has some feelings for you. You should seize the opportunity. Don't miss a beautiful fate. But, Yuan fiddled with the corner of her clothes. Hesitant to say, why do I feel that he doesn't seem to want to pursue me at all? You can't let me take the initiative to pursue him. Right? Lu Minglin couldn't help rolling her eyes. Oh? You are too old-fashioned. Right? What era is it now? You still have to pay attention to who chases who? As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is like a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is like a gauze. As long as you take the initiative and work hard, you will definitely be able to win him. Xiaowen, don't underestimate yourself too much. Believe me, no man can resist your charm. So, love bravely. It was because of Lu Minglin's encouragement that she had the courage to pursue love. So, I wanted to change my image a little bit first. So I asked Lu Minglin to go shopping for clothes today, and wanted to appear in front of Huang Tao beautifully. Okay, you've worked hard. There are bread and drinks in the refrigerator. Go get them yourself. As she said that, she pushed Lu Minglin's beautiful legs aside. Just let me eat these. After Lu Minglin rolled her eyes at Wu Yu, she jumped up, sat up, hugged Yuan's arm, and said coquettishly, Xiaowen, just make a move quickly. Get your Huang Tao male god, and cook for us. I don't want to be with him just to let him cook for us. Yu immediately refuted. She likes Huang Tao. It's just pure love, without any other purpose. After all, Huang Tao is the type she favors. He is about 1.8 meters tall, with three-dimensional facial features, mature and handsome, and a good personality. Although there may be a little selfishness at the beginning. After several contacts, she knows that she has completely fallen in love with Huang Tao. And that kind of love is purely emotional love. Okay, I know you are obsessed with your dead husband. And you are like this before you are together. Lu Minglin covered her very curvy chest and sighed. Hey, I have raised my daughter for so many years. And now her heart and eyes are full of other men. My heart hurts so much. Yuan. She pretended to be angry and said, your dinner tonight is gone. Don't. Dad. I was wrong. What I said just now was just a joke. Lu Minglin hugged Yuan's shoulders and begged with a smile. You know, I fully support you to flirt with him. I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. I'm going to change clothes. Yuan slipped into the bedroom with the spoils she won this morning. This 80 square meter, 2-bedroom, 1 living room small house is a small nest bought for her by Yuan's parents. It is very close to the Golden Sun Kindergarten. Only 5 or 6 minutes away. At that time, this house was bought to facilitate her commute to get off work. So, she lives alone now. Back in the bedroom, she picked out the clothes she would wear later from the spoils. This dress. Staring at herself in the mirror, she frowned, shook her head and said, it looks good. But is it too formal? The dress she was wearing at the moment was the latest winter dress of a certain brand that she had just bought from the mall. The style and texture were very good, and it could also perfectly set off her almost perfect figure. But this dress is more suitable for some formal occasions. Wearing it like this will easily attract attention. After thinking about it, she changed into a cashmere turtleneck sweater and black wide-leg pants, which made her look much more low-key. But wouldn't this be too ordinary? Ah, what pants should I wear today? I have to wear a skirt, so that he can be impressed. Lu Minglin stood at the door, chewing bread, shaking her head and said, wear that burgundy suit skirt. Remember to match it with black stockings. I tell you. No man can resist the charm of black stockings. Yuan gave the other party a look that said, I can't stop your mouth even if I eat it. Then closed the door and locked it. Now, the world is completely quiet. Finally, she still listened to her bestie's advice and changed into a new outfit. The wine red short top is matched with a short skirt of the same color and black stockings. The overall style of the clothing is light and mature, but she wears it with a hint of girlishness. The fabrics used for the coat and short skirt are very delicate and warm, which complements her good figure and face, making her more fashionable and beautiful. Satisfied, she looked in the mirror and pursed her lips with a charming arc. Seeing that it was getting late, she put her phone in her bag, then looked in the mirror from left to right, and walked to the door after making sure there was no problem. But only a few seconds later, Li Minglin turned back and chose a beret to wear. Then, she took out the lip balm from her bag, applied it a few times in front of the mirror, touched up her makeup, and tidied her hair, and walked out of the bedroom with satisfaction. She said to Lu Minglin, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa watching a drama, Minglin, I'm fine. I can go now. Lu Minglin glanced at her and praised her. Oh, it's not bad. This outfit will definitely charm all the men. TSK. Who cares about charm all the men? She only needs to charm Huang Tao. Chapter 490, Tricked. The naughty sunlight restlessly jumped into the glass window, lightly squeezed into the green blinds, and secretly peeked at the sweetness of the deep sleep. Under the dazzling sunlight, the little beauty sleeping on the folding bed frowned. Her long eyelashes trembled. She snorted a little unhappily, then turned over and faced the sun with her little butt, to show her dissatisfaction. Ah! Is she going to wake up? Huang Tao, who had just taken a short nap, heard the movement of his daughter when he got up and was about to leave. He quickly reached out to cover her with a quilt, and then gently patted her on the quilt. Go on sleeping, my little baby. Daddy? Feeling her father's gentle patting, Xian turned around and called out vaguely, asking, Is it dawn? Is the little one confused in her sleep? She thought it was Huang Tao who woke her up in the morning. Huang Tao was a little amused and replied softly, Baby, it's not morning time now. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's still early. You can continue to sleep. Xian nodded obediently and closed her eyes. But the next moment, she opened her eyes again and said softly, Daddy, I can't sleep. Meow. Mimi, who was circling around the bed boredly, immediately called out and jumped up to jump onto the bed. Huang Tao grabbed its neck and skillfully put it in its nest not far away. He was not used to Mimi's bad habits, but Xian dotes on her very much. She threw back the quilt and jumped off the bed, leaning over and holding Mimi up with great effort. Smiling and being very affectionate, Huang Tao couldn't help shaking his head and said, Xian, put on your clothes and shoes first, and play with Mimi later. Okay. Xian was very obedient. She put Mimi down and ran back to the bed. Huang Tao wiped her hands with a wet towel, then reached out to pick up the small coat at the end of the bed and put it on Xian. Dad, I can do it myself. Xian, who wanted to do her own things, declined her father's help and put on her clothes with difficulty. Although she had learned to dress herself, she was small and weak, so it was inevitable that she wore clothes crookedly and looked a little unpresentable. Huang Tao laughed dumbly and reached out to help her adjust her collar and hat. Watching her put on her shoes, Huang Tao reached out and touched her little head, saying, Come on. Dad will take you to wash your face. He got up and took Xian to the bathroom to wash her face. The bathroom was very small, and there was basically no space for 2 people to squeeze in. Huang Tao prepared the hot water, took Xuan's special towel, rubbed it with warm water, then squatted down to wipe the saliva marks and stains on the corners of his daughter's mouth, and helped her comb her messy braids. The clean little face and beautiful hairstyle made Xian look even more beautiful and cute. Huang Tao put down the towel, couldn't help but hug Xian and kissed her on the little face. Ah! Xian, who was attacked by surprise, opened her eyes and screamed unconsciously. What a surprise! Of course, she was more happy in her heart, because she could fully feel that this was her father's love for her. Seeing the joy in her daughter's eyes, Huang Tao was also very happy in his heart. And the more he looked at her, the cuter she became. He couldn't help but lean over and kiss her again. His precious daughter. He could never kiss her enough. His action made Xian giggle like a silver bell. echoing in the store and falling into the ears of everyone. It was very pleasant to hear. And at the same time, a trace of joy appeared at the corner of their mouth. Feeling happy and envious of the tender moment between their father and daughter, Huang Tao reached out and touched his daughter's face, and said with a smile, Xian, go play with Mimi or Grandpa and Grandma. Daddy has to go out to work. Our store will have new ginger walnut eggs in the evening, and Daddy has to go and prepare them first. Xian praised with curved eyebrows. Dad's ginger walnut eggs are delicious. Xian wants to eat more. Huang Tao nodded and agreed, okay. Arrange it in the evening. Seeing that her father agreed, she rolled her eyes and took the opportunity to ask, then I also want to eat dry-fried ratatouille. Okay. But I can only eat a little. I also want to eat braised prawns and braised pork rice. No problem. Daddy will arrange everything for you. Daddy is the best. Baji. Xian pouted her pink lips, leaned close to Huang Tao's face, and kissed him. Huang Tao's heart was instantly filled with happiness. Xian dimple said, Dad, I want to drink a cup of coconut milk bobo smoothie. Huang Tao subconsciously said, okay. No problem. Ah. What did he just agree to? Huang Tao, who reacted belatedly, seriously suspected that he was tricked by his precious daughter. But he had no evidence. Alas, I was careless this time. When Xian heard her father agree, her eyes were bright as if there was light, and she looked unbelievable. But she immediately reacted and hurriedly thanked, thank you, Dad. Then we have a deal. Come on. Pinky promise. As she said that, she stretched out her little hand and hooked her little finger. What else could Huang Tao do? He had to fulfill his promise even if he cried. But Daddy has 2 conditions. Xian blinked and asked, what are the 2 conditions? Huang Tao turned his head to her. The first condition is to give Daddy a kiss. Baji. Xian pouted her pink lips again without hesitation and kissed Huang Tao on the face. Huang Tao laughed. Xian blinked her big eyes and asked impatiently, Dad, what is the other condition? Huang Tao explained. The other condition is that the coconut milk bobo smoothie must be minus the smoothie. Ah. If the coconut milk bobo smoothie is minus the smoothie, can it still be called coconut milk bobo smoothie? At most, it can only be called coconut milk bobo. But when I think about the green bean milk without the smoothie, it is also delicious. Then, if you remove the coconut milk bobo from the smoothie, it should taste good. Xian hesitated for half a second, then nodded in agreement. Okay. After all, it's better to have something than nothing. Huang Tao saw that his precious daughter agreed. So he stretched out his little finger and handed it to Xian. And Xuan's crisp and sweet voice rang in his ears, pin and hang. Don't change for 100 years. Stamp it. He put his thumb and Xuan's thumb together. Stamped successfully. Xian smiled widely. Go and play. Huang Tao put her down and let her play by herself. Xian said ran quickly to Mimi's cat bed, squatted down, and touched Mimi's head. Mimi lay in the cat bed, turned over, showing her white belly, and waved her little paws to play with Xian. Only by pleasing the little master can you have a happy life. The sun shines into the store through the glass door, and the dust particles dance. Huang Tao, who is busy in the kitchen, can't help but smile when he hears Xuan's laughter echoing in the store. Time is silent, and the years are quiet. I hope this beauty can continue forever. Not hurried or slow. Not hurried or busy. Chapter 491. The future daughter-in-law is about to fly away. Ding-ling-ling. The door of the store was gently pushed open, and the wind chimes hanging on the glass door made a series of crisp collision sounds. The windproof transparent curtain hanging at the door of the store was blown around by the wind. Song Silian and Ding Suqin at the counter couldn't help but look over curiously, seeing that it was 2 beauties coming in. Everyone felt that they looked very familiar, but they didn't recognize each other for a while. I thought they were customers coming in to eat. By the way, isn't it a bit early? It's not even 3 o'clock yet. Even the neighbors haven't come to line up yet. Song Silian, who was helping Ding Suqin, saw them and apologized politely. Excuse me, both of you. Our store's dinner market doesn't start until 5 o'clock. Why don't you go somewhere else first and then come back? Yiwen, Lu Menglan. It's only been 1 night, and you don't recognize them? Isn't this a bit forgetful? It's no wonder that Song Silian didn't recognize them. Both of them had their hair done, from long black straight hair to big wavy curls. And they also changed into beautiful clothes and put on exquisite makeup. They transformed from pure beauties to fashionable beauties. They were completely different from yesterday's image. So Song Salian and the others couldn't tell who was coming. Yiwen's mouth curled up into an awkward but polite smile. Auntie. It's me. Who are you? Song Salian looked left and right, up and down. And it turned out that this girl was Teacher Yi. Oh. It's you. Teacher Yi. She was a little surprised. And then she smiled all of a sudden. You changed your clothes and hairstyle. I didn't recognize you at first. Yiwen. Just a suit and curly hair. Is there such a big change? Huang Tao, who heard the conversation, raised his head and looked at Yiwen through the kitchen baffle glass. And his eyes couldn't help but light up. Yiwen today does seem to be a little different. The suit skirt is very beautiful, which makes her dignified and mature, yet sexy. She seems to have put on makeup, which makes her already good facial features more delicate. At this moment, Yiwen just turned her head, and their eyes met. Huang Tao smiled and nodded to greet her. Yiwen smiled slightly, like a magnolia blooming in winter. Her eyes were full of shyness before she spoke. And then she reached out to lift the broken hair on her forehead. Her face was a little hot. Song Salian followed Yiwen's gaze, and unconsciously raised a faint smile at the corner of her lips. As a person who has experienced it, she naturally got why Yiwen dressed up so carefully today. It must be for Xiao Tao. This is enough to show that Yiwen really likes her Xiao Tao. To be honest, she likes Yiwen, and is happy to have her as her daughter-in-law. But her son only has a little affection for Yiwen, not love. In addition, he thinks too much and is unwilling to take the initiative to get to know her. She can't force it. Originally, she thought that the future daughter-in-law was going to fly away. But now seeing the change in Yiwen, she knows that this girl is ready to take the initiative. This is great. It is said that a girl chasing a boy is like a veil. As long as Teacher Yi swings the hoe deeply, plus she and Xian's god assists, she will definitely be able to pry Xiao Tao's steel plate. Thinking like this, her beautiful wish that was strangled in the cradle by Huang Tao was rekindled. Ding Suqin, who was standing by, looked at Yiwen's outfit and thought it was very beautiful. She couldn't help but praise, Teacher Yi. You look so beautiful today. What brand is this skirt? The design is so beautiful. Song Salian echoed, it's mainly because Teacher Yi is beautiful. So she looks good in anything she wears. Yiwen was a little embarrassed by the praise, and her face was a little red. Auntie. You are too kind. Auntie is not too kind. I am telling the truth. Song Salian was very happy and hurriedly greeted, Teacher Yi. Don't stand. Sit down. Sit down. This is Xiao Ming. Come and sit together. Thank you. Auntie. Yiwen and Lu Minglin thanked her at the same time and followed Song Salian. When seeing Huangita, Yiwen also greeted him politely, which made Huangita so happy that he went to serve tea. Yiwen and Lu Minglin sat down next to Xian and greeted her with a smile. Xian. The little girl was lying on her own table, drawing and painting. She was too absorbed in it and didn't see them for a while, and ignored their greetings. They didn't continue to disturb her. They watched her drawing quietly. It looked like a greeting card. When she was in school, she taught the children how to make greeting cards. Although Xian had not been learning handicraft for a long time and didn't master many techniques, under her guidance, she was able to complete the production of greeting cards independently. And she also added some of her own ideas. This is great. Just drawing a simple picture is actually very easy. Practice a few times, and you will become proficient. But connecting various elements to make a complete greeting card is another matter. Although Xuan's work is not delicate enough now, she is obviously working towards this direction. Yiwen is very interesting. The result? She seemed to notice that someone was looking at her work, and immediately pressed the greeting card with both hands, turned her head, and pouted at Yiwen. She looked like an unhappy baby. The next moment, her eyes opened wide, and her face was full of surprise. Yi? Teacher Yi? Xian, who recognized her, shouted happily. Yiwen nodded, reached out and touched Xian's face, and smiled gently. Why? You don't want to show it to the teacher? I haven't finished it yet, she said with a smile. You can only show it to the teacher when it's done. It won't look good if it's not done. Okay. Yiwen compromised. Then wait until you're done. Then show it to the teacher. In order to express her sincerity, She leaned back on the back of the chair, and then closed her eyes. The teacher won't watch it anymore. Finally, she touched Lu Minglin with her elbow, indicating that she would do the same. Okay. I won't watch it either. Lu Minglin did it obediently. Xian stared at Yiwen and Lu Minglin for a moment with concern, and made sure that neither of them had peeked. And then she happily continued to make it with confidence. After a long time, when Yiwen and Lu Minglin almost fell asleep, they heard Xuan's voice, Teacher Yi. Aunt Minglin. I'm fine. You can open your eyes now. I'm ready. Yiwen and the others opened their eyes. They saw Xian turn sideways to face them, holding the card she had just finished in both hands. Wow! Yiwen praised generously. It's so beautiful. She stretched out her hands and smiled. Come. Let the teacher take a good look. Xian nodded and handed the card in her hand to her. Teacher Yi. Take a look. Well, it's really well done. She praised again. The drawing is good. The painting is beautiful. And hey, there's even a cake. Whose birthday is this? Shu. Xian stretched out a finger and put it in the middle of her mouth, signaling her to speak softly. Yiwen asked curiously, What's the matter? Xian leaned over to her ear and whispered, Teacher Yi. I'll tell you quietly. It's Dad's birthday. This card is the birthday gift I prepared for Dad. Dad doesn't know now. Don't tell Dad. Keep it a secret for me. Ah! Wang Tao's birthday. Yiwen's eyes lit up, and she smiled and asked, Xian. When is your father's birthday? This question is not difficult for Xian at all. She said without thinking, the 6th day of December. After today, it should be Dad's birthday in 3 days. Yiwen silently remembered it in her heart, thinking that she should prepare a gift for Huang Tao. But what should she give? She had never given a gift to a boy before, so she was worried and looked at her best friend for help. But she saw that her best friend's face was very ugly. Chapter 492. It seems that it is too late. Lu Minglin, who was about to lean over to listen to Xian and Yiwen's whispers, suddenly felt a piercing pain in her lower abdomen. Ah! Something seems to be wrong. She subconsciously calculated the date in her heart. That's right. Today is the day when her relatives come to visit. Oh my God! How could she forget such an important day? She felt a headache when she was sure that Annie would visit, who made her forget the date and not prepare at all. Besides, every time Andy came, she felt very painful. Sometimes, if it was serious, she had to take painkillers to relieve the pain. I have to drive a short distance back at night. I don't know if it will affect driving. If I can't drive back due to physical reasons, I can only ask for leave tomorrow. Just feeling depressed. The next second, she felt a warm current circling her lower abdomen, and then flowing down. Her body couldn't help but curl up. Oh my God! It hurt so much. Mingli, Yiwen, who wanted Lu Mingli to help her out, turned her head and saw that her bestie didn't look very good. She looked a little pale. Her eyes were a little blurry, and her body was slightly bent as if she was sick. This sudden situation made her a little confused, and even more anxious. She couldn't help but ask anxiously, Mingli, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so ugly all of a sudden? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Xian, who was standing by, heard this and turned to Lu Minglin. Seeing that she looked unhappy, she asked with concern, Aunt Minglin, are you okay? Shu. Lu Minglin covered her stomach, shook her hands, and said to them with an awkward but polite smile, I'm fine. It's my period. It's very uncomfortable. Right? Yiwen vaguely remembered that once, when her best friend's relative came, she cried in pain. Xian, who didn't know anything, thought that Lu Mingli's period meant that her real relative's aunt had come. It's just, I should be happy when my period comes. Right? But why does Aunt Minglin look so uncomfortable? Xian couldn't help but have many big question marks in her little head. She looked left and right, at the store entrance, and outside the store. She didn't see anyone who looked like her aunt. So she asked curiously, Hey, Aunt Minglin, where is your aunt? Why can't I see her? When this was said, Yiwen and Lu Minglin were instantly amused. Xian? She already felt that what she said was probably inappropriate, but she thought that everyone was laughing, so it should be a happy topic. So she also laughed along. Ouch. When Lu Minglin laughed, there was also a surge of blood below, which made her miserable, and her face turned painful again in an instant. Xiaowen, Please buy that for me. I don't have it prepared. And please buy me a pair of clean pants. Okay. Then drink some hot water first and wait for me. I'll be back soon. Yuan poured a cup of hot water for Li Minglin, then got up and prepared to go to the convenience store next door to buy her a pack of sanitary napkins, buy her some brown sugar ginger tea, and then go nearby to look for pants that fit her. Seeing Yuan rushing towards the store entrance, Song Salian called her in confusion, "Teacher Yi, where are you going in such a hurry?" Yuan stopped and politely replied, "Auntie, my friend is feeling a little uncomfortable. I'm going to buy something for her." Song Salian asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is she feeling uncomfortable?" That. Seeing that Yuan hesitated and looked embarrassed to speak, she looked at the exclusive dining table and saw Lu Minglin looking pale, curled up on the dining table with her hands covering her stomach. She understood immediately. She said caringly, "Then you go. I'll get her some brown sugar water." Yuan was stunned for a moment. Huh? Without her saying it clearly, the auntie immediately got what she was thinking and offered to pour brown sugar water for her daughter to relieve her dysmenorrhea. This is so considerate and caring. She thinks it's great to have such a kind and amiable mother-in-law. That's right. I don't know if she has this chance. She has no experience in love, so she is still a little scared and not confident that she can chase Huang Tao. According to her observation, there are more girls who like Huang Tao than just her, and she is not the most outstanding one. But she still wants to try hard. After all, you still have to have dreams. What if you succeed? She smiled and thank you. Auntie! Ding Suqin on the side also understood and whispered, "I have a pair of pants that I haven't worn here. If she doesn't mind, she can wear mine first." "Okay. Thank you. I'll take it to her later." Yuan thanked him again, then ran to Jiang Guo's convenience store, rushed into the women's products area, squatted on the ground and started to choose. Daily use, night use, pure cotton, delicate, 190 millimeters, 240 millimeters, 340 mm. Yuan was looking for products suitable for Lu Minglin. And then she realized that she had forgotten to ask her favorite brand. Otherwise, she would have found the target to buy accurately. Now, she could only choose a few Girl Series products according to her bestie's previous preferences. She went to the daily necessities area to choose a pair of women's underwear and a warm baby, and chose a box of brown sugar ginger tea in the beverage area, and ran to the snack area to buy some snacks for Xian. After all the choices were made, she went directly to the cashier and joined the long line. It must be said that although this convenience store is small in scale, its business is very good, and these customers seem to be old customers of Zinhachi. Got it. The reason why this convenience store is doing so well is that it is driven by Zinhachi. It drives more than just this convenience store. This whole street. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. He is indeed the man she has chosen. And he has driven the prosperity of the whole street with his own efforts. After paying, she walked back with her shopping bag. There were not many people in other restaurants, but the door of Zinhachi was already full of customers who came to eat dinner. Many of them were old customers. They were fully equipped as always, with their own stools, and those neighbors also brought their own card tables and chess tables. Now they all stood up and started playing. Seeing Yuan walking straight into the store, the neighbors couldn't help but talk about it. "Who is this girl? She's so pretty. I heard she's Xuan's teacher. Yesterday at noon, it was Mr. and Mrs. Huang who welcomed her into the store. You don't know? Mr. and Mrs. Huang's mouths were grinning from ear to ear, with the kind of parents-in-law meet their daughter-in-law. The more they meet, the happier they are. I think Teacher Yi and Mr. Huang have a special relationship. Oh, if they are together, then my niece has no chance. Right? I was thinking of introducing my niece to Mr. Huang. Oh, it seems that I'm still late. I think Teacher Yi and Mr. Huang are a good match. If she marries Mr. Huang, she will definitely be very happy." Yuan was sharp-eared when she heard the neighbors teasing. Her pretty face blushed a little, but she didn't refute it, and walked straight into the store. Chapter 493, You Want to Blow on Me? This is brown sugar water. It will make you feel better after drinking it. Song Salian brought a cup of brown sugar tea to Lu Minglin and whispered, "Brown sugar water?" Lu Minglin was stunned for a moment. How come Huang Ma seems to know that she has her period? However, when she thought of the scene where her best friend was talking to Song Salian at the door of the store, she immediately guessed who the leaker was. Yuan too Faced with Song Salyan's kindness, she whispered thank you. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It is her blessing for her best friend to have such a kind, considerate future mother-in-law. Andy! She picked up the cup of brown sugar water on the table, blew it gently, and drank it in one gulp. Xian saw that she was drinking too fast and said kindly, slow down. Be careful not to choke. It's okay. Andy won't choke. After drinking the brown sugar water, she felt a little better. But this comfort was only short-lived. After a while, she suddenly felt a cramp in her lower abdomen. At the beginning, she could still bear it. But the more she drank, the more she felt the cramps. This is going to hurt me to death. Lu Minglin held the table, her hands trembling a little. Song Salyan saw that she was sweating on her forehead and asked with concern, Mingli, are you still feeling bad? Auntie, I'm fine. She said she was fine. But her body honestly covered her stomach and put her face on the table, trying to take a break. Xian also put her face on the table, with a concerned look in her eyes. Auntie, you have a stomachache, right? How about Xian blow it for you? My dad said that when it hurts, blowing it will stop it. She actually wants to blow me. This little guy is so cute, so considerate. No wonder Yuan wants to be someone's stepmother. Who wouldn't love her for her considerateness and cuteness? Before she could reply, Xian changed her posture, half knelt on the chair with her long legs and pantyhose, and pouted her head under Lu Minglin's armpits. She puffed her cheeks and pouted her mouth, turned her face to Lu Minglin's belly, and blew hard. Huh? A warm and humid wind blew through the gap of the sweater and fell on her belly. Lu Minglin wanted to refuse Xian's kindness and ask her to stop. But when she saw her puffing her cheeks and pouted her mouth, blowing the air seriously, she couldn't bear to refuse. After blowing for a while, Xian looked up at Lu Minglin, blinking her beautiful eyes and asking expectantly, Aunt Minglin, how is it? Doesn't it hurt? Lu Minglin didn't speak, but nodded her head, because she was afraid that she would laugh uncontrollably when she opened her mouth. Then, the following will be in trouble. Seeing that it worked, Xian returned to Lu Minglin's belly and continued to blow, hoping to relieve her pain. What a pity. Xuan's magic of blowing without pain had no effect at all. Lu Minglin's pretty face was still pale, and the objects in front of her were almost doubled in pain. She lay on the table and buried her face in her elbows, trying to endure the pain. Xian was stunned. Huh? Why does it feel like Aunt Minglin is getting more and more uncomfortable? Is it that blowing without pain is not effective? Xian was at a loss for a moment, not knowing what to do next. Fortunately, her grandmother gave her advice, asking her to stop bragging and just sit aside and quietly accompany Aunt Minglin. Xian nodded obediently. Seeing Lu Minglin's discomfort, Song Salyan suddenly remembered ginger juice and walnut eggs. In the past, walnut eggs were considered a top-notch tonic in ordinary people's homes. Only women in confinement or people with weak bodies who needed to be supplemented could eat them. Adding some rice wine to it during the confinement period can replenish blood, replenish qi and promote blood circulation. Ginger contains ginger oil ketone, gingerol, protein, polysaccharide, vitamins, and a variety of trace elements, which combines nutrition, seasoning, and health care. It has health functions such as removing cold, removing dampness, warming the stomach, and accelerating blood circulation. But now, not only during the confinement period, girls can also eat it at ordinary times. It has the effect of warming the uterus, replenishing blood, and promoting blood circulation. It is also very suitable for girls to eat when they have menstrual stomach pain. Thinking back to when she was young, whenever she had menstrual cramps, her mother would not only make her brown sugar water, but also cook her a small bowl of ginger juice and walnut egg to nourish her. After eating it, the menstrual cramps were indeed relieved a little. Thinking of this, she went straight to the kitchen. She wanted Huang Tao to prepare a ginger juice and walnut egg. Huang Tao, who got the instructions out of the blue, was a little confused and asked subconsciously, Mom, why did you suddenly think of eating ginger juice and walnut egg? It's not for me. It's for Yuan's friend. She's not feeling well. Song Salyan urged, just do it quickly if I ask you to do it. Don't ask about women's affairs. Huang Tao probably guessed something, so he didn't continue to ask, and nodded and said, okay, I'll arrange it now. After that, he started to work. At this time, Yuan came to Lu Minglin's dining table with the things she needed. Seeing that she was lying on the table uncomfortably, she squatted down and asked softly, "Mingli, shall I accompany you to the bathroom? Can you still walk?" Lu Minglin nodded while enduring the pain. "Then I'll help you." Yuan stretched out her hand to help. "Teacher Yi, I'll help you." Although Xian was small, she was very kind-hearted. She stretched out her chubby little hand and wanted to help. Yuan smiled and declined. "Xian, the teacher can do it alone. You sit down. There are snacks in the bag. You can eat them." "Thank you, Teacher Yi." Xian nodded and thanked her, and sat back in her seat obediently. Yuan helped Lu Minglin to the bathroom, handed her the things, and waited obediently outside the door. After Lu Minglin finished everything and opened the door, she helped her back. As soon as they sat down, Huang Tao and Song Xiaolian brought 3 bowls of ginger walnut eggs and placed them in front of their table. Yuan was surprised. "What is this?" Xian answered first. "Teacher Yi, Aunt Minglin, this is ginger walnut eggs. I told you that my dad's ginger walnut eggs are delicious. Come and eat them." Huang Tao responded implicitly, "Yes. Eat them while they are hot. It warms your stomach." Yuan, who knew about the effects of ginger walnut eggs, immediately realized that this ginger walnut egg must have been cooked by Song Xiaolian to relieve Lu Minglin's dysmenorrhea. What she didn't expect was, she actually had a share. It seems that she still has a place in Huang Tao's heart. Thinking of this, her face flushed, and she felt that the ginger walnut egg in her mouth was particularly sweet. In fact, Huang Tao simply thought that Xian would be very greedy if she watched Lu Minglin eat ginger walnut egg. In order to prevent Xian from being greedy, he made a small portion, and Yuan's portion was also a byproduct. Lu Minglin, who was holding up her upper body, scooped up a spoonful of ginger walnut egg and put it into her mouth. The egg liquid and ginger juice melted in her mouth after solidification. The ginger juice had a fresh fragrance. Although it had a spicy taste, it was particularly delicious when mixed with brown sugar. The walnut kernels inside tasted delicious. One bite into the stomach, the warmth rose from the stomach all of a sudden, dispelling the cold, replenishing the spleen and stomach, warming the uterus, and the whole person slowly recovered. Although it was still a little uncomfortable, at least the lower abdomen didn't hurt so much. I felt like I was alive in an instant. Chapter 494. Do you want to charge a separate packing fee? Boss, what should we do with the ginger residue after squeezing the juice? Throw it all away. In the kitchen, Lin Zifeng looked at the ginger residue from the food processor and wanted to throw it directly into the trash can. But when he thought that the whole ginger was a treasure, maybe the ginger residue would be useful to his boss. So he smiled and asked Huang Tao for advice. Don't throw away the ginger residue. Keep it for now. Huang Tao thought for a while and said, I'll make some ginger residue egg pancakes later. Just treat it as a snack tonight. Okay? This ginger residue egg pancake is called ginger residue egg for short. The magic of ginger residue egg lies in the ginger residue. When my wife was in confinement, she ate all kinds of food containing ginger the most. Brown sugar ginger tea, ginger soup noodles, ginger fried rice, ginger residue eggs, etc. Confinement foods have become the most common delicacies in the family. When relatives, friends, and colleagues came to visit, my mother prepared seafood ginger soup noodles and ginger dregs eggs for them to eat. When the seafood ginger soup noodles with mantis shrimp and half a blue crab were served, a ginger dregs egg was added to the hill-like ginger soup noodle bowl. The golden yellow piece made people feel full of charm and immediately stretched out their chopsticks to take a bite. It tasted great. The guests also enjoyed it. As for the method of making ginger dregs eggs, it is actually very simple. Just beat a dozen local eggs into the ginger dregs. The amount of eggs depends on the amount of ginger dregs. Add seasonings and tart into yellow ginger cakes. After cooling, put it flat on the chopping board and cut it piece by piece. What a pity! His skill in making ginger soup noodles is still not good, and the ingredients are not prepared. Otherwise it would be a good choice to eat ginger soup noodles tonight. However, eating this ginger dregs egg as a snack also has a unique flavor. Of course, this ginger dregs egg is also very controversial. Those who love it, and those who dislike it also dislike it. Although Lin Zifeng is not particularly fond of this ginger dregs egg, he always feels that the ginger dregs affect the taste a little. But he can't resist the temptation of the boss cooking ginger dregs egg himself. He nodded and agreed. Okay. I have no problem at all. Su Hao and Jiang Chao also nodded hurriedly to express their agreement. Anyway, as long as the dishes are made by the boss, they must be delicious. And they can't think of any reason to refuse. Boss, this ginger dregs is a bit too much. Even if we make ginger dregs eggs tonight, we won't need so much. Right? If they all become ginger dregs eggs, we won't be able to finish them tonight. Lin Zifeng looked at the processed ginger dregs, which were a bit much, and couldn't help but express his doubts to Huang Tao. It's really a lot. Huang Tao touched his chin, thought for a while, and said, how about this? Give each customer who buys yellow croaker noodles tonight a ginger egg. If the ginger egg absorbs enough of the yellow croaker noodles, it will taste better. Let's give it to customers who buy yellow croaker noodles. Okay. Lin Zifeng and the others nodded. We remember it. Oh, by the way, boss, how much is this ginger walnut egg? Li Qingzhan asked. 22 yuan a bowl. Huang Tao thought for a while and said, if a customer needs to take it away, an additional 3 yuan for the takeaway fee will be charged. Ah? You have to charge an additional takeaway fee? You charge 3 yuan for one takeaway? Isn't the packaging fee a bit too much? Li Qingzhan and his friends were a little puzzled as to why their boss suddenly had this idea. After all, the store has never charged customers for packaging. They were afraid that some customers would not be able to accept this sudden move. Huang Tao saw their doubts and smiled to answer them. Other dishes will not be charged for packaging. But this ginger walnut egg needs extra money. After all, our ginger walnut egg is directly stewed in an enamel bowl, and it cannot be repacked in a packaging box. Customers need to pack it together with the enamel bowl. So we have to charge an additional packaging fee, which is equivalent to the customer buying an extra bowl. I see. It is indeed impossible to repack it in a packaging box. Otherwise it will be completely scattered. They believe that as long as the situation is explained to the customer will understand. Qingzhan, go and tell your sister Suqin to enter the price of ginger walnut egg later, and also enter the packaging fee. If customers have any questions, just answer politely, Huang Tao said. Then, as usual, he posted a photo of the tempting ginger walnut egg on Weibo for promotion. Super delicious Jinchi restaurant. In the Jiangnan winter where people rely on righteousness to keep warm, eating a bowl of hot snacks is the minimum respect for winter. Tonight, our store will serve you a dessert snack, which is what everyone is looking forward to. Ginger walnut egg. It is said that eating a bowl can warm you up throughout the winter. The quantity is limited, so hurry up if you want to buy. In addition, customers who buy yellow croaker noodles tonight will receive a free ginger egg. Picture IPG. The white enamel bowl in the picture is almost overflowing with ginger walnut egg. The thick layer of brown sugar on the top has been baked into a caramel color. You can vaguely see that the steamed egg is full of walnuts under the syrup. You can also see the curling hot steam, which is very tempting just by looking at it. Netizens are relatively idle during this period. The Weibo about ginger walnut egg was just posted not long ago, and soon there were many comments. I live like a queen without you, wow. Boss YYDS. It's really delicious. Restaurant YYDS. I heard about the new ginger walnut egg at noon, and it was released in the evening. This ginger walnut egg is my favorite dessert since I was a child. I won't say more. I'll go first to show my respect. Desire bewitches people asterisk, woo woo woo. I finally waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. This bowl of ginger walnut egg tastes good at first glance. It can be seen that it is stewed in the way of Xianren Shao. The boss's cooking is really authentic. I rushed to it in the evening. Look up and smile. As bright as a sunflower, I am smart and have been on the way for a long time. Hee ginger walnut egg. Here I come. Slap your hypocritical heart to death with a slap, ah. Finally waited for the official announcement of ginger walnut egg. I also love ginger walnut egg very much. I regretted saying that it was really delicious before. The restaurant only had food and drinks, but no desserts. I didn't expect to wait for the dessert ginger walnut egg so soon. It's so happy. It happens that it's a holiday today. I'm already on the way. I hope I can have a share. The sadness that no one can understand. So, is it time to compete with hand speed again in the evening? Poor US who are forced to come to the company to work overtime and can't catch a bite of hot food. Sigh. Ho hui, am I the only one who found out that buying yellow croaker noodles gives away ginger egg? Based on this wave of benefits, I decided to eat yellow croaker noodles tonight. But I also want to eat ginger walnut egg and coconut milk bobo smoothie. But unfortunately my stomach won't allow it. What should I do? I hate myself for not having two stomachs. Meow, the upstairs person. Only children make choices. Adults of course want them all. You can finish the yellow croaker noodles and coconut milk bobo smoothie in the store. As for the ginger walnut egg, you can take it home. It is also a good choice to eat it as a midnight snack. Is proportional to half a smile. The beauty at that time, it's really delicious. The restaurant is so productive. When I saw the new food pictures of ginger walnut egg, I was ready again. Seeing that buying yellow croaker noodles will give away ginger eggs, I announced that all kinds of braised rice will be temporarily put in the cold palace. Yellow croaker noodles and ginger walnut eggs will become my new favorite concubines. Hee hee. My beloved concubines. I'm here to mess with them. Netizens are more enthusiastic than one another. Those customers who originally didn't plan to buy yellow croaker noodles, after seeing this wave of benefits, secretly decided to choose yellow croaker noodles as the main course later. Of course, ginger walnut egg is also a must. Chapter 495. This system seems to be not serious. At about 4:30 in the afternoon, Huang Tao finished his work and called Su Hao and the others to eat first. He stayed in the kitchen and tinkered with his ginger dregs eggs. Crack 12 eggs into a bowl. Add appropriate amount of salt, cooking oil, cooking wine, and stir into egg liquid. Take some ginger dregs, put them into the egg liquid, and stir evenly until bubbles appear. The ratio of eggs to ginger dregs can be adjusted flexibly. If you like more ginger dregs, put less eggs, which can act as a binder to gather the loose ginger dregs together. If you like a softer taste, the proportion of eggs can be increased appropriately. He likes the latter, so he puts more eggs. Although the method of ginger dregs eggs is very simple. It only requires eggs and ginger dregs, salt, cooking wine, and oil. As for whether to put chopped green onions, it depends on personal preference. The method is extremely simple, which also means that it takes 12 points of skill to be excellent. Wait for the preliminary preparations. Turn on the fire and heat the pot. He did not use lard. Scrambled eggs with lard are very fragrant, but a little more greasy than soybean oil. And lard is solid after solidification. Even though Huang Tao is very experienced in cooking, it is inevitable that he cannot control the amount without a systematic support. After the pot is hot, pour in cooking oil. A layer of light hot air drifts up along the edge of the pot. At this time, pour the mixture of ginger residue and eggs into the pot. Sizzle. As soon as it enters the pot, Huang Tao holds the handle of the pot tightly with his left hand, gently turns the pot, and swings the spatula with his right hand to spread the mixture of ginger residue and eggs in the pot into a round pancake. At this time, his movements are smooth and not fancy at all, and no movement is redundant. The serious expression and textbook-like movements made Yuan, who came to call Huang Tao on Song Xiaoyan's orders, fascinated. Serious men are the most attractive. This is indeed true. Huang Tao saw that this side had been fried to golden yellow. He grabbed the handle of the pan again, and his upper arm led his lower arm to exert force. The large egg pancake in the pan flew up like an Indian flying pancake, and then fell back into the pan steadily. The shape of the egg pancake did not deform at all, and was intact. It must be said that his skill in flipping the pan has improved again. Yuan unconsciously opened her red lips slightly. This was the first time she saw Huang Tao flipping the pan. Moreover, it was so beautiful. After about 2 times, the egg pancake jumping in the air had changed from light gold to golden yellow. This change was like magic. She watched quietly, as if she was appreciating the birth of a work of art. After the last flip of the pan, the fried golden ginger dregs egg pancake fell into the pan, still intact. This flipping technique is really great. When Huang Tao turned off the fire and put the ginger dregs egg pancake into the plate and pushed it to one side, the spotlight on the ceiling happened to shine down. At this position and angle, Yuan seemed to see that this plate of ginger dregs egg shone with golden light. Huang Tao reached out for a knife and cut the ginger dregs egg pancake diagonally into 8 pieces, each of which was a triangle of the same size, with some chopped green onions. It was like a blooming flower. Just looking at the appearance, it makes people greedy. Just at this moment, in Huang Tao's mind, the cold prompt of the system suddenly sounded. The host successfully made ginger dregs eggs, completed the hidden task independent research and development, and obtained a perfect level meal upgrade card. Do you want to use the perfect level meal upgrade card for ginger dregs eggs? Ah! Another perfect level meal upgrade card? Wang Tao, who had already experienced it, was not very surprised by this reward. But just a little bit of surprise. He didn't expect that he would follow his mother's way of making ginger dregs eggs, and cook them in the same way. And he would complete the hidden task again, without any preparation, and get a perfect level meal upgrade card. It really fits the saying, planting flowers with care, but they don't bloom. Planting willows by accident, but they grow into shade. Upgrade. Since there is an opportunity to make ginger dregs eggs reach the perfect level, Wang Tao naturally has no reason to refuse. And he chose upgrade without hesitation. A golden light flashed in his mind. Immediately afterwards, the cold prompt sound of the system sounded in his mind again. Congratulations to the host for using the perfect level meal upgrade card to successfully upgrade the qualified ginger dregs eggs to perfect ginger dregs eggs. Very soon, Wang Tao's mind was flooded with the making and experience of ginger dregs eggs. And even the qualified ginger dregs eggs that had just come out of the oven flashed with golden light, and instantly transformed into perfect ginger dregs eggs. Yiwen, who was watching from the side, didn't see anything suspicious at all, and thought that the light was too glaring and dazzled her. After Wang Tao made another batch, he realized that Yiwen was standing outside the kitchen. He smiled awkwardly but politely and asked, "Teacher Yi, is there anything?" "Oh, it was my aunt who asked me to come and call you to dinner." She smiled shyly, and stretched out her hand to lift the scattered hair on her forehead a little embarrassedly. Originally, Yiwen planned to wait until the business hours were up before ordering. But she couldn't resist the invitation of Wang Tao's parents and Xian. So she nodded and agreed to share dinner together in advance. Okay. She admitted that this was exactly what she expected. She also vaguely felt that Wang Tao's parents liked her very much. And asking her to come and call Wang Tao for dinner was undoubtedly to create some opportunities for them to be alone together. She also wanted to seize this opportunity. So she didn't act coy and agreed directly. Okay. I know. I'll go over there. Wang Tao nodded, picked up 2 plates of ginger dregs and eggs beside him, and walked out of the kitchen. Yiwen smiled and greeted him. Smiling gently, "Can I help you get it?" How could he let the guests carry the dishes? No. I can do it myself. He smiled and declined her kindness. She smiled gently and thanked him. Wang Tao. Thank you just now. Ah? Wang Tao was a little surprised and confused by her sudden change of address and sudden gratitude. But thinking about his past, he let Yiwen call him Wang Tao or Xian's dad. So he didn't bother about the change of address, but just asked in confusion, "Thank me so suddenly?" Yiwen winked at him playfully. "My best friend ate the ginger and walnut eggs you made, and her health has improved a lot. Naturally, I should thank you on her behalf." Wang Tao smiled and said, "Teacher Yi, you are polite." "Oh, this address is too formal." Yiwen pursed her lips and plucked up the courage to say, "We are all friends. In fact, you don't have to call me Teacher Yi all the time in private. You can call me Yiwen or Xiaowen." Ah? Wang Tao was a little surprised. But he was also very sure that Teacher Yi really had a good impression of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made this request. Although he had some feelings for Yiwen, he didn't want to try to develop a relationship with her at the moment. He was afraid that if he changed his name, the other party would misunderstand him. But he was also afraid that if he said no directly, it would embarrass the other party. After weighing the pros and cons, he smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll call you Yiwen in private. This name is not as intimate as Xiaowen." Yiwen felt a little disappointed, but she felt it was okay. At least there was a little change. The two of them were talking and laughing, and Song Xialian smiled unconsciously. In the eyes of the employees, a romantic drama suddenly burst out in their minds. During the conversation, the two came to the dining table, and Wang Tao put all the ginger dregs and eggs on the table, and said with a smile, "Come on, let's try the taste of this ginger dregs and eggs." Everyone started to taste it. The ginger dregs and eggs were so delicious that they didn't even think about the ending of the romantic drama anymore. What kind of romantic drama? How can it be as delicious as ginger dregs eggs? At this time, the cold prompt sound of the system sounded in Wang Tao's mind again. Ding! New task has been released. Please check it. Ah? A new task? With a moment of restless curiosity, Wang Tao clicked on the upper right corner of the system interface, and saw a pattern with red dots on the envelope. Task: kill 1,000 people. Kill 1,000 people, as the future chef who controls the food. Your goal is to let more customers experience the ultimate deliciousness of Ginger Dregs eggs. Please use Ginger Dregs eggs to attract 1,000 customers and get their unanimous praise. Reward, a random reward recipe. Oh my god. What the hell is this 1,000 people? This system doesn't seem to be serious. Chapter 496. I have the intention but not the courage. Xian stuffed ginger egg in her mouth and turned into a cute little hamster, mumbling twice. It's so delicious. One bite into her stomach, and her whole body is warm. And this level of spiciness is a piece of cake for her. Then, before she finished eating, the little guy took another bite, and the delicious and spicy ginger egg seemed to make her stomach bloom in her mouth. She mixed some rice and her mouth was still a little spicy. She couldn't help but pick up the coconut milk bobo with smoothie on the side and gulp down a few mouthfuls. Ah! It feels so good. Delicious. The ginger egg made by Dad is so delicious. And the coconut milk bobo with smoothie is also delicious. Xian shouted with curved eyebrows and a bulging mouth. Seeing that Huang Tao didn't react and didn't move his chopsticks, her beautiful big eyes rolled around. Then she picked up a piece of ginger egg, blew it, and held it in front of Huang Tao. Dad, I'll feed you. Of course. Delicious things should be shared with Dad. Hearing his daughter's cry, Huang Tao came to his senses. His heart was slightly warm, and he opened his mouth with a smile and ate the ginger egg. Since the ginger juice has been squeezed out, the spiciness of the ginger has become mild, but the fragrance has not diminished at all. So the ginger egg is slightly spicy and fragrant to him. The spiciness spreads on the tongue, and it is still very mild. The soft and tender egg is wrapped in a bit of spicy ginger, and the taste is very good. Sure enough, it's different with the system blessing. This simple ginger egg is like a cheat. No matter the taste, it is many times better than any ginger egg he has made before. As expected, the perfect level is extraordinary. Xian saw her father finished eating, and fluttered her long eyelashes, and asked with curved eyebrows, Dad, is it delicious? Huang Tao nodded vigorously. Not only is it delicious, but it is also a little sweet. After all, this is what his daughter fed him personally. Dad, then you eat more. You have worked hard. Xian picked up another small piece of ginger egg and put it in Huang Tao's bowl, and then picked up another piece for herself and started eating. Huang Tao was afraid that she would eat too much and get angry easily, so he wanted to stop her from eating less. But seeing that she was eating happily, he didn't want to spoil her fun. Forget it. Eat as much as you like. At worst, buy some honeysuckle tea for her to drink later to let her get rid of the heat. Yuan looked at the interaction between the father and daughter, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. This warm feeling seemed like clouds and smoke, lingering in her heart. To be honest, she envied Xian for being able to feed Huang Tao herself. Okay. She admitted that she also wanted to feed Huang Tao herself. But she had the desire, but not the courage. She could only envy and think silently in her heart. Teacher Yi, you eat too. Xian saw Yuan looking at her, and she saw a trace of desire in Yuan's eyes, and thought that Yuan also wanted to have the same treatment. So, she stretched out her chopsticks and ordered a small piece of ginger egg for Yuan, and put it in her bowl. Thank you. Yuan took the wet wipes to wipe the grease on the corners of her mouth, and also helped her pick up vegetables, pick fish bones, and peel shrimps. She had just peeled 2 prawns, put one of the prawns in Xuan's bowl, and mustered up the courage to put the other prawn in Huang Tao's bowl, and said with a blushing face, "This shrimp is very delicious. You try it too." Huang Tao smiled and said, "Thank you. I'll be polite then." During the meal, none of the employees said much. In addition to the food on the table, their attention was also on Xian and Yuan. They occasionally looked at Huang Tao with meaningful eyes. Song Silian and her husband smiled even more deeply. Their mouths almost stretched to their ears. Huang Tao felt very amused, but he couldn't say anything. He had to pretend to ignore it, and looked at Lin Qiyu opposite him. Seeing that he only ate other dishes, and didn't touch the ginger dregs egg at all, he smiled and said, "Qiyu, how about you try this ginger dregs egg? I deliberately put less ginger dregs. Although it still tastes a bit spicy and sticky, it's actually acceptable. Try it." "Okay. Then I'll try it." Lin Qiyu was not interested in the ginger dregs egg. "When I was in school, I went to a restaurant called Zenrongji with my parents and had the signature dish of the restaurant. ginger dregs and eggs. But I stopped tasting it after one bite. I really couldn't accept the rough and throat-cutting ginger dregs in the ginger dregs and eggs. He once doubted how someone in the world could invent such a bad dish. Even if you feed the ginger dregs to pigs, they might not eat them. From then on, I never touched this dish again. But just now, I saw my colleagues eating happily and shouting that it was delicious. The plate of ginger dregs and eggs was golden and beautiful. So I was eager to try it, but was hesitant. Hearing what the boss said, he stopped hesitating. He picked up a piece of ginger dregs and put it in the bowl, and waited until the heat dissipated a little before picking it up and tasting it. This is also a little trick for eating spicy food. Spicy things will not be so spicy when they are cooled down. The ginger dregs egg tastes spicy and salty at first, and the next second, you can taste the fresh fragrance of the egg. The egg is very smooth when you bite it lightly, and the ginger dregs are also very delicate and loose, without the spicy feeling of cutting your throat. You can swallow it in one bite, leaving only the fragrance and heat of ginger. Lin Qiyu was really amazed. I just think this ginger dregs egg is really delicious. As for the words he once said, that he would not eat it even if it was fed to pigs, he had already thrown them out of his mind. At this moment, he finally understood that it was not that the ginger dregs egg dish was not good, but that the person who cooked it was not good. TSK TSK TSK. The taste of this dish made by the boss is so amazing. After he swallowed a whole piece of ginger dregs egg, he picked up the coconut milk bobo smoothie and drank it. The icy and cool feeling instantly dissipated the spiciness in his throat, which was very refreshing. He sighed and said, "The ginger dregs eggs made by the boss are really delicious. Even if I don't like ginger dregs eggs, I still want to eat them." After dinner, Su Hao and the three assistants went to the kitchen first to prepare for the dinner market. Lin Qiyu and Li Qingzhan also went to prepare. Burp. Xian and Huang Yida leaned on the chairs, looking satisfied. Yuan and Lu Minglin were very reserved. Although they were also very full, they still maintained an elegant posture. However, Yuan would secretly glance at Huang Tao. Seeing Song Silian and the others get up to clean up, she helped to clean up with great eyesight. Song Silian refused at first, but couldn't resist the other party's enthusiasm, so she had to agree to help clean up together. "Dad, I want to eat this ginger dregs egg tomorrow." Xuan's stomach was full, but her mouth was not full. "Okay, I'll make it for you tomorrow after school." Xuan's little face was a little excited. "Thank you, Daddy. It's so great to be your daughter." Huang Tao smiled, and while feeling warm in his heart, he couldn't help but say in his heart, "Baby, I'm also very happy to be your father." Chapter 497, The Branches on the Agenda. At 5 o'clock, Jinchi Restaurant opened on time. Ding Suqing put on a hat, gloves, and an apron. When she walked to the counter, Uncle Chung came up and said with a smile, "Suqing, 2 bowls of yellow croaker noodles, and 2 servings of ginger juice walnut egg. Take it away." "Uncle Chung, if you take this ginger juice walnut egg away, you need to pay an additional 3 yuan for takeaway." Ding Suqing smiled and politely and loudly conveyed Huang Tao's new store rules to Uncle Chung, and let the customers behind know. Hearing this, Uncle Cheng's eyes showed a look of surprise, as if he had heard it wrong. "Ah? What's going on? Why do they suddenly charge an additional 3 yuan for takeaway?" If it was another store that said this to him, he would definitely be dissatisfied and not buy it directly, and then turn around and leave. But because this is Huang Tao's shop, he can't bear to leave. The customers behind him looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Speaking of which, is the packaging fee a little bit black? However, this thought only flashed through his mind. After all, everyone knows Huang Tao very well. He won't charge such an expensive packaging fee for no reason. They were just about to ask a few questions. Then they heard Ding Suqing politely explain, "The reason why we need to charge a 3 yuan package fee for ginger walnut egg is mainly because we cannot pack it separately. So we need to pack it together with the enamel bowl, which is equivalent to you spending 3 yuan to buy a bowl. So that's it." After Ding Suqing's explanation, the customers who were queuing up to order food in the store had no objection. They all accepted this new store counter and passed the news to the customers queuing behind them, so that they would be mentally prepared, so as not to ask again later and affect the work progress of the store employees. And those customers who got the news had no objection. It is worth spending 3 yuan to buy an enamel bowl. This episode is over. Most customers who ordered food chose to try something new and bought ginger walnut egg. In order to get the benefit of ginger egg, they once again like yellow croaker noodles. As for cold drinks, everyone chose coconut milk bobo smoothie because they have to go home. Some customers will buy 1 or 2 more ginger walnut egg and yellow croaker noodles to share with their families. In particular, customers and netizens who saw the wave of sentimental comments at noon will choose a few more coconut milk bobo smoothies to take home. The ginger walnut, small yellow croaker, bobo, and other ingredients prepared by the store were consumed earlier than expected. Naturally, there is no way to sell them without raw materials. Ding Suchin had no choice but to write tonight's ginger walnut egg and yellow croaker noodles. Coconut milk bobo smoothie are sold out on the notice board at the door of the store. It was just after 6 o'clock at this time. At around 7 o'clock, there was not much left of the green bean paste milk at the counter. There were still some large portions of braised rice. Every time the customers in the queue saw the newly added sold-out words on the notice board, their joyful and expectant mood was almost worn out bit by bit. Fortunately, they were still in the mood to buy braised rice. They picked the braised rice they liked, and habitually ordered a nourishing fish soup and a cup of green bean paste milk to take away. When they left, they were still thinking that they had to come early at noon tomorrow to drink the ginger walnut egg and coconut milk bobo smoothie. Officer Zhang and Good Jing came after their shift. They were the only ones on duty in the station today, and no one helped to pack the food in the restaurant. They originally thought that they would come over to have a braised pork rice to reward themselves after finishing their work. Other dishes may not be available if you arrive late, but this braised pork rice has the largest portion per meal. So as long as you arrive before 7:30, you can basically buy it. They were very busy today. They were so busy that they didn't even have time to check Weibo or WeChat. When they arrived here, they heard that the store had launched coconut milk bobo smoothie at noon, ginger juice walnut egg in the evening, and ginger residue egg for free with yellow croaker noodles. They didn't ask for ginger residue egg, but just wanted to eat a portion of the new ginger juice walnut egg, but saw the word sold out on the black notice board next to it. Although they have been connected with Zenhachi for a short time, they often come here to eat. They are not only familiar with the waiter, but also with Huang Tao. At this time, Officer Zhang couldn't help but joked, "Boss Huang, your business is too good. You should prepare more desserts like ginger juice and walnut eggs, which are loved by everyone, especially in such a cold weather. You should prepare more. There are many customers like us who are absent." When the next few customers heard this, they nodded in agreement. That is, people like Officer Zhang who are more outgoing and open will urge them in person. If it were someone else, no matter how he flatters on Weibo and the official account of Xinchi, he would be more restrained in reality. It's a rare opportunity to express my thoughts to the boss face to face, so of course I have to agree with him quickly. After hearing this, Huang Tao smiled and responded, "Tomorrow I will prepare more ginger juice and walnuts. I don't ask for enough, but I will try my best to make more. Tomorrow at noon, the new ginger dregs eggs will be available. If you have time, you can come early to taste them." Hearing this, the customers were also very happy. They were looking forward to it and asked Huang Tao to make more. 8 o'clock. The customers who stayed in the restaurant gradually left and agreed to come back tomorrow. Seeing that the customers had left, Ding Suchin and the others began to clean up. Beep. A car horn sounded outside the door. And then Lin Jinsong shouted, "Boss Huang, I'm here." "Okay, I'll be right there." Huang Yida stood up quickly and said, "Then we'll go back first. The New Year's Day holiday is about to expire. They have to go to work tomorrow." "Grandpa, Grandma, I don't want you to leave." Xianxian had just sent off Teacher Yi and the others, and now she had to send off Grandpa and Grandma again. She was very reluctant and said pitifully, "She likes having grandparents around." Song Salian touched Xuanxuan's little face reluctantly. "Next week. Grandparents will come to see you next week." Thinking that Grandma never fooled her, she nodded and agreed, "Okay then." She followed her father to send grandparents to the car. Huang Tao also asked her parents to take 2 boxes of Sikhun milk back to drink, and told them to take good care of themselves. After telling Lin Jinsong to drive carefully, he watched them leave. After Ding Suchin and the others packed up, Huang Tao closed the store and drove Xianxian home. "Xianxian, do you want to eat some fruit?" After entering the house, Huang Tao asked while changing his shoes. "Dad, those cherries are delicious. Can you eat all the rest?" "Of course. They are all yours. I'll wash them for you." Dad, can I watch cartoons for a while? Sure. Watch one episode. Yeah. Xian sat on the sofa obediently and turned on the TV. Her little feet swayed back and forth, and she couldn't help but feel happy when she thought about watching a group of Peppa Pig cartoons. Wang Tao came to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and took out a bowl covered with plastic wrap. There were more than 20 cherries left in it that were not eaten yesterday. In addition to cherries, there were dragon fruit, bananas, apples, small pears, and other fruits and dry goods in the refrigerator. The whole refrigerator was full. Some were given by neighbors, and some were brought by parents. After washing, he soaked them in cold boiled water, fished them out, and put them in a bowl. He came to the living room and sat down next to Xian. Seeing that she was still searching, he smiled and said, "Come on, eat cherries first. Dad will play it for you." As he said, he took the remote control from her hand and played the Peppa Pig cartoon for her. "Dad is so awesome. He found it in a short while," Xian said with admiration. "Look." Wang Tao smiled, then took out his phone and checked Weibo, and saw that Sikhun Dairy's live broadcast was on the hot search. 10,000 coupons were snapped up by the audience in the live broadcast room in a moment. It has to be said that the public's desire to buy is very strong. In fact, Sikhun still spent some time setting up this event. After all, it started at 8 p.m. on the 3rd, which happened to be the first wave of activities for the year-end promotion. As for the final sales volume, we have to wait for the official data to be released to know, but I think it will not be bad. Thinking about his own store, it is currently well known enough in Wanling City, covering most age groups of old, middle-aged and young, and has a good reputation. Are you thinking about whether to put the branch store on the agenda? If you open a branch store, should you open it in the city? Or in other provinces and cities? But if it is across cities, it will be very troublesome from the management point of view. If it is open in the city, I can still take time to inspect it. Also, should this branch store be open before the end of the year or after the new year? If you want to do these things, you still need to plan slowly. Chapter 498. Do you know what day it is today? Time flies by like a white horse, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed quietly. It was another early morning. The sky was still green, and the chirping of birds outside the window woke Wang Tao up. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he did was to look at Xian beside him. The little guy was still sleeping soundly, with a sweet smile on the corner of his mouth. She should still be dreaming. He checked her sleeping position again. She slept very well last night, without kicking the quilt or sleeping in a fancy position. Bo. He secretly kissed her rosy little face. Baby, sleep a little longer. He climbed out of the bed quietly, walked to the window, and opened the curtain a little. What caught my eyes was a large area of morning fog that filled the space, as if it was in the thick fog, like a painting. Within 5 meters around were buildings that looked like they were covered with veils. Everything stood in a hazy fog, and occasionally there was a whistle. As expected, it should be a good day today. He stretched himself, looked at the time. It was still early, so he closed the curtains again, put on his clothes, tiptoed and opened the bedroom door and walked out. Go to the bathroom to wash up, and wash the clothes that he changed last night. Just as he was busy, Xian woke up from her sleep. She turned over, but she didn't find the warm embrace. Huh? Where's Dad? Her heart couldn't help but shudder. She quickly stretched out her chubby right hand and touched the other side of the bed. But she didn't touch her dad, and it was cold in Daddy's bed. It was obvious that Daddy had been gone for a while. As expected, when she suddenly opened her eyes, what caught her eye was the empty place where Daddy slept. There was no trace of Daddy at all. Daddy, Daddy? She called out subconsciously twice, but got no response. Huh? Where did Daddy go? Didn't he leave Xian and go to the store alone again? Xian pouted her lips to express her dissatisfaction. But when she thought of what Daddy had promised her, he would not leave her alone at home without her consent. She believed that Daddy would keep his word. Besides, today was a very special day. A very important day for both her and Daddy. Thinking of this, the little resentment in her heart disappeared all of a sudden. Xian got up from the bed and skillfully picked up a wool sweater that was placed on the bedside table last night. Following the method taught by her father, she judged the front and back direction of the sweater and quickly put it on her head, leaned forward, stretched out her sleeves, and pulled it straight. Done! lifted up the hair that was caught by the collar, and let it fall on her shoulders. She sat on the edge of the bed, put on her trousers and socks, and then put on a small coat. Then, she followed her father's example, and straightened the messy quilt, spread it flat on the bed. After everything was done, she jumped off the bed, and jumped onto the plush carpet beside the bed. She put her white and tender little feet into the pink cotton slippers with Peppa Pig patterns, and ran to the door of the bedroom. Bang! The door was opened with a slight knock. Meow. Mimi, startled by the sound of the door opening, jumped up from the cat bed. His pupils widened, and a frightened look burst out. Seeing this, Xian stopped, leaned over and touched Mimi's head, and asked with dimples, "Mimi, do you know what day it is today?" Meow. Mimi meowed at the little master with a confused look. "Aw? You don't know?" Xian took Mimi's two front paws with both hands, lifted it up, and nudged Mimi's cat nose with her nose, saying, "Hee hee. I won't tell you now. You will know it later." Mimi tried hard to break free from Xuan's restraints. Meow. Xian giggled like a silver bell, then picked it up and carried it to the living room with difficulty. After putting Mimi down, she picked up her small school bag in the corner of the sofa, unzipped it, and took out the things she had prepared a few days ago, and happily waved them in front of Mimi's eyes. "Mimi, look! Is the greeting card I made beautiful?" Mimi's eyes widened, and she called out a little confusedly, "Meow. Xian, are you up?" Just then, Huang Tao, who heard the noise in the house, washed his hands, pushed open the sliding partition door of the balcony, and walked over. Seeing that the bedroom door was open, the room was empty, and the bedding was neatly tidied. It must be the snail girl, Xian, who did it. This little girl has really grown up. Huang Tao couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion in his heart. "Daddy?" Hearing the shout, Xian put one hand behind her back and poked her head out from the sofa in the living room. She waved at Huang Tao and smiled sweetly. "Ah." Huang Tao walked over with a smile. "Baby, you're up." "Daddy?" Xian called again. Her beautiful eyes opened wide, and the sweet smile on her face became even stronger. "Brilliant." Huang Tao was a little confused by her continuous shouting, and asked in confusion, "Baby, what's wrong?" As soon as the voice fell, Xian took out the thing hidden behind her. "Daddy, happy birthday to you." The next second, a greeting card suddenly appeared in front of Huang Tao. This birthday card was drawn by her in the store a few days ago after she spent a long time drawing it. It was seen by Teacher Yi and Aunt Minglin at that time. Fortunately, they both kept the secret for her, so this little secret has been preserved until now. Ah, he had forgotten his birthday. But his precious daughter actually remembered his birthday. Not only did she remember it, she also secretly made a birthday card for him. At this moment, his little heart seemed to be pierced instantly, and a warm current rushed out to fill his chest. It was full of sweetness and happiness. He happily picked up Xian and kissed her pink little face hard. "Baby, thank you for remembering Daddy's birthday." Xian smiled with curved eyebrows and showed the card in her hand to her father. "Dad, look, this is the card I made." "Okay, let Dad have a look." Huang Tao happily took it and sat down on the sofa, letting Xian sit on his lap and holding her to look at it together. He had to take a good look at the birthday card his precious daughter made for him. To be honest, this birthday card was not delicate at all. It was quite simple. It was made of white cardboard and was not big in size. The white cardboard was painted with various patterns with watercolor pens, with colorful ribbons and flying balloons of various colors, surrounded by 6 childlike handwritten words. "Happy birthday, Dad." The fonts were crooked, and each word was outlined with different watercolor pen colors. Below was a big giant birthday cake with many candles on it, and the candlelight was swaying. 3 adults, a little man, and a kitten surrounded the birthday cake. One of the adults, wearing a birthday hat, should be the protagonist of the birthday. The other 2 adults and the little man raised their hands, as if clapping. Xian was afraid that her father would not understand, so she stood on tiptoe and gestured to explain. "The one wearing the birthday hat is Dad. The little man clapping his hands is me. These 2 are Grandpa and Grandma. And this is Mimi. This is our family." Huang Tao laughed happily. "What a great painting. This is the best birthday gift Dad has ever received." Xian raised her little head, looked at Huang Tao in disbelief, and asked, "Really? Of course it's true. Wang Tao nodded vigorously, and said with great certainty, the best. At this moment, what he was holding in his arms was the best gift given to him by God. And it was his irreplaceable luck in this life. Chapter 499. How many people will go hungry for a day? In the old street in the west of the city, in order to eat breakfast at Zenhachi restaurant, the neighbors also fought hard as usual. In the winter, everyone got up early without fear of the severe cold and arrived at the door of Zenhachi restaurant before dawn. But no one expected. There are a lot of people who are more ruthless than themselves. There are already many customers queuing in front of the store waiting for the store to open. Other breakfast restaurants are also brightly lit and busy. But the store is indeed deserted, which is in sharp contrast to the long queue in front of Wang Tao's store. That's right. Only in front of Wang Tao's store. There are still as many people queuing. The windshield is next to the windshield. And the queue is even longer. It's almost from the door of Wang Tao's store to the door of other shops at the corner. Boss Huang. Good morning. Boss Huang. Xian. You are here. Today's weather is much colder than yesterday. You too must remember to wear more clothes and keep warm to avoid catching a cold. Yes. The flu is quite serious recently. You must protect yourself. Wear more clothes and drink more hot water to prevent colds. The neighbors are very concerned about Huang Tao's health. After all, Huang Tao controls their stomachs. If Huang Tao takes a day off, how many of them will have to go hungry for a day? Huang Tao's heart is slightly warmed. And he smiled and said, okay. I will pay attention. Thank you for your concern. What are you thanking me for? Look at what you said. It's too polite. You are the big baby on our street. It's normal to care about you. You treated everyone to drinks and ginger eggs. But they didn't say thank you. Okay. It's cold outside. Let's go in and clean up. I'm so greedy. After chatting with these neighbors for a few words, Wang Tao walked into the store with Xian in his arms. Boss. Happy birthday. This was the first sentence that Ding Suqin and other old employees said to Huang Tao when he walked into the store. Thank you. Thank you. Huang Tao was a little surprised while thanking him. But how did you know that today is my birthday? As far as I can remember, he never mentioned his birthday to these employees. Ding Suqin smiled and said, didn't Auntie help me make cold drinks a few days ago? When we were chatting, she mentioned it casually, and I wrote it down. She was telling the truth. She almost forgot it. But when she looked at the calendar this morning, she suddenly remembered it. After coming to the store, she told several other colleagues about it. So, everyone said blessings to Huang Tao. Huang Tao smiled. On the contrary, others know his own birthday better. Mainly because he thinks that birthdays are no different from ordinary days. And it doesn't matter whether he celebrates it or not. So he doesn't keep it in mind. Besides, every time he celebrates his birthday, his wife always prepares surprises for him. But since she passed away last year, there is one less person in the world who cares about his birthday. At this time, Jiang Chao came out of the kitchen with a large plate of steaming noodles. He smiled and said, Boss, happy birthday to you. This is the longevity noodles we made specially for you. Thank you. Huang Tao was quite surprised. He didn't expect that these employees would even prepare longevity noodles for him. Perhaps every December 6th will be different in the future. He smiled gratefully. Jiang Chao put the longevity noodles on the table and said a little embarrassedly, it will definitely not taste as good as what you make. But this is our gift. You can just have a few bites. I trust your cooking skills. The taste will definitely not be bad. Wang Tao smiled slightly and asked immediately, who has the phone number of the cake shop? Give me one. I will order a cake, and we will celebrate and share it in the evening. Li Qingzhan said hurriedly, Boss, don't worry about the cake. I have already ordered it for you. Don't worry about other things. We promised to organize your birthday party properly. Lin Qiyu promised with his chest out. Yes. You just need to prepare a few dishes for the birthday boy. Leave the rest to us. Lin Zifeng echoed. Okay. Then you are in charge. I trust you to do the job. Wang Tao immediately invited Xian to eat together. Xian. Let's eat longevity noodles together. Xian tasted it and felt that it was not as delicious as her father's. So she ate a few bites to show her respect and went to play with Mimi. Wang Tao did not force it. He finished the bowl of noodles by himself and drank all the soup. He felt hot sweat all over his body. It was really comfortable. Of course, the most important thing is to be happy in your heart. And everything is beautiful. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, his mobile phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw the caller ID. And he immediately answered, "Mom." It was his mother Song Salian who called him, Xiao Tao. Happy birthday. It must be said that this was another unexpected surprise. Wang Tao smiled and said, "Thank you. Mom. Are you and Dad up? Have you had breakfast?" "Just had breakfast." Song Salian said with a distressed look, "Your dad and I don't have time to go over. You can cook a bowl of longevity noodles for yourself. And have a good birthday with Xian in the evening." "Mom. Don't worry. I have just eaten longevity noodles, which were cooked for me by the employees." Compared with his mother's birthday wishes, he is more concerned about whether his father has passed the first subject. The store has been a bit busy these days, and he forgot to call to ask. Knowing that his father has passed the first subject and will learn to drive in the next 2 days, he is also happy for his father, asking him to study hard and strive to pass the second subject once. After a brief phone call with his mother, Wang Tao hung up the phone as it was getting late, and went to prepare breakfast. Accompanied by the sizzling sound of hot oil, a large handful of chopped green onions were sprinkled on, and a pot of scallion fried dumplings was about to come out of the oven, accompanied by the hot white steam rising up from the steamer, mixed with the aroma of soup dumplings. It also means that the Zenchichi restaurant is about to open for business. As soon as 7 o'clock arrived, Wang Tao was ready and open for business. "Oh, it's finally open. The glutton in my stomach is clamoring. I'm the same as you. I tell you, I dreamed that I was eating in Mr. Huang's store last night. But when I was about to take a bite, I woke up. Hey, 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 stop talking. Let's go in quickly. We'll serve the food earlier while you're talking. Yes, yes, yes. Order early, so you can eat early." The neighbors in front of them rushed into the store in an orderly manner and couldn't help sniffing. It's still the familiar recipe, and it's still the familiar taste. In an instant, they felt like they were alive again. "Give me 5 pork-filled pan-fried buns, a basket of soup dumplings, and a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. 2 baskets of soup dumplings, 2 bowls of A-treasure porridge, 5 beef-filled pan-fried buns, 5 3 fresh pan-fried buns, and 4 marinated eggs." For a while, the store was full of orders. It was very lively. Chapter 500. Their worries were in vain. At 7:30, Sikhun Dairy Company headquarters, marketing manager Wen Jiarwei also came to the office early, just like the previous few days. That's right. These few days, Sikhun Dairy participated in Taobao's first wave of year-end promotion activities with a full 350, which lasted for 3 days. In addition, on the night of the event, Sikhun Taobao's live broadcast room also distributed its own 10 yuan coupons to new and old customers. After the 3-day event, Taobao will also publish a sales ranking of each category. Peers, that is, competitors, will also conduct a comparative analysis from the sales ranking to analyze their own shortcomings. Of course, when the big promotion is in progress, the employees are the busiest. And he, the manager, is also busy. Starting from the 4th, subordinates have reported to him the relevant data of the previous day's activities. How to say it? Compared with the data of the same period of the year-end promotion last year, it is much better than a little bit. Just looking at the daily sales volume in the background, it is really getting stronger day by day. The transaction volume is simply unimaginable. Although he was prepared in his heart and guessed that the results of this promotion would be very good, at least the data of the first wave of activities at the end of the year would be quite good. But before the official horizontal comparison data was released, he was still a little bit unsure in his heart. But he was still looking forward to it. Maybe. He didn't dare to imagine how high the sales data of his own Sikhun Dairy would reach after the end of this year-end promotion. What is the ranking? Therefore, the morning office hours also became torture. I had no intention to work properly. He looked at the time from time to time, hoping that 10 o'clock would come quickly. Finally, it was 10 o'clock, and he turned on the computer on time to check the data officially released by Taobao. You don't know until you see it. You will be shocked when you see it. For a time, I thought I was dazzled. Among all the milk merchants, in the first wave of activities, their Sikhun Dairy ranked first. No wonder he was in a daze this time. After all, if this situation was put in the past, he would not dare to dream of it. But Sikhun did it this time. Dong dong dong. Before he could react, The door of the office was knocked suddenly. It also pulled his thoughts back. And he responded, "Come in." The visitor was so anxious that he even lost the courtesy of knocking 3 times slowly. The moment he heard the response from the office, he couldn't wait to open the door of the office, and said excitedly as he walked in, "Manager 1? Good news. Great news. Our sales volume of this year-end promotion ranks first. This is indeed great news. You should know that among the milk merchants participating in the year-end promotion, there are many domestic and foreign milk brands with particularly high national popularity. Some of them have been leading the country in sales for more than 20 years. And they are real industry giants. If it were in the past, Sikhun Dairy could not compete. And they didn't dare to compete at all. But this time, what they never expected was that they could surpass other well-known milk brands, both domestic and foreign, in one fell swoop. Very good. Very good. Ha ha ha. When Jarwe laughed heartily a few times, and the whole person was very happy. He patted the table a few times with joy, and said firmly, "It is indeed an extremely correct choice to cooperate with Zenhashi this time. It seems that Lao Jiang has a good vision this time." At the same time, many people are also paying attention to the sales ranking of the year-end promotion officially announced this time. The main reason is that a few days ago, Sikhun Dairy suddenly cooperated with a small restaurant in Wenling City with a little reputation, which really made people a little confused. They are all curious. In addition, there were sudden likes from traffic stars, which made this marketing very successful. So everyone was looking forward to the results. At this time, after learning about this gratifying result, the managers of other departments of Sikhun Dairy, who were originally skeptical, were also delighted after being shocked. And they all congratulated Wenjiarwe at the first time. As for the employees, they are all happy from the bottom of their hearts. After all, if the company's performance is good, they can continue to do this job for a long time. And the benefits will also improve. When Sikhun Dairy's peer competitors saw this result, they were naturally shocked and puzzled. They have also secretly investigated that Sikhun Dairy and traffic star Lu Feifei have no business cooperation. That like should be just a coincidence. As for the restaurant Jinhaochi, except that the majority of netizens and customers said that the food is very delicious and the boss is very handsome. They can't figure out what's special. However, it seems that the owner of this restaurant has a good relationship with Li Yuanfu, chairman of Minin Group. But from all the investigations, it seems that they are just the relationship between the restaurant owner and the diners. There is no other in-depth relationship. And Lu Feifei only cooperates with Minin Group, not with this restaurant owner. And it seems that the relationship is just the relationship between the restaurant owner and the diners. It is estimated that it is really as the internet says. They are just greedy for the food in Zenhachi restaurant. So after learning that the main material used in the drinks in Zenhachi restaurant is Sikhun pure milk, they gave a thumbs up, and were discovered by sharp-eyed netizens. As a result, it became a hot search, known by more people, and even Sikhun Dairy was on the hot search. At that time, they were envious. Now seeing that Sikhun Dairy has benefited from this, its sales have soared like a rocket, even knocked down these well-known dairy brands. It has become the first in this year-end promotion. While they were jealous and envious, they couldn't help but think privately. Speaking of which, should we copy the marketing method of Sikhun Dairy and cooperate with Zenhachi? But this matter needs to be considered in the long run. Of course, some small companies with high skills and courage also have this idea. They also want to try to negotiate cooperation with the owner of Zenhachi. Anyway, the cost of such cooperation is estimated to be only 20,000 or 30,000 yuan at most. Everyone was tempted and took action immediately. I called Huang Tao. The result? Huang Tao rejected them one by one. First of all, he only considers the quality of the ingredients when selecting them, and does not accept endorsements. The most important thing is that you must not get it wrong. Secondly, the attitude of the heads of the companies who called for cooperation was somewhat arrogant, and their tone of voice made him feel a little uncomfortable. There was no need to contact them at all. Hey! After hanging up the phone, Huang Tao sighed and shook his head, and walked back to the kitchen. The 3 assistants who were busy preparing the ingredients for lunch saw him like this, and they all came to him worriedly. The 3 of them asked in unison, "Boss, what's wrong with you? Why are you sighing all of a sudden? Sometimes it's not good to be too outstanding and too handsome." In just a few minutes, I received several calls to discuss cooperation and endorsements. Huang Tao said with a heavy face, "Hey, Dealing with these people is so tiring. The three assistants who thought their boss had something serious. Their worries were in vain. Boss, are you trying to show off to us?